why the Big Ten wants to do it. It actually would have made more sense when the Big Ten was not as good as the SEC, but now they are.
Right, they've won the last 2 national titles.
Right. You don't need to make this a mandate. Look, it protects yourself. It protects your conference. I understand why they want to do it.
Why stop at 4? Guarantee yourself 7.
Well,
I mean, it's stupid, Stoney.
Of course it's stupid, but it's like any kind of negotiation. You try to protect your own, and you try to do the best for your organization, and that would be the Big Ten. So I understand.
But the rest of the sport is going to fight back, and the SEC is the only one on equal footing with the Big Ten. They want to do a 5+11 format, the 5 best conference champs, and then the next best 11 teams. However, quote, there's no chance the Big Ten will support that, according to a source. So the issue, of course, is sometimes the 4th best team in your conference isn't that good.
Correct.
They could be an 8-4 football team.
Right.
And we're going to put an 8-4 football team in over a deserving team from another conference.
Right. And you saw, I think the problem is just the ramifications down the road where you saw what Indiana did earlier this week.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where they got rid of, and Virginia's not even a great team. They got rid of they're buying out a home and home with Virginia, and they're playing like Austin P, Kennesaw State or something like. I mean, it's really that's not good for college football. Now the SEC can, I agree with them in this stance. However, they got to get off their high horse too, play one more division, conference game,
get to 9,
and not play the lightweights the 2 weeks before the season ends.
Yeah, Sanford, Mercer, and Citadel. Yeah. Those should be done by the time we hit the leaves turning.
Right.
You mentioned Indiana. I have it in front of me. Their future non-conference opponents. Like, this is a joke. This year they'll face Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, and the Sycamores of Indiana State.
Oh, boy. When's Larry Bird going to play?
Yeah. Next year, they have 2 opponents already announced, Colorado State and Western Kentucky.
All right, I'll give Colorado, whatever.
But they're going to backfill with other cupcakes, because in 2027 it's Kennesaw State, Indiana State, and UMass. 2028 Austin P and Eastern Michigan, and then 2029 it's Ball State, Eastern Illinois, and Western Kentucky. They're committed to playing. It will eventually be, when they fill it in, 3 cupcakes every year to pad their resume.
It pads their resume, but what does it even do for their fan base? And it actually hurts them. It hurts them, because if they're in a situation where they're, I don't know, let's say they're 10-2, okay? And they're competing with another team for a bid, whether they have a guarantee one or not, they might not get in because they have no non-conference competition.
I think they feel emboldened because last year it was just wins and losses. They'll have more wins.
Right.
But in a tiebreaker scenario, like if you got 10 wins and they got 10 wins, but they beat somebody, they should get in over you. And that's why we should leave it up to determining the resume. If you don't win your conference, then you're at the mercy of having your resume critiqued.
Yeah.
What I don't want is freebies. And apparently that's the Big Ten's refusal to budge. They want freebies. They want their 4 best teams in no matter what. Correct. And look, some years they will have 4 I think they will most years anyway.
Right.
But the idea that you have to guarantee it. So most years you're going to get Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State, when Michigan's performing, like those teams are going to be in that mix. Then you throw in a hotshot Indiana on the right season when things are clicking. I mean,
the Spartans
if they can get it going. I mean, you're going to have a group of teams. You're going to get 4 damn near every season.
Yes.
What I don't see is we got to guarantee it so 8-4 Wisconsin can get in when the league has a down year. Shouldn't happen.
No.
And that's true for the SEC too, by the way. I actually thought they would have been the entitled conference.
Right. They always seem to think they are.
We're owed things.
Well, yeah, because their conference schedule's so tough.
Did you see Greg Sankey say that this week? He goes, we would take our schedule over anybody's.
In some years, I would agree with them, but lately, not so much. I mean, the other thing is there's no guarantee, especially now with the way the portal and NIL and all that other stuff is going on, that conferences like the ACC and even the Big 12 aren't going to have – they could have 4 teams that are legitimate.
Hey, they could bubble up any given year. I think that's part of the SEC getting a reality check.
Yeah.
They aren't hoarding all the talent the way they did pre-portal,
right?
Pre-NIL.
Especially since Florida State can't leave the ACC and Miami.
Yeah. And Clemson apparently is going to be good this year. So, I mean, you start to think like the ACC could get 3 on its own without the auto bid. So they're not going to buy into this.
No.
It's going to be the Big Ten on an island, and it's going to be a stalemate. That's where we are today. But on the SEC comment, like Sankey argues their schedule is tougher than anybody's. They rarely play 10 power opponents.
Correct.
I think it's only 3 SEC teams this year will play 10 Power 5 games. The Big Ten, it's the majority.
Right, but his point, and I understand it, because most of the time the SEC teams, top to bottom, are better than any other conference.
But you play less of them.
But now...
You have more free spaces and breathers and gimmies to balance out your schedule.
True, but now the reason it's shifted is because of the expansion, where the Big Ten now has another team that's really freaking good in Oregon.
And Washington's not a slouch,
Right.
and USC won't be a slouch.
I forgot about them, yes.
And like, I don't know what UCLA is going to be this year. Like, the Nico Iamaleava stuff's fascinating.
They're always going to be slouching. They have the stony posture, UCLA. Slouch all the time.
But if on a given schedule, if it, like Penn State schedule, it's light this year, I'll use somebody else. Look at like an Ohio State schedule. If they end up replacing what would normally be a Northwestern on the schedule with a USC,
right,
that makes the Big Ten schedule formidable.
Correct.
But this is, to me, would be worse than anything we've seen happen to the sport. If we go to 16 and start guaranteeing spots, it's going to take away the meaning of a lot of these games.
Right, and I don't want them to have, like Michigan, because I care about them, buy out the last 2, the Oklahoma and the Texas games.
Yeah, it would be terrible for the sport. I don't know where you guys are at on it. Big Ten auto bids. We're in Big Ten country. Big Ten's the best conference. I've said that. I've pushed back against the SEC, but I can't defend this Big Ten mandate that they want, where they want to be guaranteed playoff bids, 4 of them when they go to 16.
I understand, that's what, the commissioner, and that's what they're supposed to do what's best for the Big Ten.
So they're going to have their media days, probably next week?
Next week, I believe.
How are they going to sell this to the general public? Or they're not. They're just going to say we're selfish and it's good for us and everybody else can pound sand.
Yes, they're going to go.
Well, that's not how you get votes.
Yes. Hey, it's all about money. And we will get the most money if we have the most teams in there. So if I can guarantee 4 teams in the playoff, which produces the most money, I'm doing the best job as the commissioner for that conference. That's what they're going to do. That's the reason they're doing this. Everything's about freaking money.
Okay, so would they dare, and I'm speculating here a little bit without having the stats, but just use final rankings from most previous seasons and point out that they got 4 of the top 16 teams?
Maybe.
Yeah, so then you don't need to put the rule in would be the point. And why stop there? I want 5.
Well,
if I'm the Big Ten,
they're saying we want to guarantee what we've already got.
Right, but let me look at it. Let me
devil's advocate.
No, I know, but let me look at it a different way. Let's say you are the biggest and the baddest and the best, and you've won the last 2 national titles, and you actually are better than the SEC, and you believe it. Leave it open and take 5.
Yeah.
Squeeze 1 from the ACC or the Big 12. Don't give them 3. You can go out and earn 5.
Well,
their model really does limit them to just 4.
Well, no.
Well, 4 for them, 4 for the SEC. That's 8.
Right.
3 for the ACC, 3 for the Big 12 is another 6. There's 2 available spots. One's going to go to a group of 5, right? You would think.
So that what if they're also
Notre Dame would be another. So now you're only getting your 4 if you're the Big Ten. Why lock in at 4? Why not compete for 5? You're going to get 4 to Gov's point, looking at the standings every year. So why not roll the dice on 5? You're the best.
Were there 4 SECs in the top 16 the last?
No. I said, look, I don't have the stats.
Okay.
Yes, I would almost guarantee the SEC has had it.
Yes.
Maybe the other thing too is just what if you can still, if they lock in 4, they can still get 5, right?
Yes, but
my point is Notre Dame will likely get 1 of the available at large, and a group of 5 would likely get another 1.
Are they just trying to guarantee 4 spots in the fluky year that maybe they're slightly down?
Yes,
and you have that random 11-1 team, almost like the Indiana, the SE or the ACC.
But that becomes a problem when the sport you're like covering your ass instead of competing, right? That's a huge fundamental issue with the sport.
The sport
that's
just
part of
a lot without competing.
But that's part of Stoney's point with the schedule. Cover your ass with a cupcake rather than competing against a big boy.
Yeah.
Cover your ass on the year you might have a down year in your conference rather than competing for extra spots in an open field.
But you may have a great point. They could be screwing themselves.
Well, they could. Like, I'm looking at last year, week 16. You had Oregon, number 1. Penn State, number 4. Ohio State, number 6. Indiana, number 8. That's 4 in the top 8.
Right.
Why are we cutting it off there?
Right. And if Michigan had a quarterback, they would have probably been in there.
Right. Like, how about you argue for Big Ten exceptionalism and say we're going to compete for more than the 4 is the bare minimum given the state of the conference?
Yeah.
I don't get this at all. 248-539-9797. We open with it. We're going to get a lot of Lions in the mix today because, well, injury news is popping up, including some new injuries. And this Aiden Hutchinson contract got more fuel to the fire as the price just went up. It's 97.1. Now's the time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Time to go electric. Hit the road, skip the pump. The 2025 Blazer EV. You can lease it for $199 a month, 0 down on a 24-month low-mileage lease. It's only at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast, MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. It's a festive Friday around here. Stoney's rocking a Pistons warm-up. And Heather's got one of the cool Tiger cartoon throwback logos.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that is cool. I like that.
Yeah, me too.
Ready to go.
Hey, second half of the season starts.
Let's go.
tonight.
Starts tonight. Yeah. Rangers. Yeah. We are going to get to her news, and news is going to be bonkers today. There's so many crazy headlines. We're going to spend extended time in this Coldplay concert at 6:35, and then all the Lions stuff at the end of the hour. The Aiden contract with the price going up and all the injuries being reported yesterday with training camp. We got ticket text on this college football conversation. I brought it up. We're in Big Ten country. I've often defended the Big Ten against the SEC, but shoes on the other foot. I'm defending the cousin effers because I think they've got the right proposal moving forward here.
Cousin effers.
There should not be. That's what they are, right? I mean, some of them anyway.
Yeah.
We should not have auto bids. And the reports are yesterday, Brett McMurphy, College Football Insider, the Big Ten won't budge, refusing to budge, must have locked in automatic playoff spots when they expand to 16, which is a joke. Some years, most years, they'll have 4. Some years they could even get 5. But the idea that we're going to guarantee an 8-4 team who finishes 4th in the conference a playoff spot is a joke.
You can't guarantee it.
No.
And it shouldn't be guaranteed. I mean, at least the Big Ten is not saying that they're better than the SEC. The SEC shouldn't get 4 guaranteed either.
No, but like we gave it to people. Big Ten had 4 teams in the top 8 last year at the end of the conference championship weekend. And if Michigan had a quarterback, they could have 5.
Exactly.
So you don't need to do this in the first place. It just takes away a lot of the meaning of the games. Ticket texters. Hey guys, the auto bid system's stupid. It makes the conference championship games irrelevant. The playoff needs to be 5 plus 11. Put the best teams in, John, in Florida. Well, that's the SEC model.
Yes, I agree. That's because he's from Florida.
If I'm an Indiana fan, I'd be upset. Having such a cupcake schedule might help you make the playoff. It will not help you win a title.
And it won't help you get people to go to your game either.
I'd hate to see other schools do this. I want to see more matchups like Michigan, Oklahoma, and less of Indiana versus Cupcake University.
Yeah. I mean, you have the 3 non-conference games, right? You should be able to have 1 cupcake.
Fine. I mean, you get 4 if you're in the SEC.
Right.
And they put their cupcake
But most
in
of
November.
them, a lot of them, don't they? A lot of them do play at least 1 Power 5 team.
Well, yeah. So a lot of them get to 9. The problem is a lot of the Big Ten teams get to 10.
Right.
Because the Big Ten teams also play somebody in the non-conference.
Right.
So, yeah, everybody goes +1 in non-con, but when you start at 8 like the SEC does, you're still playing a light schedule. Look, I'm sure the Big Ten wants the SEC to get to 9. Isn't that the compromise? SEC goes to 9, Big Ten drops the auto qualifiers. We take the best 11 teams after the 5 conference champions.
Yes.
Let's just do that. Tick Texter points out the leaves don't change in half of the SEC country. I said you can't schedule your cupcakes after the leaves change. Well, that's their workaround. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, let's start with the most talked about story, shall we? What was meant to be a light-hearted moment during a Coldplay concert Wednesday night turned into what is probably a nightmare for a couple that was supposedly caught having an affair. So the concert did the classic kiss cam, right? We've all seen it at sporting events or other events. And when the camera panned across the thousands of fans, right? They could have landed on any couple there. They suddenly landed on a cozy looking couple, right? Just looked like they were really enjoying the show. This man had his arms around this woman. But instead of kissing, the two panicked, right? Like pure panic. The man ducked out of frame so that he was no longer on camera. The woman covered her face, turned around, clearly frazzled, right? They were not into the kiss cam by any means, but they also didn't want to be on camera at all. And Chris Martin even called it out during the concert. He said they're either very shy or they're having an affair. And it turns out the couple each married, but not to each other. Right? So turns out they may have been having an affair. Yes. So the man has been identified as Andy Byron, the CEO of some big tech company. And the woman he was snuggling with was the chief people officer at his company.
That's what, like human resources?
Yeah, she's basically the HR person.
Yeah.
So who deals with the issue? Can't take it to HR.
No.
Andy's wife.
That's who you take it to.
She's left dealing with the issue. It sounds like the woman, Kristen, that is the head of HR, let's say, is divorced.
Okay.
From what I've read, that there's you don't know everything because there's been rumors. There's statements that have been released, but those have been like, nah, don't. They're all fake.
Are they real? Exactly.
Right.
People say they're fake.
I have read she's divorced.
Okay.
But he
Doesn't
is
help
definitely
him.
still married to, I believe, a woman named Megan. So.
Well, because I had seen, and again, I think this was real. People pointed out she took out his last name on her Facebook profile.
Stop.
And then deleted her Facebook profile.
Yeah, she went off social, I guess.
Well, I get that. I would want to do that as well because everybody would find you, write you messages,
And there's no
bombard
spin.
you.
You can't go, oh, we were just shocked to be on
No.
camera. You got caught is what happened.
Oh,
Yes.
his arms were around
Yep,
her.
and they're swaying.
She had her arms on his, and yeah, they were. You could tell they were enjoying the concert. That
Well, here's the other
Busted.
the other thing about that is not only seen on camera, they were obviously looked like they were in a suite or some area.
oh yeah, they were in a nice area.
with other colleagues. It almost looked like are they hiding? I mean, they're not hiding.
You're
it.
out in public, right? Where
Yes,
thousands of
right.
people could technically see you. It's thrilling, apparently, to go out in public like that and hope you're not caught.
I actually like the technology they had to do the kiss cam during that
it's
concert.
great.
That was cool. I've never seen that before. At a
Did you ever see it
concert.
when you were at the ballpark?
the kiss cam
Well,
or affairs.
People who didn't want to be on screen, whether it was their boss seeing them.
Sure. Well, it's funny. Like you always ask the person before you do at least a game like this,
Right.
right? Like, hey, are you comfortable? Can we use you for this? And they can say no. But a lot of people, I don't know if it was serious, but I think it was more of a joke. They're like, oh, no, my boss doesn't know I'm here, kind of thing. Like, I don't want to get busted being at a Tigers game
Right.
instead of at work. And I think it was just a joke. Most
Yeah.
people were laughing at like
Never,
trying
hey,
to be
my
cute
wife
about
might
it.
see me on the video board. Don't show me.
Right.
This ever happen with your sister, Stoney?
It's well done.
Keep it
What
alive. Come
a
on.
story. Pretty crazy. You guys, a decade ago, one of the top storylines in entertainment was who would replace David Letterman on The Late Show. Well, now, 10 years into Stephen Colbert's run, the whole show is being shut down. So last night, Stephen and CBS dropped the bomb announcing that The Late Show was being canceled.
Before we start the show, I want to let you know something I found out just last night. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And yeah, I share your feelings.
Yeah, and then CBS released a statement as well, and they said, we consider Stephen irreplaceable and will retire the Late Show franchise after 33 years. This is purely a financial decision against a challenging backdrop in the late night. It is not related in any way to the show's performance, content, or other matters happening at Paramount.
What does
Yeah,
that mean?
sure.
But what does that mean?
Well, what it means is they don't want to say that, Paramount already caved 60 Minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And they just want to, they don't want any pressure from any political and look.
Well, that's spineless is
of
what
course,
that
it
is.
is. It's all, it's
So
corporate
shut down the
greed.
whole show?
Yeah. I mean, that's what they decided to do.
Well,
I mean,
so 'cause initially I thought, okay, late night's not as hot as it once was.
No.
But if they're going to say it's nothing to do with finances or ratings, then what the hell the reason?
Right.
Explain it better then.
well, I think it does have to do with financing. That's what it is. It's a money thing. That's what they said. Now, part of that I'm sure is true. But the flip side, look, Colbert, personally, I think he's good. I don't need to watch, people with a political agenda on either side
Right.
in that position. And he did, and Kimmel did as well. And they got pressure. And I'm sure that has something to do with it.
You guys know millions of Americans have tattoos, right? Super popular, but tattoo regret is on the rise. In Metro Detroit, tattoo shops are seeing an increase in people who are coming in wanting to remove their tattoos. According to a new survey, about 250,000 Americans say they regret some tattoo on their body, right? It could be that, hey, you got something about your wedding and now you're getting divorced and you don't want that anymore. It could be that you got a tattoo when you were 16 years old and now you're embarrassed by Tweety Bird or whatever it is, right? That it's no longer jiving with your overall feeling. So a lot of people are going to get them removed. There's an owner of one tattoo shop that says up to 16 people come into her shop every day because they want one of their tattoos removed. So now they're just saying, hey, really, really think about it before you decide on getting a tattoo, because the process of getting it removed isn't like, okay, I'd like to erase this. Like, it's a long process, it's painful, and it's expensive.
It's more painful than the actual getting a tattoo.
So just make sure you're really, really thinking about what you're putting on your body before. And there's one tattoo shop owner that says it's a lot of younger people actually coming in their 20s and 30s that want them gone. So
you think the lady that has Jansen's autograph as a tattoo had it taken off?
Yeah, they heard a bad Tigers take and said no more.
no more.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next.
Replaced it with stray hen is great.
Coming up next, a little more on that Coldplay affair, and we will get to the Lions injury news and the latest on Aiden's contract. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
My bet's on the first.
Yep.
Cash the ticket on affairs.
Well, I think the odds are pretty stacked on this one. Mm-hmm. It went viral. People have seen the video. It was in Heather's news. The Coldplay concert.
Everybody's talking about it.
Everybody's talking about it, Stoney.
I saw Julia from our sister station getting coffee in the break. I said, "You talking to Coldplay?" She said, of course.
Of course we are.
So are we.
I was at a drive-thru yesterday when they rolled up the window. That's what the staff behind the scenes was talking about. They go, "Can you believe she was in HR?" It's the first thing I heard when they opened the window. I go, "Okay." So what we want to do with this is clearly get people's feedback. What should the CEO do? And do you have stories of exposed affairs? 248-539-9797. What can the CEO even do at this point, Stoney? He's at the mercy of what's likely a divorce.
Well, that's what I was going to say. What is he going to do? It's what's his wife going to do?
Right.
File for divorce.
Right. Now, we were talking before the show, Heather, where he's worth like $1 billion, so it's going to probably cost him $500 million. But I said, I don't know what the prenup rules in Canada are. You know, I don't know if they, if it's half and half like it is here in most states.
Whatever it is.
If there was a prenup, who knows if they even had a prenup?
Right.
I don't know.
They could have met when they were teenagers, Stoney. And
That's right. Could be his childhood
Yes,
sweetheart
it
that he
could
cheated
be.
on.
And so maybe she won't file for divorce. Maybe she'll make him go to therapy.
Maybe. Or maybe he's just getting revenge. Maybe she went and cheated on some guy and he found out at a Bryan Adams concert.
Exactly. We don't know the whole story. There could be so much more.
But when you watch the video, you have obviously the swaying and the, locked arms or whatever. When the camera cuts, there's the one coworker, you know who I'm talking about, who can't believe, like her hands are on her head.
Right.
Like, I can't believe they just showed them. She knows all the drama.
Right. It's also a problem of, having your little work side piece go with you somewhere where you in public anywhere.
That? Let's talk about just the brazen confidence that's in public.
Yeah.
Whether they showed it on the camera or not, all it takes is somebody else seeing it and it gets back to your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Under the influence, right?
Oh, well, probably.
You let your guard down a little.
Yes.
But they made the decision, I would imagine, to go to this sober.
Maybe it was a company trip.
Right.
So yeah, they were sober, had
a couple drinks.
Yeah, or whatever they got into.
Got a Stoney stash and
who cares about this?
Release your inhibitions.
Exactly.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. You had something similar happen to anybody you know or yourself. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, really hit home with somebody. Yeah, share one of the worst moments of your life when you found out you got cheated on.
Or you did it.
Well, confess to being a scumbag. 248. It's probably better if you know the person as opposed to the odds that someone's going to call in and share their own story. But we maintain the open lines for you.
Exactly.
Because this was everywhere yesterday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be possible that you have a work event and you're drinking and, that nothing really happened. You're just hugging and
but the reaction.
Dancing. I know. The reaction
Because
gives
people
it away.
pointed out, if they had played it cool, the band doesn't say anything.
Right.
It doesn't go viral. The people in that group may whisper about it afterwards, but it doesn't have. I mean, millions have seen this.
Right.
This woman's taken down her social media.
Yeah.
If they just played it cool, they might have got away with it.
I know.
Scummy as that is.
And can you imagine the wife? I mean, not only that, it's because, God, how come I didn't get to go to the concert?
Maybe she wasn't a Coldplay fan.
Yeah, that's true.
Nah, I don't like them.
That's why they didn't work out. And I don't know. Do they have kids?
I
thought I saw a photo of what. How much of this story too were like, is this real? Like some of these statements that were put out.
Well, and they've been saying some of these statements are not legit.
The one where he talked about he needs to be a better father and a family and all that. And
well, that's true whether he wrote it or not.
Yeah, I know.
It's safe to say. But I did see a photo of people saying, well, this is his wife, and I think they had a couple small children. So that's awful too.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
That's terrible.
And if you're her, I mean, you're out.
The woman in the photo or the mom or the wife of the guy?
You're out, right? You're not sticking around, right?
Yeah.
Probably not, but there's
got
a lot
humiliated
more to,
publicly.
Right.
There's a lot to the story, though, that you might not know. I don't
Correct.
know. I mean,
Maybe they have an open marriage.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, you would be.
Oh, God. I shouldn't have said that.
Hey, doesn't he have the perfect excuse? He's the CEO of an AI company. Just blame it on AI.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Isn't that the new blame? Remember Twitter hacking?
Yes.
I was hacked in real life.
I was hacked.
Yes.
Now it was AI. There it is, right? Or what if this was a stunt for AI?
That would have been
in some way. See what AI can do?
Yeah, it could ruin you people's lives. I don't. It's
Ticket Texter says it's not what he should do now, it's what he should have done then. If they sold it, would not have gone viral. Rookie move, Nick in Clinton Township.
As opposed to a veteran move of affairs.
Veteran cheater. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, a serial cheater.
If you're a serial cheater, you got tips. I mean,
Yes.
come on.
Don't go to concerts in public.
The only issue with this is the fact they were at a Coldplay concert, Josh in a car. Cheating is bad enough, but going to Coldplay is unforgivable. Oh, God.
Look, it's nuts because you're so stupid. If I'm taking the work, forgetting even about the screenshot or being on the jumbotron or whatever. You're out in public with other people who know, like you said, unless everybody knew anyway.
Yeah, but then why are you... Okay. No affair is going to be okay.
No.
But to do it with someone at work is also just stupid.
And they're older because I've seen things happen knowing that somebody is married. When I used to do auto shows,
Yeah.
let me tell you.
Please do.
I mean, they take all of these good-looking people. They give you money to spend per day, and you're out in fun cities, and everyone's going out, and you're not at home, and you're drinking and maybe doing other things, and things happen. But these people are not that age is an excuse,
Right.
but I've seen things happen at maybe not a Coldplay concert, but it does happen. People do cheat on their spouses.
That's true. Divorce is 50% in this
So
country.
maybe it was just, they thought, okay, this is not our normal environment. We're at this Coldplay concert. We're
Having fun. They let their
having fun.
guard
Nobody's
down.
going to know it. Or, I don't know. It does seem different when it's like a big tech company.
Yes.
Kind of like, here's an auto show team. Here's some money. Go have fun. Like, it's a little different than that, but.
I mean, you've heard this story. The closest that I ever got was I was going out with it actually incorporates both.
Okay.
I was going out kind of secretly, I thought, for a while with like an executive producer at a TV station.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. So
Yes.
Heather knows this story. Gov knows this story. But I couldn't figure out. And then eventually people knew I wouldn't even call it dating because she was divorced. She had a kid, whatever.
Oh, wow. How old were you?
I was 20, I don't know, it was like
The early-
late 80s.
Okay.
Probably. Anyway, so one day on the 98.7 on Wheels, where Mitch Albom, we used to do the sports, and I'd fill in, and he was talking to JJ because that was their bit, and they had some sports question that Mitch didn't know or whatever, and they said, well, Michael would know, right? Because I did the Sunday show. So they called the house. My other roommate, may he rest in peace, Kenny, answers the phone, and Mitch goes, KD, get Stoney on the phone. We have a question for him. He goes, oh, no, he's at Bonnie's house. Anyway, I go to work the next day, or that day, and I see the the executive producer of the news, who I was having an affair. Well, I wouldn't even be an
It's
affair.
not
She
an
was
affair,
right.
but you got
exactly.
outed.
Right. Anyway, so not only, here's the best part. She goes, how you doing? I said, good. She goes, yeah, me too. And who's Bonnie?
Yep.
I got on the air live. I got nailed. Like that.
You got what?
No, yeah. I got nailed. The 16 seed next year.
Certainly some interesting television. 248-539-9797. If you got stories, you want to take those stories because it's in the news right now. What happened at the Coldplay concert? Ticket Texter says, what a terrible way to find out your husband likes Coldplay.
Is Coldplay a chick?
No, their
I just
early
think-
stuff was okay, and I
Yeah.
kind of liked it. But man, since 2005,
Says, forget red flags. It was all yellow.
yeah, they're in trouble now.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
They moved like the speed. They moved like the speed of sound when that video popped up.
He's the king. You're the king. You're the king.
No longer paradise.
What did we just start?
See, I was just waiting. When I saw the all yellow text, I'm like,
He-
game on.
He's like, read that one. I got a bunch ready for you. My God. All right.
I need to get out of the studio, don't I? I'm a bad influence.
We're 97.1. All right, guys, if you find yourself in a bad spot, you find yourself in a car wreck, auto accident, KG Law is the law firm that you need to call because their thing is they care. They care about you. KG Cares is their phone number, 877-KG-CARES, online at kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's Lawrence KG. It's his team. It's the way they do their business. Down-to-earth, approachable people. They're going to fight for you, and they're going to win for you. 98% success rate. KAJY, kgcares.com. Well, it could have been worse. Could have been Nickelback. Bill in Freeport. Hey, price went up on Aiden Hutchinson's contract. We'll get to that in a second. Plus, you may have seen some headlines, new batch of injuries for the Lions. Taking some thoughts on this Coldplay concert cheating scandal. And if you've got stories, bring some salacious stuff to the air. 248-539-9797. We were just talking through. It's like, what's his sales pitch to his wife? Like, what? We only reacted that way because I knew it would have looked really bad, but we actually didn't go any further than that. Like, nobody's buying it, dude.
No, nobody's buying it.
Nobody's buying it. If they would have kissed, no one would have seen their faces, unnamed ticket texter. Or if they just played it cool, it wouldn't have blown up on the internet. Texter says the CEO actually put out a statement asking for privacy and saying that he had the audacity to say it was a private moment that was shown without his permission, which is ridiculous. Dude is a scumbag.
Well, we don't know
think
if that's
real.
Yeah.
right. We all saw that statement. Nobody knows whether that's real or AI.
Because people were picking it apart. It's not a private moment. You're out at a concert. You're going to be shown on stuff.
Yeah.
Texter says, Heather, when you worked at auto shows, how many guys would hit on you or offer you stuff?
A lot.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Even people she worked with and probably
yeah.
just regular people who were there to view the cars.
My ex-wife, I caught her cheating on me with a coworker 7 years ago. It took a long time for me to trust. I've happily moved on and remarried, and now my daughter turns 1 next week. Signed, a proud, happy dad.
Wow.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, we got the cookie jar coming up in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Stoney, some of these headlines with the Lions and the injuries.
Yes. Let's do good news first. Okay. Tate Ratledge is signed.
Good.
Yes, we kind of figured that was going to happen. The dominoes once, two started the day before, and then yesterday it was like a flurry. If you paid attention to Twitter, it was like this guy signed, and then finally, boom, we got the guy who needs to be in camp the most.
He's going to start this year.
Yes.
Whether it's center or guard, he's going to start for them this season.
Yes.
So good news. Tate Ratledge, no more drama. He'll get there. He'll get the full ramp up. Good news.
So I'll give you you can do the bad news.
Oh, this is great. Thanks, Stoney.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody's hurt. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
A couple surprises, and I don't know how big a deal some of these are. So Taylor Decker is on the PUP, sticking on the offensive line.
Yeah.
Now, this might be, hey, he's a vet. He's dealing with something. We're just not going to have him practice for a couple weeks. Or it could be something much more serious. I don't know, Stoney. I know it's not Levi Onwuzurike level serious because he is going to miss the first 4 games of the regular season. He's on the reserve PUP list, which is more severe.
Look, and this bothers me a lot. I mean, why? Because he's good.
Well, I don't know. You can't say that.
I thought he had a pretty good season last year. Look, I'm not saying he's a Pro Bowl or a huge difference maker, okay? But he did have a team best 47 pressures last year. According to Pro Football Focus. However, like I said, he's not a Pro Bowl player, but he's a good player, and you're in a position of need because of McNeil, okay? He is McNeil's backup, so he plays a lot. So you take McNeil out, you take him out, DJ Reader, who always gets hurt, and you have the rookie Tyreek Williams. There's going to be your starters. I mean, I know they got Roy Lopez. Whoop-de-doo, he's right now in the depth chart. He's 3rd, so he moves up. Look, it's not going to be a game changer per se, but any type of depth on a position where there's not that much depth to begin with is not good. That's my problem.
I think they could get Joe Smith off the street and they'll replace Levi. I mean, there's no bigger poster boy for a Brad Holmes guy than Levi Onwuzurike still being on this roster. Because Brad drafted him, Levi stays, right?
No, that's not why he stayed. He had a good season last year, finally. He was playing for his contract. And he signed a 1-year deal.
The thing snowballed last year when McNeil went out.
Yeah.
And where was Levi?
He was there. He played okay. He was like their best guy because Reader wasn't good. Look, he's not a Pro Bowl player, but he was an important part of this team last year. That's all I'm saying. And if if McNeil was healthy, I probably wouldn't give a rat's ass. But they have no McNeil. They have no Readers there. But I'm not convinced he's going to be much. His career is on the way down. I know it's next man up with the Lions. We can,
Martin time?
Do everything, Broderick Martin. Yeah. There we go. You're going to start your 3rd stringer right now? Maybe. There's your Brad Holmes guy if he makes the roster.
But I'm sure Brad Holmes thinks it's a big deal. He loves Levi.
Right.
Every year we hear that Levi's going to have some of this, Stoney, is he was fine last year. But you know what some of it is we've been told that he is going to be so much more. I mean, Brad Holmes had to be physically restrained from trading up and drafting him, right? I mean, he loves every year Levi's going to be the guy. You wait. We're going to have one of the most dominant interior defensive linemen in football. All camp last year, we had to hear about how Levi's really stepping out. Every assistant coach, every coach we talked to, he's going to have a big year.
But even John, who hated him when he was picked, thought he played well last year.
Has John said that? I don't feel like John's
John was complimentary early, and then when Levi really got the spotlight because of injuries, was like, we mocked it. I think even John's not a mocker. He played the game and he respects these guys, but he was like lukewarm on Levi coming back, and he didn't like the pick from the beginning.
Right,
remember?
that I know.
Yeah.
The only time, like, Levi had 2 good games last year. It was early, and then he disappeared.
With Aiden, when Aiden was healthy, he was more productive.
Also with Davenport, even on the field,
right?
When he looked the best.
Well, and that's why. Okay, you want to talk about how big a deal this is? I don't trust Davenport to stay healthy. And then you throw in everything else that Stoney's already detailed.
Right.
This D line is not deep.
Right, and I don't trust him to stay healthy, and obviously he's not.
And it's 4 weeks minimum.
Right.
Everybody else who's been announced, there's no required missed time.
Although, by the way, sound the old bit. I mean, the fact that Pascal's on the pup again.
But hold on, did I see he's on the non-injury or football injury?
Yeah, what's that?
I have no idea, Stoney. The Decker thing I'm really curious about. Is this just vets getting a late start to camp? Maybe he got something cleaned up in the offseason and he's just kind of doing a slow ramp up? Or is this your starting left tackles dealing with something? There were no details on Taylor Decker's injury.
By the way, I don't know if he's going to be back for the start of the regular season, but the third string guy at defensive tackle, Wingo.
Yep, out of LSU.
Yeah, he's more of I still think he's more of a rusher, but he's listed on their depth chart. The defensive tackle, here's their depth chart. Aleem McNeil, out. Levi Onwuzurike, out. Mekhi Wingo, out.
But that doesn't sound like it's a Levi issue as much as it's a depth issue.
Well, you have your first 3 guys are out.
Yeah, my point is that's a bigger picture issue than it is.
Oh, yeah, look, if McNeil and Wingo, or especially McNeil, was healthy and this thing happened with Levi, I probably wouldn't say a word.
Yeah.
But it's because of where they are that they need somebody who's at least good or above average.
Ticket texter, Levi probably likes Coldplay. Why the Levi slander? He played really well last season. What else do you guys want? That's from Jarrett.
That's what I thought, but who the hell am I?
Texter says, sounds like another SOL season with a ton of injuries yet again.
Stop the SOL.
I'm not even going to read the last part of this text because he calls for a player to get injured that's just catastrophic.
Oh, okay.
You can draw your own conclusion.
Yeah.
But are there people who feel like, oh, here we go. Here's a reminder, guys. You can't avoid injuries in the NFL.
No.
So for everybody that said, well, this year's going to be so much better because they're all going to be healthy, they're going to have a different batch of injuries, different players, different missed time. It's just the nature of the sport. Mm-hmm. All right, 248-539-9797, the Aiden Hutchinson conversation. You saw what happened with TJ Watt.
Yeah.
What are we going to do with Hutch? It's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Fresh out of the All-Star break, the Tigers return to play today with a series against the Rangers. Reese Olson getting tonight's start at 8:05 with that action carried right here on the ticket. Detroit still with the best record in the league, but trying to end a 4-game skid where they've been outscored 42-17 during that stretch. As one All-Star break ends, another one begins, this one in the form of the WNBA. It's All-Star weekend, but Caitlin Clark will be missing out on the activities. A groin injury will have her sidelined for the All-Star game and the three-point competition. As for the NBA, Summer League continues. Pistons in play last night. They topped the Heat 108-88. For the Detroit Lions, Malcolm Rodriguez, Taylor Decker, and Aleem McNeil among the many Lions deemed physically unable to perform as of this time ahead of training camp. Levi Onwuzurike also a part of that distinction. He is expected to miss the first 4 games of the season. Detroit, however, does come to an agreement with their second-round draft pick, Tate Ratledge. The Lions finally come to an agreement with him on his rookie contract. And finally, shooting 5 under, Bruce Harmon currently holding the lead in the British Open. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
All right, Stoney. Aiden Hutchinson's contract.
Yeah.
Cost just went up.
Hey, you know what? That's what happens when you wait. I mean, maybe it's smart by him. Maybe it's done by the Lions. I have no idea. But you look at what Dallas has done historically is basically screw themselves. They screwed themselves with Dak. They screwed themselves with CeeDee Lamb. And they're probably going to screw themselves with Micah Parsons as well. So if you're Aiden Hutchinson, you know, everybody talks about the injury and all that. Forgetting that stuff. If I'm Aiden Hutchinson, I'm waiting.
No matter what, there's no offer you'd accept today?
Well,
Someone offers to make you the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. You're going to turn it down?
well, no. Yeah, I would turn it down because next year
It'll be more.
I'm gonna bet. I'm gonna gamble on myself that I'll stay healthy and have a good year, and it'll be about $3 or $4 million more.
My theory all along is this is an Aiden issue.
I agree because
The team has a track record of getting deals done early, and it
Exactly.
saved them money. Like, look at St. Brown and where he stacks up
Right.
among receivers. Look at Goff, where he stacks up against quarterbacks.
That's my point. Where Dallas screws themselves,
yeah.
and the Lions don't do that.
Knowing Brad Holmes' track record, I don't think they're overly concerned about this injury.
No.
They want to get this deal done. Again, I don't know inside info. They're just logic, paying attention to the landscape.
Right.
I would imagine they've approached him and offered him a record deal at the time. Mm-hmm. My theory all along is he does not want to sign this offseason.
Right.
He wants to see what Parsons goes for, what Trey Hendrickson goes for, what Garrett and Watt have already gone for.
Correct.
And if you've noticed, each one is more than the last. So Myles Garrett had the deal, the record deal. Now TJ Watt by $1 million a year has the new record deal. So Aiden goes, yeah, I could sign for 42 today or 43 tomorrow.
Right.
Or 44 tomorrow or 45 tomorrow. I think that's the holdup. So I'm not really blaming Holmes unless I see some report that says they haven't offered him anything.
Right. Now, I've always been in the camp, and I've had the same feeling of Stafford before he signed his last deal here, that when you have this, you can let it play out, as somebody else would say, but you wait and see what happens, and then you sign a guy. And I would do that too. I mean, I have no problem with the Lions wanting to, you know what, the injury, it's not an Achilles or anything like that. I'm worried. I want to see if this continues where he is going to be one of the, and I know they believe that, but that's one of the greatest, defensive linemen in the league, and then wait. But now, because the landscape has changed, if I'm the Lions, I get him signed as quickly as possible.
Is it a fair criticism that if he made it known I'm not signing this offseason, that they should have allocated more money for this next year's roster?
To that position?
Well, just in general. I mean, they're sitting on cap space, and I know they're going to roll it over, but if they're not rolling it over for an Aiden deal for at least a calendar year, can't you use that money? Tap into it in better ways?
Yeah, probably. But when's the extension going to, would it start this year, though?
Well, if they signed it this year, they would.
Yeah, but
if he wants to wait till next year, you don't even have to kick it in until 27.
Right. Well, sometimes if he signed the extension now, sometimes that doesn't begin till...
Oh, I know. They can play games.
Right.
They can manipulate the
Yeah,
cap.
the cap's, whatever.
It's real, and it's also easy to manipulate. Well, the smart teams make it look easy to manipulate.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not blaming him unless it comes out from Hutch's camp like, hey, we're sitting waiting for an offer.
Right.
Because I would imagine Holmes has offered. I think the reason the deal's not done is Aiden Hutchinson.
That would be my guess as well, and I really don't blame him.
Would you do the deal right now that they just gave the TJ Watt?
Yes.
I do that deal too.
Yeah, because it's only going to cost them more.
Is there a number that you can get it done right now, though? Like, that's why I asked you. Like, if they go to him and say, here's 45 a year, we'll get you what you think. What do you think it's going to be next year?
Right.
We'll just do it right now. What do you think it's going to be next year? Will you negotiate in good faith with us? Give us a number that you think is sufficient. And maybe he says, well, I'm going to let the market decide what's sufficient.
Well,
And that may be the stalemate.
yeah, that probably is the stalemate.
Yeah.
Because I think the Lions, they love themselves some Aiden Hutchinson. They should. Maybe, who knows? Some people are different. Maybe this time in his life, he says, you know what? I lived here, went to school here, played here. Maybe I like this, experience living somewhere else. You never know. I doubt it, but.
Go experience somewhere else in the offseason.
Okay.
You're on a good team.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out why.
Because to me, that's okay. Yeah, I know some people want to leave their hometown. It doesn't have to be a sports thing.
Right.
People like to get out and see the world. Fine.
Yes.
When you get drafted to the Detroit Lions, historically, it's a death sentence.
Yeah.
To be born at the right time, to where when you're drafted by the Detroit Lions, they have Dan Campbell as the head coach and you compete for Super Bowls.
Right.
I tend to think you'd want to stick around and see how it goes.
I'm just trying to figure out other reasons why it wouldn't be done by now. If it's just dollars and common sense.
Texter says, if I'm Aiden, I'm doing this right. I'm waiting as long as I can, squeeze every cent out of the Lions. I'm waiting until Parsons and Hendrickson sign their deals as well.
Maybe they're debating on how much of it's going to be guaranteed.
Maybe. I mean, Texter says, is it even worth waiting a year for an extra $4 million when you're going to get all that money without taking the risk?
Yeah.
You go out, again, we don't think that his injury he suffered is
but
going
it could
to
be another
That's
injury.
what I was just going to say. I mean, God forbid it's something more severe.
Yes.
And now you go, well, shoot, I could have had, I mean, if it's a 5-year extension north of $40 million, it's $200 million. If I sign this piece of paper today, I get that money, at least a lot of it guaranteed. I'm going to wait to get an extra $3 million a year over the course of the contract. That's a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of it, that's what he has to weigh. Texter says Dan Campbell's right. We may never get back to the NFC title game. Josh and Warren talking about the rash of injuries that have come up here. Texter says it will be the offense's turn to get injured this year. The team is made of glass, 9-8, 18th pick in the draft. The high water mark will always be that NFC Championship game loss.
Well, the offensive line has already suffered because Ragnow retired. So
and they lost Zeitler.
Yes.
And people may be spooked by the Decker thing. I'm not there yet.
No.
I don't know. Without any injury, without any specifics, Decker on the pup.
Well,
you see guys start camp late.
Yeah, explain this. Yeah, that's why it doesn't bother me because they really didn't have a mini camp.
Right.
They really didn't, OTAs or whatever.
Decker's not going to play in the Hall of Fame game anyway.
Yeah.
So, and does not free up a roster spot in the interim when you put guys on the pup. So maybe they just need a couple extra bodies, and you're not going to do it if he doesn't have something. But guys are always a little banged up, so you can just go, hey, Taylor. You got a boo-boo. We're going to give you 10 days on the pup, and then you'll rejoin camp and get ready for the season.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not saying that's what it is.
No idea.
But without knowing what the injury is, it's at least on the table.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Any chance we could get Ndamukong Suh off the couch to play for the Lions? Stoney, what do you think?
That text really didn't exist, did it? Come on, man.
He says the opportunity to make an extra couple million and get a Super Bowl. Would Suh come out of retirement?
No. He retired. He made a whole statement. He didn't thank any fans of any fan base. He didn't thank any players, any coaches. It's all about him. So no.
Well, he mentioned his dad.
Yeah.
He made it kind of sentimental.
Yeah, I know. But usually when people retire, they sit there and at least say, I'd like to thank all the players and coaches that I was with. He didn't even do that.
So back to the guy that said the thing about the Dan Campbell comments.
Mm-hmm.
And, I did reference that a couple months ago. That has started to enter my mind a little bit. I didn't give it any thought when he said it after they made the NFC title game. We may never get back here. And after last year and then now what's transpiring, as you see slowly they're getting picked apart a little bit here, that it has entered my mind a little bit. But I still contend, and this is going to sound a little whiny. I don't care. I feel this. I feel like they got robbed last year by fate. To me, they win the Super Bowl if they can stay fortunately healthy.
I don't know that because I think Philly was a machine. Philly won 15 of their last 16 games. They went double-digit disco multiple times in the playoffs.
I know, but the Lions.
We're sure the Lions are beating that front on both sides of the ball. I would love to see the games.
Right.
I'm dying to see those matchups, but I can't say we were robbed of a Super Bowl.
I felt like when I was watching that Dallas game, up until the Hutch injury, that I was watching the Super Bowl champions. That's how I felt.
Oh, they felt
Look,
invincible.
robbed is a strong word, okay? But
yeah.
I'd have loved to see it play out if they got Philly in here with a healthy team.
It would have been fun. There's no doubt about it. But you look back now. Obviously, looking back, hindsight 2020. Dallas really wasn't as good as we thought at the time either, and the teams that they just basically
they blew up the Titans and the Jags.
Yeah. So,
but they were doing what like
You're
dominant,
supposed to do.
dominant Super Bowl teams do.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, we had the list last year, the short list of the 15-win teams that didn't win
Right.
Yeah.
Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And they fell into that category.
Oh, there's no doubt if they didn't have all the injuries, they would have probably beaten Washington.
Well, they should have beat Washington with the injuries.
Right.
And that's why
Jared Goff had a horrible game.
And that's
Part
why
of it.
it's tough to say, like, well, to feel like they were robbed in any way. You had a double-digit, spread.
Yes.
You're heavy favorites at home against a rookie quarterback, and you turn it over 5 times. Like, I'm not going to blame the injuries.
No, you have the lead. You're going in to go up 2 scores early.
You got a juicy matchup. Just run the ball.
And you just decided to go empty and get your quarterback sacked, and he fumbled. And that was really the game.
Gosh,
Think about it.
the revisiting of the Washington and 49er games.
We
Like,
do
I
it
feel like we
forever.
do a show on it. Like, we get calls. Hey,
Well,
what
I
play
can't-
did you think mattered
Like
most?
I've watched, one episode of Quarterback. When I get to the last one for when they do the Washington game is going to be very interesting. It'll be tough to watch.
I thought you were going to say you wouldn't watch.
No, I'll watch.
Okay.
I will watch.
248-539-9797. Hey, I saw a headline. I don't know if you guys have seen this. There's a player that we've talked about for the Tigers at the trade deadline. He wants to come here.
Ooh.
Give it to you next, 97.1. I text Evan Petzold. I go, really, dude? You waited till Friday to drop this story? It's All-Star Week. We could have used this. This
Yeah.
is juicy. This is a player who wants to come to Detroit.
Who?
A name we've talked about ahead of the trade deadline. What?
Is it your boy? Come on.
No, it's not Alex Bregman, but he plays the same position.
Oh.
Eugenio Suarez.
Whoa.
He says to finish where everything started, it would be cool. He said this Monday at the All-Star festivities. Quote, it would mean a lot to me. Since I was there, it's been a lot different comparing the 2010s Tigers to the current team. It's a new team with a lot of young guys and a lot of talent. I think they have a really good chance to make more than the playoffs this year.
He's right.
Yeah, deep run. World Series, maybe. He says they've got the best pitcher in the league, Tarik Skubal. They got a bunch of good players, a really good chance to win it all this year. Heaping praise. And he says, we never know. Baseball's baseball, but I might finish where everything started. All 30 teams will be on the list, but Detroit is definitely one. Well, it doesn't say definitely. Detroit is going to be one of those.
Yeah.
Stoney.
Look, I'm not going to get too excited. I'm glad that he wants to come here but everything I'm reading has him either going to the Yankees or the Athletic just came out with their bold predictions with, so to speak, their beat writers, and they have him going back to Seattle where he played. And not to rain on our parade here for a second, but Cody Stavenhagen, who does a nice job covering the Tigers for the Athletic, here's what he has to say about the Tigers and predictions. We know the Tigers need relief help, but do they actually want Chapman? There's a case for adding a starter, but would they pay up for Alcantara? A big right-handed bat has its merits, but other teams like Suarez too. It would be very Tiger-like to add a couple of under-the-radar relief pitchers and maybe a platoon bat. They'll improve the team, but maybe not boost the star power.
I think he has a good read on the team.
So do I.
I think that's what they're going to do. But I do bristle at the idea that, well, other teams want Suarez. Well, cool.
Yeah.
You have more cachet and prospects to offer.
Correct.
So to me, like we are not the beneficiary in free agency all the time because other teams like, LA and New York and Boston have more money. But this is one of those times where we have the fatter wallet.
Right.
So the idea that someone else wants him, well, too damn bad.
Right.
You're broke. We're rich. You don't get him. We get him.
Exactly.
Like I bristle at the idea, well, others want him. Well, we should want him. He's a right-handed bat.
Yes, of course.
With big power. If he's not here, he'll be hitting for somebody else against us in the postseason. Maybe the Yankees. Think about it. Do you want him on our team or their team? And beyond that, his numbers the last 2 years, he's hit Dodger pitching very well. So if you're planning to get to the World Series and face the Dodgers, he would be a big-time boost. And he wants to be here, Stoney.
I know. I'm sure he'd like to go back to Seattle too because he was there as well. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's smart enough where he's not going to say if he's talking to beat writers from New York or Milwaukee or wherever else, he's going to say nice things too. But yeah, it would be cool. I mean, hey,
where does he rank in terms of the guys you want them to add at the deadline? I know relief pitching is everybody's biggest need, but they need to add more than a reliever.
Yeah, he'd be like 5 or 6 on my list.
Who's at the top of your list?
Well, I don't think the Red Sox are not going to trade Chapman because he would be number one on my list.
They're not trading any of their dudes.
I really like Finnegan and I like Bednar.
Finnegan with the Nationals, Bednar with the Pirates. Mm-hmm. I like Bednar. He's been linked to him a bunch.
Yeah.
What about these Twins rumors?
That would be,
Bob Nightingale, USA Today, saying they're interested in 2 Twins relievers, Griffin Jacks and Duran. Yeah, the closer.
Oh, if they got Duran, that would be, or
either one,
or even, I know Tigers actually hit him every once in a while. Class A, or supposedly, if the Guardians are definitely buried, then they trade Chad Smith. They traded
Cade Smith.
Chad Smith.
Yeah, not the
Red Hot Chili Peppers. Yeah.
Okay, so with Suarez, what would you be willing to give up? He's a true rental. I do think there's an intrigue in potentially re-signing him, but that's down the road. But you're a true rental. Are you giving up one of your top 5 prospects?
I don't think so. I personally, I'd give up. I don't want to screw up his pronunciation. The guy they got from the Flaherty deal last year. Lorenzo. Okay.
So, if I'm looking at their top prospects, Kevin McGonigal is now, by the way, the number 1 prospect in all of baseball. I'm not trading him for a rental.
No,
number 2 is Max Clark. You're not trading Max Clark for a rental. Bryce Rainier is injured.
Right.
But I think they like him, and I think that's a weird piece to trade an injured guy
Yes.
who's still young. You're not doing that. And Briseño is this other power catcher
Right.
who's ranked ahead of Lorenzo. So
Correct.
Lorenzo's the first guy that I pause with any trade. I go,
Yes.
for the right guy, I would
Yes.
trade Lorenzo.
Yes.
I don't think they will give him up for Suarez, but
Right.
I would make the case you should.
Yes.
You already have, and you just took another catcher, by the way.
Yeah. In the draft.
You want to add a bat that can make an impact this season while you have Skubal, while you're making the World Series push.
So the reason I asked that question is because this is where the other team's going to come in, and how high of a prospect would they be willing to give up? Our other team's going to be willing to give up their number 3, and then you got to look at Scott Harrison. Are you doing the right thing here? Like,
Well,
The difference is if somebody's number 3 is not as good as the Tigers' number 5, what's it? I mean,
right.
So the Tigers' number 6 is Hyu Lee, another player that Harris added in a sale his
that was
first
the
year.
Lorenzen trade, right?
Yes, and Hyu Lee is 22 years old in AAA. So you're getting a guy who's fringe major league ready if you're a bad team. He can play a couple positions in the infield. He'd be a guy I would be comfortable trading in any of these, whether it's for a reliever or a third baseman.
see, to me, you definitely give up either Briseño or Lorenzo because of Dingler. The emergence of Dylan Dingler has basically created, like, it really doesn't matter if they give up either one of those guys.
Well, and the reemergence of Torque, because both these guys are playing catcher first.
Correct.
But if you feel like this is real with Torque, then
One of those guys can be a DH because
Yeah.
they can hit like.
but they
have been.
like their flex DH.
Yeah.
They like their rotate the DH
Right.
spot.
Right. And the other guy who's having a really good season is the kid they drafted from Nebraska a couple years ago, Anderson, right?
Yeah, there's another infielder though. The point is you got a lot of these dudes. So
Right.
let's say Scott Harris loves Hyu Lee. Well, then trade Max Anderson. Well, I love Max Anderson. Then trade Hyu Lee.
Right.
This is a great position to be in when you're the team with
Right.
all the great young prospects.
The question is, you have these prospects, you don't want to give them up for rental, so to speak. That's how they think. How you and I think, and Gov thinks that what the hell, let's go for it now, is not what they're thinking.
Was the answer to never add rentals? Because
See,
I got to tell you,
no,
because you're going to be at a
rental-
disadvantage if you don't do stuff like
Rentals at what price? That's
that. Okay.
That's where we're going to find out about Harris, though. If another team gave up their 5th best prospect and you weren't willing to, when you have an overload at catcher, and
Suarez hits a 3-run homer in the ALCS, and we got to remember that. Yeah,
this
exactly.
is where you're going to find out, okay?
Right.
Because is there a stubbornness like the other GM in town?
Who would you be referring to? Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Scotty Scheffler hit one of the shots of the day at the British Open on Thursday, but almost simultaneously, apparently a spectator unleashed their own. So as Scheffler sent the shot sailing towards the hole, this was on the 17th during the first round of the tournament, one attendee let one rip very loudly.
Do we have audio?
Oh. Just a little bit of wind there to help it down the green. Oh, well. I mean, that was loud.
It's a strong
Yes.
crowd, Mike.
Yeah.
I thought it was, when I first heard the sound, I thought it was for sure from one of the broadcasters. To be picked up that loudly, but everything I've read said it was a spectator, so. Yikes. What do you say about that?
See, that's why the Masters, they don't allow spectators, only patrons.
Patrons
Yes.
wouldn't fart.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
would never.
Would they break wind, though? Would it be much more fancy?
Yes,
Yes.
yes. I don't know. Yes. Well, the moment that everyone's heard about by now, a kiss cam moment went horribly wrong for two people who were allegedly having an affair at a Coldplay concert, and now the internet is loving it. So during this concert, this was at Gillette Stadium in Boston, the camera panned the audience. They were doing the classic kiss cam, like looking for nice couples, right? And it landed right on this what looked like a really nice couple, a cozy couple enjoying the show, swaying together. This man had his arms around the woman, right? And she was kind of holding his hand and his arms. And then all of a sudden, when they realized they were up on the big screen, Panic ensued. Awkwardness happened quickly. The man ducked to get out of the frame. The woman turned her head and couldn't look at the camera, and they were visibly flustered, right? Something was wrong, and it even captured Chris Martin's attention, and he laughed and made a joke about it.
My money's on the first one.
I think so.
Also,
I mean,
it's not just their reaction; it's the people in the group with them's reaction.
the one woman on the side of them just
Can't believe that just happened.
Right.
Because she knows the backstory.
I mean, the way at least the viral photo I saw or the video, yeah, she's got her hand up, and she definitely looks like she.
I can't believe they caught him.
Right. She knows what's going on. I mean, I've seen so many articles now about ex-coworkers of his saying that this is great. They didn't like him as a boss.
Oh, there's like that whole office is rooting for this.
Yeah, and they were like, yes.
Get 'em.
Well, these are former employees
Oh, okay.
who no
Disgruntled.
longer work for him, who are like, yes, we're laughing at this. This is great. This is what he deserves. But, he's married. He
Yeah.
does have a wife who is now off social media because I'm sure she's been bombarded with comments.
This is maybe it's time of year. Nothing's really going on. This caught fire on social
It
media
was
yesterday.
Everywhere. Every social media platform had this story. And they do say there's been no comments yet by this man, Andy Byron. Even though there has been statements released, his
None
company
confirmed.
at least are saying those are not real. So no confirmed comments yet. Finally, The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. It's been canceled. Colbert made the shocking announcement to his studio audience before last night's show, and of course the announcement was met with boos.
Before we start the show, I want to let you know something that I found out just last night. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May.
Yeah, CBS did release a statement too, basically saying it's had nothing to do with him. We've liked him so much. This is purely a financial decision, not related to the show's performance, content, or other matters surrounding Paramount.
That ominous other matters
Yes.
surrounding Paramount. When you
Yes.
have political pressure, I'd hate if that's at all a factor here, because that's cowardly. The other thing I wonder is this just what's going to happen to all these late night shows? I mean, the environment is not what it was when the show debuted 30 years ago.
Oh, not at all. And the way we consume shows is
Yeah.
not the same as it was back then either. So who knows?
Heather with the news. Cookie jar next, 97.1. It's the Cookie Jar brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's come up a couple times this week. Where do you guys stand on AI? How do you feel about it?
He was a great player for the Sixers and bad with the Pistons. Oh,
Stop
not him. AI, I hate it. I know it makes life easier for a lot of people, kids, writing papers for school and things like that. But
Yeah, but that's a nightmare for teachers then.
that's true.
Yeah.
However,
Are they actually learning anything?
I think AI, and I know it can do a really lot of good things medically, scientifically. I get all that. But the fact that I'm exaggerating, but a lot of the stuff that we read on social media, you have to sit there and say, well, is it real or is it? And I think that's very dangerous, especially in this climate where you can use AI as an excuse for something. Well, it's not really me or this and that. And, and I think it's disgusting.
I have mixed opinions on it. I don't know if I have such strong opinions as you, as I hate it, because I do see there's some positivity
Yes.
to it, right? But there's also what you mentioned is very, very concerning and scary. So I feel a little indifferent. Like sometimes I'm excited for it because of the efficiency of things and in medical.
Right.
There's going to be great things from it. But then, yes, when you see these fake statements, the misinformation that's being spread, these deep fake photos, like it's scary.
It's got to be regulation, but the problem is we don't want a lot of we don't want more regulation in our works.
Right.
Stoney, you took my Allen Iverson joke. Yes, AI does have its uses in practical life.
Yes, I know it does.
About the only thing it does for me is if I just put into Google the AI overview, usually seems to be pretty accurate, although
It
I do
does.
fact check it.
So you
Beyond
have to.
that-
I've gotten caught with it wrong information with that.
Yeah,
like
but
you think you're
beyond
getting
that,
a
I hate
shortcut
it.
and it's not even right.
Yeah.
Like, I think there's something to be said. I've always said this. Keep your brain active. Do the work yourself.
Yes.
Figure things out.
But that's the concern is it gives you permission to turn your brain off. You mentioned schools, students, if they're not even writing the papers, are they learning? The teachers now have to play catch up cat and mouse.
I actually was speaking to a teacher recently talking about AI, and there's a feature that kids can actually use, and the teachers can use it too. They're incorporating it differently for these papers because they know kids are going to use it.
Well, I think there's something we said for learning how to use new innovations and tools, but when it takes away jobs
Sure.
and misleads people
Oh, right.
and turns your brain into mush, yeah, not a huge fan.
Scary.
Much lighter note. When do you unpack after a vacation? Heather, why don't you start because you just got back.
I feel like I've been on a vacation for a long time, and then we had that trip up north to
Yeah.
Shanty Creek. I unpack immediately. When we got home from our trip up north, some of the bags didn't even make it into the house. I was literally taking clothes out of the bag in the garage and putting them into laundry baskets and getting them right into the laundry. So before they even got into the house, they were
Wow.
unpacked. Now, however, is all the laundry, folded and
Accumulates.
put away? No, not instantly, but I get those bags unpacked. They go downstairs right away.
I'm pretty much not quite as quick as you, but if it's a driving trip, like we're coming back from up north or fly, as soon as I get into the house, bring the baggage upstairs, unpack mine, Cindy unpacks hers, and the girls do theirs. And
Oh, I'd love to pretend I was as put together as that I just wheel the suitcase over to the laundry and get right to it. It's probably until I need those clothes, so about a week, and then I'm throwing them in and doing the laundry.
How long does the bag, the luggage sit there? A week?
Well, what you're saying after I unpack it?
no.
Or sure, after or
No,
No, before probably a week.
Yeah.
Within a couple hours for me.
Really?
Yeah, not that I'm doing the laundry, though, necessarily.
No, I'm
but-
not doing the laundry right away.
But usually, yeah, it's over.
So
Time
you're
to
just
move
putting
on.
it in like your hamper, basically.
Yeah, but a lot of
Yes.
some of that has to do with we're here early in
But
the
what's the
morning, and
difference?
it's kind of like I want to get this done because I don't want to come home to it the first day I am working.
But if it's sitting in the hamper versus sitting in the suitcase, what's the difference? Why are you in a
There
rush
is
to
no
get it out? Just get
difference.
home and relax. You just got back from the trip. Settle
Oh,
in.
I do the laundry.
I know you do.
Yeah.
I
it
do
goes-
my own laundry as well, but I don't do it unless it's I'll wait and Cindy will do hers first, and then the girl, so.
What does AI overview say about it?
Okay, thanks. We'll get their thoughts on this next one. With no sports TV last night, what's something you'd recommend to people that you've been watching?
Stick,
You and I, same page.
quarterback we've watched.
Yeah.
and that was about it.
So I like Stick. It's not like as
No, it's not as good as Ted Lasso. It was.
or even like Severance, the other Apple TV hits, but it's like feel good.
Yes.
Stick is. It's feel good. I mean, it's a golf show, so sports fans probably like it, but it's feel good. It's Owen Wilson.
The problem with Owen Wilson is he's always the same character in
I
every
know.
movie,
Yeah,
basically.
Would I like it?
Yes.
I think you would.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. I don't have Apple TV at the moment.
Okay.
But when I get
When
it
you
again,
cycle it in,
I'll watch that. I've been watching things you would love. Jenny and Georgia,
Oh, my wife likes that.
Yeah.
My wife likes that.
the Dallas Cowboy Cheerleaders. Got to watch that one.
Season 2's out for that.
Season
She
2
watched
is out. It's
season 1.
yeah. She's got to watch that.
Colin watching quarterback.
Oh, we've watched
You've
it. We
watched
watched it on our drive
Oh, okay.
home from up north. Finished the whole thing.
Wow.
Yes.
Perfect for that.
Star Trek Strange New Worlds, Season 3 just premiered, so I have been watching that. Also, if you're an anime fan, Rurouni Kenshin, get a Crunchyroll subscription for that. Highly recommend.
Somebody told me Evan told me the show The Studio is really good.
That's got Seth Rogen in it.
Yes.
That was up for got some Emmy nominations.
some buzz.
Yeah.
What's better, binge watching or watching a show once a week on release? What do you prefer?
I prefer once a week.
I prefer binge watching. I want to watch it when I want to watch it. I think it's better to wait because then you prolong the series, you get more out of it. But I want to watch it.
I still
back
want to
back
watch
to back
it
to back.
when I still want to watch it when I want to watch it. But I can record it. But if it's a Netflix thing, I'll watch one and then we'll watch the next one the next day or whatever.
I hate when they release one every week, or they give you 4 and then you got to wait a week to get the
That's
next
what
one.
Stick was.
I hate that.
So I like the once a week
You
because
do?
I know. Look, it forces you to really think about the show and look forward to the show, and you talk about the show between episodes as opposed to, hey, I watched 6 hours of TV
So-
today on Saturday,
so when
and
you're-
I don't remember all of it because it's just a blur.
So when you're watching a series, whatever, with Colin or with Kelsey,
yeah.
you're sitting there on the couch and then the ends. You sit there and say, "You want to watch another?"
Yep,
It's Christina to say, "One more,
another one.
And then if it's really good, it's one more. I gotta go to bed. You know,
Sometimes we'll go start the next one to at least see the tease paid off because they end on a cliffhanger.
right? Do you fast forward all the time or skip the intro?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, absolutely. Okay, this next one. I'm on Raw. St. Brown is on a box of cereal. It was in Heather's News. What cereal would you be on, Stoney?
Wow, Frosted Flakes.
No.
They're great.
That's right.
Little powder on those.
Exactly. You got it.
Heather?
Cinnamon Toast Crunch, hands down. That's my jam.
Greg?
You ain't got no honey nut, to quote Omar from The Wire. I'll go Peanut Butter Crunch, the best of the Captain Crunch family.
Lucky Charms.
Oh, God. Oh, no. I had Frosted Flakes, but to switch it up, I'll put Captain Crunch as a close second. Last one. John saw Superman, and he says he went because Teddy loves Superman. Best movie you saw because of your kid, and apparently I'm not excused from this, according to Greg. Stoney, best movie you saw because of your kids.
I can tell you what the worst movie I saw because of my kid was.
I knew you'd do this, Stoney.
Lava Boy and Shark Girl, whatever it was called, Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Oh, it was the worst.
I remember you saying that.
Yeah,
Stoney can't not mention that.
I know.
So far, I don't think I've seen any new movies with the kids. Emily is reliving all the old classics, The Little Mermaid. She's on a 101 Dalmatians kick right now. Though I guess the only new one I've seen is Trolls. She's also into Trolls. We watch that a lot.
The Wild Robot came out last summer, and I did not expect it to go as hard as it did. Great movie, great parenting movie. It got a tremendous original score to it. So I'll say The Wild Robot.
We were on vacation, this was 8 years ago, maybe now, but went and saw Despicable Me. So all those, all the Toy Stories except for the first one, I saw that before I had kids. So even the probably the Avengers movies, because I saw those late.
Oh, the kids, yeah. I don't know how you want me to answer this, Greg. I will share this, and I'm glad John's not here. Our cat will sit and watch animated movies if we have them on.
Stop it.
So
There it is.
What's Roomba's favorite?
weirdly enough, I liked Wild Robot. What Greg said, it's a good movie. It got nominated for Oscars. Wild Robot.
Oh,
did.
Original
Really?
score was one of them. Yes.
Yes.
I'm surprised that you saw that with.
I did, and I enjoed it.
What about Ratatouille? Since you had the rat
Oh
problem.
yeah, I've seen Ratatouille.
I saw that. That was good. That wasn't because of the kid.
You saw the
No.
live version.
Live action. That's your cookie jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It's 97.1. 97.1. Top of the hour. We're going to get into something with college football. I think we need to band together here. Turn our back on our roots, but band together to help save the sport from what I think would be a disaster. We'll get to it at 8:02. Stoney, you want to hijack the show at 8:35 with something gross?
Yes, absolutely.
It's fitting. We'll do that.
No doubt.
And we'll mix in a little Lions and Tigers because there's some stuff in the news we want to hit today with the Lions injuries and Aiden's contract. Plus, mentioned Eugenio Suarez says he wants to come to Detroit.
Yes, we're less than 2 weeks away, 13 days away.
Bring him home. By the way, Suarez, fourth in all of baseball in isolated power, behind only Judge, Ohtani, and Raleigh. Isolated power is just your slugging percentage minus your batting average. He's a big premium right-handed power bat, and he said, hey, love to come here. They can make a run and win it all.
They could, absolutely.
People who missed that headline in the Free Press today.
That was one of the worst trades. Dombrowski made that trade.
Was that Alfredo Simon?
Yes,
Big
the
Pasta?
Big Pasta, yeah.
There you go. Ticket text on the cookie jar. I think the bad outweighs the good when it comes to AI. Morgan in the car.
Well, it's you can say that about social media too. I mean, there's some good stuff about Twitter, Facebook, and all that stuff, but there's a lot of negative stuff as well. But I'm basically focusing on the negative stuff when it comes to AI.
Well, it feels like it's more in your face, all the drawbacks.
Right. But look, it's true. The medical, things and
the efficiency of things, it could be a real game changer too. But yes, there's a lot of negative. I think the positive things you don't actually see a lot of.
Right.
That's why.
Yes.
So the efficiency, yes, but if it's so efficient that I don't need you to do the job, great, it's more efficient.
Mm-hmm. Look, I could have used it a lot. I'm finishing up this project, this book that I'm doing, and it would have been so much easier if I did, AI or ChatGPT.
But don't you feel
but
like
I don't want to do? I didn't want to do it.
It stifles creativity in a way too. Like, are we just going to be less creative because we're going to have the cookie cutter AI, whatever they tell us is interesting?
It saves you research time. That's what it
Fine.
does. Yeah,
but I think the
You
loss
have
of
to
creativity.
fact check it all.
Right, you end up having to go back through. And again, if the loss of creativity, to me, it's not worth it. Texter says, I unequivocally hate AI. Negatives far outweigh the positives. Another vote for terrible. AI is terrible because it completely ignores copyright protections. It's built on stolen information. Can't wait for all the lawsuits.
That's interesting.
Google AI usually tells me why I'm wrong about everything. John in Lake Orion. The purpose of AI is anything other. If the purpose of AI is anything other than improving humanity's condition as well as the earth, we should reject it as a whole.
I totally agree with you.
I have a conversation with my son who's an electrician. He said they have to sign an agreement that they will not utilize AI as part of their work. There have been documented cases of electricians using AI to help them through a process, but be given wrong information, and it could lead to problems. Tim in Chicago.
They sign a
I get
document that says you can't use a YouTube video because that's how I do all my home improvements. There's a video on YouTube for everything. How to hang blinds, YouTube video.
Yeah, but
How to install light fixture, YouTube video.
If they're wrong, they'll get exposed.
True,
They will.
true.
So they'll get people will make
Downvotes
comments and
and
everything. So
But
there's a
this-
little more reliability to a YouTube video than something like that.
Imagine
Think
this.
about it.
You're using it to cut corners. You're like an electrician, but you used it to get through school, and then you're on the job, and they told me to do this with the wire. Well, then it sets a fire, and you leaned on AI.
Right.
Forgot to tell you to turn off the power.
And then you're fired.
Yeah,
And then you're fired.
exactly.
Speaking of when you unpack, my wife still has stuff in the trunk of her car from a trip she took last September. Shaking my head. Joe
That's
in Ann Arbor.
ridiculous.
Unless you just have so many, you have so many clothes, you don't need stuff. Or it was
And I think that's
Like
why
seasonal?
I unpack quickly, is
Yeah.
because I want everything I just took with me.
right.
I want to rewash it, get it ready to go so I can wear it again.
Like when we get really cold winters, if you went somewhere tropical and you packed all
Sure.
short sleeve and bathing suits, swim trunks, and you
Yeah,
come
just-
back and you don't need it and it sits there for a month,
yeah.
I get
Still
that.
need underwear though.
And your
Bras,
socks and
socks. Yeah.
toothpaste. If you're gonna unpack
Toiletries,
some,
yeah, you need all that.
What else we got? Stuff you're watching right now. Landman is amazing. I hate that next season doesn't come out until November. That's signed Dan. Does anybody know what Landman
Is that the one with Billy Bob Thornton?
Ooh, I like him.
Yeah, Wojo loves that show. Landman. I heard Mobland is really good as well.
Okay.
A lot of lands.
Sports fans are watching Summer League basketball on ESPN.
No, look.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Sickos are.
Most aren't. Well,
Fine, Dustin on the
yeah,
updates might be.
he's probably betting on it.
Yeah, he's got problems.
Yeah.
But I would push back. Sports fans are not watching Summer League. Sickos are watching Summer League.
Yes.
Like the 1% of sports fans are watching it. The rest of us are not watching Summer League.
In the past, I have, not a lot, but I think I watched maybe a total of 10 minutes of Summer League.
Look,
because it was on in the background. To see when the Pistons,
When at
see
rock
Ron
bottom.
Holland, yeah.
Well, when your team's at rock bottom and
Right,
that's all
when-
you got.
When Cade made his
Yes.
debut, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I saw Ron Holland had a good night the other night,
Yeah.
but I'm not.
No, it doesn't mean anything.
Guys, you're not watching it. I'm not watching it.
Yeah.
A couple votes for Summer League. One Piece getting some love. Isaac in Oak Park. And the Wire reference out of Greg was awesome. Some feedback on the ticket text.
That's one show that's on my many of that I never saw. The Wire.
Is it the best show HBO's put out?
Well, I didn't see
You
it.
haven't seen it, but the reputation is
Reputation
that
is-
and Sopranos.
that and Sopranos.
Yeah. Greg, you've seen The Wire. Is it the best HBO's done?
I mean, it's up there.
Okay.
It's up there. It definitely has a high reputation. I would say it is deserving of that reputation.
I mean, the other thing, Game of Thrones, more modern.
Ended
Yeah.
too badly.
Yeah. Well, people were angry about how Sopranos ended,
Yes, because they didn't know.
but that was more of an instant as
That-
opposed to
well,
Game of
that-
Thrones dragged. I mean, there was multiple epimes at the end that they were just
the thing about The
painfully dragging to
Sopranos
finish.
was you wondered if your cable was out.
Right.
Went out. It was like because the whole screen turned to black.
But that's not a season-long disappointment, is my point. Game
right.
of Thrones was like a season-long disappointment. Anyway, we'll get to a college football concern at 8:02. We must band together. We must stop this from happening, and I can't even believe this. I have to side with the SEC. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. News coming from the Lions organization that the team has finally come to an agreement with their second-round draft pick, Tate Ratledge, and Detroit finally agreeing on terms of the guard's rookie's contract. Meanwhile, Malcolm Rodriguez, Aleem McNeil, and Taylor Decker all deemed unable to physically participate ahead of Lions veterans reporting to camp tomorrow. Even worse news for Levi Onwuzurike, as he is reportedly set to miss the first 4 games of the regular season. It's an 8:05 first pitch tonight when the Tigers return to play to take on the Rangers. Reese Olson getting the start. We'll be carrying that right here on the tickets. And ahead of the trade deadline, Tigers likely to be buyers, while the Diamondbacks, however, in a competitive NL West could likely be sellers. That could potentially open the gates for a Eugenio Suarez return to Detroit. Suarez was signed by the Tigers in 2008, and Evan Petzold reporting today that during the All-Star week, he said, quote, it would be very cool and mean a lot to him to return to the Tigers. This year, the third baseman has 31 home runs and leads the National League with 78 RBIs. It's been a big 24 hours of contracts in the world of sports. In the NFL, TJ Watt landing a 3-year extension with Pittsburgh, that coming at $123 million to become the highest paid non-quarterback in the league, while Damian Lillard returns to Portland on a 3-year deal for $42 million. And finally, Brian Harman leading the British Open at 6 under. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
All right, Stoney. Generally speaking, your feelings towards the direction of college football are what?
I don't like the way it's going. It's
You're not alone.
Everything else in this country, it's all about money and greed and making things bigger that it shouldn't be. I'm always the less is more person. But once, toe meets leather on the last Saturday of August,
You're there.
I'll be watching. I'll be out of town I'll miss the first Michigan game. But, when they're home in the fall, I'll be have the tailgates and having a great time.
Look, when you talk about that, August 30th, they have a triple header of great football games.
Mm-hmm.
And when football's on, we're going to be there. We're going to be watching.
Right.
But there is this dissatisfaction with the
Yes.
direction of the sport. So I'm not against players getting paid.
No.
I'm not against the portal. We got to rein some of this stuff in.
Yes.
Conference expansion is going to give us great matchups, but if you grow too quickly, like we haven't even had the 12-team playoff for 2 seasons, and we're already talking about 16 teams.
I know.
Can we get this done right? And right now, the biggest fight in the sport is with the Big Ten and the SEC when we inevitably go to 16 games. I don't want it, but it's happening. We're going to go kicking and screaming. The way we're going to do it is what they're fighting about. The Big Ten wants auto bids, guaranteed spots in the playoff based on where you finish in your conference. And they want 4 of them for the Big Ten, 4 of them for the SEC, 3 in the ACC, and 3 in the Big 12. Leaves 2 spots at the end. You get a group of 5 in Notre Dame, whatever. And they won't budge. Brett McMurphy reporting they will not budge. They refuse to move off that position. The SEC has said 5 conference champs, the next best 11, play it that way. And that's what we need for the good of the sport. You should not be locking in.
What's the 5th conference, by the way?
Well, it's just going to rotate. It's the 5th highest conference champion.
Okay.
So if it's when the Pac-12 gets reset, if it's
Okay.
one of them, if it's a Mountain West
All right.
or American, whatever. I can't believe I'm doing this because I'm never with the SEC. But they're right. We can't lock in 8 and 4 teams that finish 4th in a conference.
No.
We cannot do it. We
No.
cannot water down the games we're watching more than we already have.
Correct.
I don't want to go to 16, but if we're going to do it, we certainly can't guarantee team spots. They should have to earn their way in.
Now, chances are with the expanded playoff, most years you'll probably have 4 Big Ten teams and at least 4 SEC teams anyway. But you shouldn't guarantee it. And in fact, if you're only going to make it 4, that means you're preventing the odd year where you have 5 teams who are qualified to be in the playoff.
Yeah, that's the other part about all this. Like the Big Ten last season at the end of conference championships had 4 teams in the top 8. And if Michigan had a quarterback,
Right.
you never know. Maybe they end up fighting for the 5th spot. I know Illinois was just outside that spot too. You could get 5. You're the best conference in college football. You're back-to-back national champions. You've done the job against the SEC.
Right.
Why would you limit yourself to only 4 spots? There may be a year where the ACC only has 2 worthy teams and you get a 5th in.
Yeah.
Why would you lock in 4? That's a great point, too. It's not just about like helping, the worst-case scenario. You're also putting a ceiling on what your conference is capable
Right.
of.
Now, look at the SEC. Suppose in a year, and it's possible, you got Georgia, Bama, Brian Kelly doesn't screw up, so you have LSU, Florida, and, picking up like Auburn.
Yeah.
Okay? It's possible that all 5 teams are really, really good. You're going to say, well, because only 4 can get in? No. The SEC has it right. You have the 5, and then you take the next best 6 teams.
11.
11
Yeah,
next
you
teams.
get 16. I feel dirty because, the SEC represents so much that I'm against in college football. They won't go to 9 conference games. They put the Patsies in November.
Well, see, that's what the Big Ten should fight back with.
Yeah.
All right, look, we'll give on this, but you have to play 9 conference games, and not one of your non-conference games can be after Halloween or October, after September.
Whatever it is, when the leaves turn, or I guess it doesn't really turn in the South, but you get the point.
Yes.
Whatever. October 1 or Halloween,
Right.
whenever you do the cutoff, the end of the season needs to be power conference games only straight to the finish line.
Right.
You want to do your tune-up game in August and September, fine. But you got to play 9 conference, and you're going to play a big team in the non-con too, so 10 power opponents. But the SEC gets away with doing often less.
Yeah.
And then claiming that their schedule's better because, well, you don't understand in Big Ten country to strut into Columbia, South Carolina, and Auburn. Okay. You get 2 weeks to prepare because you played the Citadel last week.
I know.
It kind of you can't make this argument. I know Sankey did. He goes, our conference, our schedules, we wouldn't. Anybody would trade with us. We play the toughest schedules. No, you don't.
No.
No, you don't. In your own imagination, you do. You don't have the best teams. You don't play the hardest schedule. You don't play the most power opponents. You don't. So I hate siding with them.
Right.
And you're right. Maybe the compromise is
Yes.
they beef up the schedules. We back off the auto bids. You win your conference, you're in. Everything else is left up to how you play on the field. Not are you the 4th best team in the Big Ten, so therefore you get in. Because there would be years where we'd get like an 8-4 Wisconsin.
Oh, no doubt.
And you go, well, they have to get in. They finished 4th in the conference. That's stupid.
I mean, look, Michigan was what? They were 7-5.
Yeah.
Okay, they could have been if they didn't screw up one of their games. It could have been 8-4.
8-4,
and they could have gotten it. I mean,
and 9-3 would put you right where you need to be.
Right. I mean, so you could have 5 teams.
Yeah. I don't think any decision would hurt the sport more than doing auto bids.
Right.
It would just reduce the regular season, which we've already compromised some, and it would reduce it.
Yeah.
So I don't know where you guys stand on it, but I think it's the biggest issue. I'm not against paying players. I'm not against the transfer portal. I am against putting auto bids in the college football playoff.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense to have an
And
automatic bid because most of the time the same teams are going to get in there anyway. Why cut yourself off too?
Yeah. Well, you saw what Indiana's doing.
India, Signetti, he's an interesting character. He comes in with all that bravado, and they backed it up in his first year with the transfer quarterback, and he's going to try to do it again, and that's going to be their MO. But the fact is that they bought out the University of Virginia on a home and home. I believe it was $500,000 each game. I think that they're paying them to get out of so they can play the likes of Kennesaw State, Austin P, I think Indiana State. It's ridiculous.
Stoney, I have it in front of me. You know the next time Indiana is scheduled to play a power opponent in the non-con?
No.
2030. So this year and the next 4 seasons, they won't play a power opponent outside of Big Ten play. It's pathetic.
Yeah. Does it say who their power opponent is?
It'll be Notre Dame in 2030.
Well, that's good. It's an Indiana's rivalry. They should play every year anyway.
They should. But instead, their schedule's littered with, you're right, Kennesaw State, Old Dominion, Indiana State, got the Sycamores, Colorado State, Western Kentucky, Austin P, Eastern Michigan, Eastern Illinois, Ball State. These are the teams they're going to bring in bulk moving forward.
I got no problem with Colorado State. The rest of them, really?
Yeah.
You have to have, look, every team you could have a cupcake. I don't care.
That's fine.
Yeah.
1,
Yeah.
but not 3.
Not right, exactly. Now Indiana is the exception.
Yeah, they have,
even the SEC, they don't play 3 cupcakes.
Yeah, they do.
They do?
Oh, they do. Hey, I'll pull it up because I actually just did this the other day. I was so furious about Sankey's comments. We didn't get to it on the show. The majority of them are going to play 3 cream puffs in the SEC.
Wow.
It's pathetic. So here it is. I'll go through some of the notable teams. LSU is going to play Southeast Louisiana, Louisiana Tech, and Western Kentucky.
I thought that they don't play Clemson to start
They
the
do.
season?
They do.
Okay.
No. But they brag and go, that's us play. No, that gets you to 9. That gets you to 9.
But I know. But I
don't allow that propaganda. That gets you to 9.
No.
Now you're equal with Ohio State, Oregon, Michigan, and
Right.
you're not superior because you play Clemson.
No.
You're still playing 3 gimmies.
I agree with you, but I thought that they were playing no Power 5.
But that's what I'm saying. What Indiana's doing is commonplace in the SEC. So Georgia, for example, will play Austin P, Charlotte, and Marshall this year. Tennessee will play East Tennessee, UAB, and New Mexico State. Auburn will play Ball State, South Alabama, and Mercer. Oklahoma will play Illinois State, Temple, and Kent State. I can go on. I'm only halfway through this. They all do that.
But at least, like Texas,
Not a consolation.
is playing Ohio State.
Not a consolation because Texas is also going to play San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston State. They are playing the Indiana schedule and justifying it because they get the 9th game, but all the Big Ten's doing 9 games.
Right. I know.
Texas A&M will play UTSA, Utah State, and Samford this season. They all do it in the SEC.
Okay. I thought you meant that they didn't play anybody.
No, because that's the thing Sankey tried to sell this week. He goes, we all play 9. Yeah, well, the Big Ten plays 10.
Right.
Because they play the conference and Ohio State's going to play Texas.
And Michigan's playing Oklahoma. And,
So all the Big Ten schools are also doing it while playing a power opponent.
Oh, yeah, I don't disagree with you that the Big Ten's...
Which is why I hate even siding with the SEC, but I think they are wrong to require, or the Big Ten is wrong to require auto bids.
Yes, it makes no sense.
248.
Excuse me. It makes CENTS, dollars and cents.
Yes,
which is
financial.
Yes.
But how does the Big Ten, they got their media days next week, right? How do they sell this?
They sell it by saying we're the best conference. We think we're the best conference or one of the 2 best conferences. And we believe that the 2 best conferences should get the most bids. That's how they sell it.
Right. But you have to get other conferences to agree with you. Your sales pitch has to appeal to other people. The Big Ten is not the governing body of the sport. So when they go to the podium next week and it's Tony Petitti and he says, we're the best and you have to do what we say, it's going to be met with, convince us. Make a sales pitch. The sales pitch can't be, we deserve 4 spots on default on name alone. That's not going to win over anybody.
No.
I would argue some ways last year this kind of happened without actually having auto bids. So if you're the SEC, you're looking at this and you're seeing the way Indiana performed in the playoff, and you're probably sitting there and saying our 5th best team was better than Indiana.
Oh, it was.
You know, but your 5th
I don't know
best
that it
team,
was.
your 5th best team might get blocked.
Who was the SEC's 5th best team?
I mean,
last
look,
season?
I'd have to look
Probably
at,
Mississippi or South Carolina.
Might have been Alabama. How'd that go?
yeah.
Yeah, but the bowl games, I'm not going to.
Did Jalen Milroe play in the game?
He played, but there were a lot of players that didn't. But
A lot of
still.
bad
Yeah, on
players
Michigan,
did.
by the way.
Yes, on both teams.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Michigan has beaten Alabama 2
Twice.
straight times in a bowl game. I mean,
I know. But I think Mississippi or South Carolina were better than Indiana. That's my
I don't know. I don't know that. Indiana put up a better fight than the SEC teams did in the playoff. Didn't Tennessee get their ass waxed by Ohio State?
Yes.
Did anybody say Tennessee didn't belong? They played a lousy non-con schedule.
but they're in SEC.
Well, it just means more.
Gosh, I'm starting to learn how to really light his fuse. I love it.
248-539-9797. We got a lot to get to still today. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's super easy to sip and enjoy, no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Ticket text coming in on the fight between the Big Ten and the SEC. Report from Brett McMurphy. The Big Ten refuses to budge from the auto bid model. They want 4 guaranteed spots for them and the SEC. The SEC has said, no, dude, just take 5 conference champs and the next best teams. Mm-hmm. Ticket Texter says the problem with guaranteed spots is that who you beat or lose to in the non-conference won't matter. The goal will be to have the good record in conference. Non-con will be meaningless. Kevin and Wixom. He's right.
Yes.
Which then takes all the starch out of playing the LSU Clemson game,
exactly.
the Michigan Oklahoma game, the Texas and Ohio State game that we're going to get to kick off the season. Texter says, the only thing I can think for auto bids, it would emphasize conference rivalries again, but even that I'm not sure. No, I don't think it would.
No, because the conferences are so big, some of them you're not going to play. That's another thing. You did what way you could make college football great again earlier this week. I think you have to at least play every team in your conference every other year.
Ticket Texter says, preach Costa, 100%. I was fist pumping on my commute as you called out the SEC narrative. Brett in a car, happy Friday. Another one says 100% with you, Costa. The SEC has a pretentious attitude. I'm glad the Big Ten whooped them the last year. See, that's the conflict I find myself in is the Big Ten has a bad proposal, and I'm siding with the SEC, who I loathe.
Right.
Like you saw, and I got kind of animated there because you kind of fell into the trap that they set. The SEC says we're playing Texas, Ohio State. See, we schedule tough. But Ohio State is also playing Texas and more big opponents.
No, what I did, I agree with you. I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying that they weren't playing, that most of the schools weren't playing any other Power Five.
Yeah, the reason it set me off is 2 separate issues here. And there's so many different issues in college football. But we have the playoff conversation in the auto bids where I am team SEC. Mm-hmm. But because the sport's so herky-jerky, I look at the scheduling and I'm team Big Ten. They play 9 conference opponents where the SEC only plays 8. And when Indiana's in the news because they will play 3 cupcakes for this foreseeable future, and everybody's outraged at Indiana because how dare you schedule Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, and Indiana State, that is the norm for the SEC. 12 SEC teams will have 3 gimmies this upcoming season. So what I'd love to do is take any outrage you have for Indiana football and Kirk Cignetti and direct it at the large base of teams that play in the Southeastern Conference. They all need to clean this up.
Yes, but because of their arrogance, the SEC, where they only play 8 conference games, where they do play 3 cupcakes and the one other game, that does, in my mind, that does not excuse Indiana for having all their non-conference games be cupcakes.
Yeah.
Now, in fairness, that they used to be the cupcake to all those teams anyway.
That's a good point. Texter says you guys are misinformed on the ReliaQuest Bowl. What a text to get, by the way, on July 18th. You guys are misinformed on the ReliaQuest Bowl. Bama had almost every single player play in the game. Milroe, Campbell, Ryan Williams. Meanwhile, Michigan had Loveland, Will Johnson, Grant, and Graham all opting out and still beat Bama.
That's true. I just don't usually...
I know you don't like to use the bowl game as
any barometer. It's like, remember the late but great Drew Sharp would go, the Big Ten was 3-5 in bowl. Who cares? The bowl games don't mean anything as much because of the playoffs now.
They don't, but I think if one team played with their starters and lost to the team that didn't, that's kind of a damning statement for the team Bama. And by the way, Bama's whole thing last year was built on the idea that they are Alabama. It wasn't based on actually, the scoreboard that we use to decide winners and losers.
Oh, I know.
Because they lost to a bad Oklahoma team. They lost 3 games.
Yes.
They didn't belong.
Right.
And then they furthered that argument with most of their starters in the bowl game.
Yeah.
TV, Stoney, you're right. TV money is ruining everything. The money in college football has started the downfall. Says they've doubled the number of bowl teams, or as he puts it, bowel games. Now we're well over 40.
Yeah, you said, date myself more than I always do, but when you were a kid, you looked forward to bowl games. You don't look forward to bowl games anymore, really, unless you're betting on them. Or you
even then, I can't bet them. I don't know who's playing in them.
I mean, the bowl games right now, especially if you're off that week or whatever, you're home, it was great background noise. Whether you paid attention to it or not, you always had it on. Yeah. Now people don't even put them on.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, there's a lot going on.
Lots going on. Lots of fun things going on. And good things going on. Like this story. A Jets pizza delivery driver in Warren saved the life of an elderly woman who had fallen inside of her home and couldn't get up. So listen to the story. Amir Ali was making a routine delivery late Wednesday night when he noticed something wasn't quite right? He went to go deliver the pizza, knocked on the door or rang the doorbell. No response. Nobody came, but there was a dog barking inside and the lights were on. And normally what you're supposed to do, I believe, is just kind of, they've got a procedure. You leave the food and after several attempts, whatever you do. But he decided to go a little beyond what he was told, and he called the number on the order. And when he called the number, a woman answered in Seattle. Turns out she was the woman's daughter. So he was delivering a pizza to a home in Warren,
odds?
right? And the woman said, "Hey, I actually am the one who ordered the pizza for my mother. And with this daughter's permission, the delivery driver looked through the window, and that's when he made a startling discovery that this older woman was on the floor, unable to move. So thankfully, he was there, called 911 immediately, and the daughter and the neighbors of this elderly woman are saying, hey, if this man wouldn't have taken those extra steps, who knows what might have happened? It sounds like the elderly woman was barely conscious. Wow. And thankfully, she was taken to the hospital, and it sounds like it's going to make a recovery, might need some rehab, but it's going to be okay. And it wasn't just this that he did. He didn't just look through the window and call 911. He returned back to the house because the dog was there, wanted to make sure this dog was going to be taken care of. Also noticed that this woman's belongings were forgotten at the house, weren't taken to the hospital. So he actually delivered this woman's belongings to the hospital as well. Kind of a real life hero. And afterward, Ali talked about going beyond his responsibilities to do the right thing.
It's a good thing he did.
And he went on to say that he hopes and he prays that if something like this were to happen to one of his loved ones, somebody else would be there the same way he was, right? That's what you want somebody to do.
I saw the story on the news, and he talked about how it's like humanity.
Yes.
It's just simple humanity.
You just do what you need to do, and you do the right thing to be there for somebody in need, and that's what he did. So great story. Apple has confirmed that they're opening a new store in downtown Detroit. So some big news, Apple Store. It was announced that it will be opening in 2025. Apparently there has been rumors for years that an Apple in downtown Detroit would pop up. But now it's expected to be located along Woodward Avenue, just north of the Shinola Hotel in a Bedrock-owned building. They also did announce, however, that they will be closing their store at Partridge Creek. There's an Apple store there that will be closing. So the fan who accidentally exposed an affair between a tech company CEO and his head of HR had a blunt message for the pair. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. So this young girl, Grace Springer, she's like a 28-year-old woman who was at the concert, said she didn't know what she was filming. She didn't know the couple at the time, but filmed this and thought it was a funny reaction to the kiss cam, right? We've all seen it now, so she decided to post it online, and of course, it went viral. She did admit that she feels bad for turning these people's lives, upside down, but then said,
they turned their lives upside down.
Exactly. It wasn't me. It was you. You're the ones who played stupid games. So now you've got stupid prizes. But she probably does feel bad for this man's wife.
Well, you were talking about that.
Because, she wasn't there. So it was this tech company's CEO, what's his name, Andy Byron, and the head of his HR department, who were caught on the camera, in this embrace, seeming to be enjoying the concert as a couple. Well, it turns out, no, he's married to a woman named Megan. She has since deleted her social media. And the woman, the head of HR, recently got divorced, finalized years ago, I think, in 2023. So she wasn't married. But, this poor man's wife.
Well, it's wrong on so many levels.
Oh
This poor woman, they're looking up photos and trying to get info on her.
Well, yes.
So this is her name everywhere for something she didn't do.
Because that's what I did. I'm like, well, who's Megan, right? So I Googled, and it's like, there's articles, all sorts of articles with photos of her and maybe one of her sons. I saw that they had two sons together, two children together, possibly. Man, I'd be mad about that. Not only would I be mad about the affair, but now my name and all of my information and my photos are everywhere. People are writing articles about me that they don't even know me. I'd be so mad.
And it's out in public now that you were married to someone who likes Coldplay. So, like, throw that on top of it, too. And it's just the shame she must be feeling. And what a dirtbag he is, because it's not like he cheated with anybody. He cheated with a coworker, too, a subordinate, because he's the top of the company. Wow.
Maybe they'll get work married.
Oh, God. With a work wedding.
She could bring in her old wedding dress.
Oh, man. Heather with the news. Coming up next, farting. That's your tease. A lot to do still on a Friday. Coming up on the show, a name we've linked to the Tigers, and he wants to be a Tiger. We'll give you that report from today. We have Lions injury news in bulk. Some of it's concerning. Some of it, who knows. And the price to sign Aiden Hutchinson went up. We're going to get to all of that plus the cookie jar. But Stoney, you want to have a little fun. It's a Friday.
Yes. And nothing says fun like farts. Yes.
Farts.
The British Open is going on right now. And yesterday, and by the way, if you care, Brian Harmon, who won a few years ago, is the leader by one shot at 7 under par.
I care deeply. Thank you.
Yesterday, Scotty Scheffler was on the course and is about to hit the shot. And, well, let's just listen to the good people from the BBC. A little wind from down under.
How strong is that crowd mic slash?
I know.
How loud was that fart?
Pretty good. Pretty good fart, wasn't it?
It was. So what do you want from people here?
I want to know, like, that's kind of, well, it's not that embarrassing. There's a guy farted. I mean, people fart, all right?
Everybody poops, right?
Yes, exactly.
Normal body
My
function.
question to you is, when have you farted? What's your most inappropriate fart? 248-539-9797. Now, I have a story.
You always do.
Yes, I was once I had a trainer, like a fitness trainer, who was a friend of mine. Her name was Lisa, not my sister. And
Heather, I think, already sees where this is going.
I sure
yes,
do.
and you know, I ended up basically farting in her face while she was instructing me to do something. And and she said, and I felt awful. I was laughing. She goes, "Happens all the time, though."
You're getting limber and
Yeah, you know, show me how to stretch or whatever, and it's like, yeah, so,
loosened up.
yeah, exactly,
Couldn't help it.
yeah. But there are people who have had, you know, you always hear the ones, I was at church or this and that or that.
Mm-hmm.
What is your inappropriate fart? 248-539-9797.
So the best I'm going to come up with for it, because I don't have a farting in a trainer's face story, Stoney. I'm sorry, I can't top that one. I told you a while back about those sugar-free gummies that my wife bought.
Right.
Heather, I don't think you were in.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
So this might have been like 4th of July or something.
Yeah.
Or Amazon. I don't know. Maybe it was Amazon Prime days. You were on vacation. She bought these sugar-free gummies. They're Jason Tatum's gummies. So the backstory is, of course, more hilarious.
Okay.
They're essentially fart gummies. I had them.
Fart gummies?
Well, because if you like sugar-free gummies,
Right.
Stoney's talked about this.
I
The active
explained
ingredient, like
it's
it
sorbitol.
goes, and you just can't. It's clockwork.
Sorbitol is baby laxative. Like I'm addicted to Pez. Not addicted, but I love.
You are?
I love Pez.
This is the first time I'm hearing this.
I love Pez.
You are right there with my daughter. She
Okay.
loves Pez too.
And I would not buy. I would buy the 6-pack, no dispenser. I don't
Yes,
need the dispenser.
exactly.
And I would just basically just take a 6-pack and be done in 2 minutes.
I had no
but
idea.
Once I went for sugar-free Pez,
Okay.
and I couldn't stop, like, you know, diarrheaing.
Going.
Because
so-
so much baby laxative.
Okay, so mine wasn't that bad,
Okay.
but these were good. Like
Wow.
they tasted
Farts.
good, which is the whole point. They're supposed to be healthy. If you like gummies, but you can get them sugar free,
Right.
the thought is
Yeah.
this is going to be a healthier option. They came like individual bags, so you could portion
Right.
them. I had one, then I had another. I had 2 of them, and we went to a play. We went to the Fisher Theater to watch a play,
Oh.
and the whole drive down, rapid fire, can't
Whoa.
stop. What do you think happened when we got down and sat in the theater?
Same thing.
The whole time. Now, this is a serious play. This was about like, there's like a trial of like a Jewish man who was like accused of murdering someone, and I'm just sitting there lighting off fireworks.
Oh.
So that would
boy.
probably be my worst situation, Stoney.
Did people look around you?
We
or-
were fortunately not seated like where we were is like upper balcony and then
Okay.
off to a side, and we were near the front, so there was no one even in the seats right behind us. But the whole time I'm thinking, I can't help it at this point.
Yeah.
These stupid Jason Tatum gummies.
I'm
Heather?
learning something new every day.
Yeah.
I'm now Googling sugar-free gummies, and I've learned your obsession with Pez. I don't have a farting story.
Yeah, yes, you do.
I have that story. That's my story.
Okay. You said people would come up to you at Tiger games and
Yes.
say, you're the I farted girl.
Exactly. That's exactly what they would say. So you're that I farted girl. And I said, unfortunately, it's me. Yes, that is me.
So we'll take as many as we can get, then we'll get into all the other sports stuff. But this is just something light, fun on a Friday. 248-539-9797.
I mean, everybody has whoopee cushion stories, but they don't. That's not the same. It's the real fart. I mean, people used to be, and they still are, grossed out by farts. To me, farts are just funny.
Well, the sounds of farts are funny.
Yes.
The smell they give off is not so
Right.
funny. That's the problem.
But you know what's interesting? The myth, the cliche, silent is deadly, is true for farts. The louder the fart, the less smelly they are.
Is this scientific?
I haven't
Have you
done
your
research.
research on
Yes,
this?
I've done my research.
I picture him in a lab coat studying this
Yes.
over his life.
AI.
Yeah,
We'll
can
go
you
to
vouch
AI.
for it?
Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And it's look, they're embarrassing. There are times when, most of the time with me, I don't see them as coming. It's like I should. But if I know I got to let one go, I'll find and I'm here. There's
Find
like
a corner.
an empty studio.
It's empty studio.
Just take a. Oh,
Oh yeah, well it's better than
I
you know
suppose
farting
here.
somebody-
Yeah, don't do it here.
Yeah.
Oh boy, got some of these stories. I thought I was farting on my way into work once. Sadly,
Oh, no.
Oh
you know where that went.
No.
yes.
Texture says I was working in a restaurant in the dining room, letting it rip. We call it crop dusting.
Yes.
Well, of course.
That's normal.
Doesn't
Mike in
everybody?
Madison
Yes.
Heights.
Yeah.
Standing at the deli counter at Kroger, tried to be quiet, wasn't quiet. My girlfriend didn't know whether to laugh or kill me. Brian in St. Clair Shores. Stoney saying BBC is a strong contender for the Stoney and Wojo Invitational next year.
Oh come on.
That's tame compared to some of the other stuff.
British Broadcasting.
Of course.
What else would it be?
Yeah, what else would you think it is? Sickos. I read this article on the Kiss Cam, and this isn't even about the farts. You just wanted to bring this one in.
Okay.
I read this article on the Kiss Cam that the couple, it started out innocently until the boss found out she had a dream about the two of them making out at a party. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Tom, you have a story you want to contribute to the
You
shame?
didn't read the other drop about the other.
Was there another one?
The Stony drop?
I did the BBC. Was there
okay,
another one?
all right. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got Stoney's BBC on the show. What else do you want to do?
I don't really have one, but I had somebody blame one on me once.
A fart?
We were at the counter getting ready to,
Right.
play golf and check out with the ranger or whatever.
Yeah.
And he lets one rip and turns right around and says, "Tom."
Smart move.
Yeah, and it stunk horribly.
That's something my wife would do.
Really?
Not in public, but
She'd blame you.
yeah. Well,
Just in
blame
general.
for everything.
Yeah.
You know, that's just the way it
Default.
is. Yeah. Now, do you ever? Never mind.
What, Stoney? What?
Like bed farts because women don't fart a lot.
Okay.
At least publicly, or even
what are you trying to say?
even if
That women aren't gross?
no, they're not. They're not
No,
gross. But
I know, but you guys are. Just farting all over.
Their genetics, it's a fact, Stoney.
it smells. They smell worse than guy farts.
Why, because we eat more vegetables, maybe?
Maybe.
It could be.
Yes.
That could be it. Maybe.
Is that the observation you wanted to make?
That's my observation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dan, next up. Tom, before I get this call,
I
what
was
do you
just
got?
saying, the under the sheet or blankets, those things can age well.
Yeah.
Or poorly. Dan, what's up? You're on 97.1.
How are you guys doing this morning?
What's
We're
up?
great.
So yeah, I was on the way into the palace with my dad, and I farted, and it wasn't a fart.
Oh.
So you're going to a Pistons game or a concert? What?
Oh, it was a Pistons game. I actually had to pull my drawers off, throw them in the trash, and then finish up my dad. He did nothing but laugh the rest of the night. So it was a memory that I'll never forget.
You talk about a malice at the palace.
It was a malice at the palace, like Johnny Hotballs.
Oh.
Didn't John say he packs like backup?
Yeah, I think that's for sweat, though, not for farts that aren't farts. I
Right,
think
but
it's
he'd be
more-
prepared in that
He
situation.
would be. He would have backup.
Oh yeah. Well, he's always prepared.
Of course he is.
Absolutely.
Will in Fenton, why does this say urinal?
Yeah, so I was going to my friend's bachelor party, so I got picked up. I lived in Grand Rapids at the time, and inside they put a keg, so we're drinking on the way up, like we're having fun. I mean, there's 6 or 7 guys in this like old style conversion van. So we stopped at a rest area, and we're all in there peeing, and like my friend thought it was funny to pee on my shoe, and when he did it, I laughed because he was actually paying me back, but I laughed so hard. Or expected.
Hold on. Your phone went out for a second.
You laughed so hard that.
Go back to peeing on your shoe. Go ahead.
I laughed so hard, then I farted, but more came out than expected, and it was completely solid, and I had to just dump my shorts at the rest area. My friends almost laughed. They were puking so hard. I've never been more embarrassed in my life. It wasn't just me. It was like me and 4 other guys in this rest area bathroom. And I just completely let one loose and had an extra surprise in my underwear that I just ditched. I just go to the car, grab my bag, get my clothes. These underwear are staying here. They're not coming with me.
Well, at least you had an extra pair with you. That was
we were going
was
for
good.
A bachelor party. I mean, I blamed it on fast food and keg beer. That's what I blame it on.
Yeah.
I guess.
All you can do at that point, Will.
Thanks, Will.
Thanks, Will. You happy, Stoney?
I didn't think we were going to go there. Believe it or not.
No.
I thought I was.
It's at a funeral and I farted, or I was about to say I do and I farted.
In school, I went up to the chalkboard and I farted. I was a teacher. That's what I thought we were going to get. I didn't think we were going to get the art with a SH instead of an F.
Yeah.
Okay? I didn't expect that.
Well, you opened Pandora's box. Tom's brought in some ticket text. This one says, Stoney saying farts are funny at 65 tells you all you need to know about Stoney. He's in. He's hijacked the show. We're doing this for a little bit anyway, and then we'll get into Tiger talk. There is a trade target who has openly said he wants to be here. I'm excited to get that in the mix. Less fart talk, more baseball talk, but you guys, you can weigh in. We'll also get to the Lion stuff in the 9 o'clock hour with some injuries and the Hutch price that just keeps going up. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather. Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation to active military members and veterans, like rolling out the red carpet, providing a personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. Well, at Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military discounts. That's why they're giving military and veteran families mobile plans with the military discount, starting at just $25 per line per month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee excluding taxes and fees. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store to learn more. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. $30 per line per month for 4 lines, less $20 account discount. Autopay plus paper-free billing required. For unlimited welcome plan in times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
Yeah, you heard that correctly. That's from the British Open coverage. Stonian, so of course this found its way on the show sheet, and I just know how this is going to go. We're going to get more phone calls on this than the Tiger trade deadline topic. That's just how this is.
It's okay.
But that's what people want to talk about, apparently. We do have that Tiger story we'll get to.
Yes.
Player who says it would mean a lot to me to be a Tiger, and it's a player that we have linked to this baseball team. We'll get to it. Want to start with some more of these phone calls?
Sure.
Let's get to Dave in Oxford. Dave, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I got a fart story.
Of course you do.
So I'm a painter, and I was working for this couple. I'm not familiar with them yet, and loading some doors into my van. The dog comes up to me in the living room. They're sitting in there, and I called the dog by their last name. Their last name is Kirby. I called the dog's name is Scooter. I said, "Oh, hi, Kirby. How are you? You know?" And they go, no, that's Scooter. I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, you know." And I turned around to pick up a door to take to my van, and he just ripped one. Total silence, walk of shame. I couldn't do anything about it. I was so embarrassed. Like, already misstep by calling the dog their last name, and then just ripped one in front of these people. So
You couldn't blame it on the dog.
no, I couldn't blame it on the dog.
You got to give them a discount, don't you?
No, it worked out. They
Okay.
all was forgiven, but it was kind of embarrassing.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Ticket Texture says, Stoney crop dusted me at a Pistons game, John and Warren.
That's possible.
That'd be a great T-shirt,
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
ShopTheTicket.com. Stoney strikes me as someone who wears adult diapers.
Not yet.
Okay. He'd let us know if he did.
I'm
I
sure
have
he
no
would.
doubt about
Yes.
that. What do we got? Chris in Midland, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. When I tuned in the station this morning about 20 minutes ago, I almost fell out of my chair with this topic because the girl I've been dating for about a year now, we were sleeping together last night, and about 2 o'clock I woke up to two sonic booms. And I kind of woke up, and I'm like, whoa, did the V-2 bombers just come across or
Oh,
what?
no.
Wow.
And she pretended she was asleep because this morning we woke up. She admitted that she heard, that she had farted, and she said, "I said we've been together a year and a half. What's going on?" She said, "Well, I've been holding it."
If that was wait, hold on, Chris. Was that the first time she ever farted in front of you or around you, next to you?
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
A year and a half.
So I'll tell
She
you,
loves
this-
you.
No, she didn't have a choice. She did it involuntarily.
I know.
Exactly. So, and this is a true story. So before I left about 20 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, I went to Amazon and I ordered her some probiotics.
He's committed to it.
They'll be here tomorrow.
Good gut health. It's important.
Exactly.
But I couldn't believe when I turned you guys on this morning and this topic was on. It was like so fresh.
Well,
not-
probably more ways than one.
Yes,
Signs of being comfortable with your partner
Yes.
is when you let one go.
absolutely.
Should ask them when the wedding is. I mean, they've reached a new level.
That's right. Hey, it's like she probably called her parents. Hey, Mom, Dad, I farted in front of Chris. No, maybe he'll marry me.
There you go.
By the way, the diaper comment. I thought about
Of
it.
course he has another thought on it.
I thought about it a few months ago when
did you?
Yes. Let me explain. I'm getting a lot of dirty looks. I was the officiant at my nephew's wedding.
No.
And I was just worried. And I'd never been more nervous in my life for anything I've ever done. I've done a lot of speaking engagements, and I was sweating before. I took Imodium before just to make sure that if nothing ever happened.
You're telling me that if you would have worn an adult diaper, you would have just
No, I
let it
wouldn't.
all out as
No,
you were reading
no,
the vows.
I wouldn't have, but just in case it happened, I wanted to be prepared.
Wow.
How long is the ceremony?
15 minutes.
You just didn't want it to be that 15 minutes.
Yes. I mean, it is the most important thing in their life, and I'm worried I have to go to the bathroom. I was freaking out. So
Not to get too personal, but you couldn't hold it for 15 minutes?
I'm not
okay.
very good at holding.
Okay.
I've seen him run out of the studio.
Yes.
Oh, I've seen a little scoot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I should have had a diaper when I did the play-by-play on the Pistons the twice with Mahorn. I can't. You never heard this story?
Stoney, I don't know what you're talking about. Please enlighten me. I don't know if I want to be enlightened, but now I need to know.
I went on a Pistons road trip because Mark Champion was ill and Matt Derry couldn't do the game, so I volunteered third string, and they said, yeah. So I did 2 play-by-play games in Miami and Charlotte on a back-to-back. The game in Miami, I had to go to the bathroom, and I thought I could get back in time if there was a timeout, and Mahorn had to start doing play-by-play, and he never lets me hear the end of it. And I was, before the day, I was like walking around in Miami trying to figure out, well, what's the worst thing that can happen? I was confident that I'd be decent on the air.
Yeah.
I said, I could, if I had to go to the bathroom, that's what I was worried about. And I thought for a second, maybe I should, I'm not going to do that. And Mahorn said, hey, you should have worn diapers.
Does he say that from experience? Does he know other broadcasters who do?
I don't know.
Or?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm not to pry into Champions business.
No.
Anyway, I had never heard that story before. Yeah. How did you do as the officiant, by the way?
I was good. I had a few laughs in there. Yeah.
Oh, doing stand-up routine.
Just, little things.
Okay. I think Stoney would be a good officiant.
I'm sure it went really well.
Yeah.
Come on, give us some of the material.
Whatever. I told a story. Not really a story. I said, just to introduce myself, I'm Michael Stone. I'm Eric's favorite. Only uncle. Because I am his only uncle.
Yeah, we get some cheap laughs.
Yes. Let's see. What did I do? I told some advice for his wife, Nicole. I said, because he went to Penn State and all his friends were Penn State. I said, just don't get freaked out when this happens, and when Penn State loses to Michigan every year. So I got some laughs at that.
Okay. What was your marriage advice?
Oh, listen, just the basic stuff. Don't go to bed. You can
don't go to bed angry.
You can go to bed angry, but just don't wake up angry. There was a whole deal.
Don't sleep with your sister.
That was my sister's son. I know. Yes.
I met him.
Yeah.
That was really weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're the guy that's played this drop all these years, aren't you? Yes.
I'm going to bite my tongue.
You only got one more hour, Jim.
No, I was going to say something else. We're going to move on. We're going to get to the Tigers target that wants to be here. Some quotes from the Free Press right after the update. It's 97.1. Nine o'clock hour on a Friday. Stoney is in today. He'll be in all next week. We're getting our full fix of Stoney. If you missed a conversation on farting, Odyssey Rewind.
Yes.
I would like to get into some baseball today because I feel like this dropped into our lap.
Oh, yes.
And I wish Evan Petzold would have dropped this story 2-3 days ago in the middle of All-Star Week. But Evan Petzold of the Free Press has some quotes from Eugenio Suarez. He wants to be a Tiger. We've linked him to Detroit. Premium power bat from the right side. Here's what he had to say. To finish where everything started, it would be cool. It would mean a lot to me. They got, for me, the best pitcher in the league right now, Tarik Skubal. They got a bunch of good players, and I think they really have a chance to win it all this year. He says, who knows? You never know. Baseball is baseball. I might be finishing where everything started. It doesn't sound crazy. We'll see. And he said all 30 teams will be on the list, but he has a connection to Detroit.
Yes,
He'd like to be in Detroit. And Stoney, we'd like him to be in Detroit, right?
I'd love for him to be in Detroit. All the rumors are that he won't be in Detroit. Yankees, Brewers, and even Seattle, another team that he spent some time with.
So the power for Suarez, just to quantify it for people. I mean, they see the home runs, but isolated power is your slugging minus your batting average. His isolated power, 4th in all of big league ball, behind only, and stop me if you've heard of these guys before, Judge, Raleigh, Ohtani.
Oh.
The only guys with more isolated power than Eugenio Suarez.
So he has more isolated power than Bregman, huh?
Yeah, more than Bregman and Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson and all of our favorite Tigers, Zach McKinstry included. So I would love to see him here. The last 2 seasons, he's hit 300 against Dodger pitching with power. He wouldn't be traded to the Yankees. He'd be a Tiger. He wouldn't be facing us in the AL playoffs. He'd be helping us take down the Dodgers in the World Series. Sounds great. Make it happen, right?
That'd be wonderful. Not their biggest need, but
they can address more than one need.
I understand
Walk
that.
and chew gum at the same time. I believe in Scott Harris.
I know, and they have enough artillery to pull it off.
Yeah, because you can't say as well other teams are going to want him too. Well, congrats. Outbid those teams. You have more and better prospects.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll see how gung-ho Scott Harris wants to be at this trade deadline because he has the ammunition to get the deal done.
Right. I mean, where's Arizona in the wild card? They're like, 4.5, something like that?
It came out. They're expected to be sellers.
Yes, but, who knows, the next 13 days, all of a sudden they get hot and they're a half game out. Would they still be selling, and does the price go up?
Well, but you got to ask yourself, and I think it was Joe Buck doing a hit in St. Louis. It's like, okay, yeah, you could keep your guys and get in, but if you're not winning a World Series and they're rentals, you trade them away, and Suarez is a rental. He's a guy who should be dealt even if they win 2 or 3 games out of the All-Star break here.
They should.
They should deal him, and I've seen people link him to the Yankees, which would be a head-to-head competitor in the playoffs. You've seen
the Brewers,
which you'd only see in the World Series.
Mariners
you could see in the playoffs.
Yes, we've seen enough of their bats.
Look, one swing, you can flip a series.
Yes.
Do you want that swing to be on your side or the other side?
You want it on your side.
All right, we'll see what Scott's got in him.
I know.
But these are cool quotes to see, right?
Yes, it's nice. And by the way, usually when you see a headline in the free press, especially, you can always guess who's writing the article, the column. So when you see this headline, it's time for the Detroit Tigers to act like big boys at the trade deadline.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Monterey.
Of course.
Yeah.
And I would want everybody to read this because sometimes we poke fun at Carlos. He's a great guy.
Oh, yeah. I've made fun of him, too.
Yeah, but he goes through the whole that this isn't Moneyball. He compares the Tigers to what they spend per wins thus far as opposed to the Dodgers. And the difference is $3 million basically per win.
I get it. They have like 3 times the payroll.
Yes, and I want you to, this quote is, "This, my friends, is Moneyball at its finest, and probably a reason why Scott Harris won't be hanging around Detroit forever. Much like the Oakland A's, the franchise Michael Lewis based his book turned Brad Pitt movie on, the Tigers are built around a couple of stars, but mostly a cast of role players and unknown up-and-comers. And how many titles did the A's win using the Moneyball ethos?
0.
I'll wait as you count to 0. Because regular season baseball and postseason baseball are 2 different sports."
He's right.
Yeah, and he's right.
He's right. I know we get on, it's Carlos writing the troll
Right,
column.
I know.
But
this
he's
is
making
right.
sense. And I haven't heard someone put it this way. We talk about a Skubal window. I have not heard someone talk about a Harris window. That's the first I've heard someone say, hey, while you have him, try to win with him.
Yeah, you know what? That hasn't been brought up before because I was always under the impression he likes
doing it this way.
So it's not that he would leave because they less money.
Right, but so the extreme would be, so you're Andrew Friedman, right? You're running Tampa. You're doing it on the margins, and you're doing it with role players and the data and the numbers, and then someone says, I'll let you do that with the $300 million payroll in L.A. with the Dodgers. I think he's very happy he's in L.A. Yeah. I hadn't thought about that if Scott Harris does such a bang-up job doing this on role players and platoons and giving AJ the perfect bullpen compliments and all the little pieces, Does someone say, "We'll let you do it with a $300 million payroll"?
Yep.
Like, to me, we're going to lose a GM because we're not big enough.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's correct. That part's correct.
Like that's humbling if that happens down the road.
Yeah, that would be humbling.
I mean, we've said all along there's elements of Moneyball to this. This is why they're winning ahead of schedule.
Correct.
Because of their approach to building a lineup every day and their approach at the plate and doing that all throughout the organization. I believe their plan is to try to do a mix of both. That they will spend and complement money to ball, but they won't spend like the super huge markets.
Right.
But I think they would entertain a top 10 payroll.
Yeah, look, in the
once
article,
it gets to the right guys.
In the column that Carlos wrote, he quotes Scott Harris from being on the show, where he said he told XYT FM that the Tigers are going to do everything we can to try to win the World Series this year. But he also said the strength of the foreign system has the future looking promising. And that, quote, it doesn't feel like a moment in time where, hey, we've got to maximize our chances of winning the World Series in this specific year.
Yeah, he talked about the best way to win the World Series is to be in the hunt multiple seasons.
Right.
And they were multiple years with the Cubs, only won at one time.
Correct.
So that's part of where his background comes from.
Yes, but we here as a fan base know what that's like as well, even when they spend a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah, we watched this team go runner-up in 2012,
Right.
not even make the World Series in 2013, eliminated in the first round in 2014, and then never got back into the mix.
Right, and there was always the debate, would you rather be what the Tigers did or the Kansas City Royals, which won a World Series once and didn't do anything, and give me the Royals,
Yeah,
give me the ring.
rocket ship to the moon, win
Yes.
your one title, and deal with everything else later.
Yes.
Because the idea that you're going to build a dynasty, that you're going to get 2 and 3 and 4, probably only get 1.
Yeah.
And your best chance, you don't know when it's going to be. Like Dan Campbell has talked about it. It may have been the first year that you break through, right? It might be this year where the Tigers have been in first place the majority of the season. It might be right now while Tarik Skubal's pitching better than he did a year ago, while Tarik Skubal's still wearing the Old English D. This may be your best chance. Doesn't mean you won't have other chances.
No.
But if this is your best chance,
go for it now.
So Suarez, what would it take? Spitball. Play along. You're not going to give up Clark or McGonigal.
No.
You're not going to give up Bryce Rainier. It's kind of a weird trade with an injured player.
I think you have to give up Lorenza.
Top 100 guy. You got some catcher depth. I'm just letting it go. Lorenzo. Right? I know what you meant.
Come on, it's 2 a time, Greg.
I know.
He's the number 5 prospect in the system. He's a top 100 guy. He's not even the top catcher in the system, and they just took a high school catcher. For the right player, I'd be willing to trade him if I was Scott Harris. But you don't know. Maybe he fell in love with this guy. They got him from the Dodgers system. And if he doesn't want to move him, is it the difference between adding an impact bat or an impact arm? I don't know.
If I'm choosing especially for let's say a rental, give me the impact arm.
Okay.
The bullpen is more of a problem. Right?
I mean, my point is I hate even being made to pick because they need to do both.
They need both, absolutely. But, that's not an option. Give me the bullpen.
Yeah, you have to do bullpen first, but you have to do both.
Yes.
And a bullpen piece should come cheaper.
Right. Unless Bednar might not.
He's got years of control.
Right.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. The headline, Suarez says, it'd mean a lot to me. Talking about playing for the Tigers. What a fairy tale story. He could come back here. He made his debut here, Stoney.
Oh, you're such a fan. No, it wasn't.
Who'd they trade him for again?
The big pasta.
Alfredo Simon.
Yeah.
All right, guys, do you want Suarez to see the top of your list? Is this the move to make for Scott Harris? We are going to get some Lions talking coming up next because the price for Aiden Hutchinson keeps going up. Do you believe my theory? And Stoney, these injuries. If there's a fan base that doesn't want to hear about injuries, it's Lions fans.
That's true.
We'll get to that next. 97.1.
All right, you guys, if you've been dreaming about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. Beninati Pool and Spa hooked me and my family up with the perfect hot tub, and I'm telling you, they made the experience easy and actually enjoyable. They helped me find the perfect hot tub for me and my family, which is a total game changer. Plus, they delivered it, they installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well, and they can do the same thing for you. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica. It's right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have this brand new showroom in Clinton Township right off M59 and I-94. So you can pick which location you want to go to, but no matter what, you're going to be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And this is cool. If you mention my name, they'll actually take $500 off your purchase just like that. So go on, check them out, beninatipools.com, or you can stop by the Utica or Clinton Township location and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Evan Petzold in the Free Press has the quotes from Eugenio Suarez saying it'd mean a lot to me to be a Tiger. We've talked about him. Third base, right-handed bat, power. Only Judge, Ohtani, and Raleigh have better isolated power. One swing of the bat in the postseason? Sign me up.
What did he say again? Give me that
Quote, it would mean a lot to me.
It'd be like, you know what? It'd mean a lot to us, too.
Aw.
It would. Mean a lot to us to have him here.
To get him back?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
There's no doubt
Felt
about
like an
it.
emotional moment right there.
No, you know.
Okay. Ticket Texter says, I'd rather have Colt Keith at third.
Really?
I don't understand people, man.
Keith's starting to play a little better,
He is.
obviously.
I think he's a good ball
I
player.
think his future is really legitimate.
Sure.
But for 1 year, as a rental, give me Suarez.
I don't get it from people, man. Like, I like McKinstry. I made the case he deserved to be in the All-Star game. He could play all these positions. Colt Keith can play all these positions. Suarez is a better stick than both of them.
Right.
And I know our guys are our guys. Our guys aren't always the best guys.
No.
Let's get to Bob. What's up? You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I got just a couple things. I worry about the Suarez, the batting average, but I know batting average isn't a big thing. And you keep mentioning that he smashes the Dodgers. You got to get to the Dodgers. But, okay, let's get back to that Minnesota deal. If you're going to make a deal, make it a blockbuster. If Minnesota's going to try to rebuild, see if you can pry Buxton away from them and just throw in as many guys as they want. I mean, I don't know who you'd have to give to get him, probably a couple top prospects, but then you'd solve your right-handed bat problem. You'd have your two relievers, and you'd still have a third base problem, but you got three guys that can play it. You've got Baez,
Right.
you got McKinstry, and you've got, Keith that can play it.
Yep.
And that solves everything. I don't know what Minnesota would want, but
What's Buxton's contract right now? How many years do they have left on it?
Yeah, I really don't know. The only issue with him is injury.
Yes.
And hey, Stoney,
Yeah.
I got one other thing about the Kansas City World Series run.
Yeah.
They made two World Series in a row.
That's true.
And that 1 year, that 2015 when they won, they did have 95 wins. So were they really the underdogs against the Mets? I'm not really sure.
No, I'm not saying that they were underdogs, but that team.
Just in general, Kansas City is kind of an underdog market, you know, the team, payroll, all that stuff. And they did it, by the way, with a badass bullpen.
Right. And they won some the way they won those games, like the wild card game, whatever, was nuts. Last at bat and things like that.
I mean, if you're getting Buxton, you're going to have to give up, like, Clark.
Yeah.
He's going to be in the deal, and you're going to have to give up multiple of your top 100 prospects.
Yeah, they jumped on him with a contract. So he signed through 2029 at $15 million a year.
Oh,
because they gave him one of the
the Colt Keith.
Yeah.
But for all that reason, they're not going to want to trade him away.
No.
Even if they do a 2-year reboot, he's still there at the other side of things.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and they got him. They got an all-star dirt cheap.
Right.
And through 2029, I mean, you're talking huge. And then to give up that talent in the division.
Yeah.
Like, I think teams are willing to trade in the division in baseball probably more than any other sport. But, probably hockey too.
But especially with rentals.
Yeah. With rentals, not stars that come get you.
Look, if hypothetically, if they'd be willing to do, one or two relievers and him, I would trade Max Clark.
Yeah.
So some ticket texters are calling us out about calling this Moneyball.
Oh, who called it Moneyball?
Carlos did.
I've referred to it as that. Sometimes technicality, it's like a Moneyball light. Because the one guy said a Moneyball team would never offer Bregman that contract.
Right.
The thing is, the Bregman contract had a team option.
It did, and it was deferred money and whatever.
The thought was the Tigers would likely opt out of that.
The Tigers have a lot of short-term commitments,
right?
And they do a lot of platooning and matchups, which is what you're trying to do when you don't have anchored stars, right?
And by the way, that Moneyball team, they had some pretty damn good pitchers. I don't know how.
Zito?
Mulder was on that team as well.
Yeah.
Didn't they have one of the good Giambi?
Remember that David Justice?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that'd be almost like a Suarez edition.
You're right.
Look, you brought up stars. Aiden Hutchinson. Little segue here, couple minutes on it. TJ Watt got the big deal yesterday. He's the latest, greatest pass rusher to reset the market, highest paid non-quarterback in football. Couple questions. First question. Would you give Aiden that contract right now, even coming off the injury?
Yes.
I would as well. I'd have no hesitation. I wish it was already done. I don't think this is a Brad Holmes issue. Maybe some people are mad at Brad Holmes because this has dragged out and they haven't gotten it done. Holmes' track record suggests they want to get it done early. The St. Brown deal looks beautiful.
This is not like what's going on in Dallas or has gone on in Dallas.
With Parsons.
Right. With Parsons now, they screwed up on, they're paying Dak more than they should. They screwed up with CeeDee Lamb. Okay.
I think this is an Aiden thing.
Yes, so
and
do I.
now, if he comes out and says Brad doesn't call me, I've never heard from him, then I'll change my mind.
He won't talk about it at all.
I think it's Aiden saying, I want to let everybody else get paid first, and then I will take more. I will wait. I'm not interested in signing right now with the Lions. That doesn't mean he's not interested in being a Lion long term. My read, having no inside info, is he does not want to negotiate right now.
He wants to be Max Scherzer and, bet on himself.
Well, first of all, he's not going to hit true free agency for at least 2 years plus the franchise
I understand
tag.
that, but if he comes back and has a great year again, then the price is going to just keep going up and up and up every year.
Because if he had done the deal 3 months ago, he would get less.
Yes.
Now that Myles Garrett has been paid, now that TJ Watt has been paid, once Micah Parsons gets paid, once Trey Hendrickson gets paid, then he'll say, I'll take $1 more, please. Thank you very much.
No.
That's my theory as to why the Hutch deal isn't done. Not that Holmes is uncomfortable paying it or that they have any lingering concerns about the injury. It's that he wants to get the most money and he will not sign right now. The other Lions news was these injuries, Stoney. Like we have PTSD. How big a deal are these?
I think the Decker, I don't think that's a big deal. I think he had some, minor off-season surgery, whatever. That happens all the time.
Opens up a spot. They have extra preseason games.
The one that bothers me the most, and I know people are kind of crazy about me being worked up about it, and that's Ozarike. And the reason is because of the lack of depth at that position, because McNeil won't be back till Thanksgiving. Would that be a stretch?
No, I think that's what everybody's targeting.
Okay, Wingo is out as well. DJ Reader is not 100. He's never 100%, and his career is starting to decline just a little bit. So Ozarike was, he had 47 pressures last year, which was a team best.
Mostly because he played all the games and nobody else did.
Well, okay, so he was healthy last year, and I thought he played pretty well. He wasn't. I'm not saying this is a guy going to the Pro Bowl they're losing, but they're losing depth at a position where they lack depth.
Yeah.
He was the second string to begin with. He was going to start the season, you thought, because McNeil is hurt. Wingo, who's behind him, he's out right now. So right now, your D tackle is going to be Reader and Williams at the starters, and Williams is a rookie. And then you got Ray Lopez, who you signed from the Cardinals. That's not good enough.
When you said this, how did you phrase it? This was going to be a big deal, or this is concerning. However you phrased it, I thought I was doing a show with Brad Holmes because he loves Levi Onwuzurike.
Well, they love injured players.
Well, here's the downside to having all injured players. You don't have enough bodies.
Right. And I'm not sitting here saying that Ozarike is a great player or anything like that.
Yeah.
I think with the way the team is right now, health-wise,
I got you.
It's important. And to have him out there, not with missing 4 games minimum, that's not good.
He's the only guy who's listed that is confirmed will miss regular season games. He's on the reserve pup list. It's a minimum of 4 games Levi's going to miss. Everybody else you heard about, they could be back tomorrow off the pup.
Right.
And right now they have extra preseason games, may need a couple extra spots. Decker's not going to play the Hall of Fame game anyway.
Right.
I'm going to reserve panic on that one.
Yeah, I'm not panicking on Decker.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Chris Martin immediately expressed some remorse after exposing that alleged affair between the head of that tech firm and the firm's head of HR.
Why? Why be remorseful?
Well, because he didn't know exactly what was happening, right? They had the kiss cam going on at the concert. He was having some fun, and instantly he said, "Oh, hey, look at this. Oh, look at their reaction. Oh, maybe they're having an affair, or maybe they're just very shy." And then that reaction kept going on, that really awkward reaction where the man ducked down, the woman wouldn't turn her face to the camera, and then he said, "Oh boy, I really hope we didn't do something bad." Like then he actually did realize, like, oh wait, maybe this really was an affair, and now I hope we didn't just expose them.
No, but if it is an affair, it's good that you exposed it because this poor woman was getting cheated on, and now she at least has the information.
Yes, but maybe he just feels bad. He feels bad the way it happened maybe he was saying like, oh gosh, this is not the way it should go down for the poor wife of this man who is caressing another woman, right? Now, the girl who posted the video, she doesn't feel any remorse at all. Basically, she said, hey, you play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes. Joke's on you, buddy.
That's a great line.
Yeah.
It is.
This relationship's gone from paradise to trouble faster than the speed of sound.
This Coldplay
You've
fanatic
been trying
over
to fix
here.
it though, so
Fix
it'll be
you.
all right. I'll fix you. Fun, whatever. I don't know Coldplay very well.
I got a
Fix
list
you,
over
fix
here.
it.
I'm sure you do.
Shoot. I really want to hear the sound. There's a TikTok video of an alleged stalker that attended a wedding of, I'm guessing, her love interest, and it's now going viral. She toasted the bride and groom and then kind of went on this unhinged wedding speech. Let's take a listen. Oh, that's totally fake.
It's definitely fake.
Yes. We mentioned Krabby Patties.
Yeah, I had to hear it to know for sure, but for sure that was somebody either he knew, he hired. It's a joke. Totally fake. He's not a real stalker. Okay.
You were hoping it was going to be juicy.
I did. Well, I hadn't heard it. I saw this on the rundown. I was like, ooh, this could be a legitimate crazy person. That was just somebody acting it up. Anyway, you might have heard this. This is kind of cool. Let's see. Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh. He's got a cool nickname, right? Like
the Big Dumper.
The Big Dumper. Well, he's using that nickname to cash in. He's now signed this deal, become a partner with Honey Bucket, which is basically a porta potty company. Yeah, and the company says fans can expect appearances, exclusive content, and promotional campaigns featuring Cal in all centered around changing expectations of what people can expect from portable restrooms.
It's a natural fit.
It is. It seems to go pretty well. Finally, I saw the story and I thought this is perfect because Stoney's in today. Some side hustling mamas are cashing in as well. They're selling their breast milk online and making up to $1,000 a day. And it's not just going to little babies in need.
Oh.
It's going to bodybuilders who can't get enough of that liquid gold. Yes.
Is it good for like bodybuilding?
That's what bodybuilders believe it is. I don't know if there's any scientific proof that backs that up, but yes, bodybuilders think that it is phenomenal.
I thought you were
them.
going to say like perverts were like the big market for it.
Well, that's on there too. A woman who sells it on Facebook says that she does have to weed out which ones are serious and which ones are more perverted based on what they're looking for in their posts.
Do they come in flavors?
Well, Stoney.
No.
What if they want chocolate milk, Stoney?
You never heard that story?
I know.
Yes, you heard it. Okay. Anyway, though, these women are cashing in and they're paying for these lavish vacations. Or this one woman who's sharing her story, she says she's using the extra money to fund her dream wedding.
There you go.
$1,000 a day.
It adds up quick.
Wow.
Sure does.
It's Heather with the news. Hey, Cookie Jar's next, 97.1.
All right, guys, it's time to step up to the plate against hair loss. Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of turning back the time for thousands of guys across Southeast Michigan, helping them regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, during the month of July, you can get up to 30% off all hair transplants and medical hair rejuvenation packages. But here's the catch. It's limited to just 30 clients, so don't wait. Dr. B, he's a true pioneer, one of the first in the world to use your own hair to fortify new growth. This medical therapy once seemed like science fiction, right? But now it's a reality right here at Michigan Hair Restoration. So forget those old school hair procedures. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing linear scars. Just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that get better and better every year. And he guarantees all of them. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Don't wait till you're out of innings. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com to book now. Mention 97.1 and take advantage of these exclusive July offers before they're gone.
Hey, Jim, somebody kind of whet our appetite for Byron Buxton.
Yeah.
He has a no trade clause.
Okay.
And he said at the All-Star game, quote, "I've got a no trade clause. I'm a Minnesota Twin for the rest of my life. That's the best feeling in the world, knowing when I walk into the clubhouse every day, it's going to say Twins. I love Minnesota. That's home. I don't want to play anywhere else. The team, the people, the city, they made me who I am and made me a part of it here."
Okay, so that caller who wanted to make a big deal and add Buxton.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The Suarez thing is interesting to me because I think they need to add more than arms. They also could use a bat, specifically a right-handed bat who can play a little infield and leave the yard. And he said he didn't say I won't be traded.
No.
He said I go to any of the 30 teams, but specifically said it'd mean a lot to be in Detroit. Mm-hmm. So if you missed that, Evan Petzold, Free Press, had those quotes from Suarez.
Yes.
We'd certainly be interested in hearing him in Detroit.
By the way, we talked about Aiden.
Yeah.
I just want to throw this out. I put it in our prep so you know it's coming. I just wanted to, because Cincinnati's having major problems. Mm-hmm. Would you trade Aiden Hutchinson to the Cincinnati Bengals for Troy Hendrickson, Shamar Stewart, and a conditional number 2, which goes to a number 1 if Hutch is top 5 in sacks?
It's a lot.
Yeah.
So your thing is Hendrickson is just as productive as Hutch, has led the league in sacks the last 2 seasons. Mm-hmm. Stewart is a edge complement,
right?
And we're getting a first,
and you're getting him at a rookie deal.
Yeah, and we're getting a first too.
Yeah,
because I'm of the belief that Aiden Hutchinson is going to light the world on fire.
Now I don't know if Cincinnati would do it, but would you do it? It's never going to happen. Okay, just something that went through my crazy head yesterday.
I think Hutch is going to have a better year than Hendrickson. I'd rather have Hutch. I don't know about Stewart as a rookie, and I'm not worried about draft picks.
Okay.
Look, it's interesting.
Yeah.
A couple ticket texts on the cookie jar.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts on AI. It says, enjoy AI while you can. It says, eventually it will be in all the batteries for machines, signed The Matrix, Roy and Clarkston. Eventually we will all be batteries for the machines. It does feel like it's out of a sci-fi movie sometimes with this stuff.
I know. I mean, the fact that they have like AI, like you can date an AI, it goes crazy. It's just out of control.
What I don't like about it, and we hit it briefly, it takes away all creativity. Mm-hmm. If you're just going to rely and outsource all your creative ideas to whatever AI can spit out, it hurts creativity. It also hurts people who are trying to learn stuff, like in schools. If you just have the AI do the work for you, you're not doing any of the homework, the lessons, the papers, any of it. And then if it takes away jobs, I know there's some benefits. Like I know you guys mentioned medical and efficiency.
Yeah.
More negative than positive.
And I'm sure it helps like militarily and things like that. I'm sure there's some really good, but it's like social media to begin with. Social media for me, in some aspects are really good because you get some of your news, you get breaking news sometimes quicker. You can, get links to articles that you wouldn't find normally. But, and the good part when, family stuff on Facebook, whatever. But the amount of crap that you have to deal with, it's like, I understand why people just don't want anything to do with it. You don't know what's real for that either.
Well,
I mean,
that's
you have
the
people with burner
misinformation.
accounts and,
Yep.
you know.
There were some texts on the Hutch and the Lion stuff. It says, guys, what if Hutch isn't elite this year and walks away with only like 11 sacks? You can't pay him as a top pass rusher if he doesn't come close to 15 sacks at any point in his first 4 seasons.
Well, you're going to make 4 sacks the difference. As long as you're creating a lot of pressure on them and, you know.
Look, sacks are better than pressures, but people who discount pressures aren't paying attention to football.
Correct.
Aiden Hutchinson has led the league in pressures the last 2 years. You may have noticed he missed quite a bit of time, still led the league in pressures. It's remarkable.
Wow.
So, again, that's where you get the quarterback off his spot. You throw off the timing.
So he led the league in pressures last year?
No, 2-year total.
Oh, okay.
2-year total. He was that dominant the year before,
Right, okay.
coupled with such a hot start last season that over a 2-year span, no one pressured the quarterback more than Aiden Hutchinson.
And that's
Not worried
missing-
about it.
Missing 10 games, right?
Yeah, he missed a lot of time. I'm not worried about him.
My thing with Hutch, this is just the eye test. When I watch on TV and even in person, the couple games I've seen him play in person, I notice him a lot.
Yeah.
He's an active player, and he's influencing things that are going on that may not even count as a pressure.
Correct.
So this year, if whoever besides Davenport and Blank on the other side have big sack totals, that's a reflection of Hutch.
No doubt.
The whole Levi thing is odd. They had to know he was hurt when they signed him. There's a reason it's a 1-year deal, and they did add Roy Lopez as well for depth.
Yeah, I mentioned Lopez.
Yeah.
Why would you sign him, though, if you thought he was hurt?
Because he's the best thing since sliced bread.
I
I mean, if your decision maker feels that way, that's how you end up on the team.
I'm just getting a feeling the few times you've mentioned Lopez, Stoney, that you're going to be very quick to criticize him. I'm just getting that feeling of knowing you all these years.
Nah, I don't think so.
He might be better than Onwuzurike. That's what I'm thinking.
He might be. I mean, look, I know I'm going to come off today as this, like, you know, I'll go and buy Levi's and wear them.
Levi's in an Onwuzurike jersey.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's not. I don't think he's that good. I just think because of the depth problems they have, it's a big loss.
Is it because he has an L, a V, and an E in his name?
So you've mentioned this a couple times, the depth problems, and no one wants to speak ill of Brad Holmes, but like when you only bring in, when you bring in a lot of players with injury concerns and injury past, the depth problem is kind of a you problem at that point.
Yeah.
He's not hurt right now, but do you expect Marcus Davenport to play a lot of football this season?
I think
DJ Reader was hurt last year. They knew that going in.
Right.
Not a surprise he didn't play his best football. Like some of this is self-inflicted by the Lions.
Yeah, but Davenport, I just think is an anomaly, especially because the injury he had last year had nothing to do with anything he's ever had in the past.
But it's multiple years where he's failed to stay healthy and stay on the field.
I know.
So when you add those players, and I think Holmes looks at it like he can get a good discount on guys, but when you have too many of them, you don't have enough healthy bodies to get consistent play. Like there's questions on both sides of the line going into this season. And you win and lose at the line of scrimmage. We know that.
Yeah.
And one more on Tarik Skubal. I don't know. He must have come up when we were talking Tigers. Says, what am I missing? Why can't the Tigers keep Skubal? Are we going to act like they don't have the money? There's no excuse in my mind.
I believe the Skubal thing will come down to Skubal. I think they're going to give him a tremendous offer. Whether it'll be as good as the Dodgers or one of those higher market teams, I don't know. And I think Skubal's going to play the Max Scherzer card and do whatever it takes to go to free agency. That's what I think is going to happen. No knowledge, but, you know, previous Boris clients. There are others who haven't done that. But
it's leverage. We talked about it with Aiden. Aiden's not going to be a true free agent for years, but the leverage is wait and see what others get paid.
Yeah.
And it sounds like that's what Aiden's doing.
Yeah.
For Skubal, you'd at least want to see what New York and LA are going to offer. Certainly feels like it's headed that way.
yeah, I understand why he would want to do that.
And the optimism that you're winning a bidding war with the Dodgers that's just to answer the guy's ticket text.
Right.
Anyway, we got Gator in the studio on a Friday. Gator, what's up?
Oh, thank God it's Friday.
I know, right?
Thank God we have baseball games to watch this week.
Yeah, that'll be great too. Very much looking forward to seeing the Tigers back in action. Looking forward to daily reports from Lions training camp. We're getting back into it, boys.
I know.
And lady.
Thank you.
This is going to be.
And Costa's on his way to Banff.
Yeah, getting out of here for a
Are
little bit.
you going to Banff?
Yeah.
I'm excited for
jealous?
you. Well, I've never been. And years ago, we told the story several times on the air that when I was in high school, for the radio class I took, the Fundamentals of Radio Broadcasting class, we had to write a promo for a school trip to Banff. And so I did it in a monster truck voice. And it was great. It was, Ski Banff from March 31st to April 6th. And ski fans, hot doggers, let's go skiing. So it was this great
Pretty
thing.
good.
We loved it. And it was always like a joke about it. And then I never realized how beautiful Banff is.
Well, Lake Moraine, Lake Louise. It doesn't seem like a real place.
No, and then you Google pictures of it, and it looks like the most picturesque place ever. So I'm a little bit jealous, although I'm going to Vegas. So
well, there you go.
In the middle of July.
Couldn't be two opposite places.
Yeah,
As I say, for us, we're gonna get to pack like sweatshirts and hoodies.
Yeah,
Like, it's gonna be perfect.
No, I'll be
And he'll be in with
what I'm wearing
crowd
now.
of people,
Sweating
a sea
is
of
you know what.
gamblers.
When are you leaving?
Sunday. But the good news is that it's not nearly as hot this year as it is last year.
That's
Last year
good.
we went, it was 115.
Oh.
This year it's only 105 for the
there you
high.
go.
What is a dry heat?
It's a dry heat.
It makes a difference. It makes all the difference
It
in the world.
does.
I will take 115 in a dry heat over 90 and muggy any day of the week. So anyway, that's that. But Banff, I'm happy for you.
Yeah,
That sounds like fun.
What are you guys talking about today?
Well, I mean, we got there's a lot of sports today and a lot of non-sports today. It could be a fun show. Hopefully, it's going to be a fun show for everybody. But we're going to start off talking Lions. The news last night, they finally signed their second-round pick.
Good news.
And then there's some bad news with the Lions that we'll get to as well. Then there's potentially rough seas ahead with the Lions as well. We got that. Baseball coming back tonight. That should be fun as well. So we'll get into baseball talk at noon. And we're going to have to address this, the story that is just absolutely viral. And there's so many layers to it of just ridiculousness of what did this seriously happen? You know, the Coldplay concert.
Yeah, imagine finding out your husband likes Coldplay.
I know, right? How embarrassing. I mean, it's just horrific all around. And yet you're like, come on, man. Are you people that stupid? And of course, it takes two to tango.
Yep.
Both people are bad for their decisions they make.
Allegedly, only one of them is married, though.
Yeah, I suppose. Actually, I thought they both were.
No, it sounds like the woman got divorced about 2 years ago, finalized in 2023 or 2022, maybe. I don't know, a couple years ago.
So she's just a homewrecker.
Exactly. I mean, she knew he was
Just a
married,
yes.
right?
Well,
So
She works in HR. She
Yes,
knows everything.
exactly. That's the
Which is
craziest thing.
right. That's maybe the craziest thing of the whole story
How about
is that the woman involved happens to be the head of HR.
How about the coworker who's like, once she realizes they were on the screen, because she knows the whole backstory.
Yeah, well, I'm finding out more in the story. Yeah, that apparently the whole HR department was there.
Oh, I don't know. You might know more than me.
That's something later. The King was just telling me. We'll get into that because that story's crazy. We'll do that at 11:30. But we're gonna have a lot of fun today. I hope we have a lot of fun today when
You guys will.
people getting involved.
Gators next, 97.1.
Oh, man. The scrambling that goes on before the show starts is it's something. I know occasionally Doug and I will complain about it, but yeah, it is something. And now it takes another turn when my computer is not turned on and it's all the way across the console. I can't get to it right now, so I have to wait for another 10 minutes or so before I can do that. But that's okay, folks. That's okay. I'm not going to let it bring me down. It's a Friday. It's a fun-filled Friday. It's not a flatulent Friday, which was what the previous show was talking about. Although that is always funny. I agree with Stoney. That is always funny. But we're not going to get into those stories. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to start talking about the Lions. And I want to welcome everybody to the show. It's the Carson Anderson program. Gator with you today, along with Kang, our producer, who's about a half a mile away from me right now as we continue with the renovations here in the building. And, of course, you folks out there as the listeners, we'd love to have you in the ride-along program. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It's the same number to text. You can contact us both ways. We love it. Love to talk with you. And now we finally have, there's some news on the Lions. And some is really good news. Some is not really good news. And then there's some, this could be interesting news. We'll start with the really good news. I want to start on a positive note on this Friday. Beautiful day out there. Nice and breezy. It's cool, a little bit cooler in temperature. Had the windows open last night, Kang. I was really enjoying it. Had the fan on in the bedroom and, set the air at a higher temperature so it didn't even come on. Didn't need to. It was just a lovely evening last night, wasn't it?
You enjoyed that one last night, huh?
I did. I like when the weather is nice enough to have the windows open. It's not open, too hot. And look, during the day, it's fine. I don't mind the heat. At night, I'd like to be able to open up windows.
I hear you, man.
And you need temperature to get well below 70 in order to do that in my house.
Did you sit outside in the backyard? I know you said you had the windows open, or did you sit by a window looking at your backyard? 'Cause I know you got a very scenic backyard.
I do, and I did spend some time out there yesterday and enjoyed it. Up until, I didn't. We have an update on the bunnies.
That's what I was getting at as well.
Yeah.
Yes. We need to know. The people want to know. Where are the bunnies, man? How they doing? How those little cute little bastards doing?
The answer is I don't know. They've left the nest. They're
What?
gone. They're gone.
Did you tag them before they left?
I didn't tag them. I should have done that. I should have microchipped them. They're gone. They're all gone. All 4 bunnies left. And yesterday was the day that I noticed they left. I kind of gave them their space on Wednesday. It was, because it had rained all day, so I didn't even bother going out there on Wednesday in the backyard. Lois had to go outside. It was a business trip out front. And then when it stopped raining, I took her for a walk, but it was at night, so I wasn't going to go out in the backyard and defend the den, so to speak, while Lois is running around. So I gave them the Wednesday off. Yesterday, I didn't notice in the morning because I didn't let the dog out in the morning, out in the back. So I didn't, not until I came home. When I came home, I'm like, okay, now let's let the dog run around the backyard. Let me go ahead and defend the den. I'll get out there where the bunny nest was. And I'm looking underneath the table that I had set up to protect them, little coffee table, backyard patio coffee table, and I don't see anything. I'm like, I don't see any bunnies under there. I mean, there's the log, there's the sticks I have covering the hole, and then I kind of lifted up the table. I'm like, there's no bunnies there. And then Lois is coming over and she's going nuts. She's circling the table and sticking her snout underneath it, and then she's coming up with nothing. She's like, where'd they go? I'm like, I don't know where they went. I don't know where they went. Other than to say that they finally left the nest. It wasn't one that left the nest. It wasn't 2 that left the nest. It was all 4 of them are gone. And for a second, I thought maybe they left the nest to go venture out a little bit. They'll come back in the evening. So around dusk is when the mother bunny would show up and usually come there and feed the baby bunnies. And I did see the mother bunny in the backyard. I'm like, oh, well, maybe they just went out for a little bit and let the mother bunny leave and then let the dog out. Dog runs around, checks out, and nope, they're not there. I go back outside with her, lift up the table, and bunnies are gone. So I took the table, brought it back to the back patio, lifted up the sticks, the log, took it all back, and now there's just this little ditch in the backyard with no bunny rabbits there. Kang, they didn't even say goodbye.
They grow up so fast.
Yeah. Apparently, they grow up rude. They don't even say goodbye. Not even a thank you. Not even a thank you for the shelter that I provided them. I mean, I really took care of those bunnies for a good 2 weeks, Kang. It was 2 solid weeks where I kept the dog away from them. I protected them. They had shelter from the elements to a point. I mean, there was a wicker table on top of them, but there was sticks and a log on top of that. So they got minimal rain on top of them while that was going on. They had shade.
Maybe this is one of those things. You ever watch those videos where like someone finds like a very young deer or any animal, like a cat, whatever, and then they let them go back into the wild, whatever it is, but then they come back.
Yeah.
Eventually they come back and you lock eyes and you know what they know what you did for them and you know what you did for them and they'll be around, Gator.
King, that's the dream.
They come right up to you. You can feed them right out of the palm of your hand.
Yeah, 100%. That's the dream. Is I'm just sitting in my backyard having a tequila, and here come 4 bunny rabbits bouncing up towards me, and they all jump up into my lap and say, thank you, Mr. Anderson. We really appreciate everything that you did for us to keep us safe for those 2 weeks. And we've grown up, we're on our own, but we did want to come back and say thank you. And I get to pet them behind the ears, and they squinch their noses or whatever, and then they hop off into the night and come back periodically. And that'd be wonderful. That's the dream. That's the dream. 100%. Yes, have I seen the videos? Have I seen the videos where people take care of like a baby raccoon and next thing you know, here's 5 raccoons in the backyard, or someone takes care of a fawn that just came in there and the fawn disappears and then comes back and then comes running. Yes, I've seen those. Have I seen the videos where dogs and cats get together and they can live symbiotically and they're all curled up next to each other? The cat is making the biscuits into the dog's stomach and the dog doesn't mind and they just sleep together in harmony. Yes! Is that why I've thought of getting a second dog from time to time so that the 2 dogs can get along and just sleep together and I can have, Instagram fun? Yes! Will I? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm done with dogs after this one. But it's... Yes, I love animals, and I was really hoping at least to get a chance to see the bunnies another time, and I was afraid that by giving them their space that one extra day that I was going to miss out, and sure enough, I missed out. So they're gone, and it sucks, and it does suck. It's okay, I'll get over it. It's just life, and in my life, I've seen lots of really cool things. I saw puppies being born in my house. I saw kittens being born in my house. Took care of these bunny rabbits that were born in my backyard. I've seen baby birds grow up and screaming at their mother to feed them. I've seen it all. Saw a baby fawn in my yard. I've seen it all, and it's great. And life will continue to be great like that. Anyway, so that's out of the way. Bunnies are done. Let's talk football because there's some good news, some bad news, and some news down the road. They're like, wow, I'm not sure how this is going to work out, but We'll see how it all does, in fact, work out. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you want to get involved. Love to hear from you here on the Carson Anderson Show on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, you guys know which dealer I love. It's Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. The reason why is because they give you real honest pricing and the best deals around. I'm talking about no gimmicks, there's no surprises. It's just straight up amazing offers that they have. In fact, here's the current unbelievable specials they have. A 2025 Equinox EV for only $999 down and just $159 a month. Or if you're more of a truck person, you can get behind the wheel of a 2025 Silverado 2FL for only $999 down and $229 a month. That's right, folks. $229 for a truck. Here's the best part. Sarah Chevrolet is giving employee pricing for everyone on select demo Equinox, Silverado, and Trax models. Yep, you heard that right. Employee pricing for everyone. So whether you're upgrading to a sleek new electric ride with the Equinox or grabbing that tough Silverado for work or play, or you're just looking for a solid SUV, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has got you covered. These deals aren't going to last, so head over to Sarah Chevrolet and see why they're the best. And trust me, you're not going to find a better deal anywhere else. That's the Sarah difference. Together, let's drive. So I got this interesting question on Twitch. You can follow us with live streaming of the show at twitch.tv. Search for 971 The Ticket. Same thing with YouTube. You can go to youtube.com and search 971 The Ticket, and you can see us stream the show live. It's just me in the studio because I said Kang is a half a mile away here in the building, but I guess we don't have the cameras over there, so that's all right. But Bay Area Transplant says, if somehow a goat wandered into Gator's yard and had little ones, would he feel differently about kids? Probably not. Kids are great. I love kids. Kids are just fine. This is something that has been perpetuated by Doug and Kang, and I have been labeled as someone who does not like kids, and I don't think it's fair. They're not on my
totally
list.
fair.
It's not. Kids are fine.
Wait, are they saying kids because is that what they call baby goats?
I mean, it might be part of it, but
that's what they mean. Maybe those kids won't be on the list.
There's a pun involved.
Right, human kids are on the list.
I don't want Bay Area Transplant to feel slighted that I didn't notice the pun fun. I get the pun fun. Okay, I can understand it.
Pun intended.
Yes, exactly. Does this mean ungrateful children is now on Gator's list? That's from Kitech because, again, bunny rabbits being ungrateful. Yeah, ungrateful kids, ungrateful people. How about that? Just ungrateful people are on the list. Now it's ungrateful animals are on the list. Just saying. Hurts me a little bit. All right, let's get into the Lions here, Kang, because we got some good news. We got to get to the good news first. And the good news is that the Lions have agreed to terms with second-round pick, offensive lineman Tate Ratledge. Very high expectations on Tate Ratledge that he was a 4-year starter at Georgia, 2 national championships. He was a guard that was also the backup center at Georgia, but don't think he played any snaps at center. And the Lions, when they drafted him, they immediately started working him at center as well as guard. He's gotten lots of reps at center, which leads to a lot of speculation that he would likely be a center. I imagine that they're going to go through training camp. He's going to get plenty of reps at both positions, and same thing with Glasgow, because Glasgow has played both positions as well. And they'll figure out which is the best option for this team moving forward. Will it be Glasgow at center? Will it be Ratledge at center? But the great news is that he's in camp. He's not missing any time, which is awesome because you want him acclimated as quickly as possible. I'm sure there's going to be a learning curve. This isn't second nature to him just yet. I saw a quote from Hank Fraley this morning in the Free Press, a Dave Burkett article talking about it, and they have high expectations for him, but it's not all going to come at once right now. It's still not second nature to him. He's going to have to work at it. Snapping the football is, it's something that takes a little getting used to, and that's fine. And now you're going to have so many reps at practice. And he's going to be swimming in it like a lot of rookies will be swimming in it, and particularly offensive linemen. And if you're expected to start, can imagine how much you're swimming into it. You're learning a brand new playbook, a brand new system. You're facing all types of different defenses that you haven't faced before. You're going to have to call out protections. You're going to have to know exactly where you're supposed to go. And by the way, you're going to have to do it at 2 different positions and maybe 3, meaning center, right guard, and left guard. Because if you're learning one guard position, you're probably going to have to learn the other guard position as well. That's a lot to put on somebody's plate when they're just stepping into the National Football League. This is what rookies go through. And I recognize it's going to be difficult and it's going to be tough and it will be an adjustment. Nonetheless, I still have high hopes for Tate Ratledge. I think we all do. They spent a second-round pick on this guy, and there are the high expectations. I think maybe things are getting off to a quicker start for him out of necessity. I don't know if the Lions actually, if they knew when they drafted him that Frank Ragnow was going to step down. At some point, I think it became apparent that okay, Rags is he's going to retire. And it's too bad. I mean, Frank Ragnow, one of the toughest guys I've ever heard about in any sport. All the injuries he dealt with, I totally understand why he's retiring. It's a quality of life thing at this point, dealing with all the injuries he's had to deal with. For him to step away from the game, I get it. It could be very damaging to the Lions because Frank Ragnow, despite playing through all those injuries, was probably one of the top 3 centers in all of football, if not the best center in all of football. And it will affect this offensive line, which is the lifeblood of this team. Everything starts with the offensive line. It's something I've been preaching for years. I always wanted to have the best offensive line you can have, because if you've got this great offensive line, you can make up for a lot of shortcomings in other positions. You don't have to have the best running back, because you've got an offensive line that can open up holes for average running backs to exploit, and you can have a great ground game going. You don't have to have the most mobile quarterbacks, because an offensive line to protect you long enough so you can deliver the football on time and in rhythm. You don't have to have the greatest wide receivers in the world, because they have plenty of time, and you give any wide receiver time, they're going to get open at some point. The offensive line starts everything for the offense. And if you have that great foundation, you can do great things. Now, fortunately for the Lions, they've had the great offensive line to provide the protection and open up the holes. What they didn't have was average running backs. Nope. They've had really good running backs. They did extraordinarily well with Jamal Williams. They moved on from him, bring in David Montgomery. They draft Jahmyr Gibbs, and we've got a 1-2 punch like we've never seen here in Detroit. Awesome from a running back standpoint. We've got wide receivers that are awfully good. Amon-Ra St. Brown is the steal of that draft, and he has been nothing but all-pro type since he's gotten into the league. Really fantastic receiver, and now they're able to exploit the talents of Jameson Williams and that incredible speed that he has. And by the way, Jameson was also wiry and has pretty good size. And now he's showcasing that he's catching the ball a lot better. He's just scratching the surface of how good he can be when he drags defenders all across the field that can't keep up with him. And Goff's able to hit him in stride. Big plays are abound. They've got an excellent tight end in Sam Laporta. They've got an excellent cast of characters and supporting cast of characters. This offense is a well-oiled machine. What we don't know is how good it's going to be this year. Lots of changes. You've got a change in the offensive coordinator. You lost Ben Johnson. We know what a great relationship he had with Jared Goff. We know how well he worked with Dan Campbell. But John Morton, who's the new offensive coordinator, he was here at the start and then ventured off on his own for a couple years, and now he's back. So I'm not sure there's going to be a huge drop-off with the play calling. I think that he's already got a pretty good relationship with Jared Goff, which is going to be great. But we'll see. It's not a guarantee. It's just how I feel about it. I feel strongly that we won't have much of a drop-off there. Where I'm not sure is the offensive line. Again, the lifeblood of the team starts up front. Everything starts in the trenches. I would build in the offensive line, the defensive line, and everything else will fill itself out. But with this offensive line, there are big question marks. And there's another question mark that happened on the offensive line that we just learned about. The Lions released their PUP list players, the physically unable to perform list. And this is the regular PUP list. So these guys can come off the list at any time and then they're fine. All right, this is not the reserve PUP list. This is just the active PUP list. But one of the guys who's on there is Taylor Decker, the left tackle. And bit of a surprise, they haven't disclosed what injuries are or what the reason why people are on the PUP list. And my mind immediately goes to, he's fine. He's a veteran player. He's been in the league for a long time now. He doesn't have to be part of training camp every single day. He'll get himself into shape, and when he's ready to come into training camp, it's just fine. I don't know if it's an injury or not. It's, again, this is just where my head goes to first, because he's played in the league for a bunch of years, and he's a solid left tackle. He's a really good left tackle. So if he's on a PUP list, to me, it's nothing that it should be long-term. It's just something that's going to be hopefully very short-term, and just deference to a veteran player and letting him have some extra time off before training camp really begins for him. I could be wrong in that, but that's where I head to right away. But nonetheless, it was a surprise to see him on the PUP list. Not a surprise to see other players like Malcolm Rodriguez or Lee McNeil on the PUP list. Those are guys you probably don't expect for a while because of coming back from the injuries that they were coming back from. But Taylor Decker was a little bit of a surprise. But I'm not panicked about it, because, again, I think it's just probably deference to a veteran player. Let him have some time before you bring him back and get into the full throes of what is an NFL training camp. But 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Getting into the idea of training camp and how excited we are about training camp, and now that they've got Ratledge in camp, Where's your confidence level that this offensive line is going to be able to perform at a high level still? I mean, they still have maybe the best right tackle in football in Penei Sewell. Hopefully the PUP list for Taylor Decker is very short-lived at the left tackle position. But the three guys in the middle, a little bit of mixing and matching. Mahogany got some starts last year at guard. Glasgow has started both at guard and tackle for the Detroit Lions over the years. And then you got a rookie who might be playing center, might be playing guard. We don't know. Where's your confidence level in the offensive line to get things done for this team so that there isn't a massive drop-off in offensive production from one year to the next? Because I do think that's probably a major concern for people, is that there will be a massive drop-off in offensive production because of juggling the offensive lineman, because of not having Ben Johnson here with this team, or because maybe you've soured on the quarterback because he had a bad game against the Commanders in the playoffs. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Love to hear from you. We're getting into our Lions discussion, and there's more layers to this Lions discussion as we'll continue on, because there's a lot that's happening here, not just here in Detroit, but outside Detroit that could have influence on what will happen here in Detroit. We'll talk about it next with you here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, welcome back to the Karsh and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Kang with you, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We're talking about the Lions here in the first hour. News last night, good news for the Lions. that they have agreed to terms to the second-round pick, Tate Ratledge. He's the last pick that needed to sign. He has signed, and it's great news because they need him getting every rep in practice that he can get because he's likely to start either at guard or at center. And we also mentioned that, unfortunately, the first PUP list came out, and on the physically unable to perform list was Taylor Decker, which I think was a bit of a surprise. The offensive tackle, the left tackle on this team, though I'm not freaking out about it because guys that are put on the PUP list, they can come off the PUP list at any time during training camp. It's the reserve PUP list it's the one that you get nervous about. And there is a player on that list that is a complete surprise, and we'll get to that coming up in a second. But I was asking a question about the confidence level that you have in the offense to not take a big precipitous drop in offensive production, despite the fact that there's a new offensive coordinator and they've got shuffling in the middle three offensive linemen on this team, and that Frank Ragnow is retired. And where is your confidence level in this offense to maintain the offensive production integrity level that we've seen for the last few years, where this team has just been an unstoppable juggernaut offensively? Kang, where's your confidence level in the offensive line and specifically the offense as a whole going into training camp?
Obviously I'd feel a lot better if they had brought back Ben Johnson and Frank Ragnow didn't retire. But with that being said, every time I kind of doubt this team, they always prove me wrong. And that's a good thing, by the way, because something goes wrong like last year with all the injuries. Somehow, some way, they won 15 games, and it got to the point where we expected to win every week, even with the injuries, right? And that's why the Commanders' playoff loss was so devastating. We just didn't expect it. But when you look back at it, this was kind of like always a real possibility with all the injuries. So as far as the offense, I don't want to doubt them too much. I don't feel as strongly as I would have if had those other guys come back. But what they do have coming back is Dan Campbell, who you've mentioned many times is kind of like a guy who started the change with the offense in this team, but demoting Anthony Lynn and just taking the reins, calling the plays to start off with, and things like that. And they do have Hank Fraley coming back, who has been promoted from the offensive line coach to the run game coordinator, and he took interviews this offseason to be other teams' offensive coordinator. So I think he's thought of highly in this league, and he might get a job soon somewhere else. But right now he's with the Lions, and I think that continuity there helps the offensive line. Now, losing Frank Ragnow was huge. They kind of knew this was a possibility. They draft Tate Ratledge. It's going to take some practice, some preseason, maybe a couple of regular season games, maybe to get him rolling. Hopefully it doesn't take that long, but there's going to be some time, and that for that whole offense to the gel, right, Gator?
Yeah.
But what won't take time is Goff has been here. That's another guy's coming back. The weapons in St. Brown, I expect J-Mo to take another step. Jahmyr Gibbs, as great as he was last year as the lead back, I think he has even more room to grow, which is scary for the rest of the league, right? A healthy Monty at the end of the year. So with all that being put together, I'm still pretty confident in this offense. I think this is where this team, they excel, and how they win their games is through the offense. Of course, you need a defense, but this team is built around the offense and Jared Goff. So I still feel good, Gator.
Yeah, and we like to do things on a scale, and it's not a 1 to 10 scale on the Karsch and Anderson program. We do a 1 to 12 scale on the Karsch and Anderson program, and 12 being you have not one concern in the world. You expect this team to be just as good offensively, if not better, than what they were a year ago, and 1 would be full-on panic mode. Oh, my God, I don't know what to do. And I'm going to run for the hills and probably bury my head in the sand all season long and wake me up after the season. My level, I'm kind of like a 9 on a scale of 1 to 12 with this offense. I'm pretty confident that they're going to be just fine, but I'll leave some room for doubt because of the changes. And I think the biggest change for me is just going to be the offensive line taking some time to gel before it's a formidable offensive line again. We don't know for 100% that who the center is going to be. But I feel pretty good either way, really. If it's going to be Ratledge, that means they show all the confidence in the world in him. And if it is Ratledge, because I've seen Glasgow play center, and I think Glasgow did a fine job at center for the Lions over the years when he's had to back up for Ragnow. If they're going to go with Ratledge, it means they think he's going to be better. So great. Okay. And then you keep Glasgow at right guard and Mahogany at left guard. Okay, let's go. I'm kind of a 9. What if you had to put it 1 to 12? What number would you be?
Yeah, 12 if everyone came back. I'm about slightly below you, 8.5.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So 8.5, not far off. But yeah, all the reasons I just mentioned, of course. But you can't ignore the fact they lost Ben Johnson. You can't ignore the fact that Frank Ragnall's not here. We just don't really know for sure what's going to happen with the offensive line. I feel good that Hank Fraley's back, but a rookie at center. I think Glasgow didn't have his best year last year. I thought Mahogany was a dog, though. I have confidence in him to come in and fill out one of those guard positions. And we won't mention injuries because that is the ultimate X factor. Right. But assuming everyone stays relatively healthy, I got 8.5, 8 for my confidence level on the offense being what it's supposed to be.
248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well as we go to the people and start to hear where your concerns are or what your confidence level is. We go to scale 1 to 12. What's your confidence level in this offense being able to just hum along and be the offense that they've been in the past? We'll start with Charles and Grand Blanc. Charles, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Charles.
Hey, my confidence level, I would say, is about a 7. I think that last year was, in terms of like the Lions as a whole, like a historic year for our offense. And I don't think that we could play a lot better. And I think we massively overachieved, which I am ecstatic about. I mean, I'm really happy with how we played, but I just don't see us playing the same way. And the guys that, are gone, obviously, and we got a little help, but I'm not sure. And that puts a lot more, because we didn't bolster the defensive line, that's putting even more pressure on the offense and the offensive line. So those are the two areas, offensive and defensive line, that I have not huge concerns. I actually do have huge concerns about our defense, but
well, we're just focusing on the offensive part right now, but I can understand what the big concerns about the defensive line, and that's part of the. We'll get to that in a moment here. But with the offensive line, so right now you're at a 7 out of 12, so you have concerns, and I think they're fair concerns. I'm not, and thanks for the call, Charles. I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel. There's legitimate reasons to say I'm not sure if it's going to be exactly like what we've seen in the past. You got different personnel, first of all, which is going to change things. You've got a rookie who's going to start somewhere on that line. And yeah, it's going to take a while before he's used to playing in the NFL. Hopefully he matures along rather quickly and this offense is going to be fine. Because I think in large part, people expect that the defense is going to take some time because they're not 100% sure that Hutchinson is going to be able to go full bore right away and be the impact player he was last year, that they expect him to be that from game one. I get that. You've got other players on defense that are going to be slow to come back from injury, like a Lee McNeil. It's going to take a while. You've got other players that, we don't know if Marcus Davenport can stay healthy as the other defensive end. We don't know if they're going to add another defensive end, if Zadarius Smith gets signed or not. There's lots of question marks with this team. Josh Paschal's another one of these players that's on one of the PUP lists. And then there's a big one that we'll get to coming up in 5 minutes, who is also on the PUP list, but not just the PUP list. He's on the reserve PUP list, which means he's going to miss the first 4 games of the regular season. And this kind of comes out of left field for Lions fans. We didn't know that this was the case, and now here it is. It's the case, and it's a concern. We're going to get to that next and let the people know what that is. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number, or same number to text. We're talking about the Lions and the offense here, what the confidence level is. We do a sliding scale from 1 to 12 on this show. So 12 being you have no fear at all that the offense is going to be humming along just like it was over the last couple of years. They'll be at the tops of the league in points scored and yards gained. Not a concern at all. And 1, of course, is the complete opposite direction. I've already put it out there. I'm at a 9 out of 12 on that scale. I do think there's reason to be concerned. My biggest concern is that you're reshuffling the deck in terms of the middle and that interior of the offensive line. I'm not as concerned about the loss of the offensive coordinator. That doesn't bother me nearly as much as, okay, we're redoing the entire interior. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. right, before we get to the bad news from Lions camp, early, I will read a couple of texts regarding the offense. We're asking people out there what the confidence level is in the offense to be able to live up to what we've seen over the last couple of years, which is a well-oiled machine, one of the best, if not the best, offense in the National Football League. They've got new coordinator, new offensive line in the interior. One of those players is a rookie. So I can understand why people might have their confidence a little bit shaken. We do the scale 1 to 12. For me, it's a 9. For Kang, it's somewhere between 8 and 8.5. And so far, the early returns from the people is a little more concerned than that. And I understand. Just state your case. You're allowed to state your case. No judgment zone here. We're all good. This is a safe zone. 248-539-9797. Gator, our offensive line is absolutely my number one concern. My success hinges on it. Our success hinges on it. It's not like Ben Johnson left the building with his playbook. We probably have enough plays from the Dallas game to run the rest of the season. Greg and Plymouth. Yeah, I mean, the playbook is the playbook, and it's Dan Campbell's playbook, and of course you add to that. Dan Campbell started this whole thing. Remember, he took over for Anthony Lynn, who was the original offensive coordinator back in that first season. And halfway through the season, he said, things aren't working well enough. I'm going to take over. And when he took over, things started to change, and they started to change for the better. John Morton was part of that staff early on. And then obviously Ben Johnson got promoted. And then the second year comes around, and now it's Ben Johnson running Dan Campbell's offense. And the rest is history of how well it worked over the next 2.5 seasons. Now here we are in this season, getting ready to start and turning things over to another offensive coordinator. But again, it's John Morton who was here earlier. I'm not terribly concerned with the playbook. It's the personnel that I have some concerns with. And the concerns aren't that they're going to be bad. It's just that I think it's going to take some time before they're good. That's the problem that I have. And it's not even a problem. It's just, like I said, it's just a concern at this point. I'm opposite of you, Gator. I'm comfortable with the O-line and the depth, though limited they have there. I'm terrified of the loss of Ben Johnson. Can't replace that genius overnight. Hope I'm wrong, but Chicago scares me. Well, Chicago can scare you for a number of reasons. I think the Bears have a lot of talent on that team. And now that Caleb Williams, the quarterback, has a full season under his belt, he knows what it's going to take, how much better he's got to get, and what areas he has to get better at. And because they're bringing in the offensive guru of Ben Johnson, you would imagine there's a respect level there, and they can be formidable. I don't discount that. I think the Bears can be very formidable. But I think it's going to take some time. And I think that works to the Lions' benefit. As far as you can't replace that genius overnight, I think they can. And they've shown that because that genius learned from the tree of Dan Campbell, which is what John Morton's coming from too. So I'm not saying it's going to be perfect from day one, because I don't think it's going to be perfect from day one. That's what my concern is. It's the offensive line. It's not necessarily who's calling the plays. Though I'll admit that that's a slight concern that I have. I mean, I don't have the full confidence because I don't know. I haven't seen John Morton call plays. But I imagine by midseason, we're going to see a really, really good offensive team. Hopefully it happens well before midseason. And maybe they can just lean on the running game. They have these road graders out there, open up the holes, and then you got, Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery running for massive totals every game. This running game is no joke that the Lions have. And that's a lot of fun to watch. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Now, some of the bad news that we've got, and this is a concern, and that is when you look at the PUP list that came out, the physically unable to perform list is one thing. But when you see, because those players can come off that list at any time, but there's a different list that also comes out, and that is the reserve PUP list. And that means that players will be out for at least the first 4 games. And a player who's on that list is Levi Onwuzurike. And that's a bit of a surprise. People didn't see that coming. We don't know what the reason is, if there was some sort of injury that occurred in the offseason. I guess we kind of led to believe that, but we don't know. We have no idea what's going on there, and hopefully it's nothing serious. But this is a guy that they were counting on. Should they bring him back or not? They did. They signed into a 1-year deal at $4 million. Seemed like it was a pretty reasonable 1-year deal for the defensive tackle that they have a lot of hope for, a lot of confidence in. Way more than I do, but that's okay. This is their thing. This was a player that Brad Holmes absolutely loved coming out of the draft. That Brad Holmes had to be held back from moving up in the draft to take Levi Onwuzurike, that he was thinking about moving back into the first round to take him a few years ago. Did not, got talked out of it. Wanted to move up in the second round, got talked out of it. And then there he was for them to take in the second round, and they drafted him. And unfortunately for Levi Onwuzurike, it's been tough for him to stay on the field and stay healthy. He had back issues, had some other issues physically, and but does show promise to the point where last year at this time, Dan Campbell, remember what Dan Campbell and company were saying last year at this time about Levi Onwuzurike, that this was a guy who was really going to be a disruptor, and they really had high hopes for him, big confidence in.
They've loved Levi since the day they laid eyes on him. And the issue is obviously the injuries. And it's like fool me once, fool me twice type of thing. This is like, I feel like this is like fool me 8 times with Levi. Right. And I may be overreacting, but the frustration is real with me and him. And, I'm hoping health-wise, everything he's okay, but as far as just living his life as a man. But if he can't be healthy enough to play football, because this is a physical sport that people walk away from early now, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure he can handle it. I think this is something that – but my issue is the Lions knew this before they signed him to this 1-year deal. Now, it's a 1-year deal, so they didn't lock him up long-term or anything, but they had enough confidence, 1 year, $4 million, to think, hey, he can help us. And guess what? He's not going to help them for the first 4 weeks at least. And I feel like this is a broken record.
Yeah, and this is where we get into the defensive line part, the discussion of the show, because you already have Aleem McNeil, who's out presumably till like middle of the season. Now you've got Levi Onwuzurike, another defensive tackle, who can play. He's got the versatility to play outside as well, but he's out for the first 4 games at least. Josh Paschal, another guy who can play inside and outside, he's also banged up. You've got a defensive end, Marcus Davenport, who has yet to stay healthy, which is unfortunate for him because he's got all the talent. He just can't stay healthy. Tyreek Williams is going into camp a little bit banged up as well. That's the defensive tackle that they drafted. Mekhi Wingo is another one who's on the PUP list. The PUP list that can come off at any time, but he's on it right now. There's a lot of question marks about this defensive line, and on top of that, there's Aiden Hutchinson, who I feel confident is going to be just fine. But he is coming off a broken leg, a very gruesome injury that we all saw in Dallas last year. But all signs point to him being just fine. But that defensive line is significantly compromised right now with injuries to this team. And, the way they could have added to this defensive line more so in the offseason, and they haven't. I wonder if they will right now, or they try to fortify it some more. Like we keep talking about Zadarius Smith as bring him back as a defensive end pass rusher type. They did add Roy Lopez, he's a big body to play in the middle. Broderick Martin, a lot's going to be expected of him, I think, from a fan standpoint. I would assume from the Lions standpoint too, but this is a guy they drafted a couple years ago that really hasn't seen the field. A big body that should be able to plug up the middle and help stop the run. But that's a lot of guys that there's a lot of questions about when it comes to the defensive line. I said yesterday, I really like the secondary, what the Lions have. I think they've got a ton of depth, specifically at cornerback. And the fact that they have 2 of the top 10 safeties in the National Football League, I mean, that's pretty good. Love that. So maybe this team's ready to defend the pass, but if they don't get any push on the quarterback, you're asking a lot of that defensive backfield to be able to cover all those guys. They need guys to stay healthy. Number one, first and foremost, is Aiden Hutchinson. But they're going to need other players to stay healthy too, because they're already compromised from a health standpoint on that defensive line, and specifically right in the middle of that defensive line. McNeil, Onwuzurike, Wingo, Tarik Williams, all questionable or out of practice right now. You've got a veteran in DJ Reader where you hang another year on a player, as we say. You never really know what you're getting as they get older. I like DJ Reader a lot. I hope he can stay healthy and stay on the field because that guy's a difference maker. And I think it matters. It's a lot like when the Lions had Snacks Harrison. What a difference maker he was when he was on the field in the run game, to stop the run game. My God, that was a major difference. Teams averaged like almost 2 yards less per carry when he was out on the field. So, DJ Reader is that guy for the Detroit Lions. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Where are your concern levels for the offensive and defensive line? We got the news last night. Tate Ratledge, second-round pick. He's signed, sealed, delivered. Going to be at training camp. That's good news. Don't know where he's going to start. Looks like going to get plenty of reps at center. And then the two guards with Glasgow and Mahogany. A little bit different look on that offensive line. Different offensive coordinator. How's your confidence with the offensive line? And the defensive line, I mean, it's just another day, another story. Levi Onwuzurike, not going to be on this team for the first 4 weeks of the season at least, as he's on the PUP reserve list. That's the physically unable to perform reserve list. Has to miss the first 4 games of the season because he's on that reserve list. Different than the normal PUP list. So a lot to think about, a lot to chew on with this team. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. This is 97.1 The Ticket. So I mentioned there was good news for the Lions. That's a Tate Ratledge signing. There's bad news for the Lions. That's that Levi Onwuzurike is on the reserve PUP list, which means he's got to miss the first 4 weeks of the season, and we don't know what's going on there. Hope for nothing but the best, and hope it's nothing serious for Levi Onwuzurike. And then there was another category where I said there's something that down the road might be real trouble for the Lions, and that is this. The TJ Watt signed a 3-year, $123 million extension to stay with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it breaks down that Spotrac has tweeted out what the contract is. It's $108 million fully guaranteed, which is the most fully guaranteed money in a contract for a non-quarterback, surpassing that of, I believe it's Jamar Chase. He'll be paid a total of $44 million this upcoming season. And I think that's because but his cap hit is only $23.3 million, but that's what he's going to get paid right away. Next year, $42 million, 2027, $42 million cap hit, and 2028 will be a $46 million cap hit. It's extraordinary, but for one of the league's best players, you understand it. So you're talking roughly $41 million a year. Why does this matter? Well, because the Lions still haven't come to terms with Aiden Hutchinson on an extension. They're expected to do so. We don't know when. We've been speculating on this for a long time now. People thought they were going to get something done immediately after the season. Didn't happen. We thought, hey, maybe I'll get this done before the draft or right around the draft. Because remember the year ago, when they had the announcement of all those contract signings, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Penei Sewell, and then they gave Jared Goff the contract, Lee McNeil, all these guys, they gave contracts right around the draft from 2024. Maybe that's going to happen this time. Draft came and went. There was not the big extension for Aiden Hutchinson. Then we get into the offseason in the late spring into the summer here, and all this tumult, if you will, with the defensive ends. We didn't know what was going to happen with Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett signed his deal for $40 million, setting the market. Then you had what was going to happen with some other players like Max Crosby or Trey Hendrickson or TJ Watt or Micah Parsons. Well, all those guys have signed now, with the exception of Micah Parsons and Aiden Hutchinson. And the thought was you want to sign Aiden as quickly as possible because the prices for the defensive end, the pass rushers, the edge rushers, it's going to go through the roof. Well, they haven't signed Aiden Hutchinson yet. And I love the question that Jim Costa asked in the morning show several weeks ago, maybe even over a month ago, where Jim had asked the question, goes, hey, the Lions haven't gotten anything done with Aiden Hutchinson yet. Is that on the Lions or is that on Aiden or what's going on there? And the more I thought about it at that time, I was thinking it's probably on Hutchinson. I imagine the Lions want to get something done. But if you're Aiden Hutchinson, you shouldn't be in any hurry because you've got all these other edge rushers that have yet to sign their deals. Now, in the meantime, you've got the market set, was set with Myles Garrett. Now it's reset with TJ Watt. Hendrickson still doesn't have his deal. Micah Parsons is smiling because he knows he's going to get paid because he's going into his 5th year. And the Cowboys picked up the option, but they haven't signed him long-term yet, and he knows that they will. And Micah Parsons is likely to get north of what TJ Watt got. So the tough news for the Lions is they still haven't gotten a deal done with Aiden Hutchinson, which means Aiden Hutchinson is likely to get a deal similar to that of Micah Parsons, which is likely to eclipse what TJ Watt got, which means you're going to pay over $41 million a year for an edge rusher. Now, what that might do is effectively close the book on anybody's dream that the Lions could sign both Hutchinson and, say, Trey Hendrickson. I've been trying hard to find a way to make that work. You guys know, if you listen to the show, how much I would love to see that happen. And that, yes, I think you could do that and have a window where you keep everybody together for a couple of years, but then down the road, you're going to have to lose some players because of it. Well, now I think this might eliminate that altogether because you haven't paid Aiden Hutchinson yet. And if he's going to get, say, $42, $43 million a year, then that shrinks the number that you could give to, say, Trey Hendrickson on an extension.
Is it possible that you can get Trey Hendrickson to come on board here, swing a trade with Cincinnati, give him whatever? Let's say give him a first-round pick to get Hendrickson, and then give Hendrickson a 2-year contract at $80 million, $40 million a year. Can you make that work? Or $70 million, make it $35 million a year? Can you make that work? I don't know if that can work anymore because of the cap ramifications in year 2. And I don't think that Trey Hendrickson wants to sign a 2-year extension either. I think he's looking to get at least a 3-year extension. And now that TJ Watt's got his 3-year extension at 40, not that Hendrickson would be asking for 40, but I got to believe he's asking for at least 35. So I think that's now a pipe dream. And maybe it was always a pipe dream, but I kept open just a little bit of hope because I thought you could get it done, even though down the road you may have to lose someone like Jahmyr Gibbs or Sam Laporta or both in a couple of seasons to make that work. So that's the other side now. Is the impetus on the Lions to get a deal done with Aiden Hutchinson, has that just ramped up now because of the TJ Watt signing? Is Aiden Hutchinson going to cost more than TJ Watt? I mean, he's like 7 years younger or whatever he is. Aiden's really young. And he's coming off a season, yes, where he broke his leg. But prior to that, he had 7.5 sacks and 45 pressures through 5 games. It was insane, the production that he was putting up to start last year. So I think this is going to be a real tough swallow for the Lions because they haven't gotten this deal done yet. And Aiden Hutchinson is probably smiling ear to ear because he knows he's going to get taken care of. He knows he's going to get paid by the Lions. The question is, how high is that price going to go? I mean, it's going to go at least what TJ Watt got. Now, do the Lions need to get something done before Micah Parsons gets his deal? If I were the Lions, I'd try everything in my power to get it done because I think Micah Parsons is going to get paid way more. He's shown more productivity in his career as being a quarterback sack artist. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number if you have some of those same concerns. We got some more texts coming in regarding the concern level you have or the confidence level you have with the Lions offense. It's really the confidence level on a scale of 1 to 12. Where's your confidence with this team offensively? Ticket texter is saying, and this is from Mav, I'm a 9 as well. I'm thinking this doubt is a positive. Give this team a reason to have a chip again, a chip on the shoulder. They play their best when they have something to prove. Have a good weekend. Yeah, they do play well when they have a chip on their shoulder. There's no question about that. But does that come from, I guess, Graham Glasgow is definitely a veteran player, and he's going to hear the whispers. Will he play better with a chip on his shoulder? Mahogany's got a lot to prove. I think he was a 6th-round pick, though, and yet he's got an opportunity to start here. And then you've got Ratledge, and we'll see how Ratledge is wired. My level is 7. The caller just said 7. That's crazy. Or he said 7. The caller just said 7. That's crazy. Jared Goff still behind center and all the weapons at his disposal. I don't think anybody should say anything lower than 9. Well, I think the reason people would say lower than 9 is because you've got a brand new interior to that offensive line and you're not sure what to expect with the new offensive coordinator. I'm not as worried about the coordinator part, but I am concerned when it comes to the offensive line. It's a new interior. You're bringing in 3 guys to start and expecting them to play the whole season, or hopefully the whole season. You can't account for injuries, but you're hoping they play the whole season. But these are 3 guys that would be kind of new to it. I mean, Glasgow's got the experience, but the other 2 guys not as much. I think the Lions and Levi Onwuzurike might have known about the injury that he has. That's why he only signed a cheap 1-year deal when he could have left for a better contract. Just a theory. That's from Jamie. Well, I don't know if he could have signed for a better contract. He didn't. Came back to the Lions for the 1 year and $4 million. And if you were another team in the league, I mean, what kind of a deal would you have given Levi Onwuzurike after his first few years in the league with the Lions? Because he wasn't terribly productive. He's got potential for sure. He's always had potential. But he hasn't been able to stay healthy, and he hasn't been terribly productive. Yes, he gets some pressures on the quarterback, but wasn't taking the quarterback down. So I don't know if there were other offers that he could have had that were going to pay him more elsewhere. And maybe this was a hometown discount to come and stay with the Detroit Lions, a team he knows also is going to contend for a Super Bowl, so wants to stay there. Sure, I think that's part of it, but I don't know if he would have gotten a great deal elsewhere. And I don't know if the Lions knew about this. So we don't even know what it is. That's the thing, is they haven't said anything. All we know is he's on the reserve, physically unable to perform list, the reserve PUP list, which means he's going to miss the first 4 games of the regular season. Does that scream red flags for you? Because that's another defensive lineman that's not going to start the year, and they're starting to add up, and I'm getting a little concerned with this. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Hey, there's going to be kind of a radical change in an all-star game coming up, and we wonder if this is going to spur other radical changes in other games. We'll talk about that with you next year on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to Karsh and Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Kang with you, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. As we diving into the Lions as they're going through the early stages of training camp with the rookies. Good news. Tate Ratledge, the second-round pick, the offensive lineman out of Georgia, he has signed, which is great news because he's expected to start on the offensive line, whether it's at center or guard. We'll see. It was interesting that Hank Fraley said center's not as natural for him just yet. So you definitely are going to tend to probably give him more reps at that, snapping the ball, make it more comfortable. But see him helping us definitely interior. I know the young man, getting to know him now more after rookie minicamp and prior to that, that he's going to do whatever I ask. They have high hopes for Tate Ratledge, and that's great news. They have high hopes for Tate Ratledge because they're going to need him. Without question, they're going to need him. That's the good news, that he's signed and ready to go. Bad news for the Lions is that we find out that Levi Onwuzurike is going to be out for the first 4 weeks of the season. Don't know yet why that is, but he's on the reserve PUP list, and that's what happens when you're on the reserve PUP list. It's different from the PUP list. If you're just on the PUP list, you can come off that list at any time. Taylor Decker is currently on the PUP list, but I don't think we have any reason to believe it's anything serious with that. It might just be, hey, he's a veteran, and he doesn't have to report just yet, so we're just going to put him on the PUP list, and he'll come back soon. We'll find out with that when the Lions decide to talk about that, but we'll see. And then there's the news that TJ Watt signed his 3-year extension with the Pittsburgh Steelers that pays him basically $41 million a year and now makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in the league as his deal surpasses Myles Garrett's deal on an average basis. And what does that mean for the Lions? It means you're going to have to pay up even more for Aiden Hutchinson. Now, Hutch, I think, is going to be worth it. He's younger than all these guys, and he's got a really high ceiling. But the idea of getting closer and closer to a $50 million a year player that's not a quarterback is a little scary because that eats up a ton of your cap space when you already have a guy who's exceeding $50 million, who is a quarterback. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Some ticket text coming in on that. At this point in time, I let it ride with Aiden. When his contract is up, tag him for a year, make him prove his worth after an injury. I'm not paying the big contract game. Or I'm not playing the big contract game. Well, you will. Here's the thing. If you let him play this season, and then I guess it would be, after that, it would be a 5th year, and you're paying him for the 5th year, and then you're going to wait then? Now you're pushing it down the road for 2 years. What happens in 2 years? Well, in 2 years, you'll find out that Micah Parsons has signed a deal that's going to pay him north of what TJ Watt is getting paid. And that means in 2 years, you're probably going to have to pay Aiden Hutchinson maybe $45, $50 million a year. So I think there's an impetus to get this done now, if you have confidence that Hutch will be back. I do. Now, clearly this texter doesn't. You're concerned about the leg after breaking it last year, but I mean, guys break their legs all the time. They come back and they can come back healthy. He had a clean break last year. It wasn't like there was ligament damage or anything like that. I expect him to be back to being a really good player. But others don't, and I get it. Why would the Lions extend Hutch without knowing if he's able to produce after his injury? That's moronic. Pay him $40 million a year to find out he's not the same. You guys are idiots. Again, it's a broken leg. It's not like he tore his knee up. It's a broken leg. Bones heal. I don't expect it to be a bad deal for a guy who's like 24 years old. I don't think I'm being idiotic with that. Nor do I think you're being an idiot for questioning it. You can go ahead and question all you want. I'm not going to call you an idiot for it, but why would I extend him? Because he's a damn good player. Yes, it's before the injury, but if I have confidence that if the doctors are telling you, if the team doctors are like, yeah, he's fine, he'll be good to go. Leg's probably stronger than ever. He'll be fine. Okay. If I get that assurance, and of course you have to have that assurance from your medical staff. You have to trust the medical staff that it's going to be just fine. Go ahead and give him that contract. Kang, does that concern you at all about, giving a contract to Hutchinson because of the injury? I mean, are you in that camp too, or you want to wait and see, or would you like to get this deal done now?
I don't need to wait and see. I do understand the concern a little bit, though. I mean, right now, when you mention injuries and the Lions fans, they're a little, they're a little skeptical, right? A little pessimistic because last year, look what happened. I know they finished 15-2, but the injuries finally caught up to them in the playoff game, and obviously there's a lot of other factors why they lost that game. Goff had a terrible game as well, but the injuries mounted throughout that entire season. And now you start off the show and you let people know about, who's not going to be at camp or who's on the PUP list, right? And Levi Onwuzurike and Decker and whoever. So, yeah, injury it's a sensitive topic for Lions fans. So when you mention Hutch, I think some are a little gun-shy about pulling the trigger on extending him on a huge deal because when you do give him that extension, it's going to be a humongous deal. We see what Myles Garrett, and TJ Watt have gotten. I only can imagine it's going to surpass that at this point because whoever does it last gets the most, right? So it's a race between him and Micah Parsons on who's going to sign first or I guess sign last. Do I have any reservations about extending Hutch? Not really. I think that as much as I've bagged on the Lions for maybe trusting the injury history of their guys too much, those deals are 1-year deals. So I think they even know that there's some risk whether it's Marcus Davenport, Levi Onwuzurike, they're 1-year deals. A Hutch deal is going to be a long-term deal. And the fact that he's releasing videos and they get to see him firsthand and how he's progressing with his injury, if they give him a big extension, I'm going to trust Brad Holmes. I mean, he's the best GM we've ever had in this town. Dan Campbell, I'm going to trust him. Best head coach the Lions have ever had. They've done an amazing job here. If they think Hutch deserves it and they feel confident that he's going to be around for the majority of it, I have no problem with it because guess what, people? That's the cost of doing business now. Defensive ends and guys that get to the quarterback get paid big-time dollars.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess I couldn't agree more. I just think that if you wait longer on this, and look, Aiden Hutchinson could be saying, we're just going to sit back and watch. I'll get paid an exorbitant amount of money, and I can just wait. I'm in no hurry to sign right now. Sure, I could sign a deal right now, but I might be costing myself millions and millions of dollars because I just got to wait to see what Micah Parsons does down in Dallas. What's Jerry going to do? Jerry's got to pay Micah Parsons. He's going to pay him. See what he gets before he tells his agent, yeah, let's get it done. But I imagine if he wanted to get it done, it'd get done quickly. Because if you're the Lions and you have confidence in Aiden Hutchinson, you want to save as much money as possible. This is a really good football team. This is a Super Bowl contending team. I know that's a really hard phrase for Lions fans to utter. I think still it's a harder phrase to utter. More and more people are being converted because of what's happened the last couple of years. But it's still kind of surreal to have those words come out of our mouths that the Lions are a Super Bowl contending team. But in order to continue to be a Super Bowl contending team, you have to manage your roster with the salary cap. And the more money you have to allocate to other players and spread it around, the better you are as a team. You don't want to be too top heavy. And every $1 million here and every $1 million there, it counts and it helps. So if they can save $1 million a year on a contract, and that means that you can, get another backup offensive lineman or a backup defensive back or whatever the case is, that's great. Go ahead and do what you do. And Brad Holmes has done a great job with the Lions front office of managing this cap to this point. They have some cap space here. They still have contracts they know they're going to have to get done in the next couple of years. And Hutchinson's is a massive contract that I think as each minute ticks by, it's going to cost them more and more because the bar has been reset again by TJ Watt, and it will get reset again by either Aiden Hutchinson or Micah Parsons. We'll see. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. And welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here at 97.1 The Ticket. Kang and Gator taking your calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. We saw that, we saw what happened in the All-Star game in Major League Baseball the other night. We got to see something new at the end of that game. We saw the swing off. Tie baseball game after 9 innings. They choose not to go to extra innings anymore. Instead, it was decided by having a swing off, where each side, the National League and the American League, selected 3 batters to take 3 swings, and you total up the number of home runs at the end of that, and that determined the winner. This year, it went to the National League thanks to some heroics by Kyle Schwarber of the Phillies, who knocked three home runs on his 3 swings and knocked out the American League. Aranda was not able to answer that with any home runs on his swings, and the National League wins. It was entertaining. It was a different way to do things. We've seen innovations in baseball over the years and rules changes. They went to the DH full time. They were going now with interleague play basically full time. It's a full schedule against the National League as well. That's cool. They've made changes with the pitch clock. We also saw the automated balls and strikes system implemented in the All-Star game, and hopefully we're going to see that on a regular basis in regular season play beginning in the spring next year. I hope that's the case. I can't imagine they're going to get anything done where we can see it in the postseason this year, but I think I'd be all in favor of that. I love the ABS. It keeps everybody accountable, and I think it makes everybody better, which would be great, and it doesn't bog down the game at all. We've seen some great changes, replay and all that. But Kang, you notice this. There's something new that's going to happen in the WNBA All-Star game, which I think is going to get a lot of discussion. We're going to start it here. So what is it that they're doing in the WNBA All-Star game?
Yeah, I feel like exhibition games and other leagues that aren't, the Major Four, they always try new things, and I think the Major Four sports are watching. Right? Just in case something might, catch on, like, hey, we might want to look into that. Like, remember the XFL came out and they had, like, the Sky Cam or whatever?
Yes.
Well, the networks thought that was great and started implementing that in their games. So, and you just mentioned all the All-Star game stuff with Major League Baseball. So, for the WNBA, I had read, and I know that this year, during the All-Star game, they're going to introduce the 4-point shot. Now, obviously, Caitlin Clark has taken over the league by storm, where they have to move arenas where she's playing at because the ticket demand is so high. Unfortunately for the WNBA, they just announced that Caitlin Clark is not going to be participating in the All-Star game and not in the 3-point shootout either.
Because she's dealing with a groin injury.
Yeah, correct. But the show must go on. So they've already said that they're going to have a 4-point shot in the All-Star game. And they're calling it the logo shot because that's the thing now, right? Steph Curry does it. Caitlin Clark's been doing it. Like, you shoot from so deep, you're right by the center court logo. They're going to have 4 of them on the court. There's 2 on each side, of course, and they're pretty deep. Obviously, they're well beyond the 3-point line. And if you hit from there, it's 4 points. And it just got me to kind of thinking, like, with all the crazy and radical ideas that's been coming through sports lately. Is this something the NBA should implement, or just is this too wild and crazy, or should they do it but tweak it? It doesn't have to be exactly what the WNBA is doing, but has this become such a thing, and it's made the NBA more popular with kids doing it in rec league and travel sports and whatnot, that they should embrace this and take it head on? I don't know. What do you think?
Well, we've joked about this over the years. You and I have, because of our love of MTV over the years, that back in the Rock and Jock days when they would have their celebrity basketball game that was played.
Yeah, that's the ultimate exhibition game.
Yeah, right. But they would have like 10-point shots.
Yeah,
they were ridiculous. And the rim would extend the rim up to be like whatever it was, 20 feet up in the air. And if you launched it from certain spots on the court, that it could get a 10-point shot, and it changed the game. And yeah, it does. But I imagine that people, when they first thought of bringing in the 3-point shot in the early 80s, were like, oh, what are we doing? It is a gimmick. I mean, it was an ABA gimmick. They had that in that league. Why would we bring it in the NBA? Well, because it's exciting. And it took a while before people started to really embrace the 3-point shot in the NBA, but boy, they sure have. And then Steph Curry comes along and does his YOLO threes. He only live once 3-point shots, but he knocks them down. And now everybody's practicing that. And to the point where half the shots in basketball are 3-point shots, or close to half the shots in basketball are 3-point shots. It has changed the game forever. And now you're looking for those specialists, guys that can shoot over 40% from 25 feet and beyond. And it's totally changed the game. The idea of a 4-point shot seems ridiculous at first, but at the same time, like, you know, should you be rewarded for knocking down a shot at half court more so than just 3 points? I'm open to it. And particularly in an all-star format, yeah, why not? I mean, the all-star game is non-competitive to begin with, really, in the NBA. But why not show that in an all-star game and see if it makes any sense? The league is always looking to add more spice. And, you know, we've seen in this playoffs alone, when the playoffs were all said and done, I mean, how many games did we see teams blow 20-point leads? It felt like it happened all the time. Like every week there were a couple of games that, like, wow, this team they had a 21-point lead and they ended up losing by 4. Or, you know, this team had a 25-point lead, lost it, and then got their lead back and were able to hang on, whatever the case was. But the reason that teams are able to come back is because of the 3-point shot. Would it make it more exciting if they actually had a 4-point shot? And you could say whatever you want. Like, hey, anything behind half court is worth 4 points. You have to launch it from your side of half court in order to get 4 points. It's interesting to think if, you know, how that would change the game. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I'm certainly open to the idea, absolutely, for an all-star game to kind of see how that works. If you wanted to experiment with that in a summer league, or maybe the summer league's not the right, but maybe in exhibition games to try to check that out and see how that would change things up, if that changes strategy or the approach at all. I think it's interesting. But why limit it just to basketball? How about opening it up to other sports? Like, what new idea would you like to see in sports that goes along the same road as a 4-point shot in the NBA? I think people would be interested if maybe you can get more than 3 points, maybe get a 4-point field goal if it's beyond 60 yards. Something like that. That could make things way interesting. Give coaches something else to think about. You know, you're down by 4. Field goal's not going to cut it. You have to go for it. Or wait a minute. What if we kick a 60-yard field goal and we can get 4 points? Would something like that work? What are the other ideas you can think of in sports that you would like to see? Kind of new, kind of wild ideas to change things up a little bit, just to spice them up a little bit, like a 4-point shot in basketball, or like I'm saying, award 4 points for a field goal that's beyond 60 yards. Because we only see, maybe a dozen kicks that are beyond 60 yards that go through the uprights. But if they get an extra point, we might see some more, and it is an exciting play. Although, King, the NFL does hate kickers.
Do they?
I mean, this is fact, right? They do hate kickers. So I'm not sure you're going to get that.
Yeah, they want teams to go for 2 and whatnot. But I mean, as far as the 4-point shot in basketball, like, I've always kind of brought it up because what I personally hate is when a player in the NBA or even college basketball, they have the ball at the end of a quarter or a half, and they're on the other side, like they just inbound it from the baseline, right?
Yeah.
But they have a couple seconds, and they can just at least try to launch a full court shot. But instead, they don't, because they care about their 3-point shooting percentage, which to me is the dumbest thing, because it's just I know it's a 1 in a million chance, but you could get 3 points, right? So if you implement a 4-pointer from back there, maybe it's more reason for them to shoot it, and then on top of that, it doesn't affect your 3-point percentage. It's your 4-point percentage now. So everyone's 4-point percentage is going to suck, so who cares about that, right? Your 3-point percentage is still going to be what it is. So I feel like I've always thought about adding it because of that. I hate a wasted possession. I'm about efficiency, and that feels to me like a waste of a...
You are about efficiency.
It's all about, like, just take a shot. Who cares? It's
take a shot.
It's the same thing. If you don't shoot it, hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
I've heard that.
Michael Scott.
I've heard that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. What other kind of crazy idea would you like to bring into sports, much like a 4-point shot in basketball? Would you approve of that? Would you like to see something else in other sports? Don't limit it to basketball. It can be football, baseball, hockey, whatever you want to do. What else would you like to see implemented to make the game more interesting? And that's maybe not terribly off the wall, but something that that would actually be considered. Not something that's like a hard no right away. I mean, we don't need the crazy let's put crocodiles on the in the end zone and see if the players can survive. I don't know why I went to crocodiles in the end zone, but I'm just saying. 2485. Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, we already have alligators on the golf courses, right? What if you put I don't know why this just came to my head. What if you put when you have golf tournaments in South Carolina or in Florida where there are the alligators all over the place? What if you put like raw chicken meat out in the fairways to lure the gators onto the fairway? Could you do that? That's a horrific idea. But you know what I'm saying. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, we're looking for some rule changes that you'd like to see made in all of sports, but something to make things a little saucier, a little spicier, a little more interesting.
The WNBA is going to experiment with a 4-point shot in their All-Star game. They're going to have 4 logos on the court, 2 on either side, set way back over probably by the half-court line, where if you knock a shot from that spot, you get 4 points. I think it's interesting. Is it a little rock and jock feel to it? Sure it is. But it's not crazy like the 10-point shot in rock and jock, and they're not throwing the rims up, another 10 feet. But it's interesting. And we're always looking for ways to make things more interesting and more exciting. And Major League Baseball has done a ton of it lately, and we saw it on full display in the All-Star game. 2 major changes. One was the automated balls and strikes system, which I thought worked brilliantly in the All-Star game. Every time there was a challenge, it was overturned, and there weren't that many challenges, which speaks volumes of how well it was umpired. And a couple of those challenges that were overturned were so close. So, I think it's great. It keeps the umpires honest and accountable for what they do. And I don't think that I think it was Dan Iasagna behind the plate. I don't think he would have a problem with being overturned a couple of times because those were really close plays. And sometimes they're obstructed by the catcher and everything. So they don't see everything. They're not going to get everything right, but they were pretty close, and it shows how close they were. The other thing they did was they had the swing off to decide the winner of the All-Star game. Look, we've seen the NHL change their overtime format, going to straight up to 3-on-3 hockey, which because it just moves by quicker. You usually get a goal with 3-on-3 hockey, and on the rare occasion that you don't, it goes to a shootout just to determine a winner, so that you're not playing hockey all night long. Changes in the playoffs, they abandon that stuff in the playoffs, and I agree, it should be abandoned in the playoffs. But we've seen lots of rule changes that maybe initially we thought were stupid, but they've actually held on. The ghost runner in baseball and extra innings in a regular season, hey, that's a thing. I like it. I got to admit, I like it. I think it speeds the game along. The pitch clock speeds the game along. The getting rid of the shift speeds the game along, or at least provides more offense. I don't know if it speeds the game along, but I like the changes baseball has implemented. The idea of a 4-point shot in basketball, it intrigues me. What is it you'd like to see in sports that gets changed? 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Jim is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Jim.
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Look, so just the quick baseball thing that you mentioned right there, my dream scenario is to get Angel Hernandez back behind the plate one more time and give an unlimited amount of challenges and just let's just set the world on fire.
Just get him shamed into retirement again. Yeah.
Yeah, in case there was any doubt. But I think the big thing, hockey obviously is a bit of a niche for a lot of people. Some people are diehards, kind of like soccer, where 1-0 games and that is really appreciated. But for the mass majority, it's not. I say and I don't know how much you would widen it, but maybe a foot and the net and let's go. Let's have that's the fun part of hockey. Let's score.
Interesting, widening the goal. Just think of it this way. I think a foot that's a lot. If you go 6 inches on either side, that's a lot. Think about how many times you hear the puck ring off the post or off the crossbar. If you just did it a couple of inches, you'd get more goals.
What about getting rid of the offsides? Now the defense got to worry about cherry picking and things like that. That would be kind of fun too.
It'd be, and thanks for the call, Jim. I'm not as keen on eliminating offsides because I don't like cherry picking. I think there's enough of the cherry picking that goes on already legally that if you were to just eliminate offsides altogether, I don't like that idea as much. But widening the goal is interesting. Now, some things are just, it feels like it's set in stone. This is one of those original rules of the league, like the dimensions of a baseball field and the diamond itself. 9 bases are 90 feet apart. 60 feet 6 inches is the pitcher's mound from home plate. That kind of stuff. The football field's 100 yards long. The basketball court is what it is with its dimensions. A 10-foot rim. Some things I feel like are just, they're kind of set in stone. And maybe the width of a hockey net is the same thing. That maybe that's one of those that's set in stone that you don't want to mess with. But I mean, I'm interested in it. Like I said, even if you just did it you could go 2 inches on either side. How many more goals would you get?
You hear the puck ring off the post all the time. Now, Kenny, I don't know if Kenny is back there. Kenny's one of our hockey guys. I'd be curious to see what Kenny's opinion is of this, with if you were to widen the goal by a couple inches on either side. Let's hear it.
Something that me and my friend have hotly debated. A couple of buddies of mine have hotly debated. I want you to imagine yourself.
Okay.
You're on a power play.
My eyes
Close your eyes.
Close
my
your
eyes are closed. They're closed.
You can be in the shower if you want to. That's fine.
That's
I know
that's
you guys
reserved
like
for
to,
something else.
completely uncalled for.
I know you guys like to imagine yourself in the shower when you think about things.
Completely uncalled for.
100%. Imagine yourself. You're on a power play.
All right.
There's a minute left in the period. You get a power play. And then you're working the zone, you're making progress, you get a couple shots.
When you say working the zone and making progress, and you say I'm in the shower, that's a problem.
Hey.
Come on, Kenny.
Just imagine yourself in a place, So, yeah, you're working the zone, you're making progress, you're getting shots on goal.
All right.
Minute left. Nope, that does not happen.
Scores.
No, you do not score. So the period ends. You have a minute left on the power play.
Mm-hmm.
You're going into the next period.
Yes.
And you have to start at center ice again because that's where the opening faceoff takes place.
Right. Yeah.
Cancel that. If there's a carryover power play.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It starts in the offensive zone.
I'm going to open my eyes because I'm starting to get dizzy thinking about it.
Yes. Okay, that's fine. You get to pick your face-off circle, but it happens in the offensive zone. That would be my rule change. Because I think if you're on a power play, you shouldn't be punished by the fact that the period ends.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
See, it's not a bad idea.
No, I don't mind that at all. Actually, it's interesting, right? Because you've got this advantage, and effectively, the shorthanded team gets saved by the bell.
100%. Why are you being punished? Because the period has ended.
Right.
It's simply a matter of timing, because if that happened at like the 10-minute mark of the period, you're still in the offensive zone. You're still pounding away. That's right. I said it.
Come on, man.
This has become a very energized segment. I'm sorry.
We still talking rule changes?
A little bit of both.
All right, but I like the idea. Actually, I think that's really interesting. If your power play ends before if the period ends before the power play ends, and you had the puck in the offensive zone, that you get to start the next period with the puck in the offensive zone. But you're saying you have the face-off in the offensive zone as opposed to having to face off at center ice. So
and it's not as if you get
a draw and keep it in the zone.
Yeah, and it's not as if you get possession in the offensive zone because it's still a face-off.
Yes, you still have to earn it. It's not like you're giving a puck at, okay, this team gets it skating out of their own blue line, let's go, or they get it at center ice. No, you have to win the face-off in the offensive zone. I like it. I actually like that idea a lot. I think that's pretty. Kenny, you
not bad, right? Not
you
bad.
And your friends who hotly debate things. There's
a certain segment of my friend group that will not be named that do not like this idea, but a large majority do, and I think this is a great idea. I thought.
What's the reason they don't like it?
It's just like changing rules. Traditionalist people, they just like I like the way it is because it is the way it is.
Gotcha. All right, thank you, Kenny. I think that's an idea worth considering. I like it a lot, actually. It's just little things. And Kenny's right. I mean, the team that's on a power play gets punished because the period ends. It's like the other guy gets saved by the bell. Which in combat sports, sure. It's not like they start the next round where you put one boxer in the corner and the aggressor gets to start wailing away again. Or if it's MMA, you got somebody who's ground and pounding somebody and they get saved by the bell, that you start the next round off with the guy still on top and grounding and pounding.
But you've also taken a penalty, which means you should be punished.
It's different. No, I get it.
For that penalty.
Yeah, I'm trying to just
I agree with you.
Reconcile it with other sports, and I think it makes sense. I think it makes a lot of sense. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We got a bunch of texts coming in on this. I'd like to see the height of the rim be raised 6 inches because the average height of the players has gone up. I don't want to change that as much. I don't like messing with dimensions as much. Like I'm lukewarm to the idea of widening the hockey net just because it's like those dimensions have been there since hockey started. Same thing with basketball. It's a 10-foot rim. Every kid learns to shoot once they get to, a real level of basketball as opposed to in somebody's, driveway, you're playing on a 10-foot rim. You're adjusting to that. So, yes, while you have the Wembanyama's of the world, the Chet Holmgrens of the world, you also have a bunch of guys that are under 6'5" that are playing the sport and playing it really well. I don't want to mess with the height of the rim. I'm not killing the person who sent that in. That's fine. It's like, these are the ideas we're looking for, the suggestions that we're looking for. Honestly, I love the pitch clock. It saved baseball, in my opinion, but I miss the fact that the All-Star game is decided home field in the World Series. It made the All-Star game actually mean something. Not sure why they got rid of that rule. That's from Chris in a pool truck. It seems a little bit arbitrary. I'll tell you why I think they got rid of it. I think they got rid of it because now they have interleague play. Expanded interleague play. Every team plays every team in baseball now, and they play 2 series. So you can have a better idea of who the best team in baseball is based on that, as opposed to when you were playing, 2 weeks of interleague games, you're not really seeing it. But now when you can say that the Tigers had the best record in baseball, well, they played all the best teams in baseball. So the team with the best record in baseball should get home field advantage if it gets to the World Series, whichever team has the better record. No, Gator, you should be scolded for taking a horribly inefficient shot. That's Ben eating Raising Cane's. Oh, eating some chicken strips there. Rubbing it in, too, Kang. Ben is rubbing it in.
Have you had it yet?
Not yet.
Oh, man. You chicken finger guy?
You know me. Yeah.
You got to try it, man. I don't know about now. I don't know if the lines have gone down yet. I know when it first came out for the months after, too, it was just chaos to get in over there.
Yeah. Need more Raising Cane's to pop up around Metro Detroit so that we can, ease up the lines.
Dude, they got good Texas toast, too. I know you're a bread guy.
I do like bread. I have a problem with bread.
What was this text about again?
You should be scolded for taking a horribly inefficient shot.
Oh, the logo shot,
the 4-point shot.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're down, you're down. I don't think it'd be something that like Steph Curry's just going to all of a sudden launch a 50-foot shot. I think there has to be context to it.
Yes.
Hey, we're playing from behind. We need to try to score and do something quickly here. We need to make something happen. And lightning in a bottle. Here's 4 points instead of 2 or instead of 3. Interesting nonetheless. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson along with King, our producer. Kenny's working the phones. We're all here with you taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Having a nice discussion today. We've talked a lot about the Lions. We'll get into some Tiger talk here a little bit as well. Hey, Tigers return to action tonight. Good to get baseball back. I'm happy about that. They're in Texas to take on the Rangers for the next 3 nights. That's good news. Want to see baseball back, and Reese Olson will get the start for the Tigers tonight. We'll see if there are any changes to this lineup. I haven't seen anything yet. If they've activated Kerry Carpenter yet, I don't think that's happened yet. Maybe that won't happen for another series or two. But seems like he's definitely on the path to getting back to this team quickly, and they could use him add a little more offensive punch to this team. And certainly against right-handed pitching, Kerry Carpenter is awfully good and helps to provide that extra power. Looking back at the text, we've been talking about the WNBA is going to go with a 4-point shot in the All-Star game. We have a couple logos on either side of the court where you can shoot from and turn a 3-point shot into a 4-point shot. And it may seem like a crazy idea at first, and yet think of all the ideas we've had in sports over the last 10 years that have totally changed games. And I think we're looking at a system now where it's really, really interesting because they've made games better. I mean, just baseball alone has gotten so much better with everything that they've implemented. There's more offense in baseball because the DH in both leagues now. The games go by quicker because of the pitch clock. I think that's a big thing. More offense because they've eliminated the shift in baseball. And we see in the All-Star game, they put in the automated balls and strikes system, which hopefully will be implemented next year for Major League Baseball with a couple of tweaks. But I think it's a great idea because it happens like that. It's quick. You wait at most like 10 seconds before you get a determination if the pitch was a ball or a strike. And that's a big problem with replays. Sometimes replay takes forever. And then they had the swing off to decide the winner of the All-Star game, which is fine because it's an exhibition, right? And the fans win when it gets to the swing off because you get to see an impromptu home run derby after 9 innings of baseball. I think it's cool. But this idea to have a 4-point shot in the WNBA All-Star game, again, may sound like it's crazy, but is it that crazy? We're asking people to submit their ideas of ways that you would change a sport to make it a little bit more interesting. That's not too off the wall, or maybe you think it's too off the wall and it really isn't. We had some hockey suggestions. Kenny's suggestion, he and his friends have a hotly contested debate about the power play. If a power play, if the period ends before the power play ends, then you start the next period while you're on the power play, but you start it in the offensive zone with a face-off, if that's where the play ended up. I think it's really interesting. I got some ticket text on this. How about 2 goals for a shorthanded goal? That's from Tyler. I think it might be a little too radical. I don't know if a shorthanded goal should get you more point total, if you will. But it's an idea. It's definitely an interesting idea to go that route. I think we should go back to just everything being 2 points. Feel like the 3-point shot has killed the NBA. Well, that's a radical change in the other direction. And I don't think that would be that well received. Ken, you're more of an NBA guy. How would you feel about eliminating the 3-point shot? And just no matter where you shoot it on the floor, it's just 2 points.
See, I think that text screams frustration with where the game is now. And I totally understand their frustration. I'm not in love with all the 3-point shots that are being taken, it seems like, every single possession in basketball. But with that being said, you can't take it away. It has brought a ton of value to the NBA. Look at the record contracts they've signed with the networks and the streaming and all that stuff. So the 3-point shot has helped the NBA. So they're never going to take it away. Like, look at Steph Curry and look what Caitlin Clark's doing to the WNBA. Yeah. Now, if you don't want the 4-pointer, I totally get that.
Sure.
But you can't go drastically the other way because you're frustrated with the game now. It's because they're actually pretty popular, and there's just got to be a way to. I think there's more of a happy medium that we can't find right now. Like, the the old NBA fan, and I consider myself kind of maybe getting to the old school point where I miss the post-up player. I think that maybe that ticket text wants, what happened to the mid-range shot, right? What happened to the big guys? And so I do miss that part of the game. There's got to be a way to get that back, but it's not removing the three-pointer, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wouldn't remove the three-point shot and just have 2-point shots everywhere. I'm not necessarily saying we should go to a 4-point shot either. I think in an all-star game, it's fine. Go ahead and do that. I think it adds a different dimension. It could be kind of fun. With the NBA, my change for the NBA, it's nothing terribly radical. It's just, how about you actually call traveling? Maybe that is radical.
I like that one.
How about you actually call it? I think the Euro step is a joke. I don't know. The Euro step is just an excuse to get a fourth step.
Yeah, traveling, double dribble, carrying, just the continuation on fouls, maybe the flopping. Those are things that need to be tweaked. Those things need to be fixed, I think.
Hockey, 2 points to win a fight. That's Paul in a truck.
Oh, I like that.
Well, that would mean you would bring hockey, fighting back to hockey on a more regular basis, and we know that's not going to happen. Not while Gary Bettman is the commissioner of the league. I do think that they should allow hockey players to remove their helmets prior to a fight. If they're going to fight, if you got two willing combatants, I think they should be allowed to take their helmets off so they don't hurt their hands, because everybody's wearing a shield now. It's different back in the day when players would wear helmets, but there wasn't a shield, and they'd swing away, and it'd still hurt their hands against the helmet, but at least they're not, punching a shield into somebody's face. That'd be a change I would make. Besides kick returns, any offensive play over 90 yards that results in a touchdown, give them 8 points. Wow. Aside from kick returns, a 90-yard offensive play gets 8 points. Is that 8 points prior to an extra point?
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying.
So it could
and
be,
it's kind of like
it could be 9 or 10 points,
I guess. But I think the concept of that is it comes from fantasy football. There's a lot of leagues.
Oh yeah,
that will give you bonus points for the length of touchdown. 40, 60, 70 plus.
That's why I threw in the idea of a field goal that's beyond 60 yards. How about you make it 4 points? Is that too radical? For the league doesn't seem to care about kickers all that much, but this would make it more interesting if you really get to showcase the kicker's talents. Hey, he just drilled a 65-yard field goal. Why is a 65-yard field goal worth the same as a 30-yard field goal? 248-539-9797. How about 8 points for a kickoff return touchdown? Again, going in the same line as the other one. But
would that encourage more people to take it out of the end zone? It just seems ceremonial now. You just kick it and then everyone takes a knee.
They haven't figured it out yet. I thought for sure we were going to see a ton of kickoff returns for touchdowns with the new rules that were implemented with the basically the offense and defense on the kick return. Those units would be right across from each other, but 30 yards down the field. I thought for sure we were going to see more returns, because all it takes is one seal block and the guy's gone. But we haven't seen it because the kickers are too accurate in how they place the ball and guys aren't returning it. So, yeah, would you have more returns if you can get 8 points for a kickoff return? Yeah, I think I'm not against I don't know if I want the 8 points for it, but I think really what people want to say is 7 points, and then you have to kick for the extra point or go for 2 to make it 9. A touchdown longer than 50 yards is worth 7 automatic. Then if you try for 2, that's a possible 9 points. So again, a lot of the fantasy football players are out here, King, and they're supporting that idea. The longer the touchdown, the longer the scoring play, give them an extra point for it. Interesting. Gets a lot of gas there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your ideas to kind of change sports a little bit. The WNBA, they're going to try out the 4-point shot at the All-Star game. What other kind of rule change like that would you like to see in sports? Tried either in an All-Star game in the preseason, or do you want it implemented right away in the regular season? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We had some Lions news we've gotten into. Levi Onwuzurike, he's gone for the first 4 games of the season as he's placed on the reserved PUP list. That's unfortunate. We've got players on the PUP list like Taylor Decker. We don't know why he's on a PUP list just yet, but hopefully it's nothing serious. Maybe it's just, hey, veteran player, we got him on the PUP list so he doesn't have to report right away.
we'll see if there's any more action on that. Good news is for the Lions, they came to terms with second-round pick Tate Ratledge. He is signed, sealed, and delivered and ready to work out with this team in training camp, as the rookies have reported. That's good news. And T.J. Watt signed his big 3-year extension with the Steelers. What does that mean for the Lions in trying to sign Aiden Hutchinson? Has that price gone up, and how much higher has that price gone up? And has that stopped this team or anybody from dreaming about, the idea that Trey Hendrickson could be had? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. It is my favorite place to go, bar none, when I want to watch a big sporting event. Why? Flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. They pipe in the big sound for all the big events, and they have awesome food there as well, including the best wings in town. And how about this? Tomorrow night, UFC 318. You got Holloway taking on Poirier and Costa taking on Kopylov. There's no cover. And July 25th, and for all Friday Detroit baseball home games, you can take the 24-second shuttle. You can remove the hassle of the parking and the driving nightmares. You got BYOB on the shuttle, and the tickets are only $40 round trip. Come to 24 Seconds now, and you have a chance to win a 3-night stay for up to 2 people at Circa Resort and Casino in Vegas. Limo transportation, Legacy Club membership, Legacy Club welcome party. There's a stadium swim cabana party and a football season kickoff watch party at Underhang with Circa owner Derek Stevens. That's included. That's pretty great. And for all the Detroit baseball games at 24 Seconds, get $4 bottles and cans of Miller Lite and Coors Light. And they got trivia on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock, and they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Need any event or party catered? Let 24 Seconds do all the work for you. They're great. And they're also hiring food runners right now. Every seat's a great seat. You're going to want to check it out. And they have the specials and all the happenings around the webpage at 24secondsbar.com. Grab a taste of the action for yourself right in the heart of downtown Berkeley. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Some feedback coming in. Levi being on the reserve PUP list today means that he has an injury that will keep him out for at least 10 weeks. It has to be something pretty serious. The 10 weeks being training camp and leading into the first 4 weeks of the season. We asked him to miss the first 4 games of the year. And yeah, you're right. It likely is something that is, you're talking 10 weeks. Is that serious? That's serious enough. Hopefully we'll find out some more information on that in the next few days. But it's rough for the Lions. That was a guy they were counting on. They brought him back, 1-year deal, $4 million for the season, and going to start the year on the reserve PUP list. I can't justify paying Hutch guaranteed money when you can clearly see a hitch in his step. I doubt he'll ever be the same. That's Hans, the Uber driver. I disagree. I think as he's recovering, if you see a hitch in his step when he's running a sprint, okay, fair enough. But he's running sprints. And I don't care about his sprinting speed. I care about, can he get to the quarterback? As far as Aiden Hutchinson or any professional athlete, their time is limited. Age is their enemy. They're going to try and make as much money as they can. That's part of the business. If they get one injury and that ends their career, etc., that's it. They need to make as much money as they can in a short amount of time as they can. He'll hold out and he'll sign for the best deal wherever that is. That's Dave in a car. Well, I hate the word hold out because I don't think he's going to hold out for anything. I think that he can sit back and enjoy this right now. He's getting paid and he knows he's going to get paid huge. The question for Aiden Hutchinson is, when does he want to sign that contract offer? When will the offer come? We don't know. They don't really talk about that. But I would imagine the Lions want to get something done sooner than later, because the later it goes, the higher the price gets. If Hutch wasn't ready to go, wouldn't they put him on the PUP list? That's from Michael and Jackson. Yeah, I think you're right, Michael. And he's not. Knock on wood right now, he's not. So I tend to agree with you on that. Let's get back to the phones, 248-539-9797. Mark is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mark.
Hey, guys. Enjoy your show.
Thank you.
Idea for the NBA, anytime during the game you're down by 20 or some big number, losing team gets make it, take it, minus, and free throws don't count to discourage head check. What do you think?
Make it, take it. I think that would be a real radical change from the rules of basketball, where you change possession all the time, and now you're telling they get to keep possession just because they're down big. I don't know if I like that. Do you like that, or you just bringing it up?
I think it would be interesting to keep viewers more in tune. If it's not a blowout, might help TV viewing.
But would it help TV viewing, or would it help just to create a kind of a bland? I don't know if it makes it more exciting, or if it thins it out.
I agree.
But it's an idea. I don't want to. I'm killing you, Mark, for it. I appreciate the effort there. I don't like the make it, take it thing. Kang, do you?
I'm sorry, I was discussing something very important with Kenny. Could you reset that? You don't even want to ask.
Well, now I'm going to have to ask.
No, you don't want to ask.
Don't need to ask that question right now, I promise.
No? All right, I will trust you on that. This is the problem with having you guys halfway across the building.
Yes,
I can't.
It's like we're on remote at all times. Yes.
Right.
Okay. So, I'm sorry. What was going on?
First of all, what I'm seeing right now in the area that you guys normally are at, in the other studio,
behind the glass, normally,
they have removed windows,
like actual windows.
Yes, and they're cleaning them. It's
the first time that area has been cleaned in maybe 2 decades.
Well, there you go. 2 decades. We haven't been in this building for 2 decades. But
I stand by my statement.
Are Doug's keys back there?
That's a great question. No, those keys are somewhere in his garage.
Mm-hmm.
We think. We don't know for sure.
I'm sorry. So yes, your question. I'm sorry.
The previous caller suggested that in the NBA they could change it if you're down by 20 points or more, that they play a brief period of make it and take it. If you're trailing.
First of all, hilarious.
I was hoping somebody would give that reaction, so I didn't have to do it. You're giving it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this is no way, but it's funny. I like the fact that he had the courage to call in with that.
Yes.
I don't know if he was being serious, but so is that like did he give any the parameters? Is it like a 5-minute take, make it and take it?
No
or
parameters, just the idea.
Is this like calling your own power play at any point you need it?
I
Or something?
exactly, which is probably somebody else's idea.
This is like turning into video game stuff, you know?
It becomes street ball at that point, and I don't think we need to do the make it take it thing. What are we playing 1-on-1 here? I don't think so.
No, I'm against this idea. But and by the way, blown 20-point leads are already happening without the make it and take it rule.
I agree. I'd be remiss if I didn't try to push back a little bit more and finding out what you guys were talking about before you opened up the microphone. You guys are both you were laughing. It was very secretive.
First of all, Kenny, you're the one who asked me this question, so I'm gonna ask you.
Put it on me. I see what
No,
you're doing.
I'm just asking you if I can tell Gator I'm not going to go any further, Gator, but I'll tell you what Kenny asked me.
I was fascinated with a certain group of people.
Okay, those people?
Not those people. No. You have no idea where we're going with this.
Is this like a big old tub of pretzels question of the day type question?
This might be an off the air type of question.
Carson Anderson After Dark. Remember those days?
Oh yeah. Who the blank is Bobby Scales? Yeah, that type of thing.
There's a group of people with a certain infatuation with a certain part of the body.
And Kenny just wondered if they ranked why they rank so high and why does it rank number 1?
Yes.
Maybe Rex Ryan is a coach.
Rex Ryan would be a great example.
Fair enough.
Because I don't get it, but there's people that are like that. That was my only question to Kang behind the glass,
Okay. All right.
not on the air.
Private conversation.
Before you put your foot in your mouth anymore, you can let that go.
Excellent way to put it.
You're right. Yes, that's probably a question better.
I think we should all take a step back, guys.
Yeah,
right?
take a step back. Yeah. We don't want to dip our toe in the water anymore of this topic. No. I understand what you're saying. All right. Fetish. Yes. Got it.
We don't have to keep talking about it.
Well, I
Just
mean,
move right on past
of course, this is what we do. We sort of allude to it, and then eventually we bail on it, and we'll go back to another call, which brings us to Bill, who's next up here in 97 The Ticket. Hey, Bill.
Hey.
Hey.
Serious reform for NFL on kickoffs. Are you ready?
Okay. On kickoffs, yes.
You bring the forward pass into it.
On a
Same
kickoff
rules.
return.
It can be picked off. It can be incomplete. But the deep backs could have the option of throwing the ball, which would open up the field and also reduce injuries, which is why they have these constant rule changes with kickoffs. What do you think?
Well, I think it opens up a whole lot of things, like roughing the passer. Is that possible? And I guess you completely abandon the idea of ineligible man downfield. It's interesting because it becomes more like a schoolyard game that you would play during recess or gym class, as opposed to actual football.
Yeah, mull over that for a while. Think about it.
All right, I'll mull it for a little bit here. Ken, you can mull with me. Kenny, you can mull with me. Forward pass on a kickoff return. Thumbs up, thumbs
Forward
down.
pass on a kickoff return?
Yeah.
Like the receiving team gets the ball, they're allowed to throw
and
a
they
forward
start returning the football, and they can throw it forward to another teammate.
Is it one pass only, or is it that you continually?
Let's just assume it's one pass only.
What happens if it's incomplete? Where
Is
does
that
the ball
fumble?
go?
Then I would imagine the ball
Goes
goes
to the 20?
either it's a fumble or it goes to where the ball was thrown.
Well, it can't be a fumble because it's incomplete. That doesn't make sense.
True, but I mean the person's voluntarily coughing it up, throwing it forward.
Yes, but if it's an interception, it's an interception. So
I kind of like the idea. If you're gonna, first of all, I think the idea is ridiculous. But
yes.
That being said, if we're gonna workshop it, the idea of that forward pass becoming a fumble if it's incomplete, that I like, because that's punitive. Like you better be sure you're going to complete this pass.
Oh, like you're taking the risk.
Yeah.
Therefore, if
you don't just get a free launch.
Well, hey, if it's incomplete, then it just goes to where I threw the ball from.
Otherwise, you're just gunning it down the field and hoping for the best.
That would happen every time. Yeah.
Right. I mean, there should be a real penalty for that. If you're going to do that, hey, it becomes a fumble.
I mean, how much do you like feet, though, Gator?
What is wrong with you?
Can we stop with this?
None at all, actually. Not even a little. No. I know where my feet have been. I don't want to. That does nothing for me. I know some people have it. those people. Kenny's right. There's a whole subculture of people. Yeah. Well, I don't think we need to go there. I think it was, I stirred up the hornet's nest a little more than I really needed to.
You asked the question.
I
Gator.
did.
This is all on you.
We
warned you multiple times.
It's true. It's true. But then what does it say about you sickos back there? That's what you're discussing.
Not even. That's the tip of the iceberg, my friend.
Oh, yeah, this is sadly but true.
Don't say tip.
Oh, no. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. All right, we've been talking about the kind of radical changes to sports that maybe you'd like to see. The WNBA is going to experiment with the 4-point shot in the All-Star game. Basically, it's like a half-court shot. I think they're going to have a couple logos on either side of half court. That if you launch it from there, you can get 4 points for a play. And as crazy as it sounds, we've seen so many changes and radical changes to our sports over the years that maybe it's not the craziest idea. We'll see if is that something you would like, or is there another rule that you'd love to see changed or implemented in sports? 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phones. And Kyle is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Good. Yeah, talking about changes, I'd love to see the NBA set a limit to the amount of three-pointers they can make in a game. Maybe set it at like 20 made three-pointers, that's 60 points, and then that way teams would actually have to strategically save some for the end of the game in case they needed it at the end of the game.
That's interesting. I think I think that's really interesting. That you have, once you reach your quota, you can't launch from three anymore.
Well, you could always launch it, but it only counts as two.
Fair enough. Now I understand. Interesting, Kyle. Thanks for the call. I appreciate that. Kane, what do you think of that? Limiting the number of three-pointers that you can make in a game.
There'd definitely be more strategy involved, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean, overall, I don't like it. And obviously, we're just, we're asking for this. So I'm not, kind of knock anybody for calling in and giving an idea or anything like that. But I don't love the amount of three-point shots being taken in the NBA. I don't. But with that being said, you wouldn't have Steph Curry, right? You wouldn't have Caitlin Clark. Like, this is where the game has gone. I think there's just some tweaking that needs to be done to maybe bring back the game inside the three-point line somehow. But I don't think limiting it or taking it away is the answer. But I understand, hey, this is how we get ideas rolling. So I don't like that, but that would definitely bring a different strategy to the game for sure.
Ticket text coming in for an all-star game. I think a 4 and even 5-point shot is fine for the gimmick and entertainment value. I'm actually in favor of moving the three-point line back 5 feet in the NBA. Not only would it help with the ridiculous volume of people jacking up three-point shots, but it also opens up inside the arc and makes your mid-range specialist more valuable. That's from Mac. In the NBA, no timeouts in the last minute of play. Let's see them figure it out on the fly. At worst, one timeout like with hockey. That'd be interesting.
I kind of like that. I hate all the stoppages at the end of basketball games.
Yeah, it takes forever. If you got a tight game, it takes forever to play the last minute of any basketball game, college or pro.
Yep. It's like, and there's all these like free timeouts too, when they have to like talk things over or do whatever,
Yeah.
You shouldn't be able to huddle up or any of that.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Like you keep the team on the floor and keep the coach away from them.
Yeah.
They can't discuss what's going on. It happens in all sports like that. Dan is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Dan.
Hey, I got two ideas for soccer. First, every 15 minutes you have a 2-minute commercial break. That will allow them to make more money, and you have unlimited subs during that time. And the other change, if you can go down.
What's the other change?
If you get an injury, you got to leave the field for 10 minutes. They can sub if they want, but you got to leave for 10 minutes.
I got you. So instead of, writhing in pain and fake pain, and then all of a sudden you get up and now you can shake it off. I'm okay now. You have great. We're glad you're okay, but you have to leave the field for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not against that. I mean, I'm not a soccer guy. I played it as a kid, and I have no real desire to watch it as an adult because, in large part, it's all the fake injuries. I can't stand that. I know I'm not alone, and I know the soccernistas out there are like, it's only part of the game. I don't like it. It really turns me off. I don't like when they fake injuries in any sport, but in soccer, it's the worst. But that idea would be, I think it'd be great. If you're going to fake an injury, you're going to leave the field for a while. The idea of having breaks every 15 minutes, so it'd be they're 45-minute halves. So you'd have 3 breaks during or 2 breaks during a half for a couple minutes. That's interesting. Give players a chance to catch the breath a little bit. Unlimited substitutions is interesting. Keep players as fresh as possible. I'm not against that. Interesting. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number, same number to text as well. All right, so let's get into the viral topic. We've avoided it so far in this show, and I know everybody's you can't ignore what the story is. And that is the story of the CEO that got caught up in a cheating scandal, if you will, after being shown on the big screen at a Coldplay concert. And it's bad enough that, somebody was
at Coldplay,
right? It's bad enough that a grown-ass man is going to go to a Coldplay concert. But he's married, and the woman he was with was not his wife when he was showing affection. Now, look, they were just and he was behind her and kind of holding on to her in a hug or embrace. His hands, he may have gotten a little handsy while he was on camera there. But the woman he was holding was not his wife. It was, in fact, apparently the HR director.
The head of HR over there.
Yeah.
The same company he's the CEO of.
Yes. So this story has gone viral because as soon as the guy realizes he's on camera, he turns around and ducks underneath the bar and fades away quickly. Like faster than Homer Simpson falling back into the hedge in that beautiful, glorious meme.
Into the bushes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. This guy is gone. Gone, daddy, gone. As soon as he figures it out. The woman takes a minute, or not a minute, she takes a couple seconds before she realizes what's happened. And now she's smiling and kind of turning around and walking away.
Well, she turns her back to the camera.
Yes. So this happened, as we said, at a Coldplay concert. There are many things at play here that are just flat out wrong. Cheating on your spouse, wrong. Cheating on your spouse with the director of HR, incredibly ironic. And that's wrong. There are reports that the entire HR department was there.
The VP was sitting right next to her.
Wrong. The idea that you're at a Coldplay concert and admittedly at a Coldplay concert. Wrong. That you would be somewhere in public like that with people that know you and know that you're married and see you kind of hooking up with this broad. Wrong. This story is amazing, Kang. And it has absolutely gone viral.
Yeah, so me and Kenny were talking about this. We talk about other stuff besides feet back here. And we were talking about
this. Did you say feedback or feedback?
But we were talking about this, and Kenny asked me, why has this gone so viral? Because I turn on my social media, and it's everywhere. The memes are endless. They're nonstop. It's replace the faces, and they're, with the hugging each other, like the Steelers and a 9-8 record. And there's there's a bunch of them like that, right? And I think it's because we have no sports right now. Like the All-Star game happened, right? 2 days with no baseball. It's a downtime. Training camp's finally starting for a lot of NFL teams. They're just reporting, and so I think for some reason this was on the front page of many newspapers across America. It's one of the lead stories in pop culture. And then you throw in the fact that he's a CEO of a company, which even then you don't think your life's gonna go public. I mean, every company's got a CEO, right? You don't think one day you're gonna wake up and you're a meme and you've got to send out an apology like some kind of athlete. Did you see that? And he blamed Chris Martin, the lead singer of Coldplay, by the way.
So I'm reading this story and it says lead singer Chris Martin was on to them instantly. In a 15-second clip of the incident that was posted to TikTok by a user, he could be heard saying, "Oh, look at these two. All right, come on, you're okay." As Martin watched them panic and do everything they could not to be seen on screen, he added, "Uh-oh, what? Either way, they're having an affair or they're just very shy."
I have it here. You want to hear it?
Yes, I do. Well, I know when I want to have an affair, it's going to be at the Coldplay concert.
So here's the thing. Here's a crazy.
And I certainly want Chris Martin to comment on it.
I know, dude. He's doing play-by-play of your affair.
Dude, you're a piano player.
So I know this is they never expected this, but the play would have been to act normal and nothing would have blown up. You know what I mean? Maybe at home you would have been in trouble if they would have saw this somehow.
Right.
But the fact that they acted the way they did, that's where this thing went completely off the rails for these two. And they were already just, arrogant enough to go in public with other people they work with at a Coldplay concert, embracing each other. But once the cameras went on them, yeah, they panicked. They panicked, and this made it worse. This made everyone look into who they were, why they did this, and obviously now we have all this information because this is 2025. You can do that now, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm curious what people think about this story. Or have you ever found yourself in that position where you were at somewhere in public and you saw somebody, doing something like this, and you're like, "Oh my God, is that who I think it is?" That's not That's not their wife or that's not their husband. And how would you handle that situation when you go back to work with that kind of knowledge? Because word spreads quickly, when rumors start flying. This one's got video evidence to it, though, which makes it awful. Just awful for the couple involved. But the problem is they're not a couple. I mean, they are, and they're not. So, and apparently, King, you were telling me off the air that Andy Byron, who was the man who was the CEO of Astronomer, apparently he has released a statement about what happened.
Yeah, it was like a player apology. It was hilarious. He apologized to his wife and family and and everybody he works with and his employer, whatever.
Sorry,
company.
I got caught.
Yeah, but then at the end, he kind of blames Chris Martin for putting them on the camera, and then he literally quotes one of his song lyrics. I don't know which song it is, but
that doesn't make it any better.
No,
dude.
I'm like, what are you
doing? If you're going to be at a Coldplay concert, at least just play it off like, oh yeah, well I was there for the chicks. Don't say you're there for the Coldplay, and then you quote Coldplay. What is that?
Do you think he likes Coldplay still?
I think he loves Coldplay. Does he still love Coldplay?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like now.
You know what? I think he's going to have the relationship with Coldplay like I had with Bob Seger for a while. Where I didn't like Seeger for a while because I went to his concert because he faked me out.
The farewell tour, right?
Yeah, I fell for a banana in the tailpipe trick where he said he was retiring. He wasn't retired.
No, he did like many concerts after that.
Many years worth of farewell tour concerts. And it took me a while before I forgave him. And then went and saw him playing concert again. I was very happy. Started playing a song. I'm like, yep, there we go. Roll me away. Love it. Love Seeger. Here we go. It took me a while. I think this guy's going to be on that same plane where he's pissed at Coldplay. I'm not going to listen to Coldplay. But if it comes on the radio, he's not going to turn the channel. He's just not going to sing right away. And then this guy knows every word to every Coldplay song. And eventually he's going to be belting out the song in his car. But, yeah, do I think he's going to seek out Coldplay for a while? No, probably not.
All right, a lot of people are texting and saying that the apology was not real. Okay, just the affair was real.
That
he quoted Coldplay.
Okay.
Because no one would ever admit to liking that. That's why.
See, I understand. Hysterical.
Still funny.
Yeah, but just curious if anybody has been put in this position before, if you've seen somebody, or maybe you were the one who was in a position. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, folks, got some good news. It's hot, so if your air conditioning is struggling or simply not working at all, it's time to call my friends over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And they've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. Whether you need a quick repair, a seasonal tune-up, or a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. So don't wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Oh, boy. I'm going to assume that's a Coldplay song. I don't know.
Don't act like you're not mouthing the words right now silently.
I don't have to act. I'm not mouthing the words at all. I don't know.
I see you on Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah, I see me too. Not singing the song. Don't know the song. But I think it's safe to assume that's Coldplay. This guy. I don't feel bad for this guy. Not in any way. Other than here, I guess here's what I feel bad. I feel bad that it went as viral as it did. Like, the dude's in bad enough shape already. He got caught. The fact that he was so brazen to do this in front of his coworkers.
Well, they obviously knew about it. The people
Yeah,
that were there.
I guess they.
The rest of the HR department.
The whole department is there.
Whatever.
She was the chief people officer, the CPO. And apparently the two are big Coldplay fans, the story goes on to say. But, I mean, it's bad enough that everybody knows you're cheating, and now that your wife knows you're cheating. But for it to go as viral as it did.
Yeah, that part is...
Because it's going to ruin his life. It's okay, it should ruin your personal life if you make a decision like... Maybe I shouldn't say it should ruin. Who knows what's going on behind closed doors within his relationship to begin with. I'm not going to get into the whole psychology of why people cheat, but, some people can justify it. Others will never justify it, whatever. But you really don't want to air your dirty laundry out in public like that.
No, that's the crazy part about this.
Yeah.
He's not a celebrity or anything like that. Like, people have affairs in this country that are not famous, and whether they have found or not, their lives move on without anyone really knowing, right? Unless you're in their personal circle. This is about as public as it gets. And he's a CEO, but he's not like he's not like Jeff Bezos or someone like that, right?
Well, no, nobody is, but
but you know what I mean, like a public, where where he's in the news all the time or whatever. No one knew who this guy was.
No, they just know now they know he's a CEO of a company called Astronomer.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah. So they couldn't predict like it was gonna go public, like literally public. Like,
I mean, you normally would say he's going to have some HR issues, but I mean, the person he's with is the director of HR.
And then second in command is sitting right next to him.
Hey, everybody. We're good with this, right? Oh, you're fine. Good God. What a mess.
At this morning in SportsCenter, the anchors are holding each other like those two were at the Coldplay concert making fun of it.
Really?
Yes. This is nonstop, Gator. It's all over the place.
And that's why you and Kenny were talking about foot fetishes. I get it.
Not exactly.
Oh,
but,
makes sense now.
Things do go off the rails.
Yes, they do. Quickly. Connor is next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Connor.
Hey, guys. How are you doing? Great show.
All right. Thank you.
So I liked the topic. I know I've been hearing this topic a lot about what we can do with basketball, especially, and how we can change it to make it a little more exciting. Because me as a fan, I think the three-point shot has kind of ruined it a little bit. I'm a big fan of scheming up the big guys down low and making ball movement, open up space in the lane to create those kind of shots. If you made dunks worth 3 points, I feel like you wouldn't have to worry about trying to find that five that can shoot like Karl Anthony Towns, and you can go back to actually scheming up traditional big guys and opening up spacing on the floor that way.
Yeah, I mean, but why make a dunk 3 points? I mean, it's the easiest shot you can make in the NBA is a dunk. Why give that?
Well, you
3
make
points?
you make the dunk worth 3 points because then that eliminates the 40% 3-point shooters is killing the big man who can't shoot. So if you want to make the game exciting again, you still have the 3-point jumper that you can still get, but your whole entire offense isn't relying on 40% 3-point shooters. Instead, you can go back to the way the league originally was with select few 3-point shooters, and you can essentially bring the paint and the lane back into the game again because it's not there anymore. It's just not. Unless you're going to the lane to draw fouls, there's no sense in having a big guy that's down there as a power presence and like basically a rim stuffer.
Well, thanks for the call, Connor. I appreciate it. I guess I strongly disagree with the idea of making a dunk 3 points to make it equivalent to a 3-point shot. A 3-point shot is way more difficult than it is being open underneath and slamming one home. But I mean, this is just the evolution of the game. That the 3-point shot is become as prominent as it has until teams decide that they're going to defend a 3-point shot better. I mean, there's nothing stopping teams from feeding the ball inside and having that inside presence.
And I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that attention, Kang, where teams decide to defend a 3 more and take advantage of the easy buckets underneath.
Well, the Pistons kind of did that this year, to be honest with you. They had a lot of shots inside the paint and scoring, 2-pointers than other teams. And so it can be done. And that's why I'm saying, like, of course the extreme is to limit 3-point shots, or some people even suggested taking it away. Yeah. Or just find a better way to defend it too, right? And play the basketball the way you think that you can win. And the Pistons, I think, kind of do that. Now, you cannot ignore 3-point shooting. We already know that. You have to have 3-point shooters, and you have to be able to defend a 3. That's just the way the NBA is. But with that being said, you can still, like the caller said, work the ball inside if you have a good low-post player to space out the floor and kick it back out, or I don't know, shoot a 2-pointer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Make a layup, man.
I've always said, if you're upset with that your team can't shoot 3s, then just shoot 2s. If you're not, there's a mathematical equation in there somewhere. If you're adept enough where you can knock down 60% of your shots around the rim, do that. Because if you're struggling to hit 30% from 3-point land, or I should say 35%, have a higher volume of higher percentage shots, and it evens out. And, oh, by the way, play defense. Defend a 3. It's also easier said than done, and I get that. And I think people that get upset with the 3-point shot and the regularity of it and the volume of it, I understand. I came from the same era. I thought basketball in the 80s was great, but everybody has their different era that they get attached to and that they love. And the fact is, it's become a shooter's league now. Is it cyclical? I don't know if this is going to be cyclical, like it's going to come back to rewarding guys that shoot underneath. I think there'll be some adjustment that is made at some point, and it's not going to surprise me if they move that 3-point line back even further. But they can't really go too much further back when you look at the baselines, can they? Or the sidelines, I guess. How much? They only have a couple feet of space there anyway, right? So if you're launching it from the corner, it's not like you can knock it back too much more. You can, like the top of the key, you can move it back as far as you want, but when you get to those corner shots, you only have so much room. We'll see if they do anything. I imagine something's going to happen in the NBA in the next 5 years when it relates to 3-point shooting, with them probably moving the line back a little bit. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We got baseball returning tonight. Tigers at the Texas Rangers. Interesting names that I've seen. One who Tiger fans would love to see come to the Tigers, who would love to come to the Tigers, apparently. But it goes both ways. If you like hearing that, do you like hearing that some team would love to have the Tigers' best player? We'll talk about it next. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Final hour of the Karsch and Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Kang with you today, taking your calls at 248-539-9797. Kenny's working the phones and talking feet. Look, if you want to talk feet with Kenny, feel free. 248-539.
He's got questions.
97.
He needs to know. He's wondering why.
I mean, it's one thing that had a hotly contested debate whether or not you should be able to continue the power play after a period's end by starting in the offensive zone with a faceoff. It's another to find out why it is that people are compelled to worship somebody else's feet.
And then he wants to know where it ranks. I don't know. This is him and his friends, man. I don't know.
Right. Which I'm sure you haven't offered up your opinion on.
Well, he asked me, so I gave my opinion, but
that's what happens when people ask questions like that. But I did mention, look, Tigers are back in action tonight. I think this is pretty cool. Saw a couple stories today in the Free Press that I find interesting. One is, I'm sure people would love to hear this because when we talk about the trade deadline, it is 13 days from now. Lots of people want to add to the offense of this team, add to the lineup. And Eugenio Suarez, the third baseman from Arizona, that his name comes up a lot. And deservedly so. The guy's got 31 home runs on the year, 78 RBIs, which 78 ribbies leads the National League. And he's got an 889 OPS. He's doing awfully well. I think he's had a crazy final 2 months here of this season, if I'm not mistaken. I want to go back and look at his months. Well, in June, he hit 315 in June to raise his average up as high as it is. Like I said, right now it's at 250, which it wasn't that long ago. That average was down around 200. But he's done a lot to improve there. He's cut down his strikeouts a little bit. He's still a really high strikeout volume guy. I mean, a couple of years ago, he had 214 strikeouts in a season. But he's a guy who's got a career of 794 OPS. A lot to like with Eugenio Suarez. And in fact, he was a former Tiger. He was a Tiger in the 2014 season. And then they traded him in the offseason to land Alfredo Simon, the pitcher, who started off really good for the Tigers and then did not finish up all that great with the Tigers. But he started off really, really well. But Suarez was there's an article in today's Free Press from Evan Petzold, and Evan caught up with Suarez, or at least he's got the quote from Suarez from the All-Star break on Monday, where he said, "To finish where everything started, it would be cool. It would mean a lot to me," meaning coming to play for the Detroit Tigers. He said, "Since I was there, it's been a lot different comparing the Tigers in 2010s to the 2025 Tigers." He says, "It's a new team with a lot of young guys and a lot of talent. I think they have a really good chance to make it more than the playoffs this year." So it's interesting that this is a guy who Tiger fans would love to target, who apparently would love to finish his career with the Detroit Tigers. He's 33 years old right now, and we'll see. On the other side of that, as much as Tiger fans might be really enjoying hearing those comments, how about when it comes to poaching one of our players? Meaning Tarik Skubal, catcher for the Dodgers, who's an all-star. Will Smith, who's a three-time all-star. He is signed through the 2033 season, and he says that he wants to work with Skubal. He says, as the catcher, you want to catch all the best names. As the Dodgers, we want to win the World Series, and that means getting the best players each and every year. So maybe not mentioning Skubal by name, but certainly asked about it, and this is what he was saying. So it's interesting. On one hand, you love hearing one guy being asked about Detroit. Yeah, I'd love to be there. And on the other hand, you feel really uncomfortable when there's an all-star catcher for the team that has the deepest pockets in baseball, the Los Angeles Dodgers, and he's talking about, yeah, it'd be great to catch that guy. We love all the big names. And why not? Let's get him on board here. And seeing what it's going to cost to bring, Skubal back. We know that there's going to be a ridiculous contract offer that comes his way. We know what his situation is. He's a free agent after next season. And all indications are, as long as he continues pitching the way he is, he's going to get a deal that's going to pay him about $40 million a year. Now, how many years is that going to be? Is it going to be a 10-year contract, an 8-year contract? Who knows? But that number is going to be sick. When you compare it to players that have signed contracts recently, Max Fried signed an 8-year contract with the Yankees for $218 million, and that was this past off season. And he's had a heck of a season, and probably if you wonder if maybe he shortchanged himself on that. Blake Snell signed a 5-year deal with the Dodgers for $182 million, the largest annual value for a left-handed pitcher. So you're talking 5 years, $182 million. Well, that's looking at, was it like $36 million a year? That's a ton, but it's not Skubal money. Remember there was that interview that he did and somebody suggested, hey, what about a 10-year, $400 million contract? He's like, yeah, that looks nice. I like the sound of that. Now, is that what it would take to get Skubal? I don't know if that's what it would take to get Skubal. I tend to think that no matter what the Tigers would offer him at this point, he's probably going to decline because you can go on the free agent market and let the big boys bid on him. But all that really kind of depends, I think, on what kind of success the Tigers have this postseason. He also says he wants to win a championship, as everybody will say that they want to win a championship. And the Tigers are in position where they're one of the best teams in baseball that they could perhaps win a World Series. That would be amazing if they could do that. But it's going to take some work, and the Tigers need to add to the roster. Like I said, less than 2 weeks away now. We're 13 days away from the trade deadline. I think they're going to add bullpen arms. Will they add Suarez to the mix? I mean, I don't think they necessarily need to, but I'm not against it. The shuffling that goes on, if you add Suarez, is going to be interesting what they would have to do to put him in the lineup and who comes out of the lineup or who moves to different positions. But having another bat in the lineup as potent as that one is, 31 home runs and 78 RBIs, going into the All-Star break is pretty damn impressive. So yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that here, but it's not my number one priority. And yet, to hear that a guy wants to be here, yes, that's great. But he's a free agent at the end of the season. So you could also make a bid on him in the offseason and get him without having to give anything up. But you wouldn't have him for the stretch run here, the last 64 games of the season. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Does it make you feel uncomfortable when you hear other players talking about how much they'd love to have Tarik Skubal on their team? Do you think that puts the heat on Chris Ilitch to try to get an offer? Go ahead and give carte blanche to Scott Harris and say, here's a blank check. Keep Skubal here. It's interesting when you look at it, the conversation with the Tigers in the future and looking at the players that you're going to have to sign, it starts with Skubal, right? And this is a guy we're talking about probably around $40 million a year. It's not a whole lot different from the Lions trying to re-sign their guy, leader of the defense, in Aiden Hutchinson. That contract talk is going to have to start at $40 million a year because that's where the bar is right now. Skubal's going to far exceed what the previous players had gotten as left-handed starting pitchers in baseball. He's going to far exceed that $36 million mark. Hutch is likely to just eclipse what TJ Watt got, or if he waits around, what Micah Parsons is going to get. Nonetheless, these are two players vital to the future of the team's success that both teams have to weigh their options here and what are they going to do. I don't think there's any question the Lions are going to sign Aiden Hutchinson, but the same can't be said about the Tigers and Skubal because baseball doesn't have the salary cap. The NFL does. That's the advantage Lions. Disadvantage Tigers because these other teams have much deeper pockets they can go to. Now, that being said, if the Tigers are managing the rest of their cap, I'm sorry, they don't have a cap. If they're managing the rest of their money, they can improve the payroll by paying Skubal what he's worth, and they can still have a very, very good baseball team that can field. They're not restrained in any way. And you're going to see the second half of the season, the attendance numbers go up and up and up and up for the Tigers because, well, the weather's better, and it's a winning product. That series over the weekend against Seattle, they averaged like 38,000 people per game. I think that's going to be the norm for weekend series moving forward here for the Tigers because people like to see the winner. So when all is said and done, if you're putting 2.5 to 3 million people through the turnstiles, you're making money, and that's what this team needs to do in order to make a big money offer to the best pitcher in all of baseball. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. How do you feel about the Tigers with interest that other teams would have in Skubal, but also the interest the Tigers should have in Suarez? You got a guy who's openly said, I'd love to finish my career there. I'd love to finish where it started. Does that give the Tigers an advantage? I think it does. How do you feel about that? This is 97.1, The Ticket. So Tigers back in action tonight. Glad to have baseball back. It hasn't been gone that long, but I do like to get back to watching my Tigers play. Best team in baseball. Let's see if they can finish off the rest of the season strong. Did not like how they played going into the All-Star break. Obviously, the 4-game losing streak. Nobody's happy about that. Nobody's happy they get swept by Seattle, particularly when you think about Seattle being a potential team that Tigers match up with in the playoffs. What you saw last is not pretty.
starting pitching got rocked, whether it was Tarik Skubal or Casey Mize. The bullpen was devastated, particularly after the 7th inning. And the Tigers offense just didn't do enough. And that's they were bad on all facets. I mean, even the defense let them down. That was a problem as well. So all facets of the game needed. Maybe the break comes at a great time for them to just kind of refocus and shift things back into high gear as they begin the second half, in quotations, of the season. 64 games left in the year in the regular season, and hopefully they get back on track here. Reese Olson will go tonight. But I mentioned that the 2 stories in the Free Press today, one about Arizona Diamondbacks third baseman Eugenio Suarez, power hitter, former Tiger, who's got 31 home runs at the break, expressed his desire to finish his career where he started, right here in Detroit, and how he admires the Tigers from afar, likes the team. It's a good young team that's going to go places in the postseason. And interesting that he opened up about that and said, yeah, I'd love to finish my career there. At the same time, you also got another story in the Free Press about Will Smith, the catcher from the Dodgers, talking about the interest in Tarik Skubal. And I would love to catch Tarik Skubal. And that's what the Dodgers do. They collect all the best names in baseball. Well, unfortunately, that one stings a little bit for Tiger fans because we know all too well that that's a real strong possibility that they could lose Tarik Skubal to free agency, which sets up all different types of panic with Tiger fans. And what do? In the meantime, you've got a team that's contending for the World Series. So you're certainly not moving him this year. But next year, it's a different situation where he would be going into his free agent year in 2026 if they don't have a long-term deal worked out by that point. And if we're talking a year from right now and you think that you can't get something done long-term, that he's definitely going to test the waters of free agency and he'll get a bigger and better offer from some other team that you just can't afford, I mean, it comes a tough decision. Would you trade at that point, or you just ride it out and try to win the championship? And I think the right answer is you just try to win a championship. Put it another way, as it relates right now, this is a very good baseball team that we look at it right now. Best record in baseball. We know they're going to add some pieces at the trade deadline. But they do have free agents, guys that aren't going to be here next year. And in particular, they have an all-star who plays second base right now, who I don't think the Tigers are going to sign long-term. And if they know they're not going to sign him long-term, this is the exact situation they'd be in next year, right? And that's Gleyber Torres. Gleyber Torres has been great for the Tigers this year at second base. But if I held a fork to your nose in a dark alley, would you sign him to a 5-year extension for, $125 million, $25 million a year to play second base, knowing that you might be blocking other players from playing second base? Or would you just say, we're enjoying the year right now. Gleyber Torres is going to be a Tiger throughout the rest of the season here and hopefully help win a World Series with this team. And then you'll lose him in free agency. That's likely to happen because somebody's going to offer him a pretty big contract. And I'm not sure if I'm the Tigers, I even want to think about competing with that because of who you have coming down the pike or specifically on the team right now, that Colt Keith could be your second baseman. He was supposed to be. And then look what happened last year in the offseason. They decided we're going to move him over to the first base because Torkelson's struggling and we're going to sign Gleyber Torres. And now Gleyber Torres is great. Tork's hitting for power, and so is Colt Keith. And now they got to find a place for Colt Keith. Is it third base? Where is it? It's just interesting because I don't think the Tigers would entertain any thought of trading Gleyber Torres, and yet isn't it the same kind of thought that you would have with Skubal? I guess the difference is what you would get in trade in return. You know you'd get a haul for Skubal, and I'm not advocating trading Skubal at all. I'm saying ride it out and go for a championship, which is what I'm saying with Gleyber Torres is the same thing. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. King, you and I were talking about this the other day. We haven't gotten a chance to talk about it on the air, and that is just you were noticing that you yourself, now you're getting all excited about the Lions and training camp getting going this upcoming season, how things have changed the last couple of years because the team has been so good.
that your taste in sports has changed. What used to be your favorite sport is no longer your favorite sport. Kind of elaborate on that.
Well, yeah, what happened was, by the way, you caught me at a very bad bite.
Oh, bad bite. I'm sorry.
Huge bad bite.
What are you eating over there? More free food over there?
Dude, I love it over here. I'm not going to lie, I just told Kenny. Our batting average of food is like over 500.
I mean, what the hell, man? It's not a taco bar, is it? Better not be a taco bar. I'll be very upset if it's taco bar.
I don't want to rub it in, man.
Is it taco bar?
I wasn't trying to rub it in. I'm just trying to do my job and have a bite.
Is it a taco bar?
It's not a taco bar.
All right. Okay.
All right. Back to your topic.
Yeah.
I was able to swallow. Here we go.
Nice job.
So the Lions. So the Lions, they actually have this. A lot of teams do this, by the way. They put a camera and a question right before you enter the field or enter the locker room.
Yeah, it's a social media thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they had this last week or a week or two ago, and it said, what was your favorite sport as a kid? And so everyone's answering, and everyone's answering. So that got me to thinking, that's why I talked to you about it, was what was your favorite sport as a kid, and was it now? Has it changed at all? Maybe it hasn't changed. For me, my favorite sport as a kid growing up was absolutely basketball. I would do my book reports on former basketball players or current basketball players at the time. Everything revolved around basketball. I always had a basketball with me, watch basketball, that stuff. Now as an adult, I still like basketball, but it's clearly football. Professional football is my number one sport with a bullet. And I don't know why it's changed. Obviously, I don't like the way certain things in basketball have turned. Like we mentioned earlier about the traveling. There's a lot of three-pointers, flopping, things like that. I still watch basketball. I still like it.
Yeah.
Just not as much as I used to. But for football, things have changed as well. But I think overall they've changed for the better. You pass the ball more. But back in the day, you just 3 yards in a cloud of dust, right? Run, run, run. Now it's much more exciting. Teams go for 2 points way more often. They go for it on fourth down. The fantasy football aspect, the betting aspect. I mean, football is now my number one sport.
Yeah, and for me, I guess it has changed as well. I mean, the first sport that really I loved growing up was baseball. I started collecting baseball cards when I was younger. I think it was the first sport I remember watching on TV. The first professional athletes I came into contact with were professional baseball players. I remember going to an autograph signing when I was a kid, and here's Milt Wilcox, Lou Whitaker, and Dave Rosemont. And that was cool. And it was baseball. Then I started getting into football, and it didn't take long for football to overtake it. It was the physicality of the sport. It was something that, as a kid, I couldn't hit a baseball that well for a bunch of reasons. One of them being I just never really learned how to grip the bat properly until I was older in life. The other thing was I couldn't see the ball very well because I have horrible eyesight. So trying to pick it up with my left eye, which is horrible, and being a right-handed hitter, that's not the way to go. I was afraid of getting hit by the pitch because I got to hit a ton because I couldn't see to move out of the way enough. So there are a lot of things that went against me as a baseball player. But as a football player, it was different. My size worked because I was always a bigger kid. But I also loved to throw the football around. So playing like backyard football, which was easier to assemble backyard football than it was to play backyard baseball, even though we did some of that, football just became my number one sport. Loved playing football. And today, as a grown-ass man, I still love baseball, but football is definitely still my number one love. And it's interesting because baseball is starting to creep up and maybe getting ready to pass football because of what's happened with college football. Because I don't like the changes in college football. And I could be old man yelling at clouds or whatever, shaking my fist, but I don't like what's happened with the transfer portal and the constant changing of players and coaches and everything else. I don't like it. I don't like the idea that players are getting paid in some areas. They're getting paid better than the pros are getting paid. I don't mind that players can make money off their name, image, and likeness. I hate that it's a bastardized version of what NIL is supposed to be in the spirit of NIL. It's no longer that. It's no longer, you should be able to have a side hustle where you can help pay for, so you can get pizza on the weekend or whatever like that. Let's print out T-shirts or let's have a business. Let me, run a summer league camp or something like that.
It's no longer that. It's just flat out cash. Let me work a deal. I'm going to get paid $1 million by this, collective, and here we go. So that is starting to erode at my love of football, and it's eroding at the college level. The pro level, I still have a lot of affinity for, but baseball is coming back in a real big way for me. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. How have your sports tastes changed over the years? What was a sport you fell in love with as a kid, and how does that rate with sports right now in your life? Do you still love that sport as much as you did, or has some other sport taken over your love of the game? 248-539-9797. Same number to call or text us. Love to hear from you here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back. Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Kang with you, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. You can call Kenny, talk to Kenny. He'd love to talk to you. He's having a great time.
He's got questions.
He's got lots of questions. And we've got questions about Kenny, too, without question. But we're talking about this was brought up because on Lions social media, one of the things they like to do is as players are entering or leaving a locker room or entering or leaving a space, there's a camera in front of them. They usually have like a kind of a question of the week type thing. And this question was, what was your favorite sport growing up? And everybody kind of looks at the question, they'll answer it, and they walk away. So it got us to thinking on the show, if you had to do the same thing, how would you answer it? And has it changed? And for Kang, it was basketball, but now it's football. And for me, it was baseball. And now it's football. However, it's really close because I don't like what's happening in college games. So baseball's creeping up, and the Tigers are playing really well. So baseball could pass it by any moment. And we asked the people, 248-539-9797, what their ideas are on this topic. From unnamed texter, lived and breathed pro and college football as a kid. Now, I can't stand it. The psycho fans, the superiority complex, the brain injuries, forget it. Baseball all the way now. Eat them up. Interesting, talking about the brain injuries. Clearly, that was a bigger problem growing up that was undiagnosed with CTE and concussions and all that. But I see it. I mean, now we're seeing players walk away from the game after a couple of years. They're like, I don't need to keep playing this game. I want to walk away from the game as healthy as possible. I understand it. From Tim in a car, my love when I was younger was always college basketball. That has only grown since my kids now have all basically chosen basketball as their top sport. It's really strengthened the bond that we have as a family. That's kind of cool. So, Kane, do you think that'll change as you grow older if your daughters really gravitate towards loving basketball? And are you secretly holding out hope that they will love basketball?
No, I mean, listen, I'm going to give the typical dad answer here, hope whatever makes them happy, right? But as long as it's not dance. So, with that being said,
you guys can do whatever you want as long as it's not dance.
As it's not dance. If they get into basketball more, I'll probably end up getting into basketball more than I am now, for sure. I mean, if they get into soccer, same thing, or softball or volleyball. So, I want to understand what they're going through as well. And, already I like sports in general. I'm competitive. So, my allegiance will shift for sure. I don't know how much it will shift. I mean, football right now, professional football, the NFL has got a stranglehold on me, I complain about all things football all the time, but I'm part of the problem. I admit that. Like, you have to stop watching or stop supporting to see real change. And if I continue to watch, even though I don't like the extra games or the way they're calling the rules or whatever it is, why would it change, right? So I would actually love it if they can focus me something other than football, because I love football so much, man.
Right, like volleyball. You ready for volleyball, King?
I'm ready, man. If they're into it, I'm into it.
Bump, set, and spike, my friend. I grew up a football fan, and then I switched to basketball, and now football has taken over my life again. Also, I love the UFC. That's Devin in Detroit.
I used to really love the UFC, and I know you did too, and we both kind of fallen off that a little bit now.
Yeah.
Or a lot for you, I think.
It is a lot. When it first started, I shouldn't say when it first started, because that would be like the mid-'90s. And when
Hoist Gracie.
It was really barbaric.
Yeah.
No
rules.
No rules
Is no
at
rules
all.
barbaric?
When you watch those old, like the first couple of UFC events, and you see what was going on with guys like hair pulling, punching in the schnutz, that whole thing.
I think there's only 2 rules.
Yeah, it was like no fish hooking
and no eye gouging.
No eye gouging.
That was it. I think the tagline was, "There are no rules, and you love it," or something like that.
I mean, insane. Absolutely insane how the UFC started off. But like when The Ultimate Fighter, the TV show, first started, and that was really the genesis of this rebirth of mixed martial arts and the popularity of it. The TV show that Dana White, he got his partners, the Fertittas, to buy the UFC. They bought it for nothing, basically. And they put everything on this TV show. And the TV show just hit. It was massive.
That's what springboarded it for the whole UFC.
Yeah. And I first became aware of it slightly before that because of, I remember watching like the Best Damn Sports Show on TV. It was on Fox back in the day. And I remember they were interviewing like Tito Ortiz preparing for his battle against Ken Shamrock. And the trash talking he was going back and forth. And now Tito was just clowning on Ken Shamrock. And I'm like, oh, I really actually want to see this fight and see what these guys do, because these guys really don't like each other. And the fight ended up being very anticlimactic. I mean, like Ken slipped and it was over with. But that was what I first got in. I'm like, this is interesting. These guys it's a different kind of fighting. Then the TV show came out and you see all the behind the scenes stuff. And I loved the TV show. And then they had that finale with Stephan Bonner and Forrest Griffin, and the rest is history. Then it became a whole new phenomenon, and the ratings skyrocketed and it took off. But no, I'm with you. I loved it then. I don't love it now. And it's because I don't know the names anymore.
Well, that's part of it. I think a lot of times, and we're arrogant in America, like we need guys and people we know to root for, right?
Yeah.
And there's not as many Americans right now dominating the UFC as there once was. And I know they've gone through like the Brazilian phase, it felt like, right?
Yep.
And then there was the Nigerian phase where like a lot of the Nigerians were champions. And now I think it's like Dagestani champions.
Right,
and
Middle Eastern.
It's so, I mean, but the thing in the end is, like I said, I think we in America want to know who we're rooting for. And it's fun to root for an American, of course. So I think, I don't know, it hasn't done well for the UFC because of that. And also now the style of fighting. There used to be a lot more stand-up, I think, or more blood, more brawls. Now it's, hey, you got to know jiu-jitsu. Now you got to know wrestling. I mean, everything's kind of like on the ground. So that's a little more slower pace. And like I said, the names aren't what they used to be, too. So.
I think it's also different because you go back 15, 20 years ago, and when it really started getting popular, there was also Pride fighting, which was the rival to the UFC. And Pride had some great fighters there. They were really charismatic fighters that slowly but surely some of them started to come into the UFC because the UFC paid more. And when those guys came in, you were so excited to see, Crow Cop. This guy was a highlight reel in Pride. Let's watch him the fight in the UFC. And then, boom, he gets knocked out.
Well, guess what? He was a stand-up guy, too, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you need highlight reels. You need personalities. Like, say what you want about Conor McGregor. That guy was the biggest personality ever in the UFC, and he's well known all over the world. So you need those type of, and I think that's lacking now, personally, for me at least. I mean, there's still some really good fighters, don't get me wrong, but I think the overall talent is not the same.
Yeah, and I think a lot like boxing, I think you have to have really good heavyweights.
Yeah, people love a good heavyweight.
Yeah, people love the heavyweights, because those are typically the guys that are going to stand up and slug it out and show how strong they are, and you see wicked knockouts, and that's what you want to see. And, if you don't know who those heavyweights are, it's tougher. And then, because the UFC, it feels like it's just branded on guys that weigh 150 pounds or less. And it's okay. It's fine. I still watch it from time to time, but I do not have the same fervor or admiration for the sport that I used to. I mean, I still think the guys are great. They're crazy skilled nowadays and way more skilled now than they were 15 years ago. But I just don't get into it as much. Let me see. Baseball has it all. Perfect outdoor social event and has all the stats for all the nerds. Hooked by being outside as a kid and playing. Remaining loyal as my favorite because I'm a data scientist by trade. I mean, baseball more than anything else is all about statistics.
That sport loves numbers more than any other sport.
Yeah, which is, knowing me and my mathematical deficiencies, you wouldn't think I would love it.
No.
Yeah, I do. Because this is the thing. Statistics I could get behind. I knew statistics.
Well, sports ones at least.
Sports, yeah. That I was all about.
Yes.
But when you start factoring in these made up quotients and stuff, I don't care as much about the sabermetrics. I don't buy into all of them. Some of them I just flat out don't understand, or I disagree with the whole premise of it. But I understand they have their role.
You're a huge baseball guy. Don't you find it hilarious though that baseball loves their numbers so much more than any other sport? Yet every stadium has different dimensions.
Yeah.
Like that'd be like the Golden State Warriors having a shorter 3-point line than the Pistons. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then, or the Kansas City Chiefs playing on an 80-yard field instead of a 100-yard field.
I mean, it's amazing, but that's how it's always been.
I know, and I get it.
Stadiums are, and I mean, they had back in the day the Polo Grounds. It was like 500 feet.
Sure,
or something
and it's
center
cool.
field.
I think it's cool and
I love that about the sport. But yes, is it incongruous?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. It makes no
100%.
sense. And the one league had different rules. One used a DH, the other didn't. You know,
Yeah.
and like it's all things were not equal. Throwing weather, and all that stuff. It's just, to me, a sport that's so dependent and loves numbers so much, yet there's so many variables that change that.
Why is it 319 down the line
Yes.
here, but it's 343 down the line over there?
Yeah.
Why is the field ramping up in the middle of Houston in center field?
Why
do
is
they
there
have
a
berm up
flagpole
there?
here?
Right, exactly. What is that doing? The fact that they had to play up a berm in Houston for years is crazy. The fact that you have to play around a flagpole is ridiculous. And yet that happened. That's baseball. And I think that's part of baseball's charm. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
It's interesting. We kind of segued into a whole other topic here. We were talking about the sports you loved as a kid, and how has it changed now? Now that you're a grown-ass adult, have your tastes in sports changed at all? And then King and I both were talking about mixed martial arts and the UFC in particular, and how we both used to love it, and now not as much. I mean, I still enjoy watching the fights on TV, but not as much as I used to. I mean, I used to watch every episode of The Ultimate Fighter, look forward to watching these guys, the guys you never heard of, all of a sudden become the top stars in MMA. And for like the first, I don't know how many seasons it was like that. I mean, it was like the first 5 or 6 seasons. You saw so many really good fighters come out of that TV show. And it made the sport better, because when you start watching the pay-per-view events, you're like, I know that guy. I've seen these guys fight before. This is great. And then it's been such a great international sport. It's great. But I've lost interest over the years, and I'm not entirely sure why I've lost interest in it. It's just, I don't know if maybe they had too many events now, Kang. Maybe that's it.
Well, here's another thing. I mean, there's a lot of things I mentioned earlier. Like, I think that it's an international sport, like you just mentioned, but I think still here in America, you want guys to, if they're not American, to be able to at least speak English, to connect with you more. So you talk about knowing that guy, right? If he doesn't speak English, I think it's hard for people around here to connect with that guy. And also, they don't fight enough. They back in the day, I felt like they fought 2 to 4 times minimum, right? A year.
Per year, yeah.
Now it's like once or twice, maybe. And there's interim belts all the time. Guys are getting hurt, or they're just not active. They need to be more active. The personalities, we get to know them more the more they fight.
It's interesting because I think you're right, and yet at the same time, I feel like there are more events than ever.
Yeah, but with people we don't know, though.
Right, I know. That's what I'm saying. There's like, are there too many fighters, or should you? I don't know how they limit that. But for me, when it comes to, I guess I'm different when it comes to international fighters. I've always loved those guys. Anderson Silva or Crow Cop, Fedor Emelianenko, who never got a chance to fight in the UFC. I would have loved to have seen him in the UFC
but those guys were like prime studs already, though. I think.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying, I get it. But I mean,
that's like bringing Ichiro here. We knew who he was.
Sure, sure, but I didn't know who Anderson Silva was until I saw him fight. There are guys. I can't pronounce his name, but Habib. Habibulin or whatever. I can't.
Khabib?
Yeah.
Nurmagomedov?
Yeah. Right. There are names I can't pronounce, but I like watching them fight. But I understand your point on it. It's for Americans to really embrace it, you want people that you can understand to a point. But I don't think that's the reason why I haven't liked it. I think it's gotten oversaturated, I guess.
Yeah, well, there's definitely a lot of fights now, but people that you don't know because they're just trying to cash in on, on gates and on commercial and revenue that way. But like, for example, I don't know if you've kept track at all. The heavyweight division has been waiting for an old John Jones to decide what to do. You know what I mean? Like, what are we still doing here?
Yeah, it's too much.
Yeah.
And it was like when Brock Lesnar announced he was going to go UFC.
Oh man, I watched that fight at your house.
I mean, my heart was pounding through my chest. I was so excited to watch that fight. I couldn't wait. The battle he had with the first one with the Heath, I forget what his last name was, but
Herring?
Heath Herring, yeah. And he just pounded the guy. And then he fought Frank Mir, and he was destroying Frank Mir. And then they told him to stop because they said he was hitting in the back of the head. And next thing you know, he's heel hooked and it's done.
Lesnar was in was a big fight. That was fun.
It was fun. Yeah, he came in and fought. I mean, aside from Heath Herring, he fights the best of the best. And he fights Frank Mir and then fights Randy Couture, and now he's champion. And then he's fighting the best of the best. Yeah, and he was a name because he came from outside the UFC because he was a professional wrestler, but he was also a very accomplished amateur wrestler. So it was going to be interesting to see how this guy was going to translate to UFC, and it was great. A lot of feedback coming in. I was a huge boxing fan growing up when you had Hagler, Hearns, Leonard, and then Tyson. But now it has so many champs and different associations, it's hard to follow. That's Lamont in Detroit. I think it's a fair criticism of boxing that there are so many, and there's so many different weight classes now too. There's more weight classes than ever, and it feels like you have like 3 different championships per weight class. From Tony and Allen Park, growing up, my favorite sport was hockey, and then due to fantasy football with my friends, it became football, and now I'm obsessed with golf.
Hey, guys, as a kid and a young adult, I lived, played, and breathed hockey. I would say the football is my favorite now. Growing up, my first love was hockey. As the wings have sucked more and more, I've shifted to football. Of course, there was a time, maybe when I was around 15, my favorite sport was ladies tennis. That's from Corey and Holly. And then there's this. When I was a kid, I was hands down football. Now I have a girlfriend who really loves baseball, so we bonded through that game. Interesting. I appreciate all the feedback we got on this topic. Rico Beard joins us in studio. How are you, my man?
What's happening, Gator?
Enjoying it. It looks like a beautiful day out there.
This is one of those days where I always tell you and Doug I'm so jealous. I did everything I could to come into work today and not call off. Let's just put it like that. I was out on the deck, threw a couple sliders on the griddle.
The smash burgers? Or?
Yeah, some out there if you want.
Oh, look at you.
And they're in that orange bag out there. So Kang's already participated in one.
So that's what Kang was eating earlier.
That's what I was eating, man. I was.
You didn't want to tell me what it was.
Well, I was not trying to rub anything in.
I think you were trying to keep it for yourself.
No, the light was in here, and you were doing a show. So you know what? Go reward yourself. Take 2 home with you.
Go for 2, Gator.
Go for 2.
So, yeah,
sure. Why not?
But no, it's yeah. This is the day. It's like, why couldn't this be tomorrow? But you get to enjoy this.
I do get to enjoy this for the rest of the day.
I get 4 hours in here, so.
Well, but it's a fun 4 hours.
Yeah, but when you have to go into work late, and anybody who's had the later shift, there's an imaginary countdown clock that just follows you all day long until you have to go into work. Okay, I got 2 more hours before I got to go in. Okay, I got 35 minutes until I have to go in. All right, I got 10 minutes before I got to go in.
That clock's there for everybody. It doesn't matter what time you start the show.
No, but it's like right now, you have no clock. You just go out there and be like, what a great day. And
At the weekend.
Lois, come on, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna enjoy the afternoon for sure.
Bugs and Barry and Bonnie and all those other rabbits.
No, they're gone.
Oh, they left?
They left me. They left me, Rico. They didn't say thank you. They didn't come by and give me a visit. Hey, we're going to leave the nest here, but really appreciate you providing shelter.
Now I understand. I was actually watching this reality show, and they were talking about this deadbeat dad. And he just didn't do anything for them. He didn't enhance their life. He didn't give them the good carrots. It was you, Gator.
Oh, I'm no deadbeat. No, I was the exact opposite. I gave them shelter.
Well,
I gave them amazing shelter. Not only did I provide
Gator
the sticks and the log to cover up the hole initially, then I put a chair over it to give him more protection. I said, you know what, chair? No. Let's bring out the coffee table from the patio furniture, put that on top, give them even more protection.
They're millennial bunnies, so you can't do enough for them.
I guess you're right. But it still hurts, Rico.
And now they had to take mental health days because they were aggrieved.
This is sad but true. It's sad but true. What's coming up on the big extravaganza this afternoon?
Oh, we got a continuation of the SEC Big Ten playoff plan. What the SEC wants, what the Big Ten wants. See which side you are on, and give a breakdown of the show. Quarterbacks, who said it, normal Friday stuff.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. It's coming up next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Yes, brought to you by Northfield Lumber. Most outlets still have the Tigers as the best team in baseball in their first power rankings of the second half, but Fangraphs disagrees. They've dropped Detroit all the way to 6. Quote, an overworked relief corps was exposed a bit during this 4-game slump.
Haters.
28, it's a bit much, I think, allowing 28 runs and costing Detroit 2 of its 4 losses. Last year, the deep and flexible pen was the backbone of the team's surprise run at the postseason, end quote. The Tigers resume their season tonight in Arlington. First pitch at 8:05, and you can hear it right here on the ticket. Reese Olson makes the start against Patrick Corbin. Corbin holds a 4.15 ERA. In other baseball news, Cleveland Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz, who's being investigated for potential involvement in gambling, has received an extension on his administrative leave through August 31st. According to Jordan Schultz, the Lions have added former Tennessee running back Jabari Small. After a solid career with the Volunteers, he signed as an undrafted free agent with the Titans last season. He did not appear in a game, however. It's day 2 of the British Open. Matt Fitzpatrick is your leader through 13 at 10 under par. World number 1, Scotty Scheffler, is 4th. The projected cut line 2 over. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I did too. It's happened to me twice.
Happy Friday to everybody on what we are calling the weather day of the year. Sincerely hope you are not stuck in an office. But if you are, we will try to get you your escape route till 6 o'clock. Rico, before we do anything, very important note. I know you're concerned. I hope you don't judge me that I am feeding into Kenny's problem. Kenny, on Wednesday and Thursday, you got any picks? You got any picks? You got any picks? I go, Kenny, I've had a very busy week. I've not had time to do that. Mm-hmm. I will have some Saratoga picks for you Friday. So I came in today, and he was like a dog panting for his owner to come home.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, here are your biscuits. So here's the deal. There is a horse that we are going to lead off today, and if the people of Detroit want to participate, they're welcome to. There's a horse that essentially is named after Kenny.
Really?
Yes. No, not drunken dirtbag. No.
All right. You know what?
Bearded.
Immediately. 3 minutes into the show.
Hi, Kenny.
Woo! No. This horse, it is named for Kenny, but it's also a horse that it is a horse I think is going to win this race.
Okay.
Daiquiri Sommelier.
Oh.
Kenny's a daiquiri guy.
He's got the shirt today.
He's got the Hawaiian shirt. He is a daiquiri guy down at Comerica.
Oh, he's big time daiquiri.
Now, he had to look up what the word sommelier meant, but then he got really excited about this. Now, here's the problem.
2 in a row, Rico.
Horse was 6-1 on the morning line. It's 5-2 right now. He can get plus 250. So if you bet football games, think about how excited you'd be for plus 250. I'm not telling you it's the greatest thing in the world. I can't help that people like the horse the way I do. But this is Kenny's vision quest. Okay. Daiquiri Sommelier.
Okay.
Third race at Saratoga. So that'll be in the backdrop because Kenny has vowed he's betting every race today. Okay. I told him good luck. I don't have something for every race. Okay. Maybe. All right.
We'll get the race on in here?
We'll have to. We have about 15.
Maybe isn't a no. Maybe is not a no.
15 minutes to post. And Kenny, we will start your journey. I got you.
Now, is this going to be a show-long addiction to Kenny? Feeding him?
Absolutely it is.
That's why I said don't judge me, because I know I'm feeding into it.
Okay. So long as you know.
Okay. And I don't feel bad about it. I don't know why. Should I?
You should.
Why? If he doesn't enjoy this, his girlfriend's just going to take the money. Why can't he just have a good time? It's his Friday, too.
It is.
Yeah, and he's stuck in an office when he'd rather be having a daiquiri.
He's got bigger things he has to plan, and he could probably use that money for.
Nah. I see nothing wrong with it. Go ahead, Kenny.
Thank you, David. And when a pastor says it.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. Dave has been on one today.
What do you mean?
Him and Kenny.
I'm all for fun today. That's all.
Okay.
David has the church fund on
David.
daiquiri sommelier.
Okay. You know what?
Do you want to join in with daiquiri?
Sure.
Sommelier.
Let's ride. Hey, daiquiri sommelier. Let's ride.
I just hope this happens for Kenny, because if we can get Kenny some juice to start the day, then the fun really begins.
Daiquiri sommelier is about to go very fast.
You better pray to God.
And the race is started. And
that
it's
was
over.
the best thing that happened pre-show, by the way. And they're off, and we're dead.
So for you guys, so it's not an inside joke. So Mike gave a horse for this race, and he's like, it's a number 5 horse, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and they're off. And the horse stumbles out the gate, and Mike's like, and we're done.
It was a sprint. You had a bad start.
2 steps into the race.
Game
and
over.
we're done.
No, Rico, it was more than that, though. What you missed in all of this was before the race started, this all happened in a span of about 4 seconds. As Mike said, we just got to get off to a good start, and then ... and we're off, and we're dead.
And listen, in a sprint, bad start, we're dead. Tear up your ticket, go get a hot dog. All right. We do have a lot of good stuff today, aside from Kenny's new addiction of betting horses. I want to do the Chronicles of a Dying Sport Part 2, because I think we could build off of what we did yesterday. We have some more information.
Okay.
And I want to shout out Jim Costa for sending me something. And look, he may be a Richard and smarmy, but he can be a good person. It's just a matter of choice for Jim. He sent me something, and I think it really cements some of the things we talked about yesterday. So the question of whose playoff proposal do you side with? Do you stand with the Big Ten, who's basically Oprah giving out Hondas? You get an auto bid, and you get an auto bid. Or do you stand with the SEC, who wants the 5+11? Well, a day later, and a graphic that Jim sent me, I think paints a picture of why the Big Ten wants the auto bids.
Yeah, it doesn't feel quite Richard-esque for the Big Ten.
So, what would cause this? Well, what I'm going to read to you needs to be, there has to be one PSA. The fact that it's what I'm about to read to you, plus the fact the SEC will not go to 9 or 10 conference games. They only play 8. And you go, well, what impact would that have? Well, it allows you to play 4 non-conference games. And you go, okay, well, so what? The SEC, and I have the entire conference, every team is playing a minimum of 3 dog bleep or non-Division I opponents. Now, yes, you will get a Texas team playing Ohio State. The rest of their games are so substandard. So an example, LSU, 3 of their 4 non-conference games. Southeast Louisiana, not Division I. La Tech, shouldn't be D1. And Western Kentucky. Shout out Grimace. Georgia playing Marshall. Austin P, not Division I. Charlotte, Division I in name only. Tennessee, East Tennessee, not Division I. UAB, shouldn't be. New Mexico State, shouldn't be. Auburn, Ball State, South Alabama, and Mercer. Mercer, not D1. Oklahoma, Illinois State, not D1. Kent State is going to shut their program down. And Temple. I mean, I can do this. So here's why I bring this up. Now seeing when you put the SEC on a grid, Rico, and you see they're baking in 3 victories for themselves, and they get to do it because they don't play a 9th or a 10th conference game. Now I understand the 5+11.
Yes.
They want to eat up the extra bids.
Yes.
And for namesake, I went back through history. There have been a couple SEC teams to finish in the top 15 with 4 losses. They want to steal a 5th bid.
Yes.
That's what they want to do.
Because it's all based off of SEC reputation. It just means more. And because we already think, well, the SEC is the best conference, surely the 5th best SEC team is better than, the 4th best Big Ten team. So, yes, I understand. And there may be years, Mike, where they try to get maybe even a 6th team in there because they're like, well, look, we cannibalize each other, but we're the best conference ever. But I understand now why the Big Ten is holding fast, saying, well, no, wait a minute. We want our 4 spots, guaranteed.
So here's my question. And it's a simple question. I just need you guys to answer. I need the college football elite to party with us. Isn't the solution that regardless of format, the SEC and Big Ten have got to come to an agreement on how many conference games they both play? For me, it would be 10 each. 2 non-conference games, 10 conference games. You decided to make your conferences 18 teams. You decided to have a schedule where you don't even play half of your own conference, which makes no sense. We can get to what we're going to decide after we get on the same page. Now, the Big Ten ain't going to go from 9 to 8. Agree?
Correct.
And the SEC doesn't want to go from 8 to 9. My point is, does the amount of conference games solve a lot of the consternation around the battle for what the new playoff will look like?
It does, because if I'm the Big Ten, Mike, here's the thing. SEC, if you say you'll play a 9th game, I'll acquiesce. I'll give you the 5 plus 11. But you have to add an additional conference game. Other than that, I think you're at a stalemate. I don't think either side is going to budge, and both sides, bring at least the same amount of money to the table. So now it's just going to be high-stakes poker to see who blinks first. But if I'm the Big Ten, I'll go with your model, but you got to add that 9th game because right now you're stacking the deck. Because you're right, the Big Ten won't go backwards. But if the SEC won't, they actually should and make this a fair fight. But I hope to God they don't do that.
I
now,
hope to God.
Well, no, but now I understand what Kurt Cignetti and Indiana are doing. All right, okay, fine. We have to make things better for us. So we got to bake in 3 guaranteed victories so that we can claim a playoff spot. And this, it's everything that I didn't think this was going to be. I didn't think that people were going to have a race to the bottom. I actually thought that it was going to be, you know what, let's schedule some tough games and really prove our worth.
That's adorable.
I know.
It's okay because you're coming to the realization.
I realize,
No,
you know what?
No. You're coming to the realization that you were right, but you were duped.
Nope. I feel like Forrest Gump. Apparently, I'm not a very smart man.
No, you are. You just have a level of scruples. You have a level of integrity. You want what's best for the sport. These scumbags have absolutely no interest. So, again, guys, you're seeing the race to the bottom. And depending on what playoff format they select, it's going to have a great impact on you as fans and the amount of remotely intriguing games you get to watch. So that's kind of how I wanted to land the plane. Not busting Rico's chops. No, we want the same thing.
Right.
But when you look at the scheduling grid and you go, aha.
I heard cookies this morning, and the whole time I'm thinking, and that's why the Big Ten says, give us 4 spots guaranteed. Well, what if you got 5 good teams? Don't care, because I see what's going to happen. SEC's reputation will step in, and all of a sudden, that LSU and Ole Miss is pretty good too, and Arkansas had a bounce back year. Let's get all them in the playoffs as well.
And it's all based on playing one less conference game and scheduling that is really, I mean, come on. I'm not asking you to play Murderer's Row, but again, the SEC has double bye weeks. We don't have the 1 AA November game. It's all there. So I'd love to hear from the people on it. And it can just be as simple as, do you recognize what's going on? Do you agree with what we're saying? And then what format do you think is best? The 5 plus 11 or auto bids? 4 for the SEC, 4 for the Big Ten, lock it in. 3 for the ACC, 3 for the Big 12. I can't go with that, but I can recognize why the Big Ten's doing it. That's the best I can say. 248-539-9797. We'll get to David and Kenny momentarily. If you've been injured in an auto accident, it's simple. You need David Femininio. Call him, injury attorney, best in the game. And David is going to fight for you tooth and nail. Get David, get paid is not just a catchphrase, it's a promise. He's going to get to work and get your result. 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. Kenny, the sommelier's out of the gate, buddy. I don't know if you're watching back there.
Yeah, I think we're a little bit behind, so please do not spoil what happens.
I'm not going to say a word. I mean, if it were up to me, we just take this live. Nobody wants to talk about a big story in sports.
We go to you live from Sarasota.
Well, okay, again, you need some new material. I'll update you as we get to the top of the stretch. You're just joining the show. Kenny's betting every race at Saratoga, and Rico's mad because, I don't know, I fed into his new interest. He calls it an addiction. But also we're wrapping college football because kind of more has come out from Big Ten and SEC, the battle for the playoff. And I think it's a reason why the Big Ten's doing what they're doing. And Cookie sent me a scheduling matrix for the SEC and the fact that they won't play 9 games, right? They want to play 8 conference games. Oh, David, we have these abilities? What are we doing?
Courtesy of Fox Sports 2.
Come on, Daiquiri. Come on, Daiquiri.
Uh-oh.
Come on, Daiquiri.
Uh-oh. Wire. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Oh, the sommelier.
Just couldn't keep it up.
In the shadow of the wire. But luckily, Kenny, you have a backup double, don't you?
Yes, I do. I had the
You're
two
welcome.
as well.
I got you covered.
Thank you,
I
sir.
gave him the horse to beat. This is Kenny. We are having fun. I'll tell you what. Hey, Rico. Do you wash your fruit before you eat it? Don't test me today. Now I'm just making a point.
I'm laughing, okay?
I know. And Kenny's heart is in a million pieces, but he has a backup double.
Yeah, we got the backup double in place. Everything is just fine right now.
We're playing the races at Saratoga. For anybody who just turned on the radio and was like, what the hell am I listening to?
Well, listen, I figured if they didn't want to rap about college football, we'll just go we'll go pirate radio. We'll just take the thing
courtesy
over.
Fox Sports 2.
There you go.
I love this new equipment, man.
Thank you, FS2. All right, so let's get back to it. Ticket text, David, do we have any? Or if people just decided they have no interest in the college football playoff?
No, we have ticket text here. Says, fellas, remember when back in the day college football was actually college football? Man, I miss college football. Thanks a lot, Rico. That is from Marlon.
No. This is not on Rico. This is now the evolution of what Rico ruined. This is like the baby, the evil child of what Rico spawned.
I raised this child to be a certain way, and it decided to go and become an evil genius. I don't know. But this isn't what I wanted. I wanted better games.
Right.
I wanted the games like you're going to see in week 1 where you got, LSU and Clemson. I wanted to see the Miami and Notre Dame games. I thought that's what this would spawn, that coming out the gate, you know what? Let's see what we got. And so week 1 and week 2 were going to be marquee matchups. Not a race to the bottom.
Now the SEC can play those games, and it won't matter because they're baking in 3 auto wins, plus one of them operates as a bye week at the heaviest time of year, and you have to factor in the Big Ten. You're seeing Indiana follow the lead. They're racing to the bottom of the barrel. I think it's a major problem. Kenny, what is your view on this? I mean, and it's not an ad hominem attack on you, but you see what the SEC does. And the fact that they won't play more conference games, I think that's what That's what kills me.
I see what the SEC does, and by the way, I'm not one of these SEC guys that actually enjoys the cupcake games, as people call it. I think the SEC talent-wise is better than the Big Ten, but it's hard to have a leg to stand on when they play the cupcake games, because that's always the fireback shot of Big Ten guy is, oh, well, look at the cupcake games. Yes, you are right. So I would like to be able to disprove that. I'm a big 5+11 guy. I would love that. And also it'd be funny too. The most hilarious result is if the 11 was committee decided and Indiana just baked themselves out of the playoffs because
but again, the Big Ten, I agree with Rico on this. The Big Ten is trying to protect in the aggregate that every year they get 4.
As they should. I would do the exact same thing if I was them. I completely now understand their automatic 4 bids.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense now. So I'm like I said, I'm 5+11. But yes, I understand what the Big Ten is doing. It makes plenty of sense. I'd be doing the same thing if I was them to combat what the SEC does.
David, take a text, please. Thank you, Kenny.
Yeah. John in Florida says college football should go to this: 1, cupcake game; 2, non-conference Power 4 games against teams comparable, so champ versus champ from the previous year, 2 versus 2, etc., and then 9 conference games.
Okay, alter this. Look, I said this to Rico yesterday, and now that we're kind of doing the evolution of this topic, look, what needs to happen is we got to get to the end of the story. All of this is filler. First of all, the playoff will not stay at 14. It's completely ridiculous to even go to 14, but that's what they're going to do. It should be at 16 if you're going to finish ruining the sport. Second of all, when you go to 16, you are signaling to fans you are the NFL, meaning in the NFL, there are no out-of-conference games. There are no preseason games that count, i.e. playing Eastern Michigan. No disrespect. Rico, it just needs to get to a point where if the Big Ten and the SEC want to do this, or if there's going to be a Big Ten SEC plus Super League, just get to that part. Just be done with it.
Or could I interest you in this? Big Ten goes to 8 games, but you have to play a Big Ten SEC matchup every year.
Sign up for a crossover game.
Yes.
I would have
so
no
you
issue.
You could do your 3 cupcakes, but in lieu of this, we will stand down. We'll play 8 Big Ten games
gone
and a crossover game.
Rico, the cupcakes served a purpose in a 14 playoff. They did.
I'm ready to say this. I'll give you. I'll go 1 or 2. You need a warm up game. I can do 1 or 2.
But
you know what?
But why though? And I'm not breaking your balls. I'm asking you that when you as a fan look at this is turning into the NFL. So just do that. There's no warm-up game for the Lions. They open up their season in Arrowhead.
Correct. But they
do the same here.
But they get the preseason game.
Oh,
so no, I'm saying okay, you know what? I would love to if they just did like an organized scrimmage and you know what? We're gonna play this.
You can do it. You could totally do this. Look,
Deion tried. I'll give him credit. Deion tried to do this, and he got shot down. He was like, he was going to have Colorado play somebody. And they're like,
but the point is, there won't be anyone to shoot him down. These young men want to be treated like pros, then welcome to the pros. There are no off weeks. Meaning, the Big Ten and the SEC, total agreement. There should be a scheduling agreement that one of the non-cons is theirs. What I'm saying is, play enough conference games that you're playing at least half your conference. And make it acceptable. This is where I want to get to Rico's point. It should be acceptable to go 8-4 if you play a brutally difficult schedule and make the playoffs.
Right. You play 12 Power 4 schools.
There you go.
You win 8-4, but you happen to lose to Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, and
if you get to 16
and Penn State.
But we've got to have both conferences play the same amount of conference games. And I'm with Rico on this, guys. It's not like in the NFL, you don't play the AFC. This isn't baseball circa 1985. We need more data points. And if they're going to go to 16 and you're going to see the SEC cheat the code with the schedule, then this is what we need.
Because it's easier to go apples to apples if you're actually playing. So, okay, you know what? Wow, when the Big Ten played the SEC, they won, 13 of the 18 matchups. So maybe the Big Ten is the big dog this year, so they get more teams. Or on the flip side, the SEC swept the Big Ten.
Right.
Don't want to hear how about you're a great conference. You'll take what we give you.
But as you just joined the show, we've now kind of figured out why the SEC is doing what they're doing. and the Big Ten's doing what they're doing. So who's right? 5 plus 11 or all auto bids? Because I'll tell you one thing, the all auto bids might be the lesser of two evils if this is what scheduling's going to be like. Because you're just not going to get entertaining games. 248-539-9797. We'll give it to the people next. 97.1. We'll get some Lions conversation a little later. I mean, one is a wellness check. I just don't know if Lion fans are okay. Rico said it best in the break. I mean, we may need to check on you guys. I heard Cookie's trying to do some Lions this morning. It didn't really work. I thought there was news.
Yeah.
Last I checked, we're fans. News happens. We talk about it. Levi Onwuzurike's hurt again. Tell me if you've heard that before.
Well, even yesterday with the Aiden Hutchinson, you know, should they try to get ahead of the curve and just kind of pay him now?
I think Lion fans are scared. You want me to be honest with you? I think they're scared. We'll get to it. I think they'll never say it out loud. They're scared they're going to take a 5-game step back. And they won't get to talk about the glory of 15 wins that resulted in nothing. And they're probably a 10-7 football team. But if you say that in this town, you're a pariah. I think they know. And the bottom line is, Lee McNeil's hurt. Onwuzurike's hurt. You're without 2 of your top 4. 2 of your top 5 defensive linemen, at least the first month of the season. The rest of the pup stuff is paperwork, as I would call it. I wouldn't freak out there. But no, Rico, I don't think they recovered from the Washington game. The offseason, they know in their heart the team didn't move forward, and they're leaning on hopium.
Yeah.
That
which is why
defense get healthy, we win games. And the problem is they know that schedule, the further they get away from last year, the more it becomes crystal clear how it all set up for them. And they got lucky in a few games. Well, now you're going to play a real schedule. And I think they know they're shorthanded up front.
Well, that's what I said. Maybe we just do a wellness check. Like, hey, guys, you okay?
We'll go to Greg. We can. I'm fine with it because I have actual Lions news, which is, again, sign hurt people, and those people are
hurt.
And those people are hurt. Like Onwuzurike already being ruled out of the first month of the season. Well, I'm sorry, but that leads me down a certain road of like, what is going on here? We'll go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, Mike. You hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. So kind of mulling over a lot of this runaway train of college football becoming the NFL. For me, I think the most realistic compromise would be going to the 5+11 format and then incorporating the 8-game conference schedule with any sort of stipulation of one of the games being whether it be like a Big Ten SEC challenge, which was actually, I think, mentioned by Brian Kelly, I think, leading up to SEC Media Days, or like a Power 4 pool where, similar like with the NFL, you'll have like a certain division, like the NFC North will play, for example, the AFC North this year. You'll basically kind of rotate, between like the conferences, I would say, over the span of 4 years, at least in the interim.
Yeah. Look, I think that's, and I'm putting aside what I want the sport to be, and I'm going to operate in reality with you, Greg. That's what needs to happen.
Yeah.
The networks want a welfare version of the NFL, and the networks are eventually going to get what they want. So why not just go there? Why do we have to continue wasting time? Because I'm telling you this, Greg, and you can disagree. I think history is going to look back on the last 5 years of college football as a complete joke, as a complete circus.
Yeah.
I mean, in the one thing is, especially with like what Mike Leach is, rest in peace to Mike Leach, but in terms of like what he said, especially with going to a more so committee style selection, it's all become politics and posturing. Like, personally, my perfect vision for college football, like, again, Michigan fans laugh at me. I'm an Ohio State fan. This might sound like a crazy solution. I don't necessarily hate playoff expansion, but frankly, if you're going to expand, go to 24, get rid of the conference championships, and bring back the BCS methodology. Yeah, it had its flaws when you were working with two teams, but to be honest, I think that you can devote a 2014 playoff in the whole month of December. You bring in especially a lot of, the home field atmospheres during that. I think something like that is out of the box as it is. I think it can really help the sport out.
Yeah. No, I think out of the box is what's going to have to work because, Greg, every decision they're making is the wrong one. And I look, if people love it and are excited, I'm not mad at anybody. I mean, would my opinion be different if my team were winning 11 games a year? Probably.
You know what? Let me help you with this, Mike. I don't think anybody loves it. The only people who like it are the people who have good teams because you're watching your teams in the playoffs. You're watching your teams have a chance for a title. You like it. You don't love it.
And it's also, the problem is what the playoff has done, especially the more you expand it. Conference championships don't matter. Rivalries don't matter. And good seasons don't matter, meaning if you didn't make the playoff, it didn't matter. You've stripped away the three tenets of what made college football decidedly different than the NFL. And for a guy like me, I'm on the outside looking in. We'll go to Adam, 97.1. What's up, Adam?
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good, Adam. What's going on?
Yeah, I want to talk about the Lions. I spoke to you before about signing the paperwork about the Lions going 10-7 or 11-6. Yeah, I'd still sign that paperwork, 100%. That schedule is a devil, for sure. They did nothing in the offseason to add depth, I think, to that D-line. That's where they're hurting the most, I believe. They did nothing to add a piece at the defensive end. They're really hoping for Davenport not to get hurt. He's literally like shattered glass. They got to hope by week 8, Mike. They are 4-4 or 5-3 by the bye week, and you better hope you start 2-0 on the season. because then you go to Baltimore, and then you play the Chiefs. I think it's the Chiefs, and then you play Cincy. That is a dog of a schedule. The first 5 games, 6 games. You better hope you're 4-4 and 5-3, or you're behind the 8 ball, and you're probably going to miss on the playoffs.
Hey, Adam, I was about to say, and don't sleep on. I think you got the Bucks in Week 7 here, but they give the Lions fits every year.
One of the 2 losses last year were the Bucks, and they're only getting better. And Baker Mayfield solidified himself as a QB1 in this league. He literally revitalized his career in Tampa, and they have weapons, and they have a regular OC. We have new OCs and DCs, and this is all adding up to a season where we are going to go 8-9 or 9-8. I think.
I'm not ready to go there yet. I'm not mad at you for saying it. I think your fellow fans will be, Adam, because a lot of them are just not. I don't know. They're not seeing it clearly. They still have an opportunity to be very good. But like the news yesterday after we got off the air of Onwuzurike is going to be out the first month. You know, when people wanted to stick up for the offseason and talk about, well, we brought back our guys, we brought back Onwuzurike, or we brought back Davenport. Is it wrong I already assume that Marcus Davenport will miss at least 8 games this year? I don't think it's wrong based on data.
No.
And you've got Onwuzurike, who's out at least the first month. You've got Aleem McNeil, who a lot of people, you talk to people, might be out till November. Well, you're just starting to look at the D-line room, and it becomes more of the same. Yeah. And look, Cookie's made a good point. He goes, well, Aiden's led the league in pressures, and he's missed 10 games over a 2-year span. Well, that's wonderful. That's all the more reason you invest in the D-line, because so those pressures begin turning into sacks. Not by him, but by others.
And then comes the quandary of Zadarius Smith out there, but you figured if anybody would have picked him up by now, it would have been Detroit. And there seems to be no sense of urgency there. That's a real head scratcher right there. I don't understand. You're right. I just don't think. Yeah.
I mean, hold on. You taught me this. You taught me this. Occam's razor.
Okay.
Bang. Be curious. Rico taught me fancy words.
Can I say this real quick, though?
Yes.
And I get it.
In fact.
I get it, Rico. You're right. He's still out there. That's still something. But that is something I am sick of hearing about. Oh, Zadarius Smith. If he ain't signed already, he ain't getting signed. Bruh, I'm sick of hearing it.
He would play for a sack of White Castles right now. He just wants back on this team. Period. You don't have to worry. Whatever they offered him, yes. Yes, I'm good with that.
Better made chips.
Sure. Can I get a pop with it? No. Okay, I'll take the chips.
248-539-9797. All right, listen, Hungry Howie's got a great deal. $8.99 for that one-topping large pizza. Dough made in-house daily, 100% real cheese, fresh ingredients. They've got you covered. You don't feel like cooking. Maybe you got a weekend filled with travel ball or, I don't know, whatever busyness you have. $8.99 large one-topping pizza and dinner's on the table in 20 minutes. You just go to hungryhowies.com or download Hungry Howie's app to start your online order. The only catch, and I really don't think it's that big of one, online carryout only. It's a limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, Rico's going to delight the masses. Touch the table on some NFL. It's time for football today.
So we had some fun yesterday coming up with the top 10 wide receivers. So how about we extend that and go to the top 15 NFL wide receivers who are 25 years old or under.
Oh, for God's sakes. Under a full moon, whose favorite day is Wednesday.
No,
all
who's
right,
that?
let me start thinking. Okay. 25 or under, and it's a top 15. David, Kenny, you're going to have to join me on this because I'm going to guess about 7 different people that are probably 26.
Well, you got the first one. Malik Neighbors has to be on there. He's under 25.
I'd hope so.
Malik Neighbors, yes. David comes in at number 4.
I mean, look, again, the guy came in as a rookie, produced, had no quarterback, had no running game, had very little offensive line, which doesn't allow him to get down the field. He did everything right, man. I just worry in that environment. I'm waiting for Malik Neighbors' demands trade article on ESPN.com. But yes, he should be top 5.
And I'll give you guys a hint. Number 1 is the same as yesterday.
Jamar Chase. He's still under 25. Thank
I didn't
God.
realize that. Wow.
Thank God. I mean, again, it was the COVID draft that Burrow got taken. We view Chase that he's been in the league forever.
Yes.
He got drafted in 2021.
You're right. It feels like.
I don't know what that was. Okay, then.
Okay.
No, Chase, we said it yesterday. If he gets his shoulders upfield, he's gone. And he's big, physical, fluid. Just, I don't even know how a guy can be that put together, be that quick in a short space, but then also have the long strides to just take it to that. He's a freak, man. He's unbelievable.
No, he is. He's almost like DK Metcalf, where you're just like, I don't know where.
That's illegal.
What lab you were built in?
Yeah, illegal.
Yes.
It just should not. This should not happen.
Coach, I'm not tackling him. No.
No. Okay, under 25, and it's a top 15. Let me go off-board selection. Can I get Chris Olave?
Number 9, Chris Olave, coming in at New Orleans.
Has had very little quarterback play. He still produces. He still has the verticality like he had at Ohio State. If you ever got that guy a quarterback, man, what could he do? But he's been a very good pro. It's a great story for a kid who wasn't a big recruit. He was a 3-star kid when he went to Ohio State, blossomed. Won't see that no more.
No.
Okay, David, back to you.
I actually have a guess here. I'll go with my Georgia guy, Lad McConkey.
Kenny, I was going to give you that hint. Yes, Lad McConkey coming in at number 6.
Excellent pick. And look, he's got a great quarterback, and they're in a great scheme. Harbaugh runs a really good scheme. There will always be an opportunity because every third down, McConkey is that slot machine. And then on the play action passes and the free release stuff, he can get down the field. He's in a wonderful spot.
He is.
David.
I'll go with Justin Jefferson.
Nope. Too old.
I knew it. I knew it, and David fell for it. He's 26, isn't he?
Dang. Go ahead, David. One more.
St. Brown.
Yes. Number 3.
He's 25.
Yes.
Yeah. On the line.
He's at the cut list.
He's on the line. It's one of the great draft steals in the decade. I think it's fair to say it. You get a player like that in the mid rounds. And it's what I love about him is not only does he embody our city, but it's hard work, very little nonsense. I'd like him to chill out on the podcast stuff and your dad talking about breeding. I don't know that it's called having children. I don't think we call it breeding. But look, he's fabulous and he's durable. He plays hurt, tough. He's willing to take on contact. I love him. Just a little less of the podcast stuff, please.
Yeah.
Please. Please.
Kenny. David.
Did anybody guess Drake London yet?
Drake London at number 5.
I'm just trying to think of younger guys at this point.
Yes.
I guess I need to see more this year, and I'm hoping Penix helps him.
Somebody just got a big contract.
Oh, Garrett Wilson.
Number 8.
Another guy you need to see more from. I mean, he got paid. That's fine. But there were long stretches with Aaron Rodgers where Garrett Wilson was in the wind. Need to see more.
And there's 2 more Ohio State wide receivers.
Well, can I guess Puka Nacua, though?
Yes, you can, David. At number 2.
It's a great one. He's got to stay healthy. That's a great one. The Ohio State receivers, they're going to have Marvin Harrison on here, aren't they?
That was going to be my next guess.
13, Marvin Harrison.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are we okay saying that that's ridiculous, considering he just did not have a good rookie year?
It is ridiculous.
I think a lot of it is projection. I think a lot of it is the second half of the and extrapolating that this is what he's going to be like later on.
Okay. I mean, it's fine. I wanted to make that point. All right. Wide receivers, under 25. Okay, wait a minute. Timeout. Oh, no. This may be 1 year out of reach. Here you go, David. I'll walk into the rake. CD Lamb.
Yep.
He's 26, isn't he?
Yep, he's out of reach.
COVID draft.
Okay.
Good selection, but no.
Damn. All right, David, back to you.
David, you should know one of these.
DK?
You should know one of these, David, on the other side of the field from DK.
On the other
George Pickens?
He's not on the other side of DK anymore.
Oh, that's
he
right.
plays in Dallas.
That's right. Okay, who is on the other side of CD? So there you go.
I mean, at his best, yes, but he's rarely at his best. And he provides a lot of headaches. I'm probably, and I know what it is. Well, then who should be on? Guys, I would need to sit down and list out every receiver.
Yeah.
I have a problem with Pickens because availability is a skill, and mentally, he's not available a lot of the time. Is that fair, or am I being mean?
No, that's fair.
Kenny.
Anybody guess Zay Flowers yet?
14. Way to go, Kenny.
Good pull, Kenny. Daiquiri Sommelier.
Still an Ohio State wide receiver out there.
They can't put him.
Give me go Brian Thomas Jr.
That's LSU, but thanks for playing.
Number 7.
I love him. I think he'll be way higher on this list as long as, Sunshine can throw him the ball. Now, the Ohio State receiver. Come on, guys. We got to put our heads together.
I think
one from Ohio State, one from North Carolina.
Ohio State has to be Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yes, sir.
North Carolina.
Can I just say something about JSN? They have got to start moving him down the field. He has turned into this weird screen game player, and it's just not what he was at Ohio State, and I really don't understand it. I don't know what they're trying to do. So can we just get him out and go, please? Sorry, I just wanted to say that. Go ahead with the other one, David.
Well, North Carolina. See, I can't. He didn't go to North Carolina. I was thinking J-Mo would be on the list, but he's not a North Carolina receiver.
J-Mo might be too old, isn't he?
No, J-Mo is eligible.
Okay, so
J-Mo?
COVID draft.
That's my guess.
Okay, go with J-Mo.
No.
Oh.
Whoa.
J-Mo.
Eligible but didn't make the list?
Honorable mention, J-Mo.
Okay, now, here I got to defend him. That's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, you have a guy in Marvin Harrison who had no production. I got a guy in Jamison Williams who had 1,000 yards last year and is primed, I think, to have a very big year this year.
Yeah. I mean, it took big steps forward in his third season in the NFL. He's not a perfect player, but he's dangerous after the catch weapon and digs and slants and crossers. So he's honorable mention.
Okay. Kenny, another ace selection by you, perhaps.
I'm fresh out. I'm struggling here, boys. You're gonna have to pick me up.
All right, Rico, give some hints.
One is coming back from injury. I believe he's a Chief.
Rashee Rice. Yeah.
Number 12.
Comes back as the same player. Very, very effective. Screen game, physical. He's built like a brick, you know what. Yes. Also, you do have to watch for the potential
Suspension.
NFL's going to suspend him.
Yeah, he's got 5 years.
Right, they're going to go top rope and suspend him. He'll serve the time, but to me, that'll be the offseason. I don't think the Chiefs are going to care if he serves the time in season.
And
you said North Carolina, correct?
Indianapolis Colt.
Yeah, Josh Downs. J-Mo should be over Josh Downs for sure.
Honorable mention, J-Mo. Jaden Reed, Rome Odunze.
Oh, Odunze's ridiculous. He did nothing.
Jordan Addison, That's one I thought should have been on the list was Jordan Addison.
Me too.
I thought J-Mo should have been on the list as well. And Xavier Worthy, I thought, should have been on the list.
Yeah, they're doing some projection here. Look, the Adunze thing, he's talent-wise, he should be. But he didn't do anything last year.
Yeah.
Like that's over J-Mo, who has actual production.
Yeah. And Khalil Shakur, Rashad Bateman, and Ricky Pearsall round out the honorable mention.
Okay. Listen, it's challenging when you put the 25 restriction on there. My goodness.
I know.
All
But
right.
I saw that and I was like, oh, we can have some more fun.
I think
with the wide receivers.
I think Kenny's the MVP of that one.
He is.
That was a good pull on the Zay Flowers.
I do what I can, boys.
Well, Kenny's going very fast.
All right, keep it moving.
All right. That is our NFL Blitz 97-1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. The Tigers are back in the field today against the Rangers. Texas, third in the AL West and 3.5 back of the last wildcard spot. Reese Olson will hit the mound. His last start before the All-Star game saw him go 5 innings, allowing 6 hits and 2 earned runs. The Tigers DFA'd reliever Matt Gage last month. Now he's been picked up by the Giants. Michigan football training camp will begin Tuesday, July 29th, according to MLive. The first practice will happen the day after on the 30th. The Lions added a pair of potential backups to their training camp roster. Former Tennessee Vols running back Jabari Small and corner Tyson Russell are in the mix now. Construction at the Tennessee Titans' new stadium site has been put on pause after a noose was discovered. The Tennessee Builders Alliance had the following to say, quote, "This week a racist and hateful symbol was discovered on our site. There's no place for hate or racism in our workplace. We reported the incident to law enforcement, suspended work, and launched an investigation," end quote. Scotty Scheffler and Matt Fitzpatrick are tied for the lead in the British Open at 9 under. The projected cut line 1 over. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock, good to have you with us. If you want the latest on the battle for the college football playoff format, we opened with it with a twist. I want to get into something because I think a lot of people are watching it. I gave it a run, and I've had to log out of watching this show because it made me dislike everyone involved. It is the show Quarterback. Now, I just have a basic question for you guys, which is, why do you want to know your athletes? Like, as the phrase goes, you don't want to know how the sausage is made. It's just best. Watch the games. If you play well, I like you. And if you don't, I hate you. These reality shows are really weird to me. So I watched, and it's Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and Kirk Cousins. None of these people are remotely relatable. None of them. No. And it's not their fault, right? They're incredible at what they do. But this idea of people watching all three quarterbacks at one point or another complain, bemoan, you're making $50 million a year. Ain't nobody trying to hear it. I think the football stuff is interesting, but unfortunately, it's very little of the show.
Right.
And I find the families and wives and girlfriends incredibly off-putting and annoying. I want no part of it. You know, Kirk Cousins' wife crying about him getting benched. With all due respect, miss, you make $50 million a year. Take it elsewhere. I'm not interested in hearing it. And the person who's struggling to grocery shop sure as hell isn't crying for you. I mean, Jared Goff was up there, still salty about how the Rams treated him. Jared, you
didn't treat him like a man.
You aced him out of the playoffs. You aced him to start last season. You got laced with a new contract. It all worked out. Let it go. Joe Burrow trying on assless chaps and doing nonsense. And it's like,
that's just somebody with too much money and not enough things to do.
And I'm not telling you these people are not free to have their pursuits, not allowed to have bad days. I'm saying I don't need to see it. In fact, let me go a step further. I don't give an F. I care what you do on Sunday. You know, the idea they are men and not machines, on that level, I've always defended players. Players are going to have bad games. Players are going to make mistakes. Players will have things go on in their life. I've never denied that. But Rico, I watched this show and I would just get increasingly angrier. And I'm like, I am walking away from this not liking any of these. And two of the three guys I like. I like Jared Goff. I like Joe Burrow.
Yeah, we know how you feel about
I
Cousins.
can't stand Kirk Cousins. You know what it is? He's basically turning into white Russell Wilson. A completely fake, ridiculously corny, goofball nerd. I don't like Kirk Cousins. I don't care. I can separate Sparty versus Pro.
I don't think he's fake. I think that's just him, genuinely him. But
Leaving voicemails to the coach after the game. Oh, golly gee, I know I wasn't good today. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Raheem Morris knows you got shut out by the Steelers.
Here it is. Newsflash. You're not their target audience. I think the hardcore fan doesn't want to see this. They just want to see the performance on the field. Or if you're going to watch, show me the gang footage.
That's
show
what I
me
need.
what happened.
They came back from episode 2. To your point, the opening of episode 2 was fabulous. Listening to Jared Goff talk about pre-snap and all the processing. And again, they had Burrow and Cousins in there too. Everything that's got to happen in essentially 20 to 25 seconds. That gives a window to the average fan that might make you understand more. I love that stuff. But man, when we're talking about bedazzled jeans and Paris Fashion Week.
And that's just it, Mike.
I'm sorry.
This is for younger fans. This is for new fans. And this is for women. So it goes along that's the target market. That's why you see those things. It's not for the hardcore person, because that's why you'll go out and buy the Sunday ticket, because you just want to see the game.
Yeah.
You just want to know what happened on this play. Break down this play. Don't break down your wife's outfit that you wore to some gala event.
And again, if you like it, you have nothing to be ashamed of.
But it's reality TV, and it's where it's...
Reality TV is one thing because people are characters. Our athletes are not that. Fans think they know they're athletes.
But they are, because look, as you said, Kirk Cousins, he's Ned Flanders. He's quirky. Look at Joe Burrow. He's got a lot of money. He's out there doing all types of crazy things. And look at Jared Goff. He's the new family man. And, you know, he's trying to get his revenge on the Rams, and he's trying to do all this stuff with Detroit as they chant.
I found it off-putting. All right, I don't care. You know what? If you're still salty about the Ram thing, tell somebody else. I don't want to hear it.
But it's the reality TV. Take me behind the scenes. Tell me the stories about these three guys other than anything to do with football, and people will watch.
So who watched it? If you're out there, tell me. Have you watched Quarterback on Netflix? And did you walk away feeling any type of way? Maybe it's like most reality TV. People watch it to turn into zombies and play on their phone.
It's trash TV is what it really is.
I don't like the show, and I want to opt out of it. I watched it because I felt like I needed to. Jared Goff was on it. Let me put the time in. Very difficult for me to battle through it because I walked away not liking any of them. And that sucks. And I know that that's not fair. And ultimately, whether I like or don't like a guy, he plays for a team. I root for the helmet. Yeah. I'm always going to root for Jared Goff. But I found the whole Rams, woe is me thing off-putting. Didn't need it.
You don't go into reality TV expecting to learn anything. You go into reality TV expecting meaningless things and trash and all types of stuff like that. So you set your bar way too high. You're like, okay, yeah. And you got just a little touch for the hardcore fan in episode 2. But other than that, no. It's about your family life. It's about the other things that you do. Show me how interesting these guys are off the field. You don't care about that.
Or they all sound like complainers.
They do.
Okay? Well, I'm not here for it because combined, they make $1 billion. Yeah. I'm not here for it. I don't think the average fan is. So, look, it's up to the fans. I'm not going to sit here and bicker with you about it. It's the fans.
Like I said, it's trash TV. It's like the Kardashians have made a mint off of this type of stuff. It's like people feel like, oh, okay, I've learned something, and that's my guy, and I support them. Or, oh, I didn't know this about them. Or I didn't know this about his wife. Okay.
Well, right. So, again, who watched it? Like, if I'm not going to sit here and argue with Rico about it. If you guys watched it, tell me. If you didn't, that's great. I'll move on. I have no interest in arguing with Rico about it. It's not the topic. The topic is I walked away liking these people less. Did you walk away liking them more? Why? And frankly, the money is the problem. I admit it. I don't begrudge any of these athletes. They can make what they deserve. But what I don't need to see is them on TV telling you how hard life is. Not interested. I'm just not interested.
Yeah.
You know, Jared Goff complaining about how the Rams treated him 5 years later is the equivalent of complaining how prom night went down 30 years later.
Or Cousin's wife complaining that he got benched. And it's like, do the checks still come in? Yes. Okay. It's a blessing in disguise because he's not taking hits and he'll be able to play with his kids later on in life because he basically grifted the Falcons.
100. So glad you said it. I mean, that's what it felt like. He showed up as damaged goods. He wasn't good from day one. Now I got to listen to how, oh my God, I know I'm not playing well. Right. So maybe stop having the cameras follow you around and go play better. Because the average fan, that's how we think. Like, I understand that you are real people. Tell your wife, tell your therapist, tell your family. I don't care. I don't.
Or tell the cameras of Netflix and air out your dirty
And
laundry
that's the problem.
to America.
I just don't need it. But look, you know what? To hell with it. If this I'll tell you this right now. If this continues today, I'm going to go and grab whatever that cursed jar Doug and Scott use, and I'm going through it. If this continues like this, and you don't want to talk about the college football playoff, and you don't want to talk about Jared Goff on quarterback, I'm going to go grab that effing bucket over there, and I'm going to rummage through it. And you're not going to like what's in there. This ain't Al Capone's safe. And it sure as hell won't be the Temple of Doom and Indiana Jones. I'm not going to have the cup of Christ in there. You are not going to like what comes out of that jar. But I'll do it, because if you don't want this, it means you want that. So choose your adventure. It's a beautiful day. Lots of good sports out there. I don't know what's going on. Or this is like my grandmother said, don't make me go get that back scratcher. She had a wooden back scratcher. She'd hit me with it. Don't make Nona go get that pickle jar or whatever the hell Doug and Scott use. Don't make me do it.
Or maybe Lions fans just don't want to watch it. You know the ending.
Okay, now you're hitting on something. Wait, you've just made a good point. I need time both to process that fact and to give you an opportunity to sell it in an appropriate manner. I think you've hit on something. Lion fan might be a little soft. Last year's dead. Get over it. Let's go after it again this year. Maybe they don't want to see the highlights. Interesting. More on that in a second. You're doing a bang-up job. You're beautiful.
I'm trying.
Don't make Nona get that jar. 248-539-9797.
I did my part.
Man, I didn't do 97.1. Okay, we're going to get to the callers. Don't make me go get the belt. Don't make me get Evan told me it's called the pretzel bin. Mm-hmm. Do not make me go get that.
Big tub of pretzels.
Don't make me go get it. You're not going to like what's in there. Now, take a text and we get to the callers. Take a text and we'll get to the callers.
Okay.
We've lost Rico. It's over.
Miss me with quarterback. I go on YouTube and watch NFL mic'd up moments. Don't need this crap. Someone else says watching Cousins on QBs makes me think and look. It makes me look to be the whitest guy in the NFL. He gets his hair cut at great clips. Need I say more?
I can't stand him.
But see, I think to some people, David, it makes him relatable because, like,
but does it make him relatable to you? Do you care about it?
No, but I'm not their audience. I think that it's for the reality TV. I think it's for the new fans, not the hardcore fans.
It's something to watch with my wife. Sure beats Love Island. Derek in a truck.
Okay, and again, I've never watched Love Island. I have read articles. I'm not completely ignorant to what it is. I have not watched it. I know a ton of people do.
It's trash TV, and this is the NFL versions of trash TV.
I like Kirk Cousins, and golf was okay. Joe Burrow is the weirdo, though. Looks like a Richie Rich, only child, silver spoon whiner.
Yeah, but the problem is, listen, man, bottom line, if Burrow played here, you'd like him, and if Goff were in Cincinnati, you wouldn't. The reality is it's okay to say, I didn't understand the grievances Jared Goff was filing. Ain't trying to hear it all these years later.
Well, someone is ticket texting in response to that. They say, I seriously doubt that Jared Goff is still salty about the Rams and how they treated him. He was asked by the producers about the trade, and he told his side of the story. They wanted to drama to play on their
right,
show.
And when you agree to go on the show, you get a way to answer it. You could have said it's water under the bridge and moved on. He didn't.
You're right, Mike. That's crap. That you could totally say I'm over that. You can touch it if you want, but I'm not talking about it.
That's 100%. Go ahead. Yeah, by the way, Evan Jenkins has joined us. I didn't even know you walked in the room.
I'm here.
It's
Hello.
a voice behind a monitor.
That's
Hello.
right. I love the show.
Oh, good God.
I like that. I like receiver. I liked full swing.
But Evan, you also like trash TV, though. This is not new for you.
No, I don't consider it trash TV. I think it just gives you a different side into what you're seeing with the NFL, and it's also not made for us, Mike. I watched that full swing show, and I'm like, why are they telling me what par is right now?
And so it's for new fans.
No, I think it's for the casual, just football fan in general that doesn't know Jared Goff, Joe Burrow. And the problem with Burrow is they just followed him on the Hard Knocks. So you saw all last year with Joe Burrow. Now, having said that, his dad, what a weirdo, huh? I didn't know he was the DC at Ohio.
But it's the NFL. In my opinion, it's the NFL version of trash TV.
Well, no, it's not dating or anything like that.
No, it's not dating, but it's hey, look at what I'm wearing and look at what I'm doing.
Well,
and,
no,
because I'm looking like last year. Here's Mahomes and his wife at the apple orchard, and it's like
it shows that they're human and that they have lives outside of football.
But I don't care.
Showing.
Does that make me a bad fan? I don't care.
No, because
that's what the money's for.
But you're not a fan of these athletes. You're a fan of the sport.
I'm
That's
a fan
the
of the
difference.
team, right?
If they did this following, like, okay, for instance, you love the horse racing show.
I liked it because hold on, a very specific reason. It made my game, which is a mystery to most people, relatively approachable. That is a totally different thing than the NFL.
But no, the NFL is doing just that to the casual fan who doesn't know all the stats, who doesn't know all the players. They know, oh, I think I know that guy. I've seen that guy. I know the jersey.
I think
There
I
you
know
go.
that guy.
Right.
They're 3 Pro Bowl quarterbacks.
No, I'm saying it's not for the hardcore fans. It's like, okay, get to know these 3 quarterbacks because, Mike, they have a helmet on. You don't get to see their faces. You don't get to know who they are when they're on the field.
Evan, do you have any closing remarks?
I love the fact that Kirk Cousins' wife talks to his kids like they've never been around football ever in their life.
I couldn't
That
stand
is Daddy's
her.
football player friend that hiked him the ball. Yeah. And I'm like, it's his teammate. Why are you talking to these kids?
That's because the Cousins can't be normal.
They've
They're not normal people.
You know what it is? These are all 3 hardcore dorks that are like exceptional. at a sport. But they're all dorks. Goff is such a dork. Cousins is the
I don't think you can use the word dork.
But they are. They're just
right.
They're
No, they
dorky
are.
dudes, man. Go look at them.
Happen to play football.
Very
well,
athletic, very
and they're
good.
rich
Yeah.
playing football.
But they're just like.
I mean, think about it. Joe Burrow goes out and buys the Batmobile. Like,
Yeah, they got more money than God. They can buy whatever they want. But at heart, I feel like they're just these dorky little kids that really didn't have many friends growing up, but were.
Okay, what are you, Fraser Crane?
I'm just
Leave
saying
it
that.
alone.
That's what I took out of the show is these dorky dudes.
They had the hoop in their backyard, so everybody came to play, not to play with them, but to play hoops in their
David, what
backyard.
kind of psychoanalysis journey are these two
think
going
about
down
it.
over here?
They're shoving these guys in lockers right now.
All they've
amazing.
done their entire lives is travel and play sports and hang out with their parents. Period. Joe Burrow said as much, that him and his mom would go to AAU and this and that, and dad wasn't around. They're sheltered kids.
Where are these guys now? Can they sit on your couch? Is that what we need to do?
I got to see what kind of cars these guys drive. Like, I thought, like, Cousins.
So you want to see that?
Yeah, I want to see how they live. I want to see what I don't have.
I mean, it's called quarterback, but like, if they had a show called Defensive Edge Rusher and Aiden Hutchinson was on there,
I'm
you'd be
not
like,
watching.
Dude, you still live with your parents? Like, you're rich. But he does.
I think it's awesome to see that Goff after that big game. He's like, oh, how was your event? Like, he still genuinely cares about his wife.
No, see, I don't want that.
Wait.
So you don't go home and ask your wife?
He pulled the Cousins?
I didn't know. That's my point. I walked away like in a blast.
He pulled the Cousins?
She had an event. Her event was just as important as football
Well,
games.
it's not as important to the fans and for me.
But that's where you're missing. I think a lot of wives are watching this show and girlfriends.
Okay. My point is,
It's not for you,
As
Michael.
Doug Carr says, it's all about the women.
okay.
And I like Christine Goff. I like her.
Good for you. 248-539-9797. I'm going to Tommy. Evan has somehow made this worse. Tommy, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Mike?
Good, Tom.
I guess kind of my take. I kind of agree with you on the quarterback, kind of the idea. Like
Oh, Tommy, you got us on the speakerphone? If you can you come off of it?
I got you. Sorry, man.
You're all good. Right. There you go.
Yeah. So I'm 21. Like I'm kind of that target audience. I think that you were kind of alluding to, Rico. Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of like Mike. I was looking for more, and maybe this is just being ignorant to what the show is going to be about. But I was kind of looking for like film review or like something that makes something on the field. I didn't really care for any of the off the field stuff or the off the field stuff that they presented at least.
I'm with you, yes. And I think a lot of hardcore fans, especially when it first came out, thought, okay, this is going to be a breakdown, pregame, postgame, in the film room, talking with the quarterback coaches. What did you see here?
Yeah.
Why'd you throw that pick? Yeah, you're not getting that.
Yeah, I just wonder, like, if that's just too niche of a demographic of people to put on Netflix or something like that. Like, I just wish it was more kind of what Mike was alluding to, like the more nerdy side of football, and that just wasn't it. And so I think.
And it's also hold on, Tommy. Here's the other problem I have with it. It's like you get sold a bill of goods. The show's called Quarterback. Can we get some quarterbacking? If you want 25% of it to be the home life, I'll live with it. But I don't need to know about the avocado toast.
So call it quarterback wives.
I just, I just feel like there's an imbalance. I feel like, I mean, Tommy, I was 3 episodes into this, and I'm going, I hate everything. I don't want to do this.
If it was called athletes, I'd be like, okay, this is the life of an athlete. But quarterback's such a specific position. I just there's so much into it. I just thought it'd be more about football.
And you know the frustrating part, Tommy, they give you just little moments where you go, wow, super interesting, makes me respect the craft even more, illuminating. And then they follow it up with Kirk Cousins not getting recognized at the cookout. And you're like, I don't care. He sucked today. They should have denied him service. They shouldn't have even sold him a burger. Sucks.
I'm just shocked. I didn't know that Goff pulled a Cousins. Wow.
I don't know. Talk about it. Because I like Goff.
No, but Mike, I'm with you. I like those types of shows. Going back to, I'm sure you used to, I don't know, were you even old enough to watch This Week in Baseball?
What, Twib Notes?
Yeah, but that was fun to watch because it was all about the games and the games being played and
we're gonna get
what
to
happened
people.
in the clubhouse.
Now the people are coming out. They don't want the belt, a.k.a. that pretzel bin. They know what's up. 248-539-9797. We'll get to you guys next.
Hey, guys, it's summer. You know what that means? Well, it's moving season. It's time filled with hours of packing and unpacking and so much bubble wrap. And the first thing you should do when you're moving into your new home is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then boom, you have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than you take the time to parallel park that moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment with Xfinity. So just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while somebody else unpacks all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you need to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make the right move. It's easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on the Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
97.1 The Ticket. Traffic.
Brought to you by Master Craft Heating and Cooling. According to a source of Lions beat writer Dave Burkett, the 2025 draft pick Tate Ratledge will get 66% of his year 3 money guaranteed. The Tigers and Rangers will begin the second half of the season tonight in Arlington. You can hear the game right here on the ticket at 8:10. Cleveland Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz, who's being investigated for potential involvement in gambling, is receiving an extension on his administrative leave through August 31st. The team said they're fully cooperating with the investigation. Ex-Tiger pitcher threw a no-hitter for them back in 21. Spencer Turnbull has inked a minor league deal with the Cubs. This after Toronto picked him up earlier this year. He pitched in just 3 games for them, logging a 7.11 ERA. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4, 97.1theticket.com.
Straight to the people. We're talking about quarterback on Netflix. Look, I'm not saying I'm in the majority, but I am interested in your response to it. I hate the show, and it makes me like the players less, which means it's probably time to stop watching it. I root for the player on the field. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about your house. I don't care about your relationship. I don't care about your complaints and how hard life is. I'm not interested. And boy, is there a lot of that in this show. For me, nah, not for me. And Rico's right. I'm not the demographic, I guess. But when you name a show quarterback and Jared Goff's in it, I feel like I got to watch it. And I feel like I got sold a bill of goods. When they do the football, it's really good. But my God, the rest of it, I'm like, who likes this? Why do you need to know any of this? I don't. It's just not for me. So I'm asking you guys. And it's been good feedback so far. And a lot of people actually are on my side, which I'm shocked with. I thought for sure I'd get yelled at.
No, because this is more of a hardcore sports show, so they would be like-minded with you.
Not make me go get the pretzel jar. Let's go over to Warren, 97.1. Hello,
Don't
Warren.
scare me.
Warren,
hey,
how you doing,
Friday,
buddy?
Fellas.
What's going on, brother?
Happy Friday. Hey, I'm with you, Mike. I thought I was going to get 6-7 hours of some good football, and I think after I fast-forwarded through all the family stuff, it was about half of that. I think I fell asleep listening to Kirk Cousins' wife talk about him getting benched. I couldn't stand it.
Right. Your husband got $180 million guaranteed. You think I care you had a bad Tuesday? Who the hell's here to see you?
Like, I want to hear about Joe Burrow complaining about buying a $2 million Batmobile after working 60 hours all week. You know?
Right. And listen, Warren, I'm easy about it. I don't begrudge anybody, but I'm not signing up to follow it. Like, I've never understood the TMZ stuff or the gossip stuff in the New York Post and all the rest. I don't care. You go live your life. I don't need to be bothered with it.
No, but that's just it, Warren, Mike. But a lot of people do. The hottest thing yesterday was the couple caught at the Coldplay concert.
Listen, I get drug into a lot of trash TV, and I couldn't even watch this. It was unbearable, except the football stuff, and even Jared Goff, because we knew the outcome. I haven't even watched the end of it.
See, Rico hit on this, Warren. I'm glad you finished the call with that, my man. Rico, go ahead. Elaborate. I want to see if Warren agrees with you.
I don't think a lot of Lions fans are going to be that interested in watching Jared Goff for last year because we talk about Titanic, Mike. It is the Titanic where right now Goff's at the main table. He's sitting with the captain. He's got on his tux. But in the very end, that last show is the Washington game. He's out in the water, bobbing like an ice cube.
Yep, I don't want to see that again. We all know what happens.
Right. And I think a lot of Lions fans, as great as that regular season ride was, man, this thing is going to come crashing and burning down. And I don't even want to know what happened behind the scene. All I know is we got our ass kicked.
Why do I want to hear them cry about it in their multi-million-dollar mansions?
Well, and look, Warren, here's the other thing, right? And I know I've said this with Cousins for a couple of years. We've made the jokes about after they lost that playoff game to the Giants, he walks through the door like he had a great day at work and he's reading his kid a story. And I'm going, I want this guy locked in a dark room for 3 days. You lost to Daniel Jones at home. I know there are people. It's just I don't want to see it.
Right. Now, I don't know how it ends, but what if it's Jared Goff taking his kid or going to a bounce house or let's go to a movie? After you just lost to the
things. Those are things that we do. I have a bad day at work. I go read my kids' stories. I don't go do is play professional football on Sundays. I want to see that stuff.
That's it. And Warren, that's the thing. I know they're people. I know they have a real life. Go live it. I don't need to watch it because here's the problem. The messaging, and I want to be very careful when I say this, and I'm going to say it nice and slow. I know that it doesn't mean what I'm saying. It is an optics and messaging thing. It is suggestive. They don't care as much as the common fan. I know that's not true, but I'm telling you what it looks like, feels like, sounds like to the average guy. And that's dangerous.
I'm calling in. I can't believe you said they don't care.
I didn't say that. I said, to be clear, I know it is a false correlation. But what it looks like, that's where I'm telling you, it doesn't serve anybody.
What you want to see after a
Devastation.
loss is you want to see flipping a table over. You want to see just trashing the locker room. You want to see fist fights where the assistant coaches have to hold the two players back.
Yes.
You know what? You missed your blocker. Yeah, well, if you would have made the right pass, we would have won. You want to see that.
Yes.
You want to see that intensity. That doesn't happen, my friend, in the real world.
No.
No and no.
Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris. No. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are y'all doing? Love the show.
Thanks, Chris. What's going on?
So just 2 quick points. Number one, for football information, we would get more football information if they did a show with Mina Kimes' dog, Lenny. Just him. But the other thing is that, as far as hey, everybody wants to see what they are in real life and what they are behind the scenes. If anybody thinks they're getting a reality watching this, that there's not like 5 PR people and a stylist, lined up off camera, telling them what to say and what not to say and what not to touch on. This thing is totally curated to make these guys look good. So, I don't have any time for it.
No. So how many episodes did you actually get through?
2.
2? Did you say 2?
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I'm doing the best I can to get through the whole damn show, but my goodness. Yeah, Chris, I'm with you. It's just, it's not for me, but it's like if I don't watch it, I'm not doing a service to my listeners where Goff's a part of it. And if you can parse one cool thing, like, look, I think if you just went to episode 2 and watched the opening 4 minutes, the way they discuss the play clock, and that is fascinating. And it's really cool for the average fan to watch that and see that. Most everything else, big yikes. Are there occasional moments where it's really cool and you see Goff's relationship with his teammates, or when Taylor Decker responds like, hey, at one point, weren't you like 10 for 10? And he's like, try 18 for 18. Perfect game. Like, cool stuff. But man, to get to those moments, you got to sort through a bunch of stuff that I am just.
You're not there for that.
No, I'm not.
And does it not make you a bad person, Mike? I think it makes you a hardcore fan where you want to see more football. You want to know why this play worked, or why this play didn't work, or what did you see or what did you not see? Why'd you throw that pick? Or how wide open was J-Mo on that trick play? Or why did Ben Johnson call? You want to see that stuff. You don't want to hear about, bedazzled jeans.
Definitely not. Ann will get the last word on this. We'll move to a football today and some other stuff. Ann, thank you for your patience. I'm sorry it took so long.
Oh, it's all good. Happy Friday, guys.
Same to you.
First time, long time, fellow MSU alum.
Welcome.
So, again, love you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, from a female perspective, number one, I'm a huge sports fan. I love all sports, especially football, and I also love reality TV. I do like these shows, like Quarterbacks or Full Swing, but it's not like my go-to. It's something just to put on, like, maybe in the background. The thing I like about it is just the behind the scenes, like what their homes look like, what their families are like, and a little bit of like the background of the teams. And that's why I was interested this year with Jared Goff and Detroit.
So can I ask you a question? I want to ask you a question. Yeah. What is it about the stuff you just listed? Why is it you want or need to see that? Just because that's my disconnect.
It's like the fascination I think that society has with what people of wealth have, and like their cars and what their homes look like or what their relationships are. It's just like why TMZ is so popular with, celebrities. It's just like some fascination, but it's mindless, right? It's most people, I would assume, don't have the time for it. My husband, he doesn't have the time for it. It's useless information. But from, again, I'm just saying a female perspective, I think it's interesting.
Okay.
But I do think, though, that it is pretty cheesy. I prefer Hard Knocks, just showing like the practice and the actual action. And I I'm pretty disappointed because obviously being an MSU alum, I love Captain Kirk, but it makes me cringe. His wife makes me cringe. So
I'm telling you, Ann, that scene where she's bemoaning him getting benched, and I'm going,
she's standing up for her man.
Yeah, lady, there's 184 million reasons that Ann, me, and the rest of Detroit don't give a you know what.
Yeah,
we ain't trying to hear it. Thank you, Ann.
That's it. Thank you. Have a good
nice
one.
day. Appreciate it. I mean, Rico, come on.
No, but I think, as Ann said, you watch it because you want to see what you have in common with them, and you kind of want to see
nothing. You have nothing in common with these three quarterbacks.
David. Once again, I haven't started watching, but I can go out for last year when you see the Mahomes at the apple orchard. You're like, wow, taking the hayride. Like, wow, we do that. I do that.
Joe Burrow's buying a Batmobile. We do oh, wait, no.
No, I said you want to see things that you have in common, and you also want to see.
Jared Goff just threw the ball for 50 yards down the field. Can you do that?
He just made several $1 million doing it. Can I do that?
I'll see you guys on Monday.
Now to the tub of pretzels.
No. Take that back. What I am saying is you want to see, they're real people too.
They're not.
As
Ann
just
not
said.
Real people. They're not real people.
But Kenny, they are because they read to their kids and they do all of these other things that real people do as
So
well.
I'm supposed to be excited because they can read? What are we doing?
I mean, I know Dexter Manley was.
You know what? Why? Why am I even trying?
I don't know.
You know what? You want to read something?
Double pretzels next.
Rico, do you wash your grapes?
97.1.
All right, let's get a little football in the mix. It's time for football today. David, everyone's recognizing how good you are.
You have a window of right now.
They both have a point, and I don't give a damn. To hell with it.
Why do you need to keep piecemealing it when you can go out and get the guy?
In football today, brought to you by Hungry Howie. So, guys, teams are reporting for training camp this week, and most teams will return next week. So we're going to do a pre-training camp overreactions. I want you let me know if
Wait. So the only thing that's worse than overreacting to camp is going to be overreacting before camp.
These are certain storylines that we'll talk about here. So you can let me know if it's an overreaction or reality. The first one, since we talked about T.J. Watt getting his deal yesterday, Micah Parsons will not suit up for the Cowboys in Week 1.
I think that's an overreaction. I think that Dallas, he may not participate in training camp, but I think Dallas knows, look, we didn't spend all this money in the offseason. We have to make him happy. And I think Jerry Jones will go full Jerry. He'll get this thing settled the week before the season starts.
I tend to agree. I just feel like he's going to get his $200 million. They take care of their own people in Dallas. They don't sign a lot of free agents. They have to keep them. It'd be a fan base revolt. I'll agree with you.
It's like the Lions on steroids. They just really spend a ton of money on their people.
Next one is about Trey Hendrickson. The Bengals will trade Trey Hendrickson before the season.
I've given up. Overreaction. I quit. There's my answer with the Bengals. I quit.
I'm going to go overreaction as well, David. Now, if you would have said he sits out games, I would have said, you know what, on the money. I don't think he suits up, but the Bengals, they're not going to trade him. I think that both sides have dug in, and they can't see what's best for either one. They just hate each other.
Next, overreaction or not, all 4 NFC North teams will make the playoffs.
Overreaction. If you said 3, I'm in. 4, ridiculous.
Yeah, I think probably you'll get 2, 3, maybe, but I think 2 make the playoffs, but all 4, no, because I think they're going to cannibalize each other this year. I don't think you're going to see anybody going 6-0 in the division.
This next one I think Mike can agree with because he's kind of hinted at or even said this may happen. The Chiefs' streak of 9 straight AFC West titles will come to an end.
Done like dinner. Done. Jim Harbaugh is going to win that division. And if it ain't him, it'll be Sean Payton. There's just no way. There's no way. I can't take any more to Chiefs.
We got a bet on it?
Yeah,
Can we do this?
On the board.
Yes!
Chiefs won't win the division.
Chiefs. I got the Chiefs, David.
Plus, the amount they got to pay the refs every year to make sure they're on their payroll still goes up and up and away.
Do you know how much money Taylor Swift makes?
Is that what we're doing?
They could afford.
Well, good. Maybe she can fix her boyfriend.
They could afford.
Because he stinks.
Well, she got him a trainer. He's in better shape.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
It'll be on this year's edition of Tight Ends.
We'll not be watching.
That'd be amazing. Next one. Kenny Pickett will win the Browns starting quarterback job.
My response, no reaction. It's not over. It's not under. It's DGAF.
I think it's no. I don't think he'll win the starting job. I think at some point it will go to him, but he won't win the starting job, no.
Next one here. Baker Mayfield will lead the Buccaneers to another division title and land a massive new contract.
I want to say yes so badly, but I have a bad feeling the guy to my left, his guy might unlock what Atlanta's been missing. So I'll say overreaction. I wonder if Penix cuts it loose this year.
But still, Mike, he'll be a rookie quarterback. Because I don't really count
He's
the last
30.
I don't count the last games that he played. David, I think that could happen. I think that the Bucs will have their way, and I do think that they'll realize, we got something in Baker, and we're going to make sure we lock him up.
Next one here. Terry McLaurin will be paid as a top 5 wide receiver at the start of the year.
I agree with this.
I don't know, but the iced coffee just arrived. To hell with you.
I don't think this is an overreaction at all. I do agree. I think the Commanders realize they have something here, and they're going to do whatever it takes to make him happy because he's their main target. He's the main target for Jaden. This will happen. They'll make sure it happens.
The problem is, as we sit here today, they've done everything to anger the man. So I don't know what to do because what you say is the right thing, and what the reality is totally different. I gotta believe he gets signed.
You know what? Here's what makes all your anger go away. When the money comes in, you forget all of the bad things that you said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Somebody asked Cousin's wife. Still complaining about him getting benched. They got
doesn't
$500 million.
She doesn't play. Trust me. All of a sudden, hey, the Niners paid Debo, and hey, go Niners. Until he was gone.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But no, I'm saying. But once you get paid, you forget about the holdouts. Heck, if the Bengals offered up and paid Trey Hendrickson, he would be like, okay, I'll be your spokesperson. Put me on the programs.
This next one here is about C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud will not look better than last season.
Overreaction. That's
a major overreaction right there. I think that he will look better. I think you'll see closer to the C.J. Stroud of year 1 than he was in year 2.
I think one thing that would help him, though, especially with the offensive line, they got to get the ball out quicker. A lot of what Bobby Slowick was doing with that offense last year, he was holding on to it a lot because they want all of the vertical. They got to make things a little easier for CJ.
And I mean, once Tank Dell gets back, he'll be fine.
Oh boy, 2020 never.
Oh my gosh,
David,
you know what?
said he
That's
was gonna.
For you because you have been riding me all day.
I'll just go on to the next one here. I'll leave my comments to myself. It's
you
about the
haven't already?
Commanders.
Step up to the plate.
It's the Commanders' turn to win the NFC East.
I'm going to say yes. I can't take any more of the Eagles. Can't handle it. Can't do it. Yes. Why? Because they're the oldest team in football. They're not young. The quarterback's young, the team's not. Time's now. In. Commanders.
And then finally,
Rico says no.
Oh, I was just wondering, like, what just happened here? So.
Oh, Ryan's just doing his thing.
Oh, okay.
Engineers doing engineer work. I don't
like,
question
did I
him.
say something?
We get the best engineers in the game, man.
Okay.
That's what you get for saying something about me. Tyreek Hill won't be on the Dolphins at the start of the year.
Overreaction. That thing's a dumpster fire, and I don't think anybody wants his contract.
Yeah, where's he going? I mean, no, because you got wide receivers already sitting there trying to get paid, and yeah, he'll be a Dolphin. Nothing's going to happen with them.
Well, it's good to know that training camp is returning. Football
is it?
It's just
is it, David?
Around the corner. It is. It's a good thing, yes.
The reports from training camp drive me to madness.
No, I don't need the reports. I just need to see football. That's
Today
all.
was a good day for Pedro Pascal. And I'm like, well, who is he?
Yeah,
he's fighting to make the third string gunner. And I'm like, I can't do this. This is so bad. Who's this weekend's preseason game most important for? Guy who's going to work at paint store or guy who works at the auto parts store? Don't care.
I'm about to say Pedro, but yeah, he's Mr. Fantastic in the Fantastic Four.
Whatever.
I think he's a little busy.
Oh, we got to see better reps from Bob Lopez. No, we don't. Just tell me when the season starts.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That is in football today.
97.1 The Ticket. Traffic.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Most outlets still have the Tigers as the best team in base. You got to turn your mic on for people to hear you. I'm sorry. That's the first broadcasting 101. In their first power rankings of the second half, but Fangraphs disagrees. They've dropped Detroit all the way to 6. Quote, an overworked relief corps was exposed a bit during his 4-game slump, allowing 28 runs and costing Detroit 2 of its 4 losses. Last year, the deep and flexible pen was the backbone of the team's surprise run of the postseason, end quote. The Tigers resume their season tonight in Arlington. First pitch at 8:05, and you can hear it right here on the ticket. Reese Olson makes the start against Patrick Corbin. Corbin holds a 4.15 ERA. According to Jordan Schultz, the Lions have added former Tennessee running back Jabari Small. After a solid career with the Volunteers, he signed as an undrafted free agent with the Titans last season. He did not appear in a game. NFLPA boss Lloyd Howell stepped down earlier this week. Per ESPN, he made several visits to strip clubs and expensed them, including nearly $2,500 of charges this February. They were reported as a player engagement event to support and grow our union.
Are you serious?
I wish I wasn't.
Wait, say it again?
It was a player engagement event to support and grow the union.
Oh, they were engaged.
The NFLPA took him to Magic City.
Day 2 of the British Open is nearly complete. Scotty Scheffler jumped 5 spots to lead with a 10 under. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com. I'm done.
Okay, hold on. I know we're supposed to do Who Said It, and we're still going to. Can I just get a reset on what Otto had in that update? Mm-hmm. The NFLPA, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Did a player enrichment meeting at Magic City.
So what happened was, as we all know now, the story, Lloyd Howell, who was the NFL over the NFLPA, resigned the other day. And here's the story per Adam Schefter. During this year's NFLPA summit on February 21st, Lloyd Howell accompanied 2 union employees to the Magic City Strip Club for an outing that included over $2,400 in charges, including cash withdrawals ranging from $200 to $525 at the club ATM. According to the expense report, the purpose of the strip club outing, player engagement event to support and grow our union.
Do you think the Netflix cameras are following? That's a show you'd watch, Mike.
How on earth?
NFLPA coming to Netflix.
You do know that is going to be a documentary, right?
If he's something.
No, not him, but Magic City. Because they like interview Shaq and all these athletes who've gone
Lou
through
Williams.
that.
I mean, Lou Williams skipped out on like COVID camp to go there
for wings.
He went to a funeral. Wait a minute, guys. The story was he left the bubble to go to a grandparent's funeral, but on the way back, he stopped at Magic City because they're allegedly famous for these lemon pepper wings.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why I go too.
My point is, how on earth? Okay. How did anyone think that was a good idea?
Well, you got to treat the union reps right. And what better way to put a smile on their face?
Yeah, they had a VIP room. They had VIP rooms.
And I feel like 2,400 isn't that bad. You could have done way more damage.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because according to another story, Jermaine Dupri went there every Monday for 20 years and spent $10K every Monday.
I was about to say 2,400. You're not making it rain.
And that's why you don't hear from Jermaine Dupri anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, Shaq said he went there to
stop it
celebrate
with these drops.
Shaq went there to celebrate signing a $100 million contract.
Yeah, and I'm sure he spent more than $2,400.
Yeah, $2,400 is like cover.
It's like, yeah, like 20 minutes up in there.
Right.
Gotta stop.
Oh, man. That is unbelievable. Hold on. We'll do who said it in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Let's do the ticket text. Everybody relax. I'm sorry. That story, when Otto said it, I was busy watching Rico's horse screw over Kenny's double. Chero Rico. We thought it was serendipity. The back end of a nice double, and poor Kenny, what happened? Rico decided, packing it in. I ain't doing nothing the last 16th
Well, at least
of the
I
race.
did better than the Daiquiri horse, who
That
just
is true.
decided not to run.
No. Daiquiri got beat at the shadow to wire.
Oh, no, the other one that you picked.
Yeah, that limped out of the gate, dragging its hoof.
Had a bad break.
You know, should have known something. He came out to start. He had a towel over his head.
I could have beat that horse in a race.
And they're off, and we're dead.
Hey, I heard Doug was at the NFLPA meeting.
We need to take a trip like that, a show trip. Get the company card.
Sure. Yeah, for engagement and growth.
Yeah. Morale boost, man.
Right. Roberts, everybody calm down.
Someone texted in and says, is breast being chanted during poor Jerry's update?
It was.
He can't do a story like that and not think we're not going to participate.
Mike, behind the scenes here a little bit, you got to realize Jeremy comes back over here, and I didn't realize how buttoned up WWJ is.
Oh, it's buttoned up.
But he goes over there and breasts, and then he comes back over here to the newsroom.
Traffic and weather on the 8th. Serious news. And he goes over here to do updates for our dumbasses, and it's just stuff like this.
Exactly.
He's always looking for news, man.
Poor guy.
Does he do?
That might be his next interview. He calls up Magic City.
You're right.
Yeah.
He does get sound from basically everywhere.
Anybody and everybody that's in the news, Jeremy has an interview with them.
Does he?
Oh,
Yeah,
my
he does,
goodness. He'll
yeah.
talk to
Is that what he
everybody.
does on the other side of the building?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, who's he interviewing?
You
the
name it,
assistant
dude.
head coach of a high school team, like anybody.
Like
He could call up the manager at Magic City. And say,
Chaz
hey.
Lanier's AAU coach from 7th grade on
Are
his
you
development.
serious?
Yeah, stuff
Okay,
like that.
so why doesn't Jeremy call up Magic City?
This is a great
He
idea.
probably is right now.
Let me go find him and let him know to
Hi,
do this.
diddly do, neighbor. My name is Jeremy Otto.
Heard your wings were fantastic.
I need that phone call to be recorded.
I
That's
heard
amazing.
this is a top tier gentleman's establishment.
I do play-by-play for
So
U
he's
of
Ned
D.
Flanders / Kirk Cousins.
Oh, yes.
Does your steak come with foil? All right, listen. I hijacked the show, and I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
Jeremy may know how to get down. I don't know.
Whoa.
Wouldn't that be something else?
Right, like Mike. Don't.
Oh,
let
we
the
have a
smooth taste
Jeremy
fool you.
update here.
I do
That
have an
reality
update.
show.
I do have an update. I went to him and asked him if he can get an interview from the manager of Magic City, and he says, see, this is why I don't do these things.
So was that a yes or a no?
I think it was a no.
I think Jeremy has a pimp cup at home.
He does.
Wow.
I do.
That's why he's always dressed up when he comes in here.
She got to stop.
Dresses for the part, man.
He does.
Come on, dude. That guy's got a funeral to go to today.
Oh, does he?
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
No,
Why
he
do you
came
think
back.
he's dressed
From,
like
he
that,
came back
man?
from a funeral.
Why do you think he's dressed like he works at Smart Tech today? He's got a funeral to go to,
He
man.
reminds me of the guy arguing with Kevin Hart. That's what he looks like. You're right.
Jeremy, it looks like you should be watching I'm OB for the 10,000th time.
I'm gonna need you to give me that discount on the house.
You can't say the rest of that scene. Don't.
I need you to be my boy.
Okay, thank you for the editorial. Oh, my
Nice
God.
edit there. Nice
Excellent
edit.
edit. Okay, David.
These clothes look like it.
Okay. Poor guy's got a funeral to go to. We can't be making fun of him like that.
He got back from.
Someone says,
Yeah, he's already gone to the funeral.
Oh, well, then it's game on.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
do you wash your grapes? Funniest thing said on the show in a year. Someone said.
Time out.
You may hear this again.
No, listen. I want to admit to something here at 10 after 4 on a Friday. All right, that pretzel thing that Doug and Scott do, it fell on the floor. And a couple of things spilled out. Now, that has always been like Pandora's box. We on this show have always wondered, what the hell is in that thing? And then once in a while, We remind ourselves we don't want to go nowhere near it. But we opened, it was on the floor, and I was like, all right, well, let me look at one. The first thing I opened up was that. Do you wash your grapes before you eat them?
Yes.
And I'm like, I quit. And I put it back in. I put it back up on Doug's desk, and it's never been opened again.
Well, answer the question, do you?
I don't even eat them.
But if you were, you're not eating a dirty grape.
Absolutely I am. I don't care. Just eat the damn thing.
Really? Wow.
Who the hell's got time to be washing all the fruit left and right?
What about zebra stripes? Let's talk about that.
No, stop right now.
Wait, you don't wash your grapes?
I don't
do.
buy them. Oh. Who eats them?
I do. I love grapes.
All right.
too.
Okay, good. There you go. There's your pretend pretzel thing. Now,
good question.
Can we get to who said it, please? And I want to apologize to Jeremy Otto. Wow. He's got to be more careful with the stories he puts in the news.
Well, yesterday you said, Jeremy, you're not prepared. He came prepared today.
He didn't even know about TJ Watt's extension.
Well, he came prepared today.
Hi diddly do, hijinks at the Gentlemen's Club. I'm Jeremy Otto. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. You gotta leave, man.
You know what? I'm gonna let you finish your read.
I can't
because it was mine. So you go ahead and you finish your read.
Get out, please. I can't look at you. All right, Northville Lumber. All right, David, I'll get it together. My goodness. All right, Northville. Stu, I owe you an apology. All right, Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. They got everything all the time. No back order nonsense, no lead times. You see it, they have it. It's in stock all the time. It's the advantage they have. It's why the pros shop there. So call Northville Lumber today, or you can stop by, brand new showroom. Like I said, everything you see, they got it. Take home some samples, and then just head on back or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. I apologize for hijacking the show and for screwing Rico over and reading my read at an inappropriate time. With that, it's time for Who Said. All right, our coworkers say things. We have to guess who said it. Now, David, it depends what mood he's in. If he's in a good mood, he treats us fairly. If he's in a bad mood, he treats us like his kids.
Football.
I'm in a decent mood today, especially after the last segment.
I apologize.
There's more to that story, by the way. But we'll just get to
what
who said it.
story exactly?
Well, I went over there and I asked. I was like, so we're going to get the interview, right? Like, thumbs up? Yes. No. He was talking to somebody. I'm like, Magic City interview? Thumbs up? Yes. Wow.
Apparently, he also went to a strip club in Miami as well. So,
well, okay.
It's a lot there.
Let's keep it going.
It's a lot there.
PIMP.
All right. You want to know who's eligible?
Yes.
Let me look at this here. Make sure I'm right. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Dear God. Okay.
All right. Let's start at number 1. The width of the plate is the width of the plate. But the height of it, I think that needs to be ironed out before they implement it. And once they do, I'm all for it.
Talking replay. We said we loved it as is. We were all good. It can't be any of us. Okay, that's done. Now, who the hell would get that technical?
Would there be cookies?
But what does the height of the plate have to do with anything? Don't they bury it into the ground?
I think he means the strike zone.
The strike zone.
Oh.
Would
I was like, why is
I'm
he
thinking
caring
it would
about
either
those
be
dimensions?
cookies or either be Doug.
I was thinking Gator
Doug,
because it
Doug
seems
wasn't
like he
here
would
this
get-
week.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess
I
it's
lean
Gator by
Gator.
default.
Boy, Rico's really been listening.
I'm going to say Stoney. I could see Stoney
Stoney, yeah, that's a good point, actually. So it
caring
could
about
be Stoney.
something and getting lost in the minutia.
All right, but hold on. I'm going to need him to read it again, though, and really think, could Stoney say this many words consecutively without trailing off?
He edits this.
David, one more time, please.
The width of the plate is the width of the plate. But the height of it, I think that needs to be ironed out before they implement it.
Yeah, that's...
And once they do, I'm all for it.
You think that's Stoney?
Ironed out, implement, just screams a little older to me.
I'm gonna go with cookies. I'm gonna go with the younger.
All right, he's going Evan. You're going cookies. Kenny, you've been quiet. What's going on?
I say Gator. He seems like one of the few guys who would actually care that much about the technicality of all this stuff. I'll say Gator.
So we have no consensus.
Nope,
No.
none whatsoever.
David's in a foul mood today.
This is never mind.
What? Say it.
I thought this would be easy.
Mm-hmm. You would. All right, I'll go cookies. I'll go cookies on it because the description's very annoying, so it's got to be him. All right, David, who said it?
Ah.
What about that was easy, David?
Yeah, and
None of us got it.
Second of all, was he broadcasting from a porta potty?
The width is...
No, that was the day I believe they were on remote that morning, or he was somewhere at Pal's thing or something on Wednesday, I believe.
Oh, that was Wednesday, the combine they had at the old corner ballpark.
Must have missed it. All right, let's go to number 2, please.
Number 2, look, I think they're going to be better just because they're going to be better in goal. And I do think the young players are going to get better, but they still can't come close to some of those other teams.
A Red Wings take?
That could be me. I feel like I've said something similar
this
to that.
week?
And you said they were going to be better?
I said they could be better, yeah. Or I don't know if this was me, but they said that.
But hold on. A Red Wings take this week? We haven't talked Wings, so that can't be you.
Midday show.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe Kenny did a midday show.
Well, no, I mean, that's a pretty standard opinion about the Red Wings right now. They may have gotten a little bit better, but they're not going to catch teams like Montreal.
But who was talking Red Wings this week?
That could have been midday.
Yeah,
that could have been Gator.
All right. I mean,
I'm going to go with Gator because who else is talking hockey? You need a lot of time to fill.
Wait. I'm trying to think who else because he said till 8 o'clock. So you got Chapman came
Highly
in.
doubt it.
Oh, Chappie was in
Yesterday.
this week.
Yeah.
That was yesterday.
I'll just tell you this. No, he's never going to be used. So.
Okay, David. My God.
He's in a mood today.
Today?
Woj was on. But there's no way Woj is talking Red Wings. He's smart.
I'll go Gator. You guys convinced me, and I don't have a strong opinion, and we got more of these to get
All
to.
right, screw it. You know what? I'm gonna go Gov.
Okay. Kenny?
I guess Gator. I guess.
All right, David. What on earth? I don't even understand
So
talking.
Stoney
Red
was
Wings this
gargling. Like, what was wrong with his voice?
Know. That was bad. Okay, right. All right, David, let's try this again. He's in a bad mood this week, I tell you. These are difficult.
Balls and strikes challenges should be instituted tomorrow. It worked perfect last night and no excuses.
Mike Valeni.
That's me. That's totally
Yeah,
me.
I feel like I remember you saying that.
And I admit, I can sound like a complete bleepo. And that's like super like, authoritative.
That's what was a
like, I'm
selling
jerk.
point to me.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's me.
If it was a little bit more, I would have said cookies.
Yeah, I was going to say, should we hedge with cookies?
Well, he's like a bad version of me. He goes like authoritative on HGH. He goes a different place. I think it's me.
we're
doing the Voltron.
Yes.
We all agree.
Yes.
Oh God,
it's going to be cookies then.
Exactly.
Lenny on 3.
David.
1, 2, 3.
There it is.
I hate that guy. All right, let's go. Let's go to the next one.
The best thing I think, and I think we kind of knew it, but I learned a little bit more about Goff. He drops F-bombs all over the place.
All right, so somebody touching their ball bag over the show quarterback. We just got done hating on it. Who would sit there and be enamored at cussing by Goff?
I am going to implement the Evan Jenkins rule.
Oh, then it's Scott the Gator Anderson.
Or the co-host.
Okay.
Gang's
Yeah,
been
start
on a
off.
lot.
Can you start it again? The first couple lines where he like stumbled through it.
The best thing I think, and I think we kind of knew it, but we learned.
Yeah, that's Kang.
That's Kang.
I'm going Kang.
Kang.
That's everybody. Everybody's
Yeah,
in.
we're in.
Okay. Who said it?
Why?
We let Kenny influence us.
I heard it on the drive. I'd listen at other times.
Why was Woj like so surprised that a pro football player swears?
I just
Professional jock uses
I thought
F-bomb.
it was the show that has Goff on, that they would like that, and he'd be like, they do their whole veteran young guy bit thing.
Woj just likes hearing F-bombs.
Okay, right, good to know. Damn it. All right, David, let's try again.
Good job.
All right. Final one.
You're terrible.
Me?
I think you're doing a good job.
He's mean.
Oh,
I got
man.
one, so.
Let's head to the strip club. Let's head to Magic City.
Can we
I'm
pull that,
in.
please? Grab
David,
that.
is that you?
Right. Oh, Mr. Hall, we got your table
He
for
was
you.
on a church in Richmond trip.
Engagement.
Your usual, Mr. Hall?
No comment, Evan.
This ain't Vacation Bible School.
Wait, why did they all just take their collars off?
All right, let's get to the.
Talk about King David today. All right. Which is a weld oil machine, one of the best, if not the best, offense in the National Football League.
Beginning again.
Which is a weld oil machine, one of the best, if not the best, offense in the NFL.
Costa.
I was about to
He
say
loves
so.
the
Yeah,
Lions.
right. So definitive. Yes, I'm gonna go.
Like, I feel like I've said similar about the Lions offense.
Would you have said well-oiled machine?
I mean, it's possible.
Been so definitive.
It's possible, but I agree with you that felt more.
He loves the Lions.
Loves the
And they
Lions.
can
All
do
right.
no wrong.
If I keep guessing Gator, it will eventually be
Yes,
right.
it will.
You're right.
So I will guess
You
Gator.
know what? You go Gator. I'll go Costa.
All right.
I'm going to go Gov then.
I'll go Costa. David, who said it?
Let's go. I got one.
I hate everything.
Well-oiled.
Well-oiled machine, baby.
Well, they are ran by the Fords, so, I mean, makes sense.
Okay.
Car. That's a car joke.
Next,
Like that.
David,
You get
one
it?
more.
I got
Good
it.
pun, huh?
That's not bad.
Can we do one more? This has been a dreadful week.
That's it, Mike. That's all we got
Yeah,
here.
you ended on
you know
my
what?
pun.
I think I speak for everyone in this room. Thank God.
We got one. I
Yeah,
got
but
one. I got you.
We normally do far better than this. This was difficult.
That's what it should be. It shouldn't be easy.
See, I thought you would get Stoney because he was so enamored with the schedule release when he was here for the drop tournament. that he would just naturally go to the morning
that's
show.
why they talked Red Wings.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now hindsight, yes, I understand more. Okay, now I feel real stupid.
So
Thanks,
do I.
David.
I wasn't trying to do that. I'm so sorry.
We'll get a little football next. 97.1.
Hey, guys, as you know, I'm getting my basement finished by Matrix Basement. They're going to do everything for you. They're going to free consultation. They'll come up with some designs, some ideas. They came to me. I saw them. I liked them, made some tweaks. They came back. They said, yeah, how about this? You like this? Loved it. All right. Now they came. They dropped off all the equipment. I'm getting ready to get my basement done, so we'll be ready in time for football season. They're going to take care of all the permits. They're going to do everything. If you want to get your basement finished off, or you want to add a new bedroom or a new bath or a basement bar, Matrix Basements can help make your dreams become reality. Go check out matrixbasements.com. You get a ton of ideas and some great before and after photos. I'm going to have some on that page very soon. But you got to let Matrix Basements get this thing done for you because they are very professional. They're very fast. They're very timely. You're going to love it. That's all I can say. You're going to love it. Check out Matrix Basements at matrixbasements.com. Matrix Basements. It makes your basement dreams turn into a reality. So we had some fun yesterday coming up with the that top 10 wide receivers. So how about we extend that and go to the top 15 NFL wide receivers who are 25 years old or under.
Oh, for God's sakes. Under a full moon whose favorite day is Wednesday.
No,
all right,
that?
let me start thinking. Okay. 25 or under, and it's a top 15. David, Kenny, you're going to have to join me on this because I'm going to guess about 7 different people that are probably 26.
Well, you got the first one. Malik Neighbors has to be on there. He's under 25.
I'd hope so.
Malik Neighbors, yes. David comes in at number 4.
I mean, look, again, the guy came in as a rookie, produced, had no quarterback, had no running game, had very little offensive line, which doesn't allow him to get down the field. He did everything right, man. I just worry in that environment. I'm waiting for Malik Neighbors demands trade article on ESPN.com. But yes, he should be top 5.
And I'll give you guys a hint. Number 1 is the same as yesterday.
Jamar Chase. He's still under 25. Thank God.
I didn't realize that. Wow.
Thank God. I mean, again, it was the COVID draft that Burrow got taken. We view Chase that he's been in the league forever.
Yes.
He got drafted in 2021.
You're right. It feels like.
I don't know what that was. Okay, then.
Okay.
No, Chase, we said it yesterday. If he gets his shoulders upfield, he's gone.
Brought to you by Builders
big,
for Source.
physical,
The Lions officially
fluid,
announced the
just-
signing of 2025 draft.
I don't even know how a
offensive lineman
guy
Tate Ratledge, along with potential
can be
backup
that
running
put
back
together,
option, Jabari
be that
Small.
quick in a short
Michigan football
space, but
training
then
camp
also
will
have the
begin
long
Tuesday,
strides
July
to just
29th,
take it to
according
that.
Live. Their first
He's
practice
a freak.
will also
Man. He's
happen the day
unbelievable.
after on the 30th.
No,
the Tigers
he
are back
is.
on the
He
field
is.
tonight
He's
against the
almost
Rangers.
like DK
here in the
Metcalf, and
8:05
you're just
first
like,
pitch right
I
here
don't
on
know
the ticket.
where-
That's illegal.
what lab you were built in.
Yeah, illegal.
Sports
Yeah.
desk.
It just should not. This should not happen.
Coach, I'm not tackling.
No. Okay, under 25, and it's a top 15. Let me go off-board selection. Can I get Chris Olave?
Number 9, Chris Olave, coming in at New Orleans.
Has had very little quarterback play.
Mm-hmm.
He still produces. He still has the verticality like he had at Ohio State. If you ever got that guy a quarterback, man, what could he do? But he's been a very good pro. It's a great story for a kid who wasn't a big recruit. He was a 3-star kid when he went to Ohio State, blossomed. Won't see that no more.
No.
Okay, David, back to you.
I actually have a guess here. I'll go with my Georgia guy, Lad McConkey.
Kenny, I was going to give you that hint. Yes, Lad McConkey coming in at number 6.
Excellent pick. And look, he's got a great quarterback, and they're in a great scheme. Harbaugh runs a really good scheme. There will always be an opportunity because every third down, McConkey is that slot machine. And then on the play action passes and the free release stuff, he can get down the field. He's in a wonderful spot. He is. David.
I'll go with Justin Jefferson.
Nope. Too old.
I knew it. I knew it, and David fell for it. He's 26, isn't he?
Dang. Go ahead, David. One more.
St. Brown.
Yes. Number 3.
He's 25.
Yes.
Yeah. On the line.
He's at the cut list.
He's on the line. It's one of the great draft steals in the decade. I think it's fair to say it. You get a player like that in the mid rounds. And it's what I love about him is not only does he embody our city, but it's hard work, very little nonsense. I'd like him to chill out on the podcast stuff and your dad talking about breeding. I don't know that it's called having children. I don't think we call it breeding. But look, he's fabulous and he's durable. He plays hurt, tough. He's willing to take on contact. I love him. Just a little less of the podcast stuff, please.
Yeah.
Please. Please.
Kenny. David.
Did anybody guess Drake London yet?
Drake London at number 5.
I'm just trying to think of younger guys at this point.
Yes.
I guess I need to see more this year, and I'm hoping Penix helps him.
Somebody just got a big contract.
Oh, Garrett Wilson.
Number 8.
Another guy you need to see more from. I mean, he got paid. That's fine. But there were long stretches with Aaron Rodgers where Garrett Wilson was in the wind. Need to see more.
And there's 2 more Ohio State wide receivers.
Well, can I guess Puka Nacua, though?
Yes, you can, David. At number 2.
It's a great one. He's got to stay healthy. That's a great one. The Ohio State receivers, they're going to have Marvin Harrison on here, aren't they?
It was going to be my next guess.
13, Marvin Harrison.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are we okay saying that that's ridiculous considering he just did not have a good rookie year?
It is ridiculous.
I think a lot of it is projection. I think a lot of it is the second half of the and extrapolating that this is what he's going to be like later on.
Okay. I mean, it's fine. I wanted to make that point. All right. Wide receivers, under 25. Okay, wait a minute. Timeout. Oh, no. This may be 1 year out of reach. Here you go, David. I'll walk into the rake. CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
He's 26, isn't he?
Yep, he's out of
COVID draft.
Okay.
Good selection, but no.
Damn. All right, David, back to you.
David, you should know one of these.
DK?
You should know one of these, David, on the other side of the field from DK.
On the other
George Pickens?
Oh, he's not on the other side of DK anymore.
Oh, that's
he
right.
plays in Dallas.
That's right. Okay, who is on the other side of CD? So there you go.
I mean, at his best, yes, but he's rarely at his best. And he provides a lot of headaches. I'm probably, and I know what it is. Well, then who should be on? Guys, I would need to sit down and list out every receiver.
Yeah.
I have a problem with Pickens because availability is a skill, and mentally, he's not available a lot of the time. Is that fair, or am I being mean?
No, that's fair.
Kenny.
Anybody guess Zay Flowers yet?
14. Way to go, Kenny.
Good pull, Kenny. Daiquiri Sommelier.
Still an Ohio State wide receiver out there.
They can't put him.
Give me go Brian Thomas Jr.
That's LSU, but thanks for playing.
Number 7.
I love him. I think he'll be way higher on this list as long as, Sunshine can throw him the ball. Now, the Ohio State receiver. Come on, guys. We've got to put our heads together.
I think
one from Ohio State, one from North Carolina.
Ohio State has to be Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yes, sir.
North Carolina.
Okay, can I just say something about JSN? They have got to start moving him down the field. He has turned into this weird screen game player, and it's just not what he was at Ohio State, and I really don't understand it. I don't know what they're trying to do. So can we just get him out and go, please? Sorry, I just wanted to say that. Go ahead with the other one, David.
Well, North Carolina. See, I can't. He didn't go to North Carolina. I was thinking J-Mo would be on the list, but he's not a North Carolina receiver.
J-Mo might be too old, isn't he?
No, J-Mo is eligible. You
Okay,
wanna go
so
J-Mo?
COVID draft.
That's my guess.
Okay, go with J-Mo.
No.
Oh.
Whoa.
J-Mo.
Eligible but didn't make the list?
Honorable mention, J-Mo.
Okay, now, here I got to defend him. That's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, you have a guy in Marvin Harrison who had no production. I got a guy in Jamison Williams who had 1,000 yards last year and is primed, I think, to have a very big year this year.
Yeah. I mean, it took big steps forward in his third season in the NFL. He's not a perfect player, but he's dangerous after the run, after the catch weapon, and digs and slants and crossers. So he's honorable mention.
Okay. Kenny, another ace selection by you, perhaps.
I'm fresh out. I'm struggling here, boys. You're gonna have to pick me up.
All right, Rico, give some hints.
One is coming back from injury. I believe he's a Chief.
Rashee Rice. Yeah.
Number 12.
Comes back as the same player. Very, very effective. Screen game, physical. He's built like a brick, you know what. Yes. Also, you do have to watch for the potential
Suspension.
of NFL's going to suspend him.
Yeah, he's got 5 years.
Right, they're going to go top rope and suspend him. He'll serve the time, but to me, that'll be the offseason. I don't think the Chiefs are going to care if he serves the time in season.
And
You said North Carolina, correct?
Indianapolis Colt.
Yeah, Josh Downs. J-Mo should be over Josh Downs for sure.
Honorable mention, J-Mo, Jaden Reed, Rome Odunze.
Oh, Adunze's ridiculous. He did nothing.
Jordan
last year.
Addison. That's one I thought should have been on the list was Jordan Addison.
Me too.
I thought J-Mo should have been on the list as well. And Xavier Worthy, I thought, should have been on the list.
Yeah, they're doing some projection here. Look, the Adunze thing, he's talent-wise, he should be. But he didn't do anything last year.
Yeah.
Like, that's over J-Mo, who has actual production?
Yeah. And Khalil Shakur, Rashad Bateman, and Ricky Pearsall round out the honorable mention.
Okay. Listen, it's challenging when you put the 25 restriction on there. My goodness.
I know. But I saw that, and I was like, oh, we can have some more fun.
I think
with the wide receiver.
I think Kenny's the MVP of that one.
He is.
That was a good pull on the Zay Flowers.
I do what I can, boys.
Well, Kenny's going very fast.
All right, keep it moving.
All right. That is our NFL Blitz 97-1.
Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? We started the day with a little college football. We may or may not get back into it. There's a war between the Big Ten and the SEC over playoff format, and no one's really budging. And you can't even get the conferences to play the same amount of conference games. And that's a huge factor in seeding. So maybe get back into that in the 5. We also talked a little bit about quarterback on Netflix. I think the show is a gigantic pile of trash. I watched it, so you didn't have to. If you're looking for football, it's really not there. And yeah, I mean, obviously, who said it and the rest of the stuff. David, a few ticket texts, though, and we can talk a little Lions pup list. The Onzarike thing is interesting. Go ahead, David.
And regarding quarterback, someone did text in and say, Cousins can't be normal. Remember, he's from Holland, Michigan. That cannot happen. Okay.
Well, I mean, it does seem to be a little bit of an odd town.
I've never hung out in Holland, so I have no point of reference.
Love the show, especially when it hurdles into the unknown. Well done, gentlemen. Well done today.
Hurdles into the unknown? Where the hell did we go?
Oh, he's saying us laughing. And
yeah. I mean, listen, if you can't have fun on a day like today, what are we doing? It's 80 and sunny. It's beautiful. It's a Friday in summer. What are we going to do? A serious breakdown.
I mean, management got upset. There's nobody here.
Oh, yeah.
I was about to say, did I miss something?
No, there's nobody here.
Well, speaking of, someone says, yeah, Rico and David need to go to Magic City, and then maybe they will stop yelling at each other because they'll establish growth and communication.
Oh, mom and dad are fighting. They need one of those NFLPA bonding trips. Mom and dad are getting after it today.
I offered a peace offering to David today, and apparently that wasn't good enough. So
I'm just waiting at
I
one
walked
point
in,
for
he just said booth.
Waiting for David to turn and go, I never loved you anyways. Like, oh, my God.
David on his church enrichment trip from the Book of Cinnamon.
Listen, that story is wild. Now, you said there's another layer to it?
Yeah, so apparently the story continues, and he went to a strip club in Miami Gardens called the Tootsie Cabaret. It is a 76,000 square foot venue that bills itself as the #1 full nude rated strip club. And he took a car, had the union pay for it, took a car from the airport to the cabaret, spent time there from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and they paid for it.
You spent the whole workday, 8 hours, in a strip club.
Yeah, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And you're an NFLPA official.
6 a.m.
And he thought that he wasn't going to get caught.
Because he immediately got caught because the employee flagged the receipt, and
there
you go.
Right, you can't even play it off like, I got lost and had to ask for directions. You were there for 8 hours to 6 a.m.?
Right.
You fall asleep?
It's because he's an idiot, and he rented the car from the airport. If you don't do that and just go, maybe you don't get flagged. I don't know.
I'm with Rico, though. The 8 hours is astonishing.
Yes, well, someone says there's a lot of stamina on the social media saying that. So
Thank you.
Hopefully he's spending more than $2,400 for 8 hours.
Well, he ain't spending nothing no more. He got clipped. He done.
True.
Spend your own money, sir.
I mean, what's worse, what this guy did or the CEO on the kiss cam at the concert? How to undo your entire career in like two easy steps.
Yeah, apparently those two have been they're on administrative leave as the board of directors tries to figure out what next.
Not gonna work here anymore is what's next.
If they just didn't have that reaction on the camera, they would have been just fine because because they're just a couple of random people on camera.
I actually wonder if Kenny's right.
If they would have just pretended like they were fans at a concert, everything would have been just fine.
Or how about this? If the camera's going around the arena, you don't look booed up because you're married to someone else.
Well, also, don't take your side piece out in public.
That's
I mean,
true.
I was about to say, it looks like they were first up, but Kenny, you may be right. If they would have just started yucking it up for the camera.
They made themselves look suspicious by having that reaction.
Because, then that's when the singer is like, oh, these guys must be having an affair, not knowing they were having an affair. I guess he felt bad later, like, I didn't know. I was just making a joke.
Yeah, that's not on him. That's on them. We got Saratoga and strip clubs on a Friday. This is an amazing show.
Well,
That is from Mitch.
That's the design. When you've
We
got
did take a race live.
We did. When you had a horse named Daiquiri Sommelier, I mean, that's basically if Kenny named a horse. We had to do it. You didn't have a choice.
And then Rico let us down with his horse.
Okay, we have to move beyond
I can't because that would have been awesome.
Okay, how'd your daiquiri horse do?
He lost at the wire.
Okay.
You're busting his balls. Oh, my God.
It's still a loss.
It is. It's true. I can't believe this. You know what? I'm staying away from this. It's a Friday. People don't want to be bummed out. I'm not doing it. I'm staying away from it.
Are you going to be Heather with the news here?
Nope. I would be if I read this headline because it's just sad and disgusting, and it just makes me question what's wrong with people. And that's not what we're going to do at 5 on a Friday.
Oh,
It's
now
not
we
happening.
have to know.
David, I'll tell you off the air. It's a
Okay.
football story.
All right.
It's racist. It's garbage. And it's just, I don't want to get into it.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about.
I don't want to
I'll
bum
read
people
text.
out on their drive home. It's a gorgeous night. I want people to go have a good time. Move along. Take a text.
Yeah, I'll read text. Going back to what we did earlier in the show, someone says, keep up the live stream of Saratoga. I love it. That is Brad from Livonia.
I mean, all right, hold on. Kenny is hounding. Now, I've got him back end of 3 doubles today, and he hasn't been able to cash. He is like fiending. But the problem, and I want to explain this to Kenny. Kenny, you can't force bets. Like, for instance, in horse racing, you want to beat favorites, right? That's the design. Favorites are going to win roughly a third of the time. Leaving 2/3 of the time, you would go broke betting them. Betting favorites is a road to ruin. However, if there are horses you can't get around, like, for instance, this upcoming race, I'm not going to bore anybody. The horse that's a favorite is a monster. An absolute monster. A horse that beat arguably the best filly on the planet just 2 races ago in Torpedo Anna. How do I tell Kenny, yeah, go ahead, bet against Raging Sea. Go ahead and do that. Like, I'd be having Kenny waste his money. Well, then you're like, okay, well, put it with another horse and do an exacta. Fine. But then I'm having Kenny bet a losing proposition because you'd be betting the top 2 horses in the race, which is a big no-no. Like Leslie's Rose, horse I really like, and there's value. If Kenny's going to do anything, you want to try to beat Raging Sea, you take Leslie's Rose at 4-1. But I can't. Kenny's like, I need a double. Kenny, there are sequences in a 10, 11, 12 race day. You've got to just say, I'm out on this sequence.
All I know for sure is that we spent a couple of bucks and almost won like 150. So you know what? I'm fiending again.
Kenny, I had a nice double for you that off $2 was going to pay $150, and you were right there. You finished second and third. I mean, I'm trying, buddy, but it's just you can't. It's not like if Rico and I are sitting around and Kenny's like, guys, I need to bet a game, and it's a Saturday. Well, you got 30 of the damn things. I can be like, hey, well,
Right.
here's the best of the 4 o'clock
Correct.
window. But like with the horse race stuff, Kenny, like I'm not going to hand you something that's like, oh yeah, here, bet this, and what? You may as well light your money on fire. I can't help the sequence, and this kid is jonesing over here. He's out of his mind.
I just flew very close to the sun today, Mike, and
I know we need.
I need that. I need to harness that.
All right, just chill out. I'll come up with something for you. All right, I'll have something for you in the 5 o'clock hour.
Yes,
I'll figure it out. I want to reset the college football thing just so people driving home are up on what's good. And what?
This Lloyd Howe guy is.
Oh, the NFLPA guy?
Yeah. I'm just reading this article. Yeah, he thought so much like a NFL team owner that he was even a paid consultant with a private equity firm that later got approved by the league to buy up to 10% of an NFL team.
What?
It was enough for Howell to remove himself from his consulting position, but instead he regularly trumpeted a connection that went undetected for months. So he was making money on both sides. This is how he was able to stay for 8 hours.
Damn.
That's exactly how.
Damn.
This, I got respect. He played the NFL. How many people can say they played the NFL and won? He did.
That's wow. I don't really even know what to say. Be honest with you. That's actually impressive.
Right.
All right. We'll get back to the football. And Kenny, let me figure something out for you. Okay. I'll do my best. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Ex-Tiger Eugenio Suarez told the media at the All-Star Game that, quote, to finish where everything started, it would be cool, end quote, referring to Detroit, of course. Suarez was hit by a pitch in the All-Star Game. Diamondbacks manager Torey Lovullo provided an update on MLB Network Radio based on a text he received from their trainer. Arizona expected to be a team that sells at the deadline coming up at the end of this month. The Tigers also back on the field today against the Rangers. Texas is third in the AL West and 3.5 back of the last wildcard spot. Reese Olson will hit the mound his last start before the break. Saw him go 5 innings, allowing 6 hits and 2 earned runs. Detroit starter for tomorrow was listed as TBA, but the team has confirmed it'll be Cater Montero as he battles against Kumar Rocker. The Lions have officially announced the signing of their 2025 second-round draft pick, Tate Ratledge, today. Construction at the Tennessee Titans' new stadium site has been put on pause after a noose was discovered. The Tennessee Builders Alliance had the following to say, quote, this week a racist and hateful symbol was discovered on our site. There's no place for hate or racism in our workplace. We reported the incident to law enforcement, suspended work, and launched an investigation, end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, well, there's Jeremy to read the story I told you I wasn't going to read. Okay, then.
All right.
Well, you are the black
I'm just
angel
doing
of
my
death
job,
today.
my goodness.
I know, but that was like sad.
Where did this take
It
place?
is sad in Tennessee.
Let me cheer people up. I do have another reliever name that could be on the market for Tiger fans. I know they're starting to play tonight, and what we've avoided is the, hey, what's your prediction for the second half? I don't know, lots of winning. Felix Bautista is apparently being shopped by the Orioles. That is another nasty closer in most situations. I just don't say that here because they do whatever they need to do. Right. But Felix Bautista, another name that is out there. We talked yesterday. Bob Nightingale reported Tigers had shown interest in Yohan Duran and Griffin Jacks from the Twins. Look, the bullpen names will be there. I stand by it. I still think they need 2 of them.
How much term on Bautista?
I believe it is through 2027 as well. David can fact check me on that. You'd have him for a few years.
Okay.
Rico, guy's 6'7", 290. He could play edge for the Lions. But I mean, just look, any name that's out there, the more names, the better. Because reality, look, go read the New York papers. The Yankees need bullpen help. Right?
Well, no, it was just I guess the less term, less you probably have to give up. That's why. So.
See, I'm not interested in that. I'd rather have the term.
Oh,
I view it as
I'm not about giving
core.
up people, but people heard the wrong thing when I'm like, man, I'm trying to win now.
Yeah, and that's, look, I think the key for the Tigers for me, and we're only going to learn what's reported, what's not. Rico, as long as they're making competitive offers, right? Mm-hmm. I can't help it if another team grossly overpays or does something that is just injurious to their overall franchise. But as long as the Tigers are making competitive, realistic offers, if you make enough of them, someone's going to say yes. And I'm not going to get hung up in, like, something I've really tried to get better at is don't get hung up with names.
Yeah.
You know, like, this is the guy I want, damn it. No.
Because when they don't get that guy,
exactly.
now you're like, oh, we didn't get him.
This class of player is what I want. Like, look what we did this offseason with the Lions. I didn't get hung up in any one name. We started the offseason, we had 6 edge rushers. Mm-hmm. I said, could you get one of these? That was it. It's the same thing here, whether it is a Bautista, a Duran, a Jax, a Bednar. You know, those are your elite guys. Can you get one of those plus a support piece? Mm-hmm. The right-handed bat thing isn't as clear. And I don't know what the pathway is. Do I think the Yankees will go after Suarez? Do I think there would be a bidding war there? Yeah, I do. Now, you have more bullets than the Yankees. Are you willing to use them? Your system is better than the Yankees. Mm-hmm. So it's just.
But how much are you willing to give up? Because they value that system.
I'm totally with you. As far as Bautista, I'll just give you the numbers just real quick. Again, plays for a horrific team, so hasn't pitched as much, but in about 30 innings. I mean, this is a guy, he's got 18 saves. Where are we at? Excuse me. I want to apologize. 18 saves, 33 innings, almost 49 strikeouts. So you're about 13K per 9. Perfect. You want your closers to be north of 12. We talked yesterday. I think it was it Griffin Jackson's like 14-4. If they can get one of the elite guys plus a support bullpen arm, I think that's a major improvement.
Yeah,
but the bat is the interesting part.
Yeah, but I think as we saw, the bullpen is becoming the more pressing need.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. And I don't know if it's out of bounds. Like, I'm not trying to be provocative. I'm asking a question. Okay. The Tigers are so left-handed oriented. As a part of a package to land, say, a Eugenio Suarez, would you ever consider, provided he's healthy, shopping a Kerry Carpenter?
Yes.
And that's my Tiger, and I like him, but he hasn't had a good year. You have you have just so many left-handed bats. If this fixed the right-handed bat issue, again, all these teams are not going to ask for just prospects. I had this conversation the other day with a buddy of mine. He goes, be serious. Here's an offer for Paul Skeens. I go, well, first of all, this isn't serious because this is not happening.
Right.
But I started to explain to him, I said, look, if I'm the Pirates and I'm trading my franchise, I have to show my fans a player that can go on my season tickets plus hope. I said, if I'm the Pirates, I'm turning around to you and asking for things that you're not giving up, so I get to hang up the phone. He goes, like what? I go, okay, fine, I want Riley Green. And he goes, well, I'm not doing that. I go, great, click. I said, the whole point is when you do these trades, you have to think about it from the other side. Mm-hmm. How do I explain this to my owner? How do I explain this to my fan base?
Right.
So that's all. I was interested to get your response because I think there'd be a lot of Tiger fans that would recoil from that.
No, I would. To me, there's a few people, but he's not on the list of people that are protected. That, yes, if it's Carpenter, fine. I'll go ahead and move. I'll move on from him.
I was just thinking about if you don't want to give up all the prospect cachet it would take for some of these guys, a left-handed.
Well, I think like Minnesota would take a bunch of prospects. I think that they're just trying to kick that can as far down as they can.
And I mean, look, Carey's he's been fine. He's been slightly above average, which is fine. And I love him. I don't want to do it. I'm saying if somebody called who doesn't have left-handed power, maybe their park plays that way, and you don't have to give up some of the prospect stuff you don't want to give up. I'm just trying to see where people would go. And it's obviously he's only on the 10-day IL. So I just
see, I think a lot of people want to see a trade. I think a lot of people want to see some type of move, but I think they don't want
to pay the freight.
Right.
This town is notorious for never wanting to give up anything.
Right. How about we give you future draft picks? How about that?
Things and stuff.
Yeah.
Let's go to Nate on a cell, 97.1. Nathan, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, Nate. What's up?
All right. So I just wanted to voice a little concern about the Tigers, and I haven't heard anyone mention it in this way, but the way that I view the Tigers right now, and I know they had 6 All-Stars, but I think it's almost a fool's gold because I think they have guys who are overperforming.
Correct.
And I think they've been doing it in a way that's been way too long statistically. And I think that's making everyone think we have a team full of All-Stars. But I think once they get into the postseason, you're going to go against 3 or 4 really good pitchers, and you're only going to see everybody's best relievers. And I think it's going to shut down really quick. Because, for example, teams like the Yankees or the Mets, they kind of just get through the regular season, almost like the old Red Wings used to. And then in the postseason, those top players are able to read those top pitchers, and their top arms can go against good hitters.
Yeah, like to your point, right? And this is why I hate all-star discussions. But you probably have 3 real all-stars. Riley Green is an all-star. He's a star. Tarik Skubal's a superstar, and Gleyber Torres, admittedly, has had a really nice first half of the year. Mm-hmm. But that's where it ends. The rest of this stuff, whether it's fan voting, whether it's 800 guys saying I don't want to play in the game, so Zach McKinstry gets it. No, I don't treat that as the same thing. I'm with you in that regard. They have to get better. I think they've overachieved. I think they have far outpaced anyone, even people on payroll, anyone expected from this team. But I'm not comfortable, meaning I need them to get better. What this has bought them is time. It's bought them the ability to be selective, Nathan. But But Rico and I have been aligned from the very beginning. They've got work to do if your plan is to make and win a World Series.
Yeah, for sure. And I've always been someone who looks at sports in a way of stats don't lie. And you might disagree with me. I almost think the Tiger stats for the last year, they almost seem inflated. They seem false. They look really, really, really good. But back to my point, I think this is all going to be shut down really quickly when you face top pitching. I don't think it's sustainable, and I think it's gonna be a blink of an eye, and all of a sudden you're going to see 0 for 12 with runners in scoring position, and you're going to be out of the playoffs. Just like
look, here's what I can say to back you up, and I'll use a different example so people won't be emotional about it. Look at my Yankees over the last 16 years. We've had far better players, far more respected guys with more pedigree, guys with more of that long-term performance. And we have been shut down, non-functional, non-operational several times in the playoffs. Why? Good pitching. The pitching matters. And part of why I want a right-handed bat for this team, Rico, we keep saying it. Look, winning games in April and May is different than winning games in October and now, basically.
November.
Yeah, basically. So it's the idea of look at your roster and look, I think it's an exercise to open your eyes to something. Look at your strikeout to walk ratio. You've got a handful of guys that basically are 10x the strikeouts to walks. Now, Riley Green is a case in point. When he hits it, he kills it.
But when he doesn't.
Well, my point is when you're going to strike out over 200 times in the regular season and the playoffs is a lot more matchup based, guess what's going to happen? They're going to hunt you down. They will. You won't see a righty for 3 games. So it's just there's work to do to make this thing more complete. And I don't think that's being a hater. I don't think that's not celebrating what they've done. But I'm with Nathan in that I think it's okay to have concerns that, okay, how much of what has gone on it is going to continue? Meaning, look, Baez right now is trending back towards being below average. He's not far from being sub 100 OPS plus. You know, the torque thing, if the power slows down at all, this is a guy who by the end of the year could be hitting 190. Right. There are some signs where you go, okay, we got to hold this together.
Right. And to me, Baez did his job. He did exactly what we needed him to do. You got to the All-Star break.
And guess what? He could have another one of his El Mago months where throughout his career, he's been dreadful, and then all of a sudden,
boom,
he'll erupt.
Yeah, 10 games, he's just knocking the cover off the ball. And then he goes back to being Javi.
But yeah, Felix Bautista's available. That's another guy that should be on your list if you're serious about winning a World Series. Okay, college football?
Yeah.
Just to give people a nice level set headed to the weekend, there's a battle for playoff format supremacy. We'll explain. We'll do it next. 97.1. Okay, so we'll get some ticket texts. I want to do the college football thing just to update people. And also, Kenny, you're welcome. There you go. Let's see what happens on the back end of it. Now, David, the ticket text, please.
Fellas, no matter what
What happened back there? What is going on?
I was saying something to him privately and
okay,
nothing.
Noted.
Move on. Fellas, no matter what anyone says, the Tigers must add at the deadline to this team to compete for a World Series. I would call up Colorado and offer Owen Hall, one of our top pitching prospects, for Jake Bird. He would fit perfectly here.
I think as a support piece, yes. But that's not what I'm looking for as the lead dog in the pen. I need a Bautista, a Bednar, a Duran. I'm not going to say a Clase. I don't even know if I want him. He's had a wretched year. But no, I would take that type of support piece. I need the headliner. I'm tired of this town going on the cheap, always doing the scared move, the get better in the margins move. Shout out Trajan Langdon. Sometimes F the margins. Just go for it. Just get better on the marquee. Put it out there on Front Street. Get better. Like if you're asking me right now and I could get a Felix Bautista or Eugenio Suarez, I'm taking Bautista. That's how important I think the bullpen's going to be for this team.
No, I agree. Because you saw the best thing that happened was the meltdown, the 4-game losing streak. You had a week to sit there and really lick your wounds and say, guys, maybe we're not as good in the pen as we thought we were. We got to do better than just marginal things.
That would be nice. I hope that is the case because, again, is the goal to have fun and daiquiris and win division, or is the goal to win the World Series? Those are two distinctly different things. So if the goal is to win it all, and by the way, all the people that I have brought to the table this week have term. They will be expensive, but they will be a Detroit Tiger for multiple seasons. Mm-hmm. I view that cost analysis works to me. I'd much rather do that than just get the expiring player.
Right.
Because then I'm building my team, and this is a person who's going to be here with us.
But, as you know, it's going to require you to give up some capital in order to get them, and that's where I think...
I wish I could play my little drop of the guy from the movie. Oh, no. I don't care. People have to, Right, that's a Tiger fan every time they realize they have to give up a prospect. Like, this is the other thing. Part of the reason you create a great farm system is to weaponize it. Like, you cash in some of those chips. This town has got to, and I feel it with basically all four of the teams, but certainly the Red Wings and the Tigers. This idea, Rico, that every prospect is going to be fabulous. It's a panacea. That's not reality. Like Major League Baseball, the highway of Major League Baseball is paved with failed prospects and really good ones. Mm-hmm. So I'm not telling you that you trade everything, but part of the skill of a great GM and president and organization is they know who the winning horses are. They know guys that they go, hey, we have to wrap our arms around this player. Not every trade will be perfect. You're going to get burned. But overall, if you make the right move more often than not, nobody ever talks about the prospects that never pan out. They only remember, John Smoltz. Does anyone ever talk about Cameron Maben and Andrew Miller?
No.
Those are two of the top 10 prospects in baseball. You got Miguel Cabrera. Who won the trade?
You did.
Sometimes getting the best player in the deal, that's all that matters.
Well, that's why I said, that's where I was at yesterday. I'm like, you know what? If I got to give up one of those, either Clark or McGonigal, okay. Because I'm trying to win now. I'll worry about 2027 and 2028 when it gets here.
Yeah, and yes, I think a couple callers took what you said and twisted it. I didn't, and I defended you.
Right.
Let the record state it.
You did.
David, go ahead, buddy.
So you guys just said that in the playoffs, the pitching matters. Well, we have good pitching, so we should be okay.
Hold on. Why on a Friday does someone have to anger me? The pitching matters, but your bullpen sucks. If you can't separate those two, and if you can't acknowledge it's not 2015, none of your pitchers are going to go 8 or 9 innings. Hell, I don't know if any of them will go 7. If you can't understand that, why are you even listening? Seriously. Open a coloring book. Like, no one is taking a shot at your team. Your pitching is fine. Skubal, you know what you're getting. No questions asked. Are you sure? Here, I'll do the Tim Robinson. Hey, Jack Flaherty, are you sure about that? Are you ready to know with your season on the line? Casey Mize is going to deliver 7? You sure about that? Do we know if Alex Cobb is alive? How do you know your starters will be there at the end? Do we know Alex Lang is going to come back in a high leverage spot?
No.
So all I'm talking about is ensuring that we have enough in reserve. Oh boy. All right. I'm not going to let one ticket text paint a fan base. I'm going to step back now. David, go ahead. And I hate you for reading that.
I'm just glad that person isn't Scott Harris, because that is no way to think that you're ready and all set to go into the playoffs. No, not even close. Someone says, I'd give Kerry Carpenter, Bruce Carpenter, the carpenter who designed the offices inside LCA for Schwartz. Yes, yes,
Oh,
yes.
And again, I was not suggesting that as a straight-up trade. I was saying that in discussions with teams where you are asking for a player with term and they may need to offer a fan base something, a manager something, the owner, look, I'll take prospect B instead of A, but I'm going to take this major league bat that can help us win. You know, you don't need him, doesn't play the position you need, doesn't bat right-handed. I'm not comping any direct trade. Just an idea. Because God knows, can't give away any prospects.
Right. Because what happens in
Meanwhile,
2030?
I'm a Yankee fan. You can take the whole farm system. I don't give a damn. We stink. If the Yankees don't make about 7 trades, I don't even know if we'll make the playoffs.
It's called having your cake and eating it too. That's what Tiger fans want most.
Yeah.
They don't want to give up what it costs to actually win. That is from Keith.
I think it's well said.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess everybody falls in love with their players, but man, here we turn them into Hall of Famers.
Well, I mean, and look, the team that carries the flag, the team that is the opinion leader in this town is the Lions. What's their philosophy? We love our guys. And look at the offseason. Just paying all their own. Hell, they brought back players that let them down. I mean, they brought back Onzarike. Now, PUP list. And he's on that different PUP list where he's out the first month.
Right.
This isn't the whole paperwork issue. Like, Hutchinson's not missing any time. That's paperwork.
Right. And at least as of now, your first month, you're probably going to have to hit the ground running. Packers, Bears.
No, absolutely. Again, you
I
haven't
think
even
your only break in there is Cleveland and the Ravens.
Yeah. And
Well, the Ravens are good, but I'm saying Cleveland's your only break.
I hate saying this. You're going to get upset at me. Everyone's going to yell at me. There are no breaks in the NFL. I know we joke about Bogo. You know what? Last year, the Patriots won like 3 games. One of them was in Cincinnati. Like, bad things happen. The Panthers had the Eagles dead in Philly. Xavier Legette dropped a wide open touchdown pass late in the fourth quarter. Like, there's no breaks.
I don't want to be here the Monday after if they lose to the Browns.
No, I'm making a point that, like, I'm just careful about, oh, you got 6 bye weeks right here. It's like, dude, it's still the National Football League. And, okay, last year was this blessed once-in-a-lifetime year. For me, last year's dead. It's dead. And, in fact, I'd be more nervous as a Lion fan that things are good. Like, I'm not going to get a couple of breaks. Like, if I go on the road and throw 5 interceptions, I'm not winning that night like you did in Houston.
Right.
The sports gods have a way of striking back.
They caught most of the breaks last year. Yes, they did. They had a coach go brain dead for the final 38 seconds on Thanksgiving.
Why? And shouldn't the Bears have been a free square?
Yeah.
So that's the point. And look, I'm just careful. You're right. Cleveland's a free square. But everybody, but everything else.
I don't want to do that Monday show.
No.
Oh, yes, you do. That's a great show to do.
That's rude, unsavory,
I'm sorry. Did I say that
and
on the air?
inappropriate.
I apologize.
248-539.
All I can hear is David. We may lose to the Browns.
Man, I don't even know where that drop went to.
Oh, it's gone, disappeared.
Don't
Really?
you say that. I got to have that back for football. All right, listen. Jeremy Otto's in here to deliver some bad news. We'll let him do his thing. We'll get you some football next. 97.1.
Fall is coming up. It's time to register to get yourself into classes as Specs at LTU. Specs at LTU is a dedicated facility right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. It's dedicated to inspiring and educating and equipping future leaders in media arts with the skills needed to succeed in
the rapidly evolving industry. What does all of that mean? That's just a fancy way of saying Specs will get you ready from day one for radio, TV, graphic design. You're going to be taught like people like myself who work in the business, get you prepared from day one. Like I said, you're going to be in the lab learning hands-on. That's what Specs at LTU is all about, the hands-on approach. So to make an appointment today to get started, because remember, classes are starting in the fall. They're starting to fill up. Make that appointment today with an admissions counselor and discuss your next steps to your future at admissions@ltu.edu. That's admissions@ltu.edu.
So, guys, teams are reporting for training camp this week, and most teams will return next week. So we're going to do a pre-training camp overreactions. I want you let me know. If
Wait. So the only thing that's worse than overreacting to camp is going to be overreacting before camp.
These are certain storylines that we'll talk about here. So you can let me know if it's an overreaction or reality. The first one, since we talked about T.J. Watt getting his deal yesterday, Micah Parsons will not suit up for the Cowboys in week 1.
I think that's an overreaction. I think that Dallas, he may not participate in training camp, but I think Dallas knows, look, we didn't spend all this money in the offseason. We have to make him happy. And I think Jerry Jones will go full Jerry. He'll get this thing settled the week before the season starts.
I tend to agree. I just feel like he's going to get his $200 million. They take care of their own people in Dallas. They don't sign a lot of free agents. They have to keep them. There'd be a fan base revolt. I'll agree with you.
It's like the Lions on steroids. They just really spend a ton of money on their people.
Next one is about Trey Hendrickson. The Bengals will trade Trey Hendrickson before the season.
I've given up. Overreaction. I quit. There's my answer with the Bengals. I quit.
I'm going to go overreaction as well, David. Now, if you would have said he sits out games, I would have said, you know what, on the money. I don't think he suits up, but the Bengals, they're not going to trade him. I think that both sides have dug in, and they can't see what's best for either one. They just hate each other.
Next, overreaction or not, all 4 NFC North teams will make the playoffs.
Overreaction. If you said 3, I'm in. 4, ridiculous.
Yeah,
Brought to you by NTR
think
Trailer
probably we'll
Sales,
get 2,
according to a source
3,
of Lions beat writer Dave
maybe,
Burkett.
but I think 2 make the playoffs, but all 4
get 66% of his
because that
free money guaranteed.
I think they're going to cannibalize each other this year. I don't think you're going to see anybody going 6-0.
The Rangers will begin the second half of the season tonight in Arlington. Reese Olson, Kader Montero, Tarik Skubal.
This may happen.
The
Chiefs' streak of 9 straight AFC West
every game right here on the ticket. First pitch at 7:05. Cleveland Guardians pitcher Luis Ortiz, who's being investigated for
Harbaugh is going to win that division.
Involvement in gambling.
And if it ain't him, it'll be Sean
Suspension
Payton.
On his administrative
There's just
leave
no
through
way.
August 31st.
There's no way.
Tiger
I can't take
pitcher
any more.
no hitter
We
for
got a
them
bet
back
on
in
it? Yeah, can we
2021.
do this?
Spencer
On the board.
Turnbull is
Yes!
in a minor league
Chiefs
deal
won't
with
win the
Cubs.
division.
It really didn't pan out with the Blue Jays
I got the Chiefs,
earlier
David.
this year. At the Corbell Health
That
Sports
plus
Desk,
the amount they got to pay the refs every year to make sure they're on their payroll still goes up and up and
Do
away.
you know how much money Taylor Swift makes? They
Oh,
could
is that
afford.
what we're doing?
They could afford.
Well, good. Maybe she can fix her boyfriend.
They could afford.
Because he stinks.
Well, she got him a trainer. He's in better shape.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
It'll be on this year's edition of Tight Ends.
We'll not be watching.
That'd be amazing. Next one. Kenny Pickett will win the Browns starting quarterback job.
My response, no reaction. It's not over. It's not under. It's DGAF.
I think it's no. I don't think he'll win the starting job. I think at some point it will go to him, but he won't win the starting job. No.
Next one here. Baker Mayfield will lead the Buccaneers to another division title and land a massive new contract.
I want to say yes so badly, but I have a bad feeling the guy to my left, his guy, might unlock what Atlanta's been missing. So I'll say overreaction. I wonder if Penix cuts it loose this year.
But still, Mike, he'll be a rookie quarterback because I don't really count
He's
the last
30.
I don't count the last games that he played. David, I think that could happen. I think that the Bucs will have their way, and I do think that they'll realize, we got something in Baker, and we're going to make sure we lock him up.
Next one here. Terry McLaurin will be paid as a top 5 wide receiver at the start of the year.
I agree with this.
I don't know, but the iced coffee just arrived. To hell with you.
I don't think this is an overreaction at all. I do agree. I think the Commanders realize they have something here, and they're going to do whatever it takes to make him happy because he's their main target. He's the main target for Jaden. This will happen. They'll make sure it happens.
The problem is, as we sit here today, they've done everything to anger the man. So I don't know what to do because what you say is the right thing, and what the reality is totally different. I gotta believe he gets signed.
You know what? Here's what makes all your anger go away. When the money comes in, you forget all of the bad things that you said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Somebody asked Cousins' wife. Still complaining about him getting benched. They
She
got
doesn't
$500
play.
million.
She doesn't play. Trust me. All of a sudden, hey, the Niners paid Debo, and hey, go Niners. Until he was gone.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But no, I'm saying. But once you get paid, you forget about the holdouts. Heck, if the Bengals offered up and paid Trey Hendrickson, he would be like, okay, I'll be your spokesperson. Put me on the programs.
This next one here is about C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud will not look better than last season.
Overreaction.
That's a major overreaction right there. I think that he will look better. I think you'll see closer to the C.J. Stroud of year one than he was in year two.
I think one thing that would help him, though, especially with the offensive line, they got to get the ball out quicker. A lot of what Bobby Slowick was doing with that offense last year, he was holding on to it a lot because they want all of the vertical. They got to make things a little easier for CJ.
And I mean, once Tank Dell gets back, he'll be fine.
Oh boy, 2020 never.
Oh my gosh,
David,
you know what?
said he
That's
was gonna.
for you because you have been riding me all day.
I'll just go on to the next one here. I'll leave my comments to myself. It's
you
about the
haven't already?
Commanders.
Step up to the plate.
It's the Commanders' turn to win the NFC East.
I'm going to say yes. I can't take any more of the Eagles. Can't handle it. Can't do it. Yes. Why? Because they're the oldest team in football. They're not young. The quarterback's young. The team's not. Time's now. In. Commanders.
And then finally,
Rico says no.
Oh, I was just wondering, what just happened here? So.
Oh, Ryan's just doing his thing.
Oh, okay.
Engineers doing engineer work. I don't question
Did I
him.
say something?
We get the best engineers in the game, man.
Okay.
that's what you get for saying something about me. Tyreek Hill won't be on the Dolphins at the start of the year.
Overreaction. That thing's a dumpster fire, and I don't think anybody wants his contract.
Yeah, and where's he going? I mean, No, because you got wide receivers already sitting there trying to get paid, and yeah, he'll be a Dolphin. Nothing's going to happen with them.
Well, it's good to know that training camp is returning. Football
Oh, is it?
It's just
is it, David?
Around the corner. It is. It's a good thing, yes.
The reports from training camp drive me to madness.
No, I don't need the reports. I just need to see football.
Today was a good day for Pedro Pascal. And I'm like, well, who is he?
Yeah,
he's fighting to make the third string gunner. And I'm like, I can't do this. This is so bad. Who's this weekend's preseason game most important for? Guy who's going to work at paint store or guy who works at the auto parts store? Don't care.
I'm about to say Pedro, but yeah, he's Mr. Fantastic in the Fantastic Four.
Whatever.
I think he's a little busy.
Oh, we got to see better reps from Bob Lopez. No, we don't. Just tell me when the season starts.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That is in football today. 97.1 The Ticket. We've done a lot on the radio show today. We've talked about college football and the different proposals that are out there. You have the proposal from the SEC of the automatic bids versus the 5+1 option. We've also touched on in the 5 o'clock hour, we touched on Major League Baseball and the trading deadline for the Detroit Tigers and what are you willing to do? Some Detroit Tiger fans are willing to, they don't want to give up prospects. Some are willing to give up prospects. And some ticket text here, Kerry Carpenter's name came up. Ticket text here says, I think Kerry is more important than Riley Green for this team, so I'm not giving him up at all. Someone else on the ticket text says, McGonigal is the midseason #1 prospect in baseball. I don't think anybody is available for trade worth that right now.
David, owe you an apology.
No, you're good.
No, we're not good. We're not good. Kenny dragged us down. Kenny was just yelling and screaming. He was on the back end of a double at Saratoga. And Kenny's like, you got to watch this with me. And then Evan yells from across the office, guys, I think you're back. Nobody told me. I'm so sorry.
Like David's doing all the talking.
Yeah, I texted Kenny. I was just taking care of business. No problem.
David, you're a pro, and I blame Kenny for all of it. I was right outside the studio. I'm so sorry.
This horse racing addiction is really starting to take over our lives, guys.
Your lives.
Yeah. About to say, just you.
The rest of us are all having a normal day. Kenny's over here chasing greatness. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry, buddy.
I can stop whenever I want, guys.
Oh, that's the first sign right there.
So what I was reading was someone saying McGonigal is the midseason #1 prospect in baseball, and I don't think right now there's anyone available for trade that is worth that. So I have no issue moving others, but not that.
No, I mean, I think you would need an unforeseen Juan Soto type trade like a few years ago. You would
a big time trade.
You'd need a Skeens. You'd need an Acuna. It's just not. It's nothing you would ever see coming. It would be something that would be breaking news sounder, and you fall out of your chair. I agree totally. Plus, his positional value is so for McGonigal.
No, Mike. This is why we ask questions.
No.
Okay. He's the bat you want.
He's
but not for my.
I need
the question.
I need guys with term. I would need not a Hall of Famer, but I would need several-time All-Star.
I wouldn't even want Ronald Acuna for that because I don't know about his knees.
Bro, I know he's not running. He's also hitting 340. He's got an OPS in the 900s.
David, it's what you know, not what it could be. So I'll take that.
Yeah, he's having a hell of a year, David.
I just need the knees. So.
You know what? Okay. I'll see you in 2030.
Someone did text in. One of the ones I was also reading says, I think Kerry Carpenter is more important than Riley Green, so I'm not giving him up at all.
You know what? I'm going to let Rieger.
That's not real.
I'm going to let Rieger answer that one.
I couldn't believe it.
By the way, for the people that are knocking Ronald Acuna, how about an OPS of 1,000?
Yeah, my apologies. I'm so sorry.
No, you're not, David.
I'll duck down under the desk now.
No, David, you brought up a fair point, is that you're never getting 50 steals again. He's not running anymore, at least not this year.
Right.
But if you're getting a guy, 1,000 OPS, 1,000 OPS, you know what? You go ahead and stand on second base. Riggs?
What's up, boys?
How you doing, buddy?
Fantastic. What's going on?
You tell us. You're next. You're rested. You're off vacation.
Oh, yes. Vacation is very nice. We're going to do a little Tiger baseball because it starts up again. I mean, as nice as vacation was, for me, this is the worst week, right? I mean, other than the Open Championship, which has been nice to wake up and watch golf the last couple days, you're missing baseball. I'm missing baseball. I don't like getting away from sports.
Point of order, Senator.
Yes.
Why did you come back from vacation on a Friday?
It's a great question. I don't know. I left on a Friday, so I came on back on a Friday. And then I have tomorrow off. I usually work Saturdays, so I got tomorrow off, so I got to work one day. It's all good.
Okay.
We're good. We're good.
I mean,
it's all good.
If you take one extra day,
you know what?
You get 2 weekends.
It's a good point.
I have nothing I could add. I didn't even think about that.
I didn't want to be too out of practice, I guess. No, listen, I hear you. I did think about that driving in. I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Like yesterday, we were back in town, and it was nice not to have to work.
So, you could have had the whole weekend at the
crib.
crib.
What are you going to do?
So what's next?
All right, so we're going to ask the question. So I did my best. I was in a Smashville. They call it, what do they call it? Nash Vegas. Nashville, awesome area. So I did my best to read up a little bit about what people are saying about the Tigers after losing 4 in a row. But I do think that there are Tiger fans that have simply lost their confidence. And when I say confidence, I mean the World Series confidence. After losing 4 straight, the bullpen's in shambles, the pitching is in shambles. I mean, this team is 500 since June 16th. So I do wonder if people have lost their confidence. So we're going to find out.
Not yet. But let them get off to a slow start. Then it'll sink in a little. But I don't think people yet. I still think euphoria rules the day.
Yeah, and I think if they drop below 7-game lead in the division, that's when panic will start to kick in, because now you'll start, are we the Twins of last year?
No, yeah, see, there's no way. It would take, there's
Nobody
no
thought
way.
the Twins would do what they did.
I guess, but there's no way. Let's not forget, the Guardians won the division last year, so it was the Twins coughing up a wild card spot.
This
There's no
division
way.
this year, to me, worst Central of my lifetime. This division's a joke.
Yeah, and then the
it's
Tigers.
not the Tigers' fault. It's reality. These other 4 teams are either cutting payroll, not trying, or
we did the exercise over the last 160 games, nobody had a winning record.
No, but that is why the Tigers, and listen, they've been great. They got the best record in baseball. I feel like people are going to think you're taking something away from them, but it seems like every other series they get a gimme. They get the Oakland A's. They get the Chicago White Sox.
But that's baseball. In the American League, look, this is again, it's not a shot at the Tigers. It's reality. It's a terrible American League.
Oh, it is.
Yankees are down. Red Sox are Houston is like the zombie Astros. I don't even know how they're doing it. And it just look at the AL. How many teams are actually trying?
Yeah,
think about it.
AL East, like the Blue Jays, are they really real? I don't know that I believe. The Yankees, same question.
Don't worry about
it.
Boston,
But
took
think about
10-game
it.
winning streak.
For like 2 months, everybody said, is Detroit real?
No, I hear you. But
Rieger's next.
Okay.
And you're back on a Friday.
We're back on a Friday.
You got to let it go.
Yeah, just let it go. I saved the day for sometime later. Goodbye.